crossing over to Holy Soul Village, I unexpectedly became neighbors with Tang San. Sheng, wake up. It's already noon. Tang San stood by the bed, looking helpless. Su Sheng rubbed his eyes and sat up, glaring at him. I told you not to bother me until the afternoon. Tang San rolled his eyes. Who asked me to wake him up early yesterday? Su Sheng scratched his head. Awkward lie had crossed over for several years. Without any system or golden finger, just wanted to be a salted fish, but he actually forgot he asked Tang San to wake him up yesterday. Just as he was thinking, the door was pushed open, and Village Chief Jack walked in with a cane, smiling. Xiao Sheng, tomorrow is the Soul Awakening. Don't miss it. Can I not go? Su Sheng pouted. In a way. Jack puffed out his cheeks and glared. Even if you awaken a sickle or a hoe, having soul power means you can become a soul master. Above 10,000 people. Su Sheng silently complained. Awaken a sickle or hoe. Am I becoming cannon fodder? After Jack left, Su Sheng's eyes lit up. An opportunity to cling to a big leg had come. He ran to the forest with a water bottle, where Tang San was chopping wood with a sickle, sweating profusely. Xiao San, take a break and have some water. Su Sheng handed over the water bottle. Tang San was stunned. Did the sun rise from the west? Sheng actually brought me water. Tomorrow is the Soul Awakening. What do you think you will awaken? Su Sheng asked with a grin. Tang San's eyes sparkled. I don't know, but I can definitely break through the bottleneck of Xiantian's skill. What if it's blue silvergrass? Tang San's face darkened. Sheng, are you cursing me? Blue silvergrass was the most useless of all martial spirits. Su Sheng chuckled and snatched the sickle. I'll help you chop. Go back early to cook for Uncle Hao. Tang San was even more confused. What's up with Sheng today? He had no idea that Su Sheng was secretly calculating. If I stick close to Tang San's big leg, wouldn't it be nice to win without effort in the future? But Su Sheng didn't notice that when he got close to Tang San. Tang San secretly shivered. A cold chill always seemed to surround him whenever Sheng was nearby, chilling to the bone. What was this chill? Su Sheng didn't even know. The next day was the Soul Awakening, and Su Yuntao was coming. What kind of martial spirit would Su Sheng awaken? Could the chill on him be related to his martial spirit? What was even more exciting was if Tang San really awakened blue silvergrass. What would Su Sheng do? To be continued. All right, then Sheng should come along for dinner too. Dad will be very happy. Tang San said with a smile. Su Sheng rolled his eyes inwardly. Tang Hao never had a good expression when he saw him. Happy my foot. But he still put on a smile. Thank you so much, Xiao San. Just in time. I have no dinner plans. After they finished chopping wood and returned to the blacksmith shop, Su Sheng plopped down, panting heavily. Xiao San, your physical fitness is amazing. You're not even out of breath. Tang San turned around and smiled. Sheng, you're too lazy. Sleeping until the afternoon every day. It's a wonder your body is good. Suddenly, with a bang, the door of the blacksmith shop was kicked open. Tang Hao walked in, unshaven, with a gaze like a knife. When he saw Su Sheng, the pressure almost suffocated him, turning his face pale. Dad, I brought Sheng here. Tang San quickly stepped in front. Tang Hao snorted, and the pressure dissipated. Su Sheng rubbed his chest, cursing inwardly. This old man Tang Hao is too terrifying. A single glance almost sent me away. At dinner, Tang San cautiously asked, Dad, can I go for the Soul Awakening tomorrow? Tang Hao slammed the table, shaking it, scaring Su Sheng to shrink his neck. But the next moment his aura deflated, and he said lightly, if you want to go. Tang San was just happy, but added, Sheng is go too. Su Sheng almost spat out his porridge. Xiao San, can you not drag me into this? Tang Hao suddenly looked at Su Sheng. Kid, you want to go too? I advise you to give up your body. Before he finished, he suddenly stood up and threw the spoon. Going into the room, Su Sheng squinted. What's wrong with my body? What does this old fox Tang Hao know? The next morning, Village Chief Jack brought Tang San and a group of kids to Su Sheng's door. Xiao San, go in and call him. He must still be sleeping, Jack said angrily. Tang San pushed the door open, and Su Sheng was indeed still asleep. Sheng, the Soul Awakening is about to start. Su Sheng rubbed his eyes and sat up, looking confused. Xiao San, what time is it? He had no idea that the kids outside were snickering, forgetting about the Soul Awakening, and still wanted to be a soul master. Dream on. Su Sheng followed everyone to the village hall, pondering. Tang Hao said, I have a problem in my body. What could it be? At the hall entrance, a young man in a Soul Hall uniform was already waiting, his hair slicked back. None other than Su Yuntao. Form a line. I am Su Yuntao, a 26th level battle soul master, responsible for your soul awakening. Su Sheng's eyes brightened. Here it comes. The flowing protagonist, the ironclad Su Yuntao. Who would Su Yuntao awaken first? Would Tang San really awaken blue silvergrass? Would the secret in Su Sheng's body be exposed during the awakening? More thrillingly, was Tang Hao's give up a warning or a reminder? Wait, oh no, I seem half forgotten today, is the soul awakening. Su Sheng covered his forehead, cursing inwardly. That old man Jack is going nag again. Tang San pointed at the door with a bitter smile. Sheng, everyone is waiting for you outside. Some are already getting impatient. Su Sheng was displeased. Impatient? Let them wait. Besides Xiao San, the rest are all useless without soul power. What are they rushing for? Tang San's heart skipped a beat. What does Sheng mean by that? How does he know the others lack soul power? When Su Sheng finally straightened himself and pushed open the door, everyone was stunned. Dressed in white, with features as exquisite as if sculpted by God, he exuded an aura of coolness. I asked this from our village? Why have I never seen him before? Wow, the big brother is so handsome. What's wrong with waking up late? A little girl's eyes sparkled. Nearby, a boy was unconvinced. He's not as handsome as me. Another boy retorted. You? He's a work of art. You're just mud splattered. Jack quickly cleared his throat. Xiao Sheng, come over quickly. Don't keep the Soul Hall master waiting. The group walked towards the village center, and Jack proudly pointed to the handprint on the giant stone. This was made by a soul sage from our village. Our village's pride. The other kids looked at him with admiration, but Su Sheng leaned closer to Tang San and whispered, Old Jack is bragging again. Do you believe this broken place could produce a soul sage? Before Tang San could respond, his eyes suddenly glowed with light purple extreme magic eyes. Su Sheng also looked in that direction, a smile creeping up his lips. Xiao Taozi is here. Sure enough, a man in a light blue Soul Hall uniform walked over, none other than Su Yuntao. Is everyone here? Su Yuntao asked blandly. Having run through several villages without encountering anyone with soul power, he didn't have much hope for Holy Soul Village. But when he saw Su Sheng, his eyes lit up. This aura is extraordinary. I'm Su Yuntao, a 26th level Battle Soul Master, responsible for your soul awakening. Su Sheng assessed him, inwardly muttering. Xiao Taozi's aura is decent, but unfortunately, he's just a tool. Tang San was also curious. Is this what a soul master looks like? Nothing special about him. Su Yuntao led the group into a luxurious room, the items inside covered in dust, clearly in use for a long time. Sheng, aren't you nervous? Tang San couldn't help but ask. Su Sheng shrugged. Nervous about what? What's meant to happen will happen. No soul power? It's fine, you're here, right? Tang San rolled his eyes, speechless. Su Yuntao walked up the steps and clapped his hands. Everyone come over and stand in a line, prepare for awakening. He took out 6 black stones from his sleeve and threw them into the sky. The stones instantly emitted a pale yellow light, forming a circle in the air. Extend your right hand, Su Yuntao said in a deep voice. The first child extended his hand, and a sickle appeared. A farming tool spirit, no soul power. Next, the second was a hoe. The third was blue silvergrass. All were useless spirits. None had soul power. Su Yuntao's face grew darker. He thought to himself that it was indeed a wasted trip. It was Tang San's turn. He extended his hand, and a blue silvergrass slowly emerged. Another useless spirit. Su Yuntao shook his head and handed over the soul power testing crystal. Touch it. As soon as Tang San touched the crystal, it suddenly burst forth with dazzling blue light. Su Yuntao's eyes nearly popped out. Innate full soul power? Everyone was stunned. The useless spirit blue silvergrass actually had innate full soul power. Su Sheng raised an eyebrow. Here it comes, the iconic scene. Next, it was Su Sheng's turn. He extended his hand, wondering what spirit he would awaken. Tang Hao said there were problems within him. Would he awaken some extraordinary spirit? More thrilling was whether he would also have innate full soul power. Children, don't be afraid no matter what you see. The one on the far left, you go first, Su Yuntao said seriously. The boy on the far left stepped forward, and Su Yuntao shouted coldly. Lone wolf. Possess 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow. Rose up, and a giant wolf appeared behind him. Bearing its fangs, the bloodthirsty aura made the boy step back repeatedly. This is the spirit? It's amazing. The other children were wide-eyed. Su Sheng, however, scoffed. Just a low-level beast spirit. With these 2 levels of soul power, Xiao Tao can at most be a great soul master. The boy stood still in the stone circle, and a sickle appeared in his hand. Su Yuntao handed over the crystal ball. Try the soul power. The crystal ball didn't light up. No soul power, step back. The boy's eyes turned red as he walked out with his head down. Next, Su Li. The girl summoned a hoe, and the crystal ball still didn't respond. Next, the Guang. Spirit hoe, no soul power. Next, Zhang Jie. Spirit brick. Interesting, but unfortunately no soul power. Su Yuntao, feeling drained, said, Next, Tang San. Tang San walked to the center and closed his eyes. A blue silvergrass emerged from his hand. Tang San cursed inwardly. I really got it right. Useless spirit. But the next second, he felt a strange movement in his left hand and secretly touched it. It was a hammer. He quickly hid it away. Su Sheng raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, it's blue silvergrass and Haotian Hammer, just like in the original. As Su Yuntao waved his hand. Blue silvergrass, useless spirit. Next, Tang San grew anxious. Master, we haven't tested the soul power yet. Can blue silvergrass have soul power? Su Yuntao was impatient. Su Sheng coughed. Let him test it. There are only the two of us left. Tang San looked at him gratefully and placed his hand on the crystal ball. Boom! Dazzling blue light exploded, blinding everyone. Su Yuntao's eyes nearly popped out. Innate full soul power. He looked regretful. What a pity. It's blue silvergrass. Such talent wasted. Tang San bit his lip and stepped aside, staring at his left hand. What was that hammer? Next, Su Sheng, Su Yuntao observed him, feeling hopeful. This aura might bring surprises. Su Sheng walked to the center of the stone circle and calmly closed his eyes. What spirit would he awaken? Tang Hao said there were problems within him. Did he hide some extraordinary spirit? What was even more frightening was if Su Yuntao measured his soul power, would he faint from shock? After all, innate full soul power was already outrageous. Su Sheng closed his eyes and instantly felt a violent force within him trying to break free, as if it would tear him apart. Su Sheng, what's wrong? Don't suppress the spirit. You'll explode. Su Yuntao shouted anxiously. Tang San also panicked. Sheng. Su Sheng's face turned pale, but he stared at Tang San. Tang San, take everyone out. Tang San gritted his teeth and directly pulled the other children out with his Xian Jade hand. No matter if it exposed Tang's secret techniques, he couldn't disturb Sheng. Who said I was suppressing it? Su Sheng glared at Su Yuntao and stopped resisting. The next second, blood-red petals emerged from his right hand, followed by completely blooming scarlet begonia, bathing the entire room in bloodlight, like a hell on earth. This is Nine Heart Blood Begonia? Even more advanced than Nine Heart Begonia. Su Yuntao was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. His lone wolf spirit was actually trembling. Su Yuntao handed over the crystal ball, excitedly shaking. Quick, test your soul power. This spirit of yours is definitely the king of plant spirits. Su Sheng lazily placed his hand on it. Crack! The crystal ball emitted a light brighter than Tang San's, then shattered into pieces. Su Yuntao was stunned. Soul power. Strong enough to break the crystal ball? Su Sheng patted his shoulder and said lightly, Xiao Tao, if this makes you despair, don't look down. Su Yuntao took a deep breath. Isn't it just innate level 40? I can handle it. But when he shifted his gaze and looked at Su Sheng's fetate red rings, one crimson gold ring. You damn. Su Sheng, he'll be your enemy for life. Su Yuntao broke down. Innate level 90? Title Douluo? Did you just awaken and slaughter all the soul beasts on the continent for 10,000 years? Su Yuntao turned pale, pointing at Su Sheng. Put it away. Quickly collect the soul rings. It's too scary. Su Sheng shrugged, and the soul rings instantly disappeared. Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly lit up, moving closer. Su Sheng, come back to the spirit hall with me. You can choose resources at will. The Pope will definitely meet you personally. Su Sheng raised an eyebrow. Not going. I want to be a salted fish. Salted fish? Su Yuntao panicked. With your talent, you want to be a salted fish? What a waste. At that moment, Jack's voice came from outside. What happened inside? Is Xiao Sheng okay? Tang San also peeked in and, seeing the shattered crystal and Su Yuntao's expression, felt a jolt in his heart. What? Did Sheng awaken? Would Su Sheng agree to go to the spirit hall with Su Yuntao? How would Tang San react when he found out he was an innate level 90 title Douluo? More excitingly, if Tang Hao knew such a monster had emerged from Holy Soul Village, would he personally come to find Su Sheng? Su Sheng, on behalf of the spirit hall, I invite you to join. Su Yuntao bowed deeply, his attitude exceedingly respectful. Su Sheng stroked his chin, pondering. Originally wanted to cling to Tang San and be a salted fish, but now that he had become a title Douluo, why not go to the spirit hall and be a salted fish? He could also see Bibi Dong's unparalleled beauty. That I can join, but don't say what shouldn't be said. Su Sheng suddenly turned cold, and a cold ice sword appeared in his left hand. Cold air condensing into a blue ice rose, and 9 soul rings rose again. Su Yuntao thudded to his knees, his pupils constricting. Duel spirits. The door opened, and Su Sheng and Su Yuntao walked out. Brother Sheng, how is it? Tang San quickly stepped forward. Of course, Brother Sheng has soul power, but there's a bit of a flaw with the martial soul. Su Sheng smiled. I can't go to the Soul Master Academy with you anymore, but well meet. Again, Tang San became anxious. You're leaving? Yeah, I'm going with Su Yuntao to solve the martial soul problem. Su Sheng patted his shoulder, Don't give up because of the blue silver grass you can create miracles. Tang San extended his fist. It's a promise. Next time we meet, don't let me fall too far behind. Sheng bumped his fist, secretly laughing. Let's see if you can catch up when you reach the title Douluo level. Jack leaned over to ask Su Yuntao, does Sheng have soul power? Yes, it's average. He's going with me to the spirit hall to fix the martial soul flaw. Su Yuntao casually lied, then sighed to Jack. Tang San is full innate soul power, but unfortunately his martial soul is blue silver grass. Jack instantly transformed from excited to disappointed. When Tang San returned home, Tang Hao suddenly opened his eyes. Where's that kid? Brother Sheng left with Su Yuntao, saying his martial soul has a flaw. Tang Hao sneered. A level 20 or 30 cannon fodder can see flaws. That kid is not simple. He stared at Tang San. Release your martial soul. Tang San's right hand sprouted blue silver grass. Tang Hao's eyes reddened. In the end, you still inherited from you. Dad, I have another martial soul. Tang San's left hand revealed a small hammer. Tang Hao suddenly stood up, tears streaming down. How? Haotian Hammer. Will Su Sheng be discovered by Bibi Dong for his true strength when he arrives at the spirit hall? Will Tang San, carrying the Haotian Hammer, follow the same path as in the original story? What's more exciting is when Su Sheng and Tang San meet again, who will be stronger? Su Yuntao lowered his head and quietly complained to himself. If other titled Douluos heard this, they would probably join forces to hunt him down. Su Sheng's eyes sparkled as he looked at Xiao Taozi. Are we going to Tiandou City or somewhere else? No matter where we go, I want to taste the food from those places. After staying in Holy Soul Village for these years, I've been eating mostly coarse grains, which are barely edible. People should learn to enjoy life. Besides, I don't need to spend time cultivating soul power. Su Yuntao thought for a moment and cautiously replied to Su Sheng. The letter probably hasn't reached Wuhun City yet, so we may have to wait a few more days. Moreover, we can only be received in Wuhun City if the Pope gives the order. Su Yuntao is just a small personnel in the Wuhun Hall with little authority, so going to Wuhun City would likely result in being sidelined. Su Sheng smiled slightly, straightened his chest, and leisurely said, so that means we still have a few days, right? Let's first go for a stroll in the nearby Heavendou City. Su Yuntao's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He reached into his empty pockets and stammered. Although I work for the Spear Hall, I actually don't have much gold soul currency. With this little money, once we get to Heavendou City, I'm afraid it will be used up after just a few meals, let alone taking Su Sheng to other places. Su Sheng casually patted his shoulder, blinking her eyes with a kind expression, and said, don't worry, Xiao Taozi, I won't spend much on food. Upon hearing this, a wave of gratitude slowly rose in Su Yuntao's heart, almost bringing him to tears. Looking at Su Sheng's gentle gaze, he secretly felt excited, thinking that she truly deserved to be the destined child with innate soul power of 90. She was so understanding. Tiandou City, in a restaurant filled with ancient charm, a woman dressed in a maid outfit, with a fair and delicate face, held a menu and blushed as she stared at Su Sheng, who was sitting in a chair and was a head or two shorter than her. Her heart raced. How could this little brother be so adorable? Although it was evident that his clothes weren't those of noble, he was just so cute. He should have had an aloof demeanor, but with his young age, his expression and temperament were a delightful contrast that was explosively cute. Su Yuntao coughed lightly, covering the slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The maid awkwardly snapped back to reality, smiled, and handed the menu to them, saying, this is our restaurant's menu. After receiving the menu, Su Yuntao directly handed it to Su Sheng and gently said, Su Sheng, take a look and see what you want to eat. Su Sheng is so understanding. He probably won't order anything ridiculously expensive. He trusts his judgment. Su Sheng took the items with pleasure and thanked. Then, I appreciate your generosity. Afterwards, she began to survey the food on the menu. Slowly, she said, sausage, apple, corn. Next to her, Su Yuntao felt somewhat uncomfortable hearing these choices, and thought to herself that Su Sheng must have only ordered these cheap foods because she was worried about her spending. The maid beside them quickly noted it down and smiled as she asked, little friend, would you like to order anything else? She secretly sighed and lamented, indeed, not a noble. Such a cute and elegant child, not being a noble, is quite frustrating. Su Sheng nodded and calmly said, yeah, that's about it. I don't want any of those just now, but I want one of everything else. The maid was suddenly shocked and stammered, what? Little kid, did you really mean that? You want one of everything else? She doubted whether she was hallucinating, imagining this child as a nobleman. Next to her, Su Yuntao covered his injured chest and cried out in grievance, damn. This is ridiculous. He decided to take back what he had said earlier. Su Sheng was completely like a juice extractor. This order would wipe out his salary for several months. Su Sheng raised an eyebrow and asked, "Sister, is there something wrong with what I just said?" The maid was taken aback, her heart instantly filled with joy. What did this kid just call me? Sister. This child, who was more than 10 years younger than me, actually called me sister. The maid playfully closed one eye and then blew a kiss full of affection, leaning closer to Su Sheng and sweetly whispering, No, since you're such a cute little brother, I'll give you a 10 discount. With the maid's bold teasing, Su Sheng's cheeks gradually turned a bit red. After all, he was still a virgin and couldn't withstand such intense provocation. Fortunately, the maid soon gave Su Sheng a deep look and then walked into the kitchen with her notepad. Poor Su Yuntao, confused and jealous, muttered, "Su Sheng, you seem to be quite popular with these sisters. Damn it, it's bad enough to spend my own money on meals. But I didn't expect that just by relying on looks, I could attract beautiful sisters. Here I am, Su Yuntao, in my 20s and still a single dog." Su Sheng shook her head with a look of disdain and said, "There's nothing to be done. Actually, if possible, I think it's better to be a little ugly." Su Yuntao. After the meal, the maid waved her hand with a smile, bidding farewell to Su Sheng and Su Yuntao. "Come back often." The two walked out of the restaurant, and Su Yuntao patted his empty pockets, his face looking so grim that he didn't know what to say. Su Sheng said casually, "Xiao Taozi, you're not angry, are you? After spending so much money all at once, I imagine even the best temper would be a bit upset." Su Yuntao shook his head and sighed, "I'm not angry. It's just that we've run out of money. Soon, we might not even have a place to sleep." He wasn't actually angry. After all, spending this amount of gold soul coins to befriend a genius who could shock the continent in the future was definitely worth it. However, thinking about the fact that he, a proud soul master, might one day not even be able to afford a place to stay, would surely be a joke to others. Su Sheng was about to say something when his first martial soul, the Nine Hearts Blood Cherry, seemed to sense a unique aura and resonated wildly. He slowly closed his eyes to quietly feel it, and when he opened them again, he affirmed that it was an incredibly sacred aura. It was completely at two extremes compared to his Nine Hearts Blood Cherry. Su Sheng began to associate that the current location was within the borders of Tiandou City. And yet there was another sacred martial soul resonating with his Nine Heart Blood Lotus. Suddenly, a slightly blurred figure began to emerge in Su Sheng's mind. Chapter 8. The Arrival of the Spirit Hall. Surrounding a slowly moving carriage were countless elite soldiers clad in armor. One of the leading soldiers suddenly approached the carriage, frowning in confusion and asking, "Your Highness Shue, we have now arrived at the center of Tiandou City. May I ask where you intend to go?" Indeed, sitting in the carriage at this moment was none other than Shue, the son of the Emperor of Tiandou City and the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire. Upon hearing this, Shue silently shook his head and replied indifferently, "It's nothing, just a bit tired and want to stroll around Tiandou City." Although he was only 9 years old, he was already able to maintain a calm demeanor no matter what happened. The soldier was taken aback, realizing his own rudeness, and apologized. "I see, Your Highness Shue, how could I be so presumptuous to ask you?" After speaking, he returned to the main group, vigilantly observing the surroundings. After he left, Shue furrowed his brows in confusion. The extremely evil fluctuation that had just appeared in Tiandou City actually caused his martial soul to resonate and tremble continuously. It didn't seem to be hostility. It felt more like excitement. His martial soul had never exhibited such an anomaly, and even that person, Tiandou, had never mentioned such a situation. Shue took a deep breath and murmured in confusion, "What exactly is going on? Why does this evil fluctuation not provoke my aversion?" Su Yuntao looked at the dazed Su Sheng beside him and waved his hand in front of Su Sheng's eyes. "Su Sheng?" Su Sheng smiled faintly, absent-mindedly, saying that he was fine, but it seemed that he could no longer stay in Tiandou City. If he stayed there any longer, he felt an ominous premonition in his heart. As for the image of Qian Rinxue that appeared in his mind, it could be seen that his Nine Heart Blood Flower martial soul had a significant connection with her six-winged angel. Perhaps this was the destined wife that came with the journey through time? Old Su, do you want a wife? Just say the word." He shook his head, casting all these thoughts aside. Su Yuntao's expression was somewhat unsightly as he asked in confusion, "Can't you stay? Are you worried about not having gold soul coins?" "Actually, I can go and overdraw next month's salary." Su Sheng waved his hand dismissively and said, "It doesn't matter, let's go, Su Yuntao." Seeing the lack of disappointment on his face, it seemed that he really didn't want to stay in Heavendou City. However, a piece of good news surprised both Su Sheng and Su Yuntao. The Pope's Hall had sent a message, approving Su Sheng's entry into Spirit City. After receiving the news, the locations of Su Sheng and Su Yuntao were quickly locked onto by the personnel of the Spirit Hall. Within a few hours, dozens of powerful individuals dressed in Spirit Hall attire appeared before them. Su Yuntao widened his eyes, trembling as he stared at the Spirit Hall powerhouses in front of him. The aura emanating from each of them was immensely strong, especially the elder in the middle, whose aura was concealed, yet even more imposing. He never expected Su Sheng to be valued so highly that the Spirit Hall would send people to escort him personally. If Su Yuntao had known that among these people was a tidal Douluo powerhouse and dozens of soul masters, he would probably have been scared to death. The elder in the middle slowly approached Su Sheng, his murky eyes sizing him up like an eagle. Then, with a somewhat gloomy tone, he said, "You must be Su Sheng. We are here on the orders of His Holiness the Pope to escort you to Spirit City." Initially, he had some expectations upon hearing the news, but now seeing such a young child, his trust had already worn thin. The Pope had issued a command. If this child's claim of having innate level 90 soul power was just a bluff, then they would test his talent. If he showed no talent, they would eliminate him on the spot. The dignity of the Spirit Hall absolutely could not be violated. Su Sheng smiled and said, "Thank you, Lord Soul Douluo. I wonder when we will set off." Su Yuntao looked at the old man with a confused expression, unsure if Su Sheng was joking. Just such a simple statement made the old man's eyes flash with surprise, shocked in his heart. He had never claimed to be a soul Douluo, but this child could actually see through his soul power level. His identity was kept secret and absolutely could not be exposed. The only possibility was that this child truly possessed a level 90 soul power. That's how he was able to see through his strength so easily. Suddenly, a stream of cold sweat slowly trickled down his forehead, and the old man bowed respectfully, saying, "Your Excellency Su Sheng, I was presumptuous." The others from the Spirit Hall, standing behind, also bent their bodies and lowered their heads upon seeing this scene. Only Su Yuntao, standing beside them, gasped in surprise. Could it be that this person is indeed a soul Douluo level powerhouse? Sending a soul Douluo to escort him, Su Sheng's status is truly impressive. Su Sheng helped the old man up and smiled. "You don't have to do this. Let's hurry," and set off. With just a little display of skill, hadn't he made the old man obedient? The old man nodded gratefully, his fondness for Su Sheng growing even stronger. With such terrifying talent and the means to win people's hearts, this child is bound to be extraordinary in the future. No, he should have been extraordinary from the moment his martial soul awakened. He is destined to be a tidal Douluo at the peak of the continent. The old man turned around and coldly shouted at the people from the Spirit Hall, "Yes, people from the Spirit Hall, listen up. Protect His Highness Su Sheng with all your might. No mistakes allowed." Standing beside them, Su Yuntao, unsure what to do, cautiously said that, "My lord." The old man's icy gaze swept over Su Yuntao, scaring him so much that he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Then, with a troubled expression, he explained to Su Sheng, "Your Highness Su Sheng, the Pope only instructed us to escort you to Spirit City, but I'm afraid." Su Sheng glanced at Su Yuntao, who was trembling beside him with an incredibly frustrated expression, and for a moment, he wanted to laugh. However, in the original work, Bibi Dong was always decisive and unwavering. This meant that even if he wanted to bring Su Yuntao along, it would be beyond his capability. He then raised his lips and teased, "Little Taozi, since that's the case, you won't be going with me, right? I'll take care of you in the future." Su Yuntao was quite self-aware and knew that he wouldn't receive a good reception in Wuhun City, so he nodded and silently stepped back to the side. Su Sheng covered his forehead and secretly complained, "Seeing Xiao Tao like this really makes one feel heartbroken. If one didn't know better, they might think I abandoned him. Well, I'll find a chance to make it up to him later." With this thought, Su Sheng slowly turned around and said with a relaxed expression, "Let's set off." The old man received the command, nodded gently, and replied, "Yes. Your Majesty." Su Sheng set off. At the command, all the members of the Spirit Hall immediately surrounded Su Sheng and began to move quickly. Chapter 9. Entering the Pope's Palace. Spirit City. At this moment, within the Pope's Palace, standing high above, the decorations inside were shimmering with light. However, this grand hall, which should have been filled with brilliance, was now shrouded in a heavy gloom, making the surrounding environment feel somewhat desolate. The Spirit Hall elders, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, were positioned on either side, carefully watching the elegant woman sitting at the highest step, each of her moves exuding grace. This woman was none other than the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Such an elegant woman, Yet she wielded a cold and decisive style, commanding the spirit hall filled with countless powerful individuals. Her skin was as cold and smooth as ice, yet as tender and charming as a peach. Even while seated, one could faintly see her tall stature, draped in a magnificent robe with black patterns and golden borders, making one's heart tremble. In her hand, she lightly held a staff about 2 meters long, encrusted with numerous purple crystals, symbolizing her status as Pope. But the next moment, she radiated an imposing aura that seemed to overshadow even the two titled Douluo, Yuguan and Guimei, both at level 95, who were among the continent's elite. Yuguan withstood the heavy pressure in his heart, cautiously fixated on Bibi Dong, and whispered, "Your Majesty the Pope, we have already notified a sole Douluo to bring that child over." Bibi Dong's eyes showed no fluctuation as she calmly replied, Yuguan, is there a problem?" Yuguan frantically winked at Guimei, who instantly understood, coughed a few times, and asked with confusion, "Your Majesty the Pope, this child might just be a gimmick. We don't need to take it so seriously, right? What if this kid truly has innate soul power at level 90? Then their status will be awkward." The thought of having to discuss matters on equal footing with a mere child was undoubtedly a slap in the face for the two of them. Bibi Dong's expression suddenly turned cold as she reprimanded, Yuguan, Guimei, the spirit hall currently needs to absorb a new generation of elite talents. You two don't need to hide your little thoughts from me. You are merely afraid that Sheng is too young, yet has already surpassed your status. If the spirit hall truly followed their foolish thinking, it wouldn't have developed to this point. Suddenly, the sharp words frightened Yuguan and Guimei, causing them to kneel on one knee, extremely anxious as they said, "Your Majesty the Pope, forgive us." After shooting them a glance, Bibi Dong leaned slightly against the chair behind her, slowly closed her eyes, and murmured, "If he really has innate soul power at level 90. After about 8 or 9 hours, Sheng and the others finally arrived inside Wuhun City, along with the people from the Wuhun Hall. Sheng curiously observed the spirit city, noting that the entire city was arranged in a circular layout. Looking up, he could clearly see the flow of people and the shops around him. Although Spirit City was nominally part of the Dou Empire, it was almost entirely under the control of the Spirit Hall. This was due to the presence of the Pope's palace, which meant that even the army of the Dou Empire could not interfere too much. A Soul Douluo suddenly stopped and kindly asked Sheng, "Your Highness, we have arrived at Spirit City. Do you need to prepare anything?" If an ordinary person were to hear about an audience with the Pope, they would feel very anxious, and he was reminding Sheng to be prepared. Sheng smiled gracefully and said plainly, "It's no trouble at all. However, we cannot keep His Holiness the Pope waiting because of me." The Contra powerhouse secretly sighed at this calm demeanor, thinking to himself that even he could not compare to such composure. He then nodded and suggested, "In that case, please allow me to take your Majesty to the Pope's palace. It is heavily guarded and absolutely safe." Sheng nodded slightly, then said, "Please lead the way." One could only say that Sheng was too good at hiding his emotions. How could he not be excited about meeting Bibi Dong? She was the embodiment of beauty and disaster in the original story, with extremely formidable strength. If he had to choose a woman to be his wife in the Douluo Continent, Sheng would definitely choose Bibi Dong. Of course, excluding the matter of nearly killing Qian Xuanji. Under the guidance of a powerful soul Douluo, Sheng smoothly entered the Hall of the Pope. On the way to the top level of the Hall of the Pope, there were numerous guards, with heavy soldiers stationed at almost every checkpoint. It was basically impossible to sneak in with such tight defenses. Just as they were about to enter the highest level of the Hall of the Pope, Sheng and his companion were stopped. Two Soul Kings stepped forward and blocked their way, sternly commanding, "Halt. No entry without orders. You cannot enter the Hall of the Pope." Then Sheng saw the Soul Douluo beside him take out a token from his pocket. When the two Soul Kings saw the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit engraved on the token, their tone became respectful, "My lord." The Soul Douluo then coldly snorted, "Go inform His Holiness the Pope that Sheng has been brought here." Although Sheng knew this was their duty, the tone still made him feel displeased. How could a dignified Soul Douluo endure such disrespect? One of the Soul Kings nodded and went to report to the back. The other Soul King, with a fawning expression, said, "My lord, please wait a moment." The Soul King who went to report carefully stepped into the Hall of the Pope, lowered his head, and bowed. Reporting to His Holiness the Pope, "There is a person outside named Sheng who wishes to see you." Bibi Dong, Moonlight, and Ghost Shadow all looked at him, and Ghost Shadow's expression darkened. However, he didn't dare to voice his thoughts, only silently venting his frustration. Suddenly, Bibi Dong opened her eyes and coldly said, "Let them in." The Soul King, relieved, replied, "Yes, your holiness." After saying that, he left the hall of the Pope. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Bibi Dong, Moonlight, and Ghost Shadow, the Soul Douluo brought Su Sheng into the hall. The former bowed respectfully and said, "Your holiness, Su Sheng has been brought in." A clear and melodious voice came from Bibi Dong's lips. "You may leave now." Only then did Su Sheng realize he was still standing there in a daze. After a few twitches at the corner of his mouth, he quickly turned and left. Su Sheng raised his eyes, and his bright gaze instantly locked onto Bibi Dong on the throne. Once he saw her stunningly beautiful face, he couldn't help but feel delighted inside, exclaiming, "Wow, she's even more beautiful than I imagined, hundreds of times more." That aloof aura is totally the vibe of a mature woman. This is a win. Coming to the Spirit Hall was definitely a wise choice. Upon seeing this, Zhu Hua's eyes lit up. He finally found a good opportunity to vent. In the next moment, a pressure from a tidal law erupted from his body and slammed towards Su Sheng as he playfully said, "How bold! To see Her Majesty the Pope and not bow." Su Sheng felt goosebumps all over at the androgynous voice. The pressure from Zhu Huaguan did not stir even a ripple when it met Su Sheng. They were both level 90. Although his first martial soul had no soul rings, it was not something Zhu Huaguan could suppress merely with his pressure. This move directly caused a flicker of wariness in Zhu Huaguan's eyes. He squinted, realizing that this kid could actually withstand his pressure. After Su Sheng and Chrysanthemum's gaze met, the former's lips curled up slightly. The nearby Chrysanthemum naturally noticed this small gesture and was almost furious, gritting his teeth and thinking, "This little brat actually dares to mock me." Su Sheng chose to ignore the Chrysanthemum pass, slightly bowed, and redirected his gaze to Bibi Dong, respectfully saying, "Su Sheng has seen your holiness." Chapter 10. Do you wish to be my disciple? Please vote for me. Upon seeing Su Sheng not shying away from her gaze, but rather daring stare directly into her eyes, Bibi Dong knew that this child was extraordinary. She slightly parted her thin lips and said, "Your name is Su Sheng, right?" Su Sheng, neither humble nor arrogant, said to the Pope, "If there is no second Su Sheng coming to Soul Master City, then it is me." The ghostly eyes that had long been displeased flashed with a blood-red color as he coldly said, "Kid, are you looking for death? Don't think that just because you have some talent, you can be unreasonable in front of His Holiness the Pope." 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose from beneath his feet. Suddenly, a ghostly figure emanating a cold, dark aura appeared behind the ghostly figure, closely adhering to his back, its bright red pupils sending chills down one's spine. Then his first soul ring shone brightly, and the ghostly figure coldly shouted, "First soul skill." "Ghost Shadow." The red-eyed ghost behind him trembled, and a residual image appeared behind him, transforming into a mass of black gas that surged toward Su Sheng in the next moment. This guy dares to be so disrespectful to the Pope. How will he treat him and the Chrysanthemum Pass afterward? He must be made to suffer a bit to understand that even among tidal Douluo, there's a gap. Su Sheng's pupils suddenly constricted as he gazed at the swiftly approaching evil black cloud. He couldn't help but take a step back, just a step away. The black cloud was about to strike Su Sheng. "Stop!" Bibi Dong's cold voice, accompanied by the purple gold scepter in her hand, made everyone present shudder. Gui Mei immediately bent down, realizing his mistake in an instant, and quickly retracted the ghostly shadow that was about to hit Su Sheng. A trace of displeasure appeared on Zhu Huaguan's lowered face as he secretly cursed Gui Mei, the old ghost, thinking that if he had acted just a bit faster, an accident could have been created. The Pope would definitely not turn against us over a genius who was already disabled. This guy is indeed as timid and fearful as his martial spirit. Bibi Dong's serious phoenix eyes scanned Gui Mei, then glanced at Zhu Huaguan. "If you act recklessly again, don't blame me for being merciless." Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei both bowed yes. "Your Holiness." Su Sheng suppressed the racing excitement in his heart, feeling scared. Next time, you should avoid being so reckless. Having soul power without a suitable soul ring is of no use. Even just that ordinary 100-year soul ring made him feel like he was on the brink of death. Seeing Zhu Huaguan and Yu Mei bowing their heads in silence, Bibi Dong then ordered Su Sheng in an undeniable tone, "Su Sheng, since you possess innate soul power at level 90, release your martial soul now." Su Sheng slightly nodded, slowly extending his right hand. With a thought, a cluster of begonia flowers, nourished by blood, gathered together. Then, the transformed Nine Heart Begonia gradually solidified, swirling with astonishing killing intent as it emerged from his palm. The entire spirit hall was tinged with a hint of crimson due to this intense soul power. This scene caused Bibi Dong and the others to pause their breathing. The former took a deep breath, her gaze filled with a hint of nostalgia as she murmured softly, "This spirit is indeed such pure evil." It bore many similarities to her own spider spirit. However, the one who felt it most profoundly was Zhu Hua, who also possessed a plant spirit. He secretly exclaimed that this kid's spirit actually made his own chrysanthemum spirit feel a tendency to submit. On the other side, Gui Mei was wide-eyed, speechless, realizing that although it was merely a plant spirit, the accompanying killing intent far exceeded his own spirit. They were simply not on the same level. He sensed two distinct auras from the Nine Hearts Blood Begonia, extreme evil and boundless killing intent. A flash of brilliance passed through Bibi Dong's eyes as she calmly said, "Put it away." Upon hearing this, Su Sheng slowly clenched his palm and withdrew the Nine Hearts Blood Lotus. Without the influence of the Nine Hearts Blood Lotus, the anomalies within the spirit hall also vanished. Su Sheng's lips curled into a slight arc as he smiled and asked, "I wonder how Your Holiness the Pope feels? This Nine Heart Blood Lotus, although just a plant, is on the same level as Qianrenchue's angel spirit, a top-tier spirit." He was quite confident about it. The coldness on Bibi Dong's face melted a little as she generously praised, "Not bad, possessing such an extreme, evil spirit and having innate soul power at level 90. Your future is limitless." Zhu Huaguan sighed dejectedly, "It's over. Hearing Your Holiness, the Pope's words. My position and that of Gui Mei are really going to be shaken by this kid." Gui Mei looked at Zhu Huaguan's expression, and he too felt a bit troubled. "Is it coming?" Su Sheng narrowed his eyes, sensing that Bibi Dong was about to show a high-energy reaction. On the throne, Bibi Dong's cold, frosty face barely managed to form a smile as she said, "Su Sheng, I wonder if you would be willing to become my disciple?" The gazes of Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei also focused on Su Sheng, and they naturally did not wish for the latter to agree. Su Sheng secretly thought to himself that it was indeed the case. After Bibi Dong saw his martial soul and talent, the first thing she thought of was to recruit him. On the surface, she was asking him, but he knew that if he didn't agree, there was no way he could leave the spirit hall without a soul ring. However, what does this have to do with his ambition of being a salted fish? A beautiful woman actively seeking to be his master. Not agreeing would be a betrayal of his own heart. "I am willing. However, Your Holiness, I have one condition. I wonder if he can grant it." Su Sheng stared seriously at Bibi Dong. As soon as he said this, Gui Mei and Zhu Huaguan both smirked. Zhu Huaguan felt a surge of delight. His Holiness despised others making demands of her. This kid was looking for death. Gui Mei thought this kid was doomed today. He could already imagine the furious expression on his Holiness's face. But they were disappointed. Bibi Dong was not angry, just slightly furrowing her beautiful brows. "What condition?" Bibi Dong's words hit Zhu Huaguan like a heavy hammer, leaving him dazed. What the hell? His Holiness is actually not angry. Gui Mei despairingly closed his eyes. Was this kid's talent already sufficient to earn his Holiness's tolerance? It was over. It was really over. Su Sheng straightened his back and spoke clearly to His Holiness the Pope. "I can become your disciple and also pledge allegiance to the Spirit Hall. But I hope that when I request to temporarily leave the Spirit Hall in the future, you will not stop me." Why did Su Sheng make this request? Of course, he couldn't possibly stay in the Spirit Hall for a lifetime. Outside, there are plenty of beautiful ladies and countless delicious foods. Even a salted fish has aspirations. Bibi Dong pressed her soft lips together, beginning to weigh the pros and cons in her mind. After a while, she said expressionlessly, "I can agree to you. However, I also have conditions." Gui Mei felt as if another arrow had struck his heart, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. "What? Your Holiness, you are spoiling this guy too much." He never expected Bibi Dong would agree to such an absurd suggestion from this kid. Zhu Huaguan patted his blocked little heart, feeling extremely wronged. "You don't get angry even after touching your bottom line repeatedly, but old Gui and I only said one wrong thing and got scolded. Boo-hoo, I'm feeling unbalanced." Chapter 11. Starting with a beautiful master and 3 soul bones. Su Sheng's gaze flickered a few times, and with a calm expression, he said, "Your Highness the Pope, please go ahead." He thought Bibi Dong would decisively refuse, and if so, he would seek an alternative. But it seemed like there might be a chance. Bibi Dong suddenly stood up from the throne, outlining her tall figure, but her sharp eyes seemed to want to see through Su Sheng's youthful body to his soul. And she coldly said, My requirement is that regardless of how long you plan to leave, you must participate in the national elite competition on the continent in a few years. The people below, including Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei, looked shocked, completely unable to guess Bibi Dong's thoughts. Zhu Huaguan thought for a moment and looked at Gui Mei. Elite competition? Isn't that still a long way off? Gui Mei shook his head, signaling that he also didn't know. If it was just for the purpose of winning the elite competition later, then it was completely unnecessary. Because the geniuses nurtured by their spirit hall were fully capable of winning. Su Sheng let out a quiet sigh of relief, the corners of his mouth lifting into a slight arc as he respectfully clasped his fists and said, "Disciple, Su Sheng pays his respects to the teacher." Seeing that she couldn't derive any useful information from Su Sheng's cheek, Bibi Dong sat back down on the imperial throne. With a serious expression, she said, "Very well, Su Sheng, from now on, you will be my disciple, Bibi Dong, and you'll also be the holy son of the Spirit Hall." After enduring for so long, Zhu Huaguan finally couldn't suppress his impatience. He could understand what Bibi Dong had said before, but Su Sheng had just joined the Spirit Hall, and she was already making him the holy son. This was simply too perfunctory. Moreover, who knew if this kid had ulterior motives? Thus, he stepped forward under great pressure, his expression awkward as he said, "Your Holiness, this may not be appropriate." Gui may have become much smarter this time, shrinking back a bit and praying in his heart, "Little Jew, it's not that I, old Gui, don't follow you. But don't you realize the position this kid holds in the eyes of your Holiness? If you provoke her now, you must be tired of living." After repeatedly going against his own words, Zhu Huaguan noticed Bibi Dong's expression gradually becoming displeased. "What is inappropriate?" Zhu Huaguan trembled all over, but having already spoken, he could only brace himself and continue, hoping Bibi Dong would change her mind. He bent down and explained, "This kid, Su Sheng, has just joined the Spirit Hall, and you're already making him the Holy Son. The younger generation of the Spirit Hall may not accept this." Beside him, Su Sheng watched him frantically calling out to himself with a cold gaze, resting his chin in thought. How could this little Jew be so clueless? Should I find a chance to deal with him? His first martial spirit had no soul rings, and even if he obtained a soul ring, with Zhu Huaguan's rich combat experience, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to beat him. Just then, he seemed to think of something, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted. "Can't kill you, but I'm not afraid of exhausting you. Today, let you be a free fighter." Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, slowly picked up the purple crystal scepter, and then slammed it down onto the ground. From her graceful figure, 9 intimidating soul rings slowly rose. Yellow, purple, 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 black. Black, black, black. The first few soul rings were stronger than the standard configuration, and when the last blood-red 100,000-year soul ring rose, the entire Spirit Hall was engulfed in a tempest, as if everything was under Bibi Dong's control. Only then did she coldly declare, "I, Bibi Dong, am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Who dares to defy?" This imposing demeanor made Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei not dare to meet her gaze, except for Su Sheng, who was shining with excitement, constantly praising, "So cool." At that moment, he just wanted to say, "To hell with Shrek, Star Luo, and the Heavendou Empire." This was the unique charm that Bibi Dong possessed. In calmness, she was like a flat boat. In anger, she could make mountains collapse and rivers dry up. Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei felt a sense of foreboding and bowed apologetically, saying, "Your Holiness, we did not mean to defy you. Please forgive us. What we just said was due to our subordinates' indiscretion. Please forgive us." Bibi Dong's cold face showed no signs of softening as she spat out a single word, "Scram." Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei waited with troubled hearts for Bibi Dong's response. Upon hearing it clearly, their hearts finally settled. After slightly bowing, they quickly left the area. If Bibi Dong became angry, with her decisive and ruthless character, she could kill them without anyone daring to say a word. In the future, both he and old Jew would have to be more cautious to avoid truly igniting a fire in the city gate. Your martial spirit belongs to the extreme evil. It should have certain defects, right? After Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei left, Bibi Dong said lightly, looking at Su Sheng's back. Su Sheng felt a chill in her heart. How could Bibi Dong know this? She nodded and replied, "Yes, teacher, my martial soul, Nine Heart Blood Begonia, needs to be nourished frequently with blood and soul, otherwise it will gradually wither." What Su Sheng said is true. Although this martial soul is very powerful, it must be nourished with blood and soul within a certain period of time, or will wither away until it disappears. He feels that his martial soul is likely the first one on the continent with such a limitation, right? A martial soul that can wither after awakening. Bibi Dong suddenly turned around, staring at the corner of Su Sheng's mouth, murmuring about blood, soul nourishment. This condition is much harsher than she imagined. She frowned slightly, then relaxed, and said, "In a while, let Elder Ju and Elder Gui accompany you to the Dou Forest to hunt soul beasts, and use the blood and soul of the soul beasts to nourish your martial soul." Su Sheng pretended to be grateful and said, "Thank you, teacher." Deep down, he felt pleased, thinking that his plan had succeeded. Little chrysanthemum, just wait and see. I will make you exhausted. Should he let them fight the Titan giant ape or the heavenly azure bull python? Immunasia. Bibi Dong looked at Su Sheng, a bit lost in thought, and slowly shook her head, softly saying, "There's no need for that. Since you are my disciple, these 3 soul bones will be your welcome gift." With a wave of the purple crystal staff in her hand, a colorful light appeared where she passed, and 3 soul bones materialized in midair. Guided by Bibi Dong's soul power, they flew up and hovered in front of Su Sheng. These 3 soul bones were obtained by the former Pope, Qian Xuanji, through hunting soul beasts. Naturally, they fell into her hands after Bibi Dong killed him. Su Sheng looked at the soul bones in front of him, feeling completely bewildered. What the hell? Starting off with a beautiful teacher and even getting 3 soul bones as a bonus? So why do those other transmigrators oppose the Spirit Hall? Isn't this great? Seeing Su Sheng's dazed expression, Bibi Dong's mouth curled up slightly, though it was hard to tell if she was smiling. And then she quickly vanished. Bibi Dong slowly closed her eyes, her grip on the purple crystal staff tightening even more. Take it. You need to absorb 9 soul rings for the time being, and you'll need the soul bones to support you and relieve the pressure that the powerful soul rings will place on your immature body. Otherwise, you won't survive for 2 years. Su Sheng put away the soul bone, then frowned, feeling a chill in his heart. Not living past 2 years? He really didn't know about that. He thought that if he hadn't joined the Spirit Hall and hadn't received the soul bone from Bibi Dong, he would. His Chapter 12. Dou Forest. Bibi Dong nodded and solemnly reminded him. That's right. Moreover, after you absorb the soul ring, you must not easily use soul skills above the 6th soul ring in these years. Otherwise, even with the soul bone, you might not die, but will be severely injured. In her entire life, Bibi Dong had only accepted 1 female disciple, who was the saintess of the Spirit Hall, Hu Liena. Now, seeing Su Sheng's talent and temperament far surpassing his peers, she had the thought of accepting him as her disciple. Therefore, as long as Su Sheng could become her future support, she would do her utmost to cultivate him. Su Sheng's eyes flickered a few times. He originally just wanted to see what the stunningly beautiful Bibi Dong looked like. But now, what he saw more was the personal charm that surpassed her appearance. Perhaps this is one of the reasons she is able to lead the Spirit Hall. Su Sheng nodded slightly, staring seriously at Bibi Dong. "Thank you, teacher. I am very lucky to become your disciple." Luck is certain. Not only did he save his life, but he also obtained 3 soul bones. He even doubted that he had switched identities with Tang San, believing that he was the destined child of Douluo Continent. Bibi Dong's body suddenly trembled, then she turned around, her gaze slightly raised. With a shake of the purple crystal staff, cold words were spoken from her thin lips. "Leave." Su Sheng slightly pursed his lips and said, "Teacher, I'll take my leave now." After speaking, Su Sheng turned around and decisively walked out of the main hall. Only then did Bibi Dong turn back. Looking at Su Sheng's departing figure, her still cold cheeks glistening with a few drops of something clear. "Xiao Gang, he really resembles you in every aspect." As Su Sheng just stepped out of the main hall, he saw Gui Mei and Zhu Hua Guan rushing towards him, looking frantic. They angrily shouted, "Kid, hurry up and tell us what you talked about with His Holiness the Pope, or don't blame us for being rude." Gui Mei exuded a chilling aura, coldly saying, "Speak up, otherwise I'll kill you." Faced with this pressure, Su Sheng raised his head and smiled innocently, saying, "My teacher said to let the 2 of you take me to hunt soul beasts and absorb soul rings. As for what kind of soul beast, that's up to me to decide." Zhu Huaguan showed a suspicious expression and asked in surprise, "Is that all?" On the side, Gui Mei coldly pointed out, "Kid, if that were the case, how could His Holiness the Pope let you stay in there for so long?" Su Sheng found it both laughable and helpless. Are these 2 really titled Douluo? With such heavy suspicion, it seems that his arrival has indeed affected their status. He helplessly explained to Zhu Dao and Fei Dao that they really hadn't talked about much. The teacher had just accepted him as a student. What else could they do? Zhu Huaguan turned to Gui Mei and asked, "Old ghost, what do you think?" Gui Mei glanced at the grand hall ahead, then looked at Su Sheng a few more times. After seeing that he had no suspicious behavior, he slowly said, "His Holiness the Pope is wise." Zhu Huaguan covered his forehead and exclaimed, "Old ghost, what are you thinking? That is not what I meant. I'm talking about how His Holiness the Pope asked us to take this kid to hunt soul beasts. What do you think we should do? It's hard to believe that two titled Douluo would not enjoy their status, but instead have to babysit this little brat." Gu Mei rolled his eyes and said, "Since His Holiness the Pope has commanded it, what else can we do? We go. He doesn't want to die young, and it's just accompanying a little kid to hunt soul beasts. We've endured such difficult times before. Is this a big deal?" Gu Mei fixed his gaze on Su Sheng's face and said, "Kid, the Dou Forest is too dangerous for you. We're preparing to take you to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts." Su Sheng furrowed his brows and said to the two elders, "Shouldn't the Pope's palace be closer to the Dou Forest? Why not just stay here? The soul beasts in the Dou Forest are definitely more numerous than those in the Sunset Forest, making it easier for me to match my soul rings." Hua Guoguan widened his eyes and scolded, "Kid, are you trying to get yourself killed? If you want to hunt soul rings over 10,000 years old, you might enter the core of the Dou Forest, where there are soul beasts that even we can't handle." Gu Mei also frowned and reminded him, "Kid, you need to think carefully. If you rashly enter, we can't guarantee your safety." This was the person His Holiness had instructed them to take care of. If he lost his life, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Seeing that the two were not inclined to agree to his request, Su Sheng's expression suddenly changed to one of immense admiration. It was time to showcase his true acting skills. He earnestly grasped the sleeves of Gu Mei and Hua Guoguan, his eyes shining with starlight-like admiration. "The reason I asked my teacher to let you accompany me to hunt soul beasts is because I believe in your powerful abilities. Those soul beasts are definitely no match for you two. Hey, this little brat has quite the sweet tongue." Seeing Su Sheng's admiring gaze, Hua Guoguan felt his vanity greatly satisfied at that moment. He glanced at Gu Mei, then coughed lightly a few times and suggested, "Old ghost, why don't we do as the kid says and hunt in the Dou Forest? The Sunset Forest is still quite a distance away." The previous words softened Gu Mei's heart a bit as he crossed his arms and turned his head haughtily. "Fine. Since this kid wants to go, then let him go. Just don't blame us if he dies." Su Sheng pretended to be grateful and said, "Thank you, two elders. Look at this. This is impeccable acting. Even with villains like Gu Mei and Zhu Huaguan, I can blend in with them." The Dou Forest is one of the three major soul beast habitats on the Douluo Continent. Its area is almost equal to that of the Barak Kingdom, spanning the borders of the Heaven Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Among this, 2/5 of the area is in the Heaven Dou Empire, while the remaining 3/5 is in the Star Luo Empire. It is a vast primitive forest with complex terrain, including wetlands and swamps. The soul beasts, they're also extremely terrifying. The closer one gets to the center of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts become. At this moment, Su Sheng, following Gu Mei and Zhu Huaguan, reached the entrance to the outer edge of the Dou Forest in just a few hours. Su Sheng looked at the vast and boundless forest ahead and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the Dou Forest? It's so huge." As soon as he stepped into the Dou Forest, he could feel an infinite vitality, along with a faint, alluring scent of blood. In an instant, it seemed as if he had truly returned to the primordial forest. Yuguan glanced at Su Sheng's surprised expression and said, "Let's go." This is the outskirts of the Dou Forest, where the soul beasts that appear are mostly 10 or 100 years old. With your level 90 soul power, there's no need to pay attention to these scraps, especially the plant-type soul beasts, as it's even harder to find suitable plants. After all, plants are inherently weak, and only a very small portion can survive in the forest filled with soul beasts. Chapter 13, Bloodthirsty Hornet, a 30,000-year-old soul beast. Su Sheng noted that, and the three gradually began to walk deeper from the entrance of the starry forest. Along the way, Su Sheng encountered many strange soul beasts, such as the mandrake snake, which was 2 meters long, gray-black, coiling around thick branches, its deep purple eyes mixed with dark vertical pupils glaring intently, occasionally flicking its tongue to assert its dominance. There were also mutated mantises hunting, evolved to a size of 1 meter, especially with their sharp double blades, easily slicing through a rock. At that moment, Su Sheng was observing his surroundings, searching for a suitable soul beast, but these levels were too low for him. Yuguan suddenly stopped, curiously turned to Su Sheng, and squinted as he asked, "Kid, can you tell me which direction you plan to develop your martial soul?" Next to him, Gu Mei, hearing what Yuguan said, also looked at Su Sheng with a watchful attitude. In his view, Su Shang's martial soul should be a mutated Nine Heart Tang, and it should be even more terrifying. However, according to reason, the Nine Heart Tang's pure healing ability even surpasses the continent's #1 support martial soul, the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. But this kid's martial soul is extremely evil, and developing it towards control might be better. Su Shang was taken aback for a moment, then came to his senses and pondered, I haven't thought about that yet, but it should develop towards the support system, right? Just a few days ago, he had just awakened his martial soul, and indeed had not considered what direction it would take. However, deep down, Su Shang still felt that the support system suited him better. After all, he really just wanted to be an inconspicuous idle fish. After hearing this, Yuan burst out laughing and sarcastically mocked. Support system? Are you sure you're not joking, kid? Your kind of purely evil martial soul is completely different from the Nine Hearts Begonia. Don't end up killing your teammates. Su Shang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and retorted with a smile to Elder Ju. Your martial soul must be a chrysanthemum, right? Even such an incredibly weak martial soul has offensive capabilities. How can my martial soul not become a support-type soul master? Talking big? The happier you laugh now, the more embarrassed you'll be when you hunt soul beasts later. As soon as Yuan heard this, he furiously shouted, Bullshit, kid. You are ignorant. My martial soul is the heavenly chrysanthemum, a top-tier plant martial soul. His martial soul was certainly not an ordinary plant martial soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't have successfully cultivated to the rank of a 95th level title Douluo. There are hardly any in the entire continent, which proves the strength of his martial soul. Gu Mei's face flashed with displeasure, and he frowned, coldly stopping them. You two, shut up. Yu Guan, who was filled with anger, glared fiercely at Su Shang, then secretly mocked, Damn kid, wait until you encounter a 10,000-year-soul beast and see if you still have the guts to shout. This kid is just someone who came from a small place. He probably hasn't even seen a soul beast. Let's scare him with a soul beast later. Heh. Su Shang, sensing the change in Yu Guan's expression, felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that Yu Guan was planning something later. Suddenly, a violent, buzzing sound began to fill the surroundings. Yu Guan, who was the first to sense it among the three, suddenly opened his eyes wide, stepped forward, and stood in front of the two. He took a cautious deep breath and looked at Gu Mei, Old Ghost. You protect that kid well. A big guy is coming up ahead. If nothing unexpected happened, this upcoming creature would be nearly 30,000 years old. Seeing that Yu Guan wasn't joking, Gu Mei cautiously protected Su Shang, circling around him. But he grumbled discontentedly, Got it. If this guy dies, our lives will be tough. Su Shang looked curiously ahead and softly remarked, What kind of creature can make both the chrysanthemum pass and the ghostly charm cautious? It seems this old beast is unusual. Sure enough, amidst the resounding buzzing sound, a massive yellow wasp suddenly surged out from the grass ahead, diving towards the three of them. This wasp was at least 4 to 5 meters in size, with its tail filled with highly toxic stingers. Yu Guan's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, It's a bloodthirsty wasp. It has potent poison, and its age is nearly 30,000 years. Kid, what kind of big fellow have you summoned? Su Shang rolled his eyes behind him, secretly criticizing. How would I know? But you, a title Douluo, are scared like this by a 30,000-year-old beast. Feels a bit unreliable, doesn't it? If the chrysanthemum pass is so timid, then the guy next to him surely isn't very reliable either. The combat power of the bloodthirsty wasp isn't particularly strong, but it possesses extremely tough defenses, especially its toxic needles, which are the most troublesome. It also has a characteristic: once it smells blood, it will not stop until it kills. This is why even a title Douluo would be unwilling to provoke it lightly unless necessary. If a fight breaks out, thousands of toxic needles will be flying towards them, which would be quite a delightful experience. Faced with such a creature, Yu Guan had to go all out, with 9 terrifying soul rings emerging from beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. In an instant, the terrifying aura of a level 95 title Douluo surged forth. The flying bloodthirsty wasp seemed to sense Yu Guan's terror and suddenly took a step back, its numerous small eyes filled with caution, no longer diving towards him. Seeing the scene, Yu Guan let out a sigh of relief and turned to Ghostly Charm and Su Shang, raising his eyebrows smugly. Fortunately, this guy is wary of my powerful strength. It doesn't dare. Ghostly Charm, watching the bloodthirsty wasp take advantage of Yu Guan's moment of distraction to charge, warned, Be careful. Yu Guan instinctively turned around, only to see a massive figure charging towards him. He quickly sidestepped and narrowly dodged the bloodthirsty wasp's impact, igniting his rage. Damn. You little creature. Today, I won't let you off. Being a titled Douluo nearly taken down by this sneaky little pest was absolutely unforgivable. Such an absurd scene made Su Sheng's eyelids twitch, and he leaned closer to Ghostly Charm, whispering, Elder Ghost, is it because of you that Elder Chrysanthemum has been able to survive so difficultly? The fact that Chrysanthemum Pass, with such a careless personality, managed to cultivate to a titled Douluo without being killed is indeed strange, right? He seriously suspected it was because of Ghostly Charm's presence, compensating for that guy's lack of awareness. Caught off guard by Su Sheng's question, Ghostly Charm coughed and replied nonchalantly, of course. Otherwise, that guy, despite being a titled Douluo, would have died countless times. In his hand, an unusually large Qirong Tong Tianju appeared, and he shouted, Third Soul Skill Breath Barrier. The Qirong Tong Tianju instantly split into countless petals as hard as steel, enveloping the area around the bloodthirsty wasp, then erupted with a strong ripple, gradually covering it with a pale white light, the immense pressure directly crashing towards the bloodthirsty wasp. A wailing sound erupted from its mouth as the flying bloodthirsty wasp fell to the ground like it had been struck by a heavy hammer, creating a large dent. Yue Guan floated in the air, standing on the Qirong Tong Tianju, looking at the bloodthirsty wasp lying in the pit, feeling an instant thrill. Then, a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes as he charged towards the bloodthirsty wasp. Prepare to die. In the direct line of Yue Guan's charge towards the bloodthirsty wasp, the supposedly downed creature suddenly stood up, spinning its massive body and glaring at Yue Guan with its blood-red eyes. In the next moment, countless toxic needles shot out from its tail, densely packed, and launched at Yue Guan. This scene clearly showed the bloodthirsty wasp's formidable defense. Having endured a blow from a titled Douluo without any issue, Yue Guan squinted at the hair-raising toxic needles and disdainfully said, just a trivial trick. Fifth soul skill. Hurricane reaching sky. Did this simple-minded soul beast really think it could trick him? Moreover, did it really think those few toxic needles could harm him? As the words fell, the Qirong Tong Tianju instantly unleashed a sky full of iron petals, spinning rapidly. In a split second, it formed a violent whirlwind that directly charged forward. Those densely packed toxic needles were instantly blown away by the raging wind. Seeing its trick fail against this man, the bloodthirsty wasp seemed to sense great unease and quickly flapped its wings, attempting to fly into the sky. Yue Guan immediately recognized the creature's intention and coldly shouted, Want to fly? Then I'll cut your wings off. Sixth soul skill, golden petals radiating sunset. The Qirong Tong Tianju soared into the sky. And similar to the bloodthirsty wasp's earlier attack, these petals glowed with a strong golden light, densely falling towards the ground. This was Yue Guan's area attack soul skill. While its power and range couldn't compare to the earlier skills, it excelled in quantity. These massive petals ruthlessly sliced through the bloodthirsty wasp's body, cutting it like flowing light, leaving thin traces of pale, purple blood on its skin in no time. Its wings were also successfully severed under this intense assault, and a pair of large yet thin wings fell to the ground. Su Sheng observed the fiercely fighting Yue Guan and smiled. Not bad. Elder Ju has suffered loss. His intelligence has increased. This Elder Ju has just experienced a setback against the bloodthirsty Huang Feng. If he falls for it again, he will lower the level of a titled Douluo. Gui may watch the bloodthirsty Huang Feng being pushed back by Yue Guan and said lightly, Kid, if this bloodthirsty Huang Feng had a plant martial soul, it would be great, as it could just provide you with a soul ring. But unfortunately, the bloodthirsty Huang Feng is indeed quite suitable for Su Sheng. If he absorbs its soul ring, perhaps Su Sheng's 9 Hearts Blood Lotus martial soul will gain familiarity with toxins, and with some luck, he might even obtain a wide-range attack soul skill. A big question mark appeared on Su Sheng's forehead. He was a bit confused. Why was this soul beast a pity? He just happened to have his eye on this bloodthirsty yellow bee. He immediately spoke up, Elder Gay, I've made up my mind. My first soul ring will be this bloodthirsty yellow bee. Gui Mei looked at Su Sheng with a face that seemed to say, Are you kidding me? His mouth twitched. Kid, your martial soul is a plant-type martial soul. If you absorb this animal-type soul ring, you might explode and die from rejection. Everyone on the continent knows that plant-type souls cannot absorb animal-type soul rings, and vice versa. Animal-type souls also cannot absorb plant-type soul rings. This kid saying he wants to absorb the soul ring of the bloodthirsty yellow bee must be out of his mind. Moreover, this is a 30,000-year-old soul beast. Even his and Yu Guan's 9 soul rings are only 80,000 years. If this guy absorbs it, who knows if he'll die on the spot. Su Sheng suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought to himself that today's soul masters do not agree with the master's 10 core theories. No wonder they were so surprised. He glanced at Gui Mei's extremely vigilant face and knew that without some tricks, this martial soul would definitely be in trouble. Therefore, Su Sheng calmly covered his mouth and coughed a few times, smiling at Gui Mei, his words filled with confidence. Elder Gui, I'm not joking. My martial soul is a bit special. It can absorb the soul rings of all soul beasts. Upon hearing this, Gui Mei's brows furrowed slightly. He had seen Su Sheng's martial soul and could say it was even more powerful than the top plant martial souls of the chrysanthemum sect. The confidence on this kid's face didn't seem fake. Could it be that he really could absorb animal soul rings? Realizing this conclusion, he trembled all over, looking at Su Sheng as if he were a monster. Wow, a plant type absorbing animal type. This was likely to create a new precedent. After pondering for a moment, Gui Mei replied, Okay, but this is something you want to absorb yourself. It has nothing to do with me or him. You'd better write a letter. If something goes wrong, I need to have an explanation for both of us. Gui Mei was not an impulsive person. If Su Sheng wanted to absorb this soul ring, fine, he wouldn't interfere. But he had to leave something to prove there was no connection between himself, Su Sheng, and the chrysanthemum sect. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the wrath of Pope Bibi Dong. Just thinking about how the Pope looked the last time he was angry filled his heart with immense fear. Su Sheng smiled faintly and thanked the ghost elder. After receiving the parchment handed to him by the ghostly figure, he wrote on it and returned it. The ghostly figure glanced at it before putting it away. With this, he felt much more at ease, using the miraculous mushroom to push back the bloodthirsty yellow bee. Yu Guan watched as the two chatted happily on the side while he was stuck here, grinding monsters. He felt very uncomfortable and turned to the ghostly figure, cursing. I said, Old ghost, don't just watch the show. This soul beast is 30,000 years old, tough and resilient. I can't kill in one go. The ghostly figure glanced at the battered yet still vigorous bloodthirsty yellow bee and then looked at Yu Guan, spreading his hands and saying, Didn't you ask me to protect this guy? Don't tell me you can't even handle this soul beast. Yu Guan glared at him and said, Stop talking nonsense. Quickly help me deal with this soul beast. 9 soul rings rose beneath the ghostly figure's feet, and he rushed forward, feeling quite speechless. After his involvement, facing the attacks of 2 tidal Douluos, the bloodthirsty yellow bee, no matter how strong its defense was now on the verge of collapse, twitching on the ground. Yu Guan wiped the sweat from his forehead, clapped his hands, took a deep breath, and finally said, We did it. This thing is really tough. Let's hurry and leave. The ghostly figure pointed at Su Sheng and rolled his eyes, saying, What do you mean leave? Can't you see this guy hasn't absorbed the soul ring yet? He pulled out a sharp blade from his pocket and threw it to Su Sheng. The latter caught it tightly, walked in front of the bloodthirsty yellow bee, and directly slammed it against its head. A deep, dark soul ring slowly emerged from the corpse of the soul beast. Su Sheng sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to meditate. Watching this scene, Yu Guan said solemnly, Old ghost, this kid is a plant type. Ghostly quickly waved his hand to stop the latter half of his sentence. Then a slight smile appeared on his lips. He said lightly, This kid claims his martial soul can absorb all soul rings, and even if he dies with this thing, it won't implicate us. He gently patted the parchment in his pocket. Chapter 15. Hunt completed. Title Douluo. Wait, isn't this a bit too high profile? Su Sheng frowned. He didn't want to draw everyone's attention every time he revealed his martial soul. The dignity of being a lazy fish didn't allow him to do that. To put it simply, he just wanted to do something different. Lost in thought, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if he had found a new path. He quietly murmured, Since I can't endow the soul rings to the martial soul master, can I try to use the martial soul to attract soul rings and absorb them into the martial soul? This way, not only could the power of the soul rings be preserved, but the soul skills could also achieve a more perfect fusion with the martial soul. However, not knowing what Su Sheng was dawdling about, Yu Guan propped up his chin and patted Ghostly on the shoulder. Old ghost, do you think this kid is scared? He hasn't moved for a long time. Ghostly rolled his eyes at him, then thought for a moment and felt that since it was Su Sheng's first time absorbing a soul ring, he probably didn't know how to absorb it. Thinking of this, he was about to walk over to tell Su Sheng, but just as he reached halfway, Su Sheng finally moved, prompting Ghostly to stop in his tracks. Su Sheng slowly stood up, taking a step back and facing the deep soul ring in front of him. Watching this, Yu Guan was anxious. wishing he could slap him to death. Absorbing a soul ring was taking too long. Impatiently, he shouted, "I say, kid, are you going to absorb it or not? Don't waste our time. We still have to hunt 10,000-year soul beasts for you." Before he could finish, Ghostly interrupted him. "Wait, don't talk yet, this guy." Su Sheng's mind stirred, and the Nine Hearts Blood Lotus slowly blossomed with a blood-red glow from his palm. He tried to control the Nine Hearts Blood Lotus to entice the blood within the corpse of the bloodthirsty Emperor Bi. To his surprise, the once plump body of the deceased bloodthirsty Emperor Bi instantly shriveled, and drops of pure blood began to condense from the flesh. One drop, two drops, one by one. The blood quietly merged into one, forming streams that bubbled like clear springs. Then, they flowed directly towards the petals of the Nine Hearts Blood Lotus. After absorbing this blood, the already crimson Nine Hearts Blood Lotus became even more eerie, its brilliance surpassing before. Yuguan felt a chill run down his spine, quietly shrinking back. Damn, old ghost. This kid's martial soul is incredible. It can actually control the flow of blood. He wasn't afraid of the current Su Sheng, but was terrified of what would happen if this martial soul grew stronger and could directly control the blood of other soul masters. Just thinking about that scene made him break out in a cold sweat. Ghostly seemed to have also noticed the eerie nature of this martial soul, but remained silent, staring intently at Su Sheng's next move. Su Sheng smiled gently at the Nine Heart Blood Begonia in his hand, which was filled with a bloody scent, and softly asked, "If you're full, can you start working now?" To his surprise, the Nine Heart Begonia in his hand trembled and emitted a buzzing sound, as if responding to Su Sheng's words. Delighted by the response, Su Sheng realized that bestowing the soul ring onto the martial soul could indeed be achieved. He took a deep breath and then raised his gaze to the 10,000-year soul ring. He gestured casually with the Nine Heart Blood Begonia floating in his palm. The Nine Heart Begonia immediately understood Su Sheng's intention and began to pull the soul ring closer with its unique ability. Soon, as the 10,000-year soul ring touched the Nine Heart Blood Begonia, it started to be devoured bit by bit. In just a few seconds, the entire 10,000-year soul ring was completely absorbed by the Nine Heart Begonia. Following this, he felt the information about the soul skill in his mind, confirming his success. First soul ring, 30,000 years of cultivation. Soul skill, Blooming Begonia. It releases countless blood begonia petals to slash at enemies, carrying a slight toxicity, successfully injuring the enemy and replenishing itself upon touching the blood. Su Sheng was quite surprised internally by this soul skill, as it seemed to inherit the toxicity and attack methods of the bloodthirsty wasp. But he had to admit that the ability to injure enemies and heal oneself was something he hadn't anticipated. Yu Guan and Gue Mei, who had just witnessed the scene, exchanged glances and hurried over to Su Sheng's side. Yu Guan grabbed Su Sheng's arms eagerly and asked, "Kid, what about the soul ring of the bloodthirsty wasp? Was it devoured by your martial soul?" Gue Mei also inquired curiously, "Kid, quickly tell us, what happened to the soul ring just now?" Su Sheng smiled mysteriously at them. "Didn't you see? I swallowed it." Seeing Su Sheng's annoying expression, even though Yu Guan was very curious and wanted to dig deeper, he disdainfully turned aside and said, "If you don't want to talk, then don't. Who cares?" However, the gaze that was fixed on Su Sheng's Nine Heart Blood Lotus martial soul revealed his thoughts. The ghostly figure also reined in the curiosity on his face, coughed lightly, and said, "You don't seem to have anything to say, so if you don't want to, let's continue hunting the next soul beast." Su Sheng still chuckled a few times, then I'll trouble the two elders. If possible, I'll say some good words for you in front of my teacher. A hint of appreciation flashed in Yu Guan's eyes. This kid was quite perceptive, since he said that they would show mercy and not target him. Enough with the nonsense. Let us quickly hunt the next soul beast. Finally, as night fell, Su Sheng finished hunting the last 80,000-year-old soul beast. This soul beast was so difficult that Yu Guan and Gue Mei had to use their martial soul fusion technique just to barely defeat it. Even Su Sheng almost thought these two would be killed by this soul beast. Yu Guan covered his injured chest, a few drops of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, panting with indignation. "Kid, you must remember the favor of me and old Gue this time. We almost got killed by this soul beast." Gue Mei was also sitting on a nearby wooden stump, covering his mouth and gasping for breath without speaking. To hunt this soul beast, both of their soul power had been excessively depleted. They had both fought hard for themselves. And now Su Sheng felt he should do something for them. He took out 2 bottles of water and handed them over, grinning. "Elder Gue, have some water and take a break. I really appreciate both of you today." Yu Guan and Gue Mei grabbed the bottles and drank deeply, feeling much better. Yuguan felt a bit restless in his heart due to what happened in the morning, and he blinked, testing the waters. We almost risked our lives accompanying you today. So can you tell us about your martial soul, absorbing soul, rings prior? As soon as Su Sheng heard this, he smiled and said, of course, elders. This is my answer. Then, with a wave of his hand, he quietly released the soul rings contained within the 9 Heart Blood Lotus beneath his feet. 9 incredibly deep black soul rings slowly rose from his feet, unleashing a terrifying aura even more formidable than that of Yuguan and Gue Mei. In an instant, the surrounding trees rustled violently, the wind howled incessantly, and even the nearby soul beasts, sensing this horrifying power, fled in panic. This pressure forced both Gue Mei and Yuguan to release their own soul rings in defense. Yuguan and Gue Mei stared at Su Sheng in astonishment. Their thoughts aligned. If this kid could use his soul rings right now, his strength would surely surpass both me and Gue Mei Yuguan. Chapter 16. Anomaly. Seeing the dense black soul rings beneath Su Sheng's feet, Gue Mei helplessly said, Kid, quickly retract your explosive soul power, or we'll attract other powerful soul beasts, and we'll all be in trouble today. Erupting with terrifying soul power in the Dou Forest might intimidate lower-level soul beasts, but it could also attract those fearsome soul beasts that love to fight and are skilled in battle, which would not be good for the already exhausted Yuguan and Gue Mei. Yuguan made a gesture as if cutting his throat and coldly warned, Kid, I'm telling you, don't repay kindness with enmity in the future, or old Gue, and I will definitely deal with you first. He was genuinely worried that after this kid hunted soul rings, he would turn against them and deny their acquaintance. Su Sheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Was he really that kind of person? He put away the 9 pitch-black soul rings back into the 9 Heart Blood Lotus. After finishing, just as Su Sheng was about to sit down and rest, he suddenly noticed the drastic change in the expressions of Gue Mei and Yuguan. Yuguan stood up, looking seriously at Gue Mei, squinting slightly. Old ghost, did you feel it? This aura. Gue Mei also stood up and glanced in the direction of the aura, affirmatively saying, no doubt about it, it's that 10,000-year rabbit soul beast that escaped last time. This aura was exactly the same as the aura of that little girl who transformed into a human form when they hunted that 10,000-year soul beast with Bibi Dong in the Dou Forest back then. Although they were speaking very softly, Su Sheng heard them clearly and could roughly understand what they were saying. He pondered to himself, the 10,000-year rabbit soul beast. Could be Xiao Wu? It seems that Tang San hasn't entered Nodding Academy to apprentice under master yet. Yuguan sighed, his tone carrying a hint of regret. Kid, if I had known you were going to absorb your last soul ring so eagerly, maybe I could have gotten you a 10,000-year soul ring. If it weren't for the fact that his soul rings were already fully absorbed, he would have risked everything to get that precious 10,000-year soul ring. As far as he knew, there were only 2 people in the entire Douluo Continent who possessed a 10,000-year soul ring. Tang Hao and their pope Bibi Dong. Su Sheng, who was lost in thought, was immediately brought back to reality by this statement, feigning excitement and asking, what do you mean just now? You can give me a 10,000-year soul ring? After all, this was Tang San's wife. If he were to hunt the soul ring for himself, well, it didn't seem impossible, right? Perhaps the plot would change because of this. He thought this way, but it was already too late. All his soul rings had been absorbed. Gue Mei ruthlessly interrupted Su Sheng's fantasies, rolling his eyes at him. Stop dreaming. There's an even more terrifying guy following that soul beast. With the current state of me and Zhu Huaguan, we'd probably just be delivering our heads. After Gue Mei finished speaking, a terrifying ape roar echoed throughout the entire Dou Forest, exploding in the ears of everyone within. Yuguan sat down on the ground, cross-legged, closing his eyes to recover his soul power. Gue Mei also sat down on the ground, realizing they needed to steady themselves. Kid, today you're going to help me, an old ghost guard. After casually giving this command, he closed his eyes and focused on recovering his soul power. Su Sheng shrugged helplessly and summoned the 9 Heart Blood Lotus from the palm of his right hand, staring at the 9 Heart Blood Lotus, which emitted a strange red glow in the night. He said with interest, since I am now a titled Douluo, shouldn't I come up with a name? Suddenly, several titles floated in his mind. Blood Lotus Douluo? 2 Klitsch. Ice Lotus Douluo? That a bit scary. Violet Lotus Douluo? Wow, why does this title sound so sweet? As night turned to dawn, Su Sheng and the others quickly returned from the Dou Forest to the Spirit Hall. Moon Guanshi, cupping his fists and bowing, cautiously looked at the beautiful woman sitting on the throne, who was mesmerizing in every aspect. Lowering his voice respectfully, he said, Your Holiness the Pope. Old ghost, and I have finished hunting soul beasts with this little saint." On the throne, Bibi Dong, who had her eyes slightly closed, opened her radiant eyes and said with a slight smile, "Not bad." Then her captivating gaze turned, flowing with curiosity as it landed on Su Sheng. She then elegantly said, "Su Sheng, now release your spirit rings. I want to see to what extent you have reached." Su Sheng took a step forward and said, "Yes, teacher." Then, with a thought, the Nine Heart Blood Begonia slowly appeared in the palm of his right hand, after being enhanced by the soul rings. Its murderous intent and form were far beyond what it had been before. 9 soul rings glowing with a dark light floated up from under his feet under Su Sheng's precise control. An extremely terrifying pressure surged toward Bibi Dong. She gently tapped her fingertip, and the incoming pressure instantly turned invisible. Only then did Bibi Dong begin to examine the soul rings beneath Su Sheng's feet, and as she sensed the fluctuations emitted by the soul rings, her expression gradually showed surprise as she realized that 3 of the soul rings were close to 40,000 years old. She had originally thought that with Su Sheng's body, he could only withstand soul rings of up to 20,000 years, and this unexpected discovery indeed caught her off guard. Su Sheng smiled lightly and looked at Gu Mei and Yu Guan. This was also thanks to Elder Yu and Elder Gu, allowing the disciple to easily absorb it. Bibi Dong looked at Su Sheng, who maintained a composed demeanor even when facing her, and couldn't help but admire his temperament, which truly surpassed that of his peers. She stood up from the throne and walked in front of Su Sheng, gazing at his slightly youthful and handsome face. For a moment, she was somewhat dazed, and her hand unknowingly touched Su Sheng's cheek. Feeling the touch of such pure and smooth fingers on his cheek, Su Sheng's heart was in turmoil. His cheeks involuntarily turned rosy, and he softly reminded, "Teacher, you." Bibi Dong's pupils froze for a moment, her fingers recoiling from Su Sheng's cheek as if shocked. With her expression still unchanged, she said, "Su Sheng, although your soul power has reached the title duel level, you still need to deepen your understanding of your martial soul. You will study at the Martial Soul Hall from now on." Gu Mei and Yu Guan watching below were taken aback. Yu Guan asked, "Did the Pope just touch Su Sheng's cheek?" Gu Mei replied, "It seems so." "Shu, don't make a sound, pretend you didn't see." Yu Guan understood, over. Bibi Dong then turned to the silent Yu Guan and Gu Mei at the back and coldly said, "Yu Guan, Gu Mei, you may leave." The confused Gu Mei and Yu Guan stood up and replied, "Yes, Your Holiness." After speaking, they left the hall with a familiar stride. After a while, a clear and pleasant voice came from outside the hall. "Teacher, did you call for me?" A girl stepped in, dressed in a shoulder-bearing long gauze dress that resembled glass, light as feathers. Her azure eyes were like the waves of night sea, and her golden hair cascaded down her face like a waterfall, exuding a faintly enchanting aura. With every smile and frown, she appeared even more captivating. Chapter 17. Martial Soul. Skyfox. At first sight of this girl, Su Sheng's mind immediately thought of Qian Renxue. This elegant and aloof little girl was nothing like the seductive figure he would later come to know. Beside them, Bibi Dong's icy gaze softened slightly upon seeing Hu Liena, and she gently said, "Come over here first." "Yes, teacher." Hu Liena elegantly moved to Bibi Dong's side and respectfully said, "I wonder what you call me for today?" Although she was speaking to Bibi Dong, her curious gaze inadvertently turned towards Su Sheng. Upon seeing Su Sheng's charming and handsome face, her complexion slightly flushed, and she quietly wondered, "Who is this child? He is so handsome." Hu Liena dared to say that among all the boys she had ever met, none could compare to Su Sheng in terms of temperament and appearance, especially the lazy aura about him that made her heart race slightly faster. She usually held herself in high regard, never expecting someone would make her heart race upon first sight. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, her gaze shifting to Su Sheng as she softly explained to Hu Liena, "Liena, this is Su Sheng, my newly accepted disciple." Hearing this, Hu Liena nodded slightly, a bit surprised. So this is the holy son that everyone was talking about yesterday. No wonder he caught teacher's eye. He must be extraordinary. "I'm Hu Liena, 11 years old. How about you?" Hu Liena extended her hand with a smile. 11? He's actually older than me. That made sense. Tang San was 9 years old, and she was only a year older than him. In this regard, she indeed seemed younger than the younger generation of the Martial Soul Hall. Su Sheng gentlemanly extended his hand for a quick handshake, then swiftly released it, smiling as he said, "Hello, my name is Su Sheng, and I am 10 years old." Hu Liena's eyes flashed with astonishment. What? He's only 10 years old? Upon seeing Su Sheng's unique demeanor, Hu Liena naturally assumed he was older. She never expected he was actually a year younger than herself. Beside them, Bibi Dong observed the interaction and noticed that their rapport was quite good, easing her earlier concerns. She gently tapped her purple crystal staff and said in a calm tone, Liena, I called you here today not only to introduce you to Su Sheng, but also to inform you that Su Sheng will be studying with your team from now on. Although Hu Liena didn't show any displeasure on her face, she worriedly replied, but teacher, my brother and the others. She didn't mind Su Sheng joining, but she was concerned about the sudden addition to a team that had been training for so long. Bibi Dong's lips curled slightly as she focused on Su Sheng, her eyes sparkling with interest. It's no problem. Su Sheng's abilities are far superior to those of other support-type soul masters. No, rather than saying Su Sheng is a support-type soul master, it's more accurate to say he is a dual-type control and support soul master. Su Sheng, who had remained silent, pondered himself, am I going to join what will be known as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall? Interesting. However, it seemed to conflict a bit with the plans he had in mind. With Bibi Dong having said this, Hu Liena naturally didn't dare to say more and obediently nodded in response. I understand, teacher. Only then did Bibi Dong turn her gaze to the stunned Su Sheng, slightly furrowing her brows as she patiently asked, Su Sheng, you have no objections, right? Coming back to his senses, Su Sheng calmly shook his head. I have no objections. Whatever the teacher arranges, I will comply. Faced with the beautiful teacher's words, he simply couldn't bear to argue. Of course, this wasn't the main reason. Bibi Dong's brows finally relaxed as she instructed, if there are no objections, then it's decided. Liena, you take Su Sheng to where you study. Don't underestimate the Pope's palace. Although it sounds small, it's very easy to get lost without someone to guide you. Hu Liena glanced at Su Sheng and slightly bowed, saying, yes, teacher, then we will leave now. Su Sheng and Hu Liena walked side by side. The road was still long, but the atmosphere had already become extremely awkward. Su Sheng glanced at Hu Liena, then gently coughed and decided to speak first. He couldn't let Hu Liena speak first. After all, girls are generally shy, including Hu Liena at this time. His gaze slowly shifted, and he spoke slowly, Hu Liena? Hearing Su Sheng's question, Hu Liena paused, her expression showing confusion as she replied, Su Sheng, is there something wrong? In fact, her heart was also quite nervous just now, but with Su Sheng breaking the ice, the atmosphere relaxed a lot. After all, being with this boy always made her heart inexplicably race. This made her feel a bit flustered, yet deep down, it seemed she was secretly looking forward to something. She could feel this sensation, but she couldn't express it. Su Sheng smiled gracefully and gently asked, can you tell me what department you are in as a soul master? Hu Liena, seeing Su Sheng looking embarrassed yet pretending to be calm, couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. This slight smile seemed to dull everything around her. Facing Su Sheng's gaze, she realized that she might have lost her composure a bit, and immediately apologized. Su Sheng, I was just. Su Sheng blinked without a care and complimented. It's okay. You looked really beautiful when you smiled just now. Smile more, it's nice. Being hit by Su Sheng's gentle words. Even the usually aloof Hu Liena couldn't help but blush. She gently touched her hot ears and scolded herself. What am I thinking? We've only known each other for an hour. Su Sheng naturally noticed Hu Liena's change, but didn't want to provoke her further. Su Sheng leaned closer to her, extending his palm and gently waving it in front of Hu Liena's eyes. Hu Liena, coming back to her senses, instinctively stepped aside a few paces upon seeing Su Sheng so close. Then, she quietly took a deep breath and revealed a slightly stiff smile. What is it? Please continue from what you were saying. I am a control-type soul master, and my martial soul is the heavenly fox. As she spoke, Hu Liena's mind stirred, and countless particles emanated in front of her, coalescing into a fox the size of an arm, with a layer of fluffy, snow-white fur. It looked extremely proud, but its red vertical pupils were filled with endless allure. Two soul rings glowing with yellow light floated beneath its feet. Su Sheng looked at the fox that seemed very spirited, resting his chin on his hand, and observing, this celestial fox looks so beautiful, just like you. As his words fell, Hu Liena's mind felt like it had been struck hard. She shyly lowered her head, silently pressing her thin lips together, unsure of what to say. His words unintentionally shattered her thoughts completely. Then what about your martial soul? The shy Hu Liena didn't even dare to raise her eyes to meet Su Sheng's gaze. Su Sheng looked at her shy appearance and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that Hu Liena still had a long way to go to achieve the look of bringing disaster to the country and the people in the future. He calmly said, I'm a support-type soul master, and my martial soul is the Nine Heart Blood Lotus. In the next moment, the Nine Heart Blood Lotus, filled with a deadly allure, slowly bloomed in the palm of his hand amidst a mix of bloody and evil aura. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy unexpectedly erupted from Su Sheng, catching everyone off guard. Chapter 18. Keep it a secret from me. Seeking recommendation votes and favorites. Suddenly, the 9 pitch-black, despair-inducing soul rings erupted uncontrollably from Su Sheng, causing a terrifying whirlwind around them. The intense pressure of soul power exploded beside Su Sheng and Hu Liena. Hu Liena extended her fair arm to block the violent wind, squinting her left eye in astonishment as she looked at Su Sheng beside her. Regaining his senses, Su Sheng was drenched in cold sweat and secretly cursed. Damn, this is serious. Thinking of this, he quickly retracted the 9 soul rings into his martial soul. In an instant, the previous disturbances around them calmed down like turbulent waves settling quietly. Hu Liena's shocked gaze was fixed on Su Sheng, and just as her thin lips were about to speak, Su Sheng raised his finger to his lips and smiled gently, saying, "Wait a moment. Can I tell you later?" His expression seemed to have a magical effect, causing Hu Liena to blush and nod instinctively. Soon after, the large guard team stationed in the spirit hall sensed something unusual and quickly rushed over. The leading guard approached Su Sheng, and Hu Liena bowed slightly and placed his arm across his chest. With an extremely serious tone, he said, "Holy Son, Your Highness the Holy Maiden, I apologize for frightening you. May I ask what just happened?" "Nothing major. It was just that Elder Ju and Elder Gue had a quarrel, which caused a release of soul power. But it's all fine now." Seeing Su Sheng's response, the guard team frowned in doubt and turned their gaze to Hu Liena. That kid was just appointed as the Holy Son by His Holiness the Pope yesterday. It was unclear if his words could be trusted, but the Holy Maiden was different. Hu Liena wanted to reveal the truth, but after glancing at Su Sheng, she hesitated and chose to nod silently. The guard, seeing this, straightened up again and said, "Since that's the case, we won't disturb the Holy Maiden and the Holy Son any longer." Dismissed. After that, he led a team of guards away from the scene. Hu Liena's pure cheeks showed great confusion as she curiously looked at Su Sheng and asked, "Su Sheng, can you tell me now? Were those 9 who just appeared?" Su Sheng did not answer immediately. Instead, he relaxedly leaned closer to Hu Liena, inhaling the unique fragrance of youth that emanated from her. He couldn't help but ruffle her hair, and even he didn't realize that his eyes were filled with a doting expression. Seeing Hu Liena stunned by his action, Su Sheng's lips quietly curved into a smile as he leaned in to whisper, "Yes, it's 9 10,000-year soul rings. But Liena, you have to keep a secret from me." The warm breath that flowed into her already extremely hot ears made Hu Liena feel as if she had been struck by lightning, a strong tingling sensation spreading throughout her body. She hurriedly pushed Su Sheng away and, with a somewhat choked voice, said, "I understand. I promise I won't tell anyone." In her heart, she silently thought, Su Sheng is actually a title de law. Could it be that the teacher specifically wanted him to join us because of this? But why had Su Sheng, who was the same age as her, already reached the level of title de law? There were not many titled Douluos in the entire continent. The rarity was evident. Su Sheng, who had been pushed away, felt no annoyance and softly said, "I was just joking. Let's go quickly." He realized he shouldn't provoke her further, especially since he hadn't expected Hu Liena's reaction to be so intense. If it caused her displeasure, it would be counterproductive. Although he had felt a bit moved when he first met Hu Liena, he knew he was just envious of her figure. Hu Liena shook her head, dismissing the thoughts that had just crossed her mind, and returned to her usual demeanor, smiling shyly. Okay. In her heart, she decided to treat what had just happened as a joke. After walking a short distance, they finally arrived at an academy that looked extremely luxurious. The entire academy covered a vast area, with a faint ancient style in its appearance, especially the layout, which had been carefully considered by professionals multiple times. Of course, what was most astonishing was not these details, but that this academy was specifically built for the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, aimed at concentrating the best resources and teachers. To put it simply, this academy was established just for 3 people. No, now it should be 4 people. Hu Liena excitedly pointed at the academy and said, "Su Sheng, this is where my brothers and I study. It's also the only academy built specifically for us in the Spirit Hall." At this point, a faint sense of pride appeared on Hu Liena's face. Su Sheng raised his eyes to look at the academy, which was indeed quite nice, but if there were only a few people in this academy, wouldn't it be too desolate? Upon hearing this, Hu Liena's eyes dimmed a bit, and she smiled wryly, saying, "The teacher has very strict requirements for us, so unless there are special circumstances, We have to give our all to cultivate and study. Of course, in the future, it might be an exception because of you. Su Sheng is already a titled Douluo, so there is no need for excessive training, but he still needs to learn some things about soul beasts and team combinations. Su Sheng looked meaningfully at the academy again, realizing it was another place not mentioned in the original work. He murmured to himself, perhaps. After Hu Liena and Su Sheng entered the only class in the academy, they were greeted by a middle-aged, slightly plump man, Ruo, despite his unimpressive appearance. This man had reached the terrifying level of 73 in battle spirit. However, there were only 2 students attentively listening to the class below. Yin, with a martial spirit, Flame Lord, soul power at level 25. Xiaoyu, Hu Liena's brother, with a martial spirit, Blade of the Evil Moon, soul power at level 26. Hu Liena smiled and said, Teacher Ruo, I hope I'm not interrupting your class? Ruo shook his head. After all, this was the saintess of the spirit hall, who would dare to criticize her. Nevertheless, his gaze glanced at Su Sheng beside her, and he asked Hu Liena, who is this child? Hu Liena smiled at Xiaoyu and Yin below and explained, his name is Su Sheng, and he's also a saint of the spirit hall. He'll be training here as well. Ruo carefully observed Su Sheng and commented, as expected of the saint of the spirit hall. The news was quite the buzz in the spirit hall yesterday. This unique aura is indeed different. Yin, seeing the scene, felt extremely angry, thinking, what? This guy just joined, and he dares to stand so close to Hu Liena. He had secretly had a crush on Hu Liena for a long time, and if it weren't for his brother Xiaoyu being present, he would have confessed long ago. No, he must teach him a lesson later. Look at this pretty boy's appearance. His soul power must not be strong. Xiaoyu squinted. He couldn't detect Su Sheng's soul power fluctuations. But this guy seemed to be better looking than him. No, he couldn't allow someone more handsome than him to come in. He glanced at Yin, sitting beside him, thinking secretly, this guy must be unable to hold back, right? As Hu Liena's brother, Yin was very clear about his sister's feelings. Although Hu Liena had no feelings for Yin. Well, let this fool go and probe a bit. Chapter 19. Fight me. Seeking votes and collections, Ruo stroked his beard and slowly said, since that's the case, today's class will be left to you all to familiarize yourselves with your teammates' martial spirits, as well as each other's strengths and weaknesses. Originally, Hu Liena, Xiaoyu, and Yin had trained together for a long time and were quite familiar with each other. However, now that a new child had arrived, they needed to get to know each other again. Otherwise, it would create significant problems for team coordination and cooperation in the future. After speaking, without waiting for the others to respond, he left the room on his own. Only then did Hu Liena breathe a sigh of relief and instinctively pull Su Sheng towards Xiaoyu and Yin. Xiaoyu and Yin slowly stood up from their seats, both expressionlessly staring at Su Sheng as he approached. Seeing her brother and Yin being so unfriendly, Hu Liena awkwardly smiled. Su Sheng, let me introduce you to them. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng tilted his head and replied with a smile, then I'll trouble you. However, his gaze remained fixed on Xiaoyu and Yin, as he always felt that these two seemed to harbor animosity towards him. It was as if he were eating their rice, which made him quite uncomfortable. Of course, while he was assessing Xiaoyu and Yin, they were also observing Su Sheng. Hu Liena pointed at Xiaoyu and said, this is my brother Xiaoyu. His martial soul is the Xiaoyu blade, and his soul power has reached level 26. Xiaoyu had long gray hair cascading down, and his handsome face bore no expression, but a blood-red mark resembling a wound covered his right eyebrow, giving him an air of rebelliousness. Su Sheng extended his hand with an innocent smile and said, hello, as I mentioned earlier, I'm Su Sheng. Xiaoyu snorted coldly, not extending his hand, leaving Su Sheng's arm suspended in midair. The extremely cold words came from Xiaoyu's mouth, as if even saying another word would be an insult to himself. Hu Liena, who was beside them, frowned and softly scolded, brother, this is our new teammate. Can you please stop looking so cold? If they continue to ostracize like this, it's likely that this team won't be good in the future. Xiaoyu, who was reprimanded, wanted to retort, but seeing the undisguised anger in Hu Liena's eyes, he suddenly coughed and quickly extended his hand to shake Su Sheng's, hurriedly saying, Su Sheng, welcome to our team. As a brother protective of his sister, he really didn't want to see her angry. If she got upset, he would have to find ways to cheer her up. Su Sheng was utterly confused watching the interaction between Hu Liena and Xiaoyu. He looked at Xiaoyu, who was tightly gripping his hand, feeling speechless. What was this guy doing? He had just acted aloof, and now he was so obedient after Hu Liena spoke? Wow, could this guy really be a sister con? This is a rare sight. I can't believe I've encountered a living sistercon in my lifetime. Su Shang felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart and quietly released her grip on Xieyu's hand. Yin saw Xieyou being at a disadvantage, and the anger on his face immediately changed, forcing himself to smile and lift the corners of his mouth. He couldn't afford to make Hu Liena angry, as she was the person he liked. If his impression in her eyes diminished, wouldn't that be disastrous? However, all of this was in vain. Hu Liena pointed at Yin with an unhappy expression and said, "This is Yin, martial soul, flame lord, soul power level 25, a bit silly, but a nice person." She didn't think she hadn't noticed that Yin had clearly tried to give Su Shang a hard time just now. Naturally, she was too lazy to give him a good expression. Yan's smile instantly turned to stone. A bit silly, silly, silly. The three words echoed continuously in his mind. Liena hates me. She definitely hates me. It's all because of this pretty boy. Yin raised his eyes again, his resentful gaze fixed on Su Shang, as if he had done something unspeakable to him. Su Shang happened to make eye contact with Yin, and a big doubt arose in his heart. What kind of expression is Yin showing? Why are these two getting weirder by the minute? Could it be that children with a bit of talent have abnormal brains? Hiss, it shouldn't be contagious, right? Otherwise, maybe I should quickly go talk to Bibi Dong about transferring to another Spear Hall branch to study. Xieyou brushed aside his cold gray hair that covered his right eye and was the first to ask Su Shang, "You should know our martial spirits. Can you tell us what your martial spirit is?" Yin also looked at Su Shang with curiosity, thinking that with Xiao Meng's delicate appearance, he probably isn't a strong attack type, but more likely a control or support type. However, Hu Liena was completely different. She knew that Su Shang was a support type and a true title Douluo level support soul master. The boost he would provide to their team is unimaginable. To note, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, possesses the continent's #1 support type martial spirit, yet his cultivation is only at Soul Sage. This clearly shows that the cultivation of support type soul masters is much more difficult than that of other types. In fact, there isn't a single title Douluo of the support type on the continent. If there were, they would surely be treated as honored guests by those large sects or become top offerings of any empire. I'm a support type soul master, and my martial spirit is the 9 Hearts Blood Peach. Su Shang casually waved his hand, and the 9 Hearts Blood Peach, radiating a rich blood light, appeared in his palm. Xieyou squinted at the terrifyingly powerful 9 Hearts Blood Peach in Su Shang's hand, and his tone gradually became serious. 9 Hearts Blood Peach. There shouldn't be a martial spirit with that name on the continent, right? If I guess correctly, it should be a variant of the 9 Hearts Sea Peach. I'm afraid this mutation is developing in a good direction, and may even have surpassed the 9 Hearts Sea Peach. Su Shang glanced at him with an appreciative look. This Su Yu is quite clever, quickly noticing the origin of his martial soul. He then shrugged and explained casually, "That's right. My martial soul is a variant of a 9 Hearts Sea Butterfly, but I just got lucky and it mutated in a good direction." Yin shook his head, completely disbelieving that Su Shang was a support-type soul master. Does your support-type soul master's martial soul have such a powerful killing intent? Isn't that as funny as a support-type soul master claiming they can single-handedly take down an enemy attack-type soul master? Hu Liena, seeing Yan's completely disbelieving expression, quietly reminded him, "Yin, Su Shang is indeed a support-type soul master. This was personally told to me by our teacher." Yin was confident in his thoughts and retorted, "Impossible. Such a strong killing intent. How can it be a support-type soul master? Unless this kid fights me. Through battle, I can immediately find out what type of soul master Su Shang really is. Besides, I can pretend to lose and enjoy torturing this pretty boy in front of Hu Liena. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Hu Liena, seeing that Yin was relentless, frowned with concern. "Yin, don't go too far." Of course, she was not worried about Su Shang, but was concerned that Yin, as a strong attack type, would lose to a support type, which would undermine his confidence in cultivation. Su Shang's physical attributes, enhanced by the 9 terrifying 10,000-year soul rings, are far beyond what Yin can resist. "All right, I accept your challenge." Chapter 20, A Matter of a Slap. Xieyou looked at Su Shang with some surprise. He thought the latter would decisively refuse. After all, auxiliary soul masters have virtually no chance against assault-type soul masters. Moreover, Yin is a soul master with 200-year soul rings. In terms of pure attack power, he has even surpassed himself. Seeing that the situation was no longer under his control, Hu Liena sighed helplessly and said to Su Shang with a hint of pleading, "Be gentle. Yin is also our teammate." Su Shang looked at the worried Hu Liena and smiled warmly. "Don't worry, we're all on the same team." I'll give him some face. Hu Liena really cared about others. If it weren't for her martial soul, her temperament wouldn't be much less than Qianrenchu's. Well, then I'll leave it to you, Hu Liena said, her pure gaze lingering on Yin for a moment before she slightly nodded and stepped back to stand by Xieyu's side. Little did she know, this scene was clearly observed by Xieyou, who showed a hint of confusion in his eyes as he glanced at his sister, Hu Liena, then propped his chin and pondered what was going on. Liena couldn't possibly be unaware of the outcome of a duel between a power-type soul master and a support-type soul master. So why did she tell Su Sheng to go easy? His sister wouldn't joke in such a situation, which meant that even she felt Yin wasn't Su Sheng's opponent. This guy named Su Sheng really had an enigmatic aura about him. However, since Hu Liena didn't lower her voice, every word echoed in Yan's ears. These words pierced his heart like knives. Did Hu Liena really think that his combat power was even less than that of a support-type soul master? He glared fiercely at Su Sheng, his eyes seeming to want to tear Su Sheng apart at any moment. He shouted angrily, "Stop the nonsense, kid. I won't go easy on you just because you're a support type." Su Sheng's calm face showed no ripples. He harmlessly extended a hand and said indifferently, "Let's begin then." Yin saw that Su Sheng didn't even release his martial soul, clearly looking down on him, and coldly snorted, "Humph. You don't even release your martial soul. How arrogant. I'll teach you a lesson today." Flame Lord. As his words fell, a terrifying soul beast, engulfed in blazing flames, appeared behind Yin, with two red-spotted horns on its head, letting out a dominating roar. Two yellow soul rings emerged from beneath its feet. This aura made Su Sheng serious. Was this the Flame Lord? It looked strikingly similar to Groudon from before his transmigration. In contrast to Su Sheng's careful observation, Yin had no thoughts of that. He only wanted to defeat Su Sheng with one blow. The first yellow soul ring beneath his feet lit up, and he activated his first soul skill, Beast Roar. Beast Roar. It can exert pressure on the opponent to a certain extent, effectively restricting their ability to move. After speaking, the fire giant behind Yin suddenly pounded its chest, sending sparks flying as a shockwave surged through Su Sheng at high speed. After being touched by the shockwave, Su Sheng looked down at his legs, barely feeling a force belonging to the earth quietly binding them. However, unfortunately for him, with his 90th level soul power, this soul skill was nothing but a joke. The binding effect of this soul skill on him was minimal. Meanwhile, the observing Xieyou silently shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed by Su Sheng's arrogance. The battle seemed to be decided. Even if I were hit by this move, my movement speed would at least drop by 3 levels. If Yin used his second soul skill, Su Sheng would have no way out. Beside them, Hu Liena smiled and turned to Xieyou with a mysterious grin. "Brother, that may not be the case. Su Sheng is not as simple as you think." Xieyou's eyes sparkled. Perhaps his sister knew something. Curiously, he asked, "Oh, Liena, do you know something? Hurry and tell your brother." Hu Liena raised her eyebrows with pride, sticking out her cute tongue slightly. "I just won't tell you," Xieyou thought to himself, how sometimes his sister seemed very mature, and other times as cute as a child. Poor him. As an older brother, it was quite distressing. Yin naturally noticed Su Sheng's subtle movement of looking down, knowing that the latter had already discovered the effect of this move. With a smug expression, he provocatively said to Su Sheng, "Are you feeling like you can't move at all now? I thought this guy would be different, but he is actually foolish enough to take my first soul skill head on. Then I want to hold back." Su Sheng looked at Yan's irritating expression and felt somewhat speechless, gently scratching his hair, unsure how to respond to this question. This terrifying binding effect. If you told Su Sheng that it was a rubber band restricting his ankles, he would believe it. But then again, thinking back to what Hu Liena had just said about not undermining this kid's confidence, should he just go along with him? For the sake of team friendship, he might as well agree a little. Su Sheng quietly replied, "It really is. My legs feel much heavier." Yin clenched his fists and cast an expectant glance at Hu Liena behind him. However, all she gave him was a pitiful look. Unexpectedly, Yin, with his unique train of thought, brushed off the previous sadness and cheerfully said, "Kid, did you see? Liena is pitying you. Ha ha ha." His spirited expression gradually turned into a serious one. Hu Liena asked, "Brother, do you know what Yin is doing?" Xieyou shook his head in denial. "No. Maybe he forgot to take his medicine today." Hu Liena clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and silently prayed, hoping he wouldn't give up on treatment. "When I bind you with my soul skill, you've already lost. Now, accept the price of your arrogance." Second soul skill. Mountain fire collapse. A high temperature erupted from Yan's body, and massive flames ignited on his skin. Every muscle on his body was covered with dense patterns, looking extremely tough. In the next second, he burst into motion, charging towards Su Sheng at high speed. Suddenly, Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot Su Sheng is a support-type soul master. This move might even break his bones." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Hu Liena, who had been calm, couldn't help but feel anxious. In a moment of urgency, she hurriedly shouted, "Su Sheng, get out of the way." However, it was already too late. In an instant, Yan had appeared right in front of Su Sheng, and the next moment, he was about to strike Su Sheng. Caught off guard, Su Sheng's pupils constricted, and he instinctively extended his palm to forcibly counter. With a loud bang, the room erupted with a deafening noise. Amidst the swirling dust, a fiery palm print appeared on Yan's cheek, and he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision narrowed, and he flew backward. Yan's body slammed against the wall, leaving a deep dent in it. In the following seconds, the dust and smoke that had enveloped the area slowly dissipated. Su Sheng looked at his slightly numb right hand with a complex expression, wondering if he accidentally killed someone with a slap. To be honest, that last strike felt pretty good. No wonder Tang Hao liked to fight without using his martial soul. It felt great. Chapter 21. Seeking recommendation votes and collections. Hu Liena and Xiaoyu lowered their hands that were blocking their view. The latter was stunned to see Su Sheng, who had been hit by Yan's second soul skill, standing there completely unharmed. Yan's attack didn't even touch the corner of this guy's clothes. And that wasn't even the most outrageous part. You, a support soul master, just used brute force to slap away a powerful attack-type soul master who had unleashed their second soul skill. He felt like his worldview was about to collapse. What is happening in this world where a support type can't even lose to a power type in a one-on-one fight? This guy is too strange. He can't be provoked. Can't be provoked. Hu Liena quickly came to her senses and began to look around anxiously, as there had just been a huge noise. Su Sheng seemed fine, which meant that Yan was the one in trouble. A few seconds later, Hu Liena finally found Yan, who had been slammed into the wall by Su Sheng and was stuck there. Yan, with a bruised face and a fiery handprint on his cheek, had fallen into unconsciousness. Hu Liena gently shook his shoulder and cradled his upper body, urgently saying, "Yan, are you okay?" Yan gradually started to wake up, slowly opening his weak eyes. When he saw it was Hu Liena, his tone softened naturally as he coughed. "Liena, I'm fine." Soon after, Su Sheng and Xiaoyu came over, crouching down with furrowed brows. "Yan, does your body feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Yan shot him a glance without answering, instead feigning comfort as he lay in Hu Liena's arms, giving Su Sheng a provocative look. "Su Sheng, oh Su Sheng, when it comes to strength, Yan would call you the strongest among the four of us. However, you have lost in life." This gaze made Su Sheng very uncomfortable, and he didn't understand why he hadn't tried a little harder to deal with this brat just now. It was simply outrageous. Xiaoyu, who was squatting on the ground, naturally saw Yan's provocative expression just now, but he couldn't be bothered to respond. This guy had only suffered a superficial injury and didn't need to be sent to the auxiliary spirit master in the spirit hall for treatment. He figured Su Sheng could heal him just fine. With that in mind, Xiaoyu turned to Su Sheng and said, "Su Sheng, you are an auxiliary spirit master. You should have some healing spirit abilities, right?" "I do, but my martial spirit's healing method is a bit unusual. I don't know if Yan can accept it." Su Sheng replied, his gaze fixed intently on Yan. "Well, you were quite lively just now. I hope you can handle it." This gaze sent a chill down Yan's spine, and he shrank into Hu Liena's embrace. When Hu Liena felt the movement, she thought Yan hadn't fully recovered yet. Her concern was merely that of a teammate and didn't carry any personal feelings, so she didn't think much of it. Hu Liena placed Yan back on the cold floor and said, "Su Sheng, please treat Yan first. It will be bad if he ends up with any after effects." Looking at Su Sheng's increasingly malicious eyes, Yan, who was lying on the ground, seemed to realize that something was wrong. This guy clearly had a vengeful intent in his gaze. He absolutely could not let him treat him. No way. Yan, lying on the ground, was suddenly pierced by countless petals of the Nine Hearts Blood Lotus. This sight instantly filled Xiaoyu with a strong sense of nausea. Seeing Hu Liena's flushed face and racing heart, clearly embarrassed and unsure of what to do, Xiaoyu decisively covered Hu Liena's beautiful eyes with his hands. The scene was simply too eye-watering. It could almost be described as the embodiment of an East Asian demon king. Su Sheng crossed her arms, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she watched Yan, who was constantly gasping softly. "Look at you. This time, I'll make you lose your right to choose a partner for 3 years." Originally, the petals of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus had a slight toxicity, but Su Sheng skillfully controlled the poison to a level that wouldn't harm the body. This resulted in the petals losing their toxicity, but gaining an extremely strong, tingling sensation, combined with the recovery ability of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus. Hiss, that feeling was intoxicating. After a few more minutes, Su Sheng saw that the treatment was nearly complete, and with a wave of her hand, the petals of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus gradually became transparent, finally dissipating into particles. Without the interference of the tingling sensation, Yin, feeling light and relaxed, shook his head, finally able to think clearly. He looked up and saw Su Sheng's half-smiling expression. Then, everything that had happened to him flooded back into his mind. In an instant, his face darkened to a chilling degree, and he angrily shouted at Su Sheng. "What did you just do to me? Why did I do that? I just did something so shameful that I want to tear my own skin off. I know my perfect image in Hu Liena's mind must have plummeted to the bottom." Su Sheng innocently blinked his eyes and shrugged. "I didn't do anything to you. Weren't you just enjoying it?" This guy only denied it after enjoying himself. A typical scumbag. Yin clenched his fists tightly, wanted to rush over and punch Su Sheng to death. But the next moment he gasped, suddenly realizing that this guy could knock him half dead with one slap while he was using his soul skills. He was afraid that he wouldn't stand a chance if he confronted him head-on. He suppressed the anger in his heart and forced a stiff smile as he looked at Xiaoyu and Hu Liena. Hu Liena's face was still as red as an apple, and Xiaoyu pulled her behind him, warily saying to Yin, "Stay away from Liena, you creep." Yin gritted his teeth and tightened his fists, his nails leaving deep imprints on his skin. The next moment, it seemed he could no longer hold on, and with darkness filling his eyes, his body suddenly collapsed to the ground. Under Su Sheng's gaze, filled with resentment throughout the day, he finally understood today's lesson when a gentle female voice suddenly appeared in his ear. "Su Sheng, come out for a moment." This incredibly familiar voice made Su Sheng immediately recognize its owner, none other than Bibi Dong. Su Sheng stood up calmly from his seat and walked towards the academy exit. Yin saw this and mockingly said, "What is this guy doing now? Doesn't he know we have to study tonight?" Xiaoyu glanced at him with a look of disdain and replied, "That's about right. Isn't it you who wanted to challenge him, only to be almost knocked out with a single slap?" This mention of Yan's sore spot made him retort unhappily, "Xiaoyu, why are you acting all tough here? If you're so capable, go challenge that monster Su Sheng. Let's see if he can slap you to death." Xiaoyu leisurely replied, "Why should I? As long as I don't fight, who would know I'm not as good as him? Intelligence is a good thing, but unfortunately, you don't have it." Yin widened his eyes in disbelief, completely caught off guard by Xiaoyu's shamelessness, and angrily shouted, "Xiaoyu, you're despicable." Xiaoyu closed his eyes and ignored him. The fact is, as long as the two didn't have a one-on-one fight, Su Sheng was just an auxiliary soul master outside, who would know they couldn't defeat him. Chapter 22, Absorbing the Soul Bone in My Room. When Su Sheng reached the entrance of the academy, he saw a woman in a pope's uniform. Her graceful figure and demeanor filled with a desire that stirred the depths of his heart. Beside her stood Qi Ruo, his face full of reverence, continuously nodding in agreement during the conversation with Bibi Dong. However, in the next moment, Bibi Dong's thin lips slightly uttered a few words, and instantly, Qi Fan seemed to hear something unbelievable, his pupils suddenly constricting, filled with fear and astonishment. Qi Ruo took a deep breath and said earnestly, "Your Holiness, you can rest assured, I will definitely not speak of this." Holding the purple gold scepter, Bibi Dong's expression, initially cold and aloof, softened slightly as she nodded. The fact that Su Sheng has reached the title of Douluo cannot be overly exposed. Apart from a few people who must know, she absolutely does not allow anyone to spread this information without permission, because it is very likely that he will step into the realm of limit Douluo before the age of 30, or even obtain a divine position. This will become the trump card for the Spirit Hall to completely dominate the entire continent. Su Sheng walked over to the two with a calm expression. After reaching Bibi Dong's side, he respectfully said, "Teacher, did you call for me?" Bibi Dong responded softly with an Then, with a gaze devoid of emotion, she glanced at Qi Ruo and coldly said, "Qi Ruo, you can go back now." Qi Ruo took a deep look at Su Sheng before turning to leave. If the Pope hadn't mentioned it, he might have never known that this child named Su Sheng had already far surpassed him in cultivation. He had reached the terrifying level of a title Douluo, and apart from theoretical knowledge, he had nothing that could qualify him to be Su Sheng's mentor. Su Sheng squinted his eyes and asked in confusion, "Teacher, what were you just talking about? Why do I feel like Mentor Qi Ruo looked at me in a strange way?" Bibi Dong did not answer this question. Instead, She silently pressed her thin lips together and awkwardly smiled at Su Sheng, her pupils shimmering with hopeful starlight. Little Sheng, may I call you that? She could always see the shadow of Yu Xiaojing in Su Sheng, as they were both equally talented, just in different fields. The entire continent knew that the Martial Soul Corps' top 10 competitiveness proposed by Yu Xiaojing, also known as the Master, had become famous worldwide. But no one had dared to use their own martial soul to try it. The mutated blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, which was considered useless, was a stain on his life. In contrast, Su Sheng possessed an extraordinary and terrifying talent in martial souls, but his theoretical knowledge was not outstanding. That is why Bibi Dong would link the two seemingly unrelated individuals together. Xiao Sheng's face first showed a hint of surprise. The usually aloof Bibi Dong actually spoke such affectionate words to someone she had only known for a few days. It was likely related to her young love, Yu Xiaojing. Su Sheng smiled and said, of course it's possible. But, teacher, is there something in your heart that you find hard to say? Bibi Dong's delicate body trembled, as if she had been greatly stimulated, and suddenly shouted coldly, you will know about this matter in the future. Su Sheng immediately fell silent, realizing that his earlier words had clearly touched on painful memories from Bibi Dong's past. He needed to let her calm down, or it would only lower his impression of her. Bibi Dong quickly closed her eyes and opened them again, her tone carrying a hint of apology. Xiao Sheng, some things are not yet the right time to discuss. Let's walk and talk. This was a rare opportunity to strengthen their master-apprentice relationship, and he couldn't foolishly refuse. Walking side by side on the path of the Spirit Hall, it was clear from a distance that Bibi Dong was at least 3 heads taller than Su Sheng. Bibi Dong slowly lowered her purple gold scepter and said leisurely, Su Sheng, what I just discussed with Chiru was about you. Is it because of my soul power level? The clever Su Sheng immediately thought of this. Bibi Dong nodded, her gaze fixed intently on Su Sheng, and said seriously, that's right. You have now reached the level of a title Douluo, and the training from Elena and the others is more harmful than beneficial for you. Therefore, I came personally to design your training plan. Su Sheng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled slightly and said, teacher, I understand. Bibi Dong is indeed a decisive woman. After taking me as her disciple, although she only gave me 3 soul bones on the surface, she secretly put in a lot of effort to create a plan for me. Having such a dedicated and sincere teacher, Su Sheng felt that becoming her disciple was the right choice. However, he also had some doubts in his heart. Although he hadn't deliberately cultivated during this time, his soul power had been strangely and steadily rising, but it was always lingering around a bottleneck, and he couldn't feel any opportunity for a breakthrough. Curiously, he voiced his doubts. Teacher, recently I think I've touched the threshold of level 91, but I haven't found an opportunity for a breakthrough. I wonder if you know what's going on. Bibi Dong had already reached the level of a 99 rank ultimate Douluo, so she must have experienced this before. Therefore, she might know something. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong frowned, realizing that Su Sheng's situation was very different from what she had in mind. Based on her experience, after Su Sheng absorbed the soul bones, his body should be able to withstand the pressure of the rising soul power. If he had already touched the threshold, he shouldn't be unable to break through. Immediately, Bibi Dong's tone became increasingly urgent, and she said gravely, still at level 90? Xiao Sheng, have you absorbed the soul bones I gave you before? Su Sheng was taken aback for a moment, shaking his head to deny that he hadn't yet absorbed the soul ring, as he had not had a suitable opportunity since obtaining it. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that his inability to break through was due to his physical condition? This was very possible. Bibi Dong leaned closer to Su Sheng, quickly extending her smooth, white jade hand to grasp his tender wrist, closing her eyes to sense the situation within his body. Unbeknownst to him, a unique, mature woman's fragrance belonging to Bibi Dong slowly flowed into Su Sheng's nostrils, causing him to calm down and feel an unprecedented sense of pleasure, his mind instantly becoming dozens of times clearer. In this atmosphere, Su Sheng didn't even dare to move, fearing that the woman would notice something. After a while, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes gradually opened, and after gently releasing Su Sheng's hand, she tightened her grip on the purple gold scepter again. A cold smile appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Su Sheng, today you will go to my room to absorb the soul bone. There, I have set up a special shielding soul guide device. Su Sheng instinctively responded with a hum, but after realizing it, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Teacher, did you just say for me to go to your room to absorb the soul bone? He must have misheard, right? Bibi Dong actually wanted him, a man, to go to her private chamber to absorb the soul bone? Bibi Dong's expression turned even colder. What? You don't want to? Su Shang felt a chill run through him and waved his hand to explain, Teacher, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried that this might disturb you. Damn it. Going alone to Bibi Dong's private chamber. It's hard to tell whether to call it torment or a privilege. Chapter 23. Alone in a room. Seeking recommendations. Seeking collections. Holding the purple gold scepter, Bibi Dong's calm eyes swept over Su Shang's face, trying to discern something from that handsome, yet slightly awkward face. Some topics felt like conversing with an adult when discussing them with Su Shang, even though the latter was just a 9-year-old child. After a while, she said expressionlessly, Don't worry, it's very quiet there. I usually live alone. How could it disturb anyone? Although in the spirit hall, her room was absolutely off-limits to anyone except Hu Liena. For some inexplicable reason, she didn't feel very resistant towards Su Shang. It was likely that the child carried a hint of his aura, which made her feel a sense of affinity. Seeing that his beloved teacher Bibi Dong said so, Su Shang felt that refusing again might risk angering her. However, thinking about it still excited him. There were hardly any people on the entire continent who could enter Bibi Dong's room, which would be enough for him to brag for a year among other traversers. Su Shang slightly lowered his head and said, Then I will trouble the teacher to protect me tonight. Su Shang followed Bibi Dong for a distance that was neither long nor short, and finally, very shabby, no, it should be said a simple hall appeared before him. From the outside, one could vaguely sense that this hall had not been graced by the sun for a long time, and the entire surroundings exuded a very oppressive and dull atmosphere. After stopping, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with nostalgia as she looked up at this simple place, which in her heart was second only to the Hall of Spirits. If things had gone according to the original agreement, she should have been living in such leisurely times with that man. However, things did not go as wished. He left, and all that remained here was an empty hall. Su Shang beside her looked up and surveyed the area. After a brief glance, he found nothing unique about it, and it was in stark contrast to the expensive Pope's Hall. One side had walls made of crystal and even diamonds, while the other was built with ordinary bricks and tiles. With such a huge contrast, Su Shang would believe there weren't some stories behind it. But he didn't dare to ask. He had only gotten familiar with Bibi Dong for a few days. He wasn't foolish enough to think that Bibi Dong completely trusted him at this point. Bibi Dong naturally noticed the curiosity on Su Shang's face, and her brows gradually relaxed. A genuine smile made her lips curve slightly as she murmured, Xiao Sheng, isn't it strange why this place is so shabby, with even the main door rusted? Seeing that Bibi Dong saw through his thoughts, Su Sheng, feeling embarrassed, chose to remain silent. At such times, saying nothing was the best approach. Bibi Dong's temperament was unpredictable. Who knew if she would be smiling one moment and then have a cold expression as if wanting to kill the next? However, after waiting for a while, Bibi Dong did not say another word. Su Sheng quietly glanced at Bibi Dong, only to see that she had already noticed his small action and was now staring at him with a slightly focused gaze, seemingly waiting for Su Sheng's response. Su Sheng gently coughed to cover up his earlier embarrassment, thinking that Bibi Dong was discussing her past with him. He didn't expect that she had been waiting for his response. He couldn't understand, couldn't comprehend. How could he know about the secrets of Xiaojiang or Bibi Dong? The only thing he knew was that Bibi Dong's current ruthless and decisive demeanor, as perceived by the outside world, was merely a facade to hide another side of her. He had to cautiously inquire, suggesting that the Wuhun temple's funds should be able to resolve even this small issue. Fearing that this hall was something very important to her teacher, perhaps even something that should not be tarnished. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Sheng meaningfully, and with a non-committal response, said, You guessed right. As you said, this place holds the happiest memories of my teacher. Let's go inside. She didn't want to bring up those painful memories, especially not about Qian Xuanji, the scum who wore her teacher's skin. Bibi Dong slowly opened the door, and the two entered the room. As soon as Su Sheng stepped inside, he felt a sensation similar to sound wave shielding, which he assumed was due to the soul guide devices. In the center of the room, there was a small candle burning weakly, barely providing a flicker of light in the dim space. Bibi Dong placed down her purple gold scepter, approached a chair, and slowly sat down. She looked at Su Sheng and softly advised, You should meditate and absorb the soul bone now. The surrounding soul guide devices will shield any disturbances caused by your breakthrough, so you don't have to worry about attracting attention. The reason for bringing Su Sheng here to absorb the soul bone was twofold. Firstly, the creation of soul guide devices was extremely difficult, and even the Wuhun temple had very few. Secondly, the soul guide devices installed in this place were the most advanced currently developed, Even the aura of a tidal Douluo would be shielded by them. Otherwise, breaking through in the Wuhun temple without permission could create a huge commotion, potentially attracting the attention of the Elder Hall and other hostile forces. She didn't want to reveal Su Sheng, a card that could potentially overturn the continent, too soon. Su Sheng stared at the tense atmosphere of being alone with Bibi Dong, gently sitting cross-legged on the ground. He then took out the 3 soul bones that Bibi Dong had previously bestowed upon him. The 3 soul bones, each glowing with different lights, quietly floated in front of him. The 3 soul bones were the wisdom skull of mental concentration, the right arm of explosive burning flame, and the left leg of swift advancement. Su Sheng stared at the 3 floating soul bones with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, momentarily unsure of how to choose. Sitting in the chair, Bibi Dong propped up her chin, her enchanting pupils seeming to see through everything. She spoke, "Xiao Sheng, start by absorbing the skull. That one is also the most dangerous." Su Sheng cast a grateful glance, thinking, "Teacher, while others are struggling to obtain a soul bone, I'm worried about having 3 soul bones, but not knowing which one to absorb first. Comparing people can be infuriating. If I were in front of today's titled Douluos, I might just get beaten to death." Su Sheng shook his head, calming his restless heart, and then grasped the wisdom skull tightly against his chest. He transformed his soul power into threads that intertwined with the soul bone, then closed his eyes. Seeing that Su Sheng had begun to absorb the soul bone, Bibi Dong reminded him from the side, "Xiao Sheng, you must feel the presence of the soul bone with your heart. Do not try to resist it. Once a soul bone is absorbed by a soul master, it is as if it has grown from your own body. So you must relax your body and mind during the absorption to achieve a perfect fusion with the soul bone." With his eyes closed and absorbing the soul bone, Su Sheng could feel that he was in a vast ocean of sky blue, even without seeing with his eyes. He surveyed this incredibly tranquil sea, as if he were the master of this place, able to grasp everything within it. Su Sheng couldn't help but purse his lips in praise. Is this the scene of absorbing a soul bone? So beautiful. Chapter 24. It's getting late. Let's sleep together. But in the next moment, the entire light blue ocean began to surge violently, and everything around him spun chaotically. Countless mental attacks from the soul bone's spiritual sea struck directly at Su Sheng. This attack, which seemed to want to tear apart his mind, made Su Sheng's face show traces of pain as he bit his thin lips and silently endured the suffering. Afterward, the pain grew more intense. When it reached its peak, Su Sheng couldn't help but let out a cold hiss. Although he already possessed the cultivation of a tidal Douluo, his mental strength was still quite weak. As a result, absorbing this skull still brought unnecessary pain. As the surrounding ocean gradually became transparent and integrated into Su Sheng's body, the pain slowly faded away. Meanwhile, in the real world, the soul bone held in his hands quietly merged into Su Sheng's skull. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Su Sheng slightly opened his eyes. He could already feel that after absorbing the skull, his mental strength had made a significant breakthrough. Even without using his eyes, he could sense all things within a 5-meter radius. Bibi Dong, who had been closely watching Su Sheng from the side, squinted her eyes and asked Xiao Sheng, "How is it? Did you experience any rejection after the absorption?" Although the possibility of rejection between a soul bone and a soul master was very low, it had to be taken seriously, especially for a skull-type soul bone, where even the slightest mistake could not be tolerated. Minor issues could lead to intelligence damage, while severe ones could result in going astray. Su Sheng turned back and smiled, saying, "Teacher, don't worry. After absorbing this skull, my spiritual power has greatly increased, but it seems that my cultivation hasn't broken through." Bibi Dong, with an unchanged expression, supported her chin and said lightly, "This is understandable. Relying solely on one piece of soul bone cannot withstand the pressure of your tidal Dou level soul power. At least you might break through the bottleneck after absorbing 3 pieces." Su Sheng gazed thoughtfully at the other 2 soul bones and asked, "Teacher, should I start absorbing the other soul bones now?" He thought that the sooner he absorbed them, the sooner he could feel at ease, especially after hearing what Bibi Dong had said earlier. If he didn't absorb the soul bones, his body could only last for 2 years at most, which felt like a ticking time bomb. However, to his surprise, Bibi Dong shook her head, denying Su Sheng's idea, and coldly said, "No, take a break before continuing to absorb. Although the other soul bones are not as dangerous, they're not that easy either." Su Sheng nodded, not asking too many questions, and continued to sit cross-legged to begin his cultivation. After that, Su Sheng successively absorbed the 2 soul bones, the explosive burning flame right arm, and the swift wind left leg. Since it didn't have much to do with mental power, the whole process went very smoothly. His cultivation successfully crossed that bottleneck, breaking through from level 90 to level 91. Sheng stood up from the ground, dusting off his pants, and looked at Bibi Dong, who seemed to be in a daze. Unable to help himself, he interrupted her thoughts. "Teacher, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll head back now." Being a man alone with a woman in this small dark room made him feel like he had to be cautious about everything, especially with a beautiful woman beside him that he could only admire but not touch. How could a man withstand this? Moreover, his body was still that of a child, not having developed at all. Bibi Dong, coming back to her senses, had a glimmer of light in her beautiful eyes as she glanced out the window. She saw the large spirit hall was already shrouded in darkness. After a moment of calm contemplation, a slight smile appeared on her lips. She turned her gaze to Sheng, and her stunning face flushed slightly. Then the blush quickly vanished. Standing up, she slowly approached Sheng and gently patted his shoulder with her palm. Feigning nonchalance, she said, Sheng, it's getting late. Why don't you sleep here tonight? Just consider it keeping me company and chatting. Okay?" Sheng's legs stiffened, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What was happening? He was in a teacher-student relationship with Bibi Dong. First, they were alone in a room, and now she was suggesting they sleep together. My goodness, why does the plot always develop so dramatically? Could it be that a teacher-student romance was on the horizon? Sheng silently leaned forward, forcing Bibi Dong to release her hand from his shoulder. Then he took a deep breath and politely declined. "Teacher, I think it's better to forget it. It's not far from the academy, and if others see us, it might not be good for you." He believed that Bibi Dong, despite being a beautiful woman, wouldn't easily agree just because of that. Sheng, though lazy, was also an upright young man. Upon hearing Sheng's response, disappointment was clearly visible on Bibi Dong's face, and she slightly turned away, letting out a quiet sigh. Sheng, who had turned his head, could clearly sense Bibi Dong's unmasked disappointment due to the absorption of the skull. Seeing a beautiful woman, especially his teacher, show such an expression made him feel a bit guilty. Should he just give in to Bibi Dong? After a moment of hesitation, he suggested, "Teacher, how about this? You sleep on the bed, and I'll cultivate on the floor. Would that be all right?" He secretly thought to himself that he was still so young. Surely Bibi Dong wouldn't do anything to him, right? She wouldn't, would she? Bibi Dong, who had turned her back, seemed to have received some precious gift, suddenly turned around with a smile. Her clear and untainted smile made everything else seem unimportant. Bibi Dong walked back to Sheng's side and hugged him, whispering, of course, "Little Sheng, thank you. It's been a long time since anyone could talk to the teacher like this." As night gradually faded, a ray of light shone through the window into the room, just illuminating Sheng's face. He reached out to rub his eyes and then tried to stand up, only to find that his waist was tightly held by a pair of hands, and the sound of evenly matched breathing softly echoed in his ear. Sheng reached out to touch the soft bed and couldn't help but gasp. What the heck? Didn't I spend all yesterday cultivating on the floor? How'd I end up on the bed? That breathing sound just now couldn't be. Sheng quietly glanced to the side with only to see Bibi Dong, who had already fallen asleep, still maintaining an elegant posture. Her stunningly beautiful face was smooth without a single wrinkle, peacefully lying beside him. If it were just this, it wouldn't be a big deal. But what is the situation now? Bibi Dong's body was completely pressed against his back. Sheng's mind slowly recalled a phrase. Dare you move? His heart trembled as he thought, I dare not move. I dare not move. As long as he even made the slightest movement, he would touch Bibi Dong's figure that outlined a perfect curve. When that time comes, he wouldn't be able to explain anything clearly. Chapter 25. Rest for a day, seeking recommendation, seeking collection. The lovely Bibi Dong held Sheng tightly. And even though he really wanted to break free, he couldn't just use brute force to pry her arms apart, right? Moreover, that would definitely wake her up. Sheng slowly raised his gaze, looking at Bibi Dong's exquisite face, his arm trembling as he reached out toward her. He thought it would be better to wake Bibi Dong himself, lest she think he had done something to her. But who would have thought that his trembling arm would be so unsteady? Suddenly, it dropped, perfectly brushing against Bibi Dong's smooth skin as soft as a baby's, causing ripples in Sheng's heart. Realizing what he had just done, Sheng's heart suddenly raced. What had he just done? He had touched Bibi Dong. This was bad. Bibi Dong would surely wake up soon and see his reckless actions. Wouldn't that be a disaster? However, after a moment, the elegant Bibi Dong only slightly fluttered her long eyelashes before returning to normal. The heavy stone that had been hanging in Su Shang's heart finally fell, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking that it was good she didn't wake up, he cautiously withdrew the arm that had been gently caressing Bibi Dong's cheek and then extended his right hand. With no other choice, Su Shang opened his palm, and the ominous red glow of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus slowly emerged from his hand. In the next moment, the petals of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus linked together and covered Su Shang's back and Bibi Dong's arm. These petals gently wrapped around the latter's arm, then pressed tightly against the skin, emitting a faint toxicity that temporarily rendered the arm numb. Su Shang raised his palm, and the petals of the Nine Heart Blood cherry slightly lifted Bibi Dong's arm before moving away from Su Shang's back. After finishing all this, Su Shang quickly got up from the bed, stretched comfortably, and turned to look at Bibi Dong, who was still asleep behind him. This version of Bibi Dong, with a slightly softer and more approachable aura, was simply captivating. After giving her a faint smile, Su Shang walked out, gently pushed the door shut, and left. Unbeknownst to him, after sensing the door close, Bibi Dong, lying in bed, slowly opened her eyes, her expression complex as she stared at the closed door. In fact, she had woken up quite early, but pretended to be asleep to avoid making Su Shang uncomfortable. As for how Su Shang ended up in bed after sleeping on the floor last night, it was she who had carried him up. After leaving Bibi Dong, Su Shang arrived at the academy, pushed the door open, and walked inside. What greeted his eyes was Hu Liena, dressed in a white little warm robe, exuding a pure girl vibe, but the dark circles under her eyes and her tired expression added a cute touch. Su Shang walked over to her with a smile and said, "Liena, good morning. Did you not sleep well?" Hu Liena looked at Su Shang with a hint of resentment and replied, "It's Su Shang. We didn't sleep at all last night. We were studying about soul beasts." "Oh." Su Shang was slightly surprised and glanced at Xiaoyu and Yin behind her, both of whom also looked very fatigued. It seemed that after he left yesterday, the three of them had gone through another round of intense studying. Yin suddenly slammed the table, rolled her eyes, and lay down, clearly unhappy. "Say, I can't take it anymore. I want to sleep. I haven't even had time to sleep all day. Is this something a person can handle?" Xiaoyu shook his head helplessly and said, "You should get up. Don't let teacher Chiruo see you. Otherwise, you'll be punished again. Try to cultivate soul power can also relieve fatigue." "You say that so easily." Yin shot back and then directly closed her eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Su Shang and the others were unsure whether to call her. Xiaoyu shrugged, indicating that he was also powerless in this situation. Their study intensity was on a completely different level compared to other academies. They first studied theoretical knowledge about soul beasts in the morning, practiced soul power in the afternoon, and had to study until dawn at night. This terrifying level of training, while allowing their cultivation to improve rapidly, often resulted in a lack of sleep. Xiaoyu shook his head and turned his gaze back to Su Shang, curiously asking, "Su Shang, where did you go last night? How come even the extremely strict teacher, Chiruo, didn't stop you?" Before Su Shang arrived, Chiruo was extremely strict with the three of them. Unless it was something very important, they basically had to be in a state of studying and practicing at all times. As for resting, that was something they didn't even dare to think about. Unexpectedly, on Su Shang's first day, Chiruo was actually able to tolerate this. Su Shang pondered for a moment and casually lied. "Me? I went to discuss some matters with the teacher, so I didn't come." There was no way he could say something like I slept with Bibi Dong or I rested together with Bibi Dong for a night. Xiaoyu heard this and couldn't help but exclaim, "I see. No wonder Master Chiruo would agree. TSK. Hu Liena beside Su Shang struggled for a moment before reaching out to poke Su Shang's clothing corner, her face slightly blushing as she said, "Su Shang, could you sit next to me?" Su Shang turned around and paused for a moment, smiling faintly, saying good. Xiaoyu observed this scene, sympathetically glancing at Yin who was sleeping behind, and disdainfully remarked, "Yin, it seems my sister has already found someone she likes. It's pitiful that you're still foolishly sleeping." The next moment, he suddenly realized a serious issue, and his gaze towards Su Shang gradually turned cold. "Damn, this guy actually wants to take my sister," he hissed. "If only I could beat him." Before he could finish his thoughts, Chiruo walked in with a cold expression. Xiaoyu quickly shut his mouth, and Hu Liena sat down next to Su Shang. Yin, who was sleeping soundly on the table, was suddenly awakened by the sound of the door opening. Sitting up straight and staring intently at Chiruo. Chiruo first scanned Xiaoyu and the others, and when he saw Su Shang, he thought about how this child was a title duel-level powerhouse, and he broke into a cold sweat. Chiruo covered his mouth and coughed lightly. "Ahem, Hu Liena, Xiaoyu, Yin, you three have been studying hard during this time. So today you can take a break. But don't forget to cultivate your soul power. Yan's eyes widened, and he dug at his ears in disbelief, saying, "Did I hear that right? This old guy actually let us rest? Has he lost his mind?" Xiaoyu lowered his head, deep in thought, saying, "This doesn't make sense. Could it be that Qi Ruo has changed his ways and intends to let us return to normal training and studying? Impossible. There must be a conspiracy." Meanwhile, Hu Liena directly asked suspiciously, "Teacher Qi Ruo, did you just misspeak? Or are you saying we should cultivate all night today?" Su Sheng remained silent, curiously observing Qi Ruo, waiting for him to continue. Upon seeing the reactions of Xiaoyu and the others, Qi Ruo's face suddenly darkened. How could he have taught them? And now he appeared to be such an unapproachable mentor in their eyes. "You heard me right. Today, I'm giving you a day off. Su Sheng, come out with me." Qi Ruo looked at Su Sheng with a hint of respect. Chapter 26. Heading to the Great Soul Arena. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking collections. After Su Sheng and Qi Ruo walked out, the former asked in confusion, "Mentor Qi Ruo, do you need something from me?" Qi Ruo nodded and said seriously, "Su Sheng, His Holiness the Pope has already informed me that you have reached the level of title Douluo." Su Sheng pondered for a moment, pursed her lips, and raised an eyebrow, saying, "So what? Should I just skip the training?" Qi Ruo denied Su Sheng's statement, coughing lightly. "No, it's not that. It's because the training plan assigned to you by His Holiness the Pope is quite different from what the Evil Moon Group does." When he first heard that His Holiness the Pope wanted a child of just a few years old to participate in the Grand Soul Arena, he almost thought he was hearing things. After all, it is very easy to suffer casualties in the Grand Soul Arena, especially in the Grand Soul City within Soul City, when the number of deaths and injuries is terrifyingly high. It wasn't until later that she reminded herself that this child in front of her had awakened with innate level 90 soul power, truly a title Douluo. Only after that could he understand His Holiness the Pope's intentions. Su Sheng silently glanced at him and said, "Qi Ruo, go ahead. What's the difference between them and Xiaoyu?" He was somewhat looking forward to what task Bibi Dong would assign him. Since Bibi Dong knew that his soul power had reached level 91, she would definitely not give him tasks that were useless. So what kind of training would be effective for him? Qi Ruo said seriously, "Su Sheng, according to the orders of His Holiness the Pope, you will study theoretical knowledge with Xiaoyu and the others every morning. In the afternoon, you will go alone to the Grand Soul Arena in Soul City for 1v1 battles, and you need to achieve a diamond medal rank. In the evening, you must hunt at least one soul beast with a cultivation of over 20,000 years." After finishing, Qi Ruo felt that these training tasks were quite challenging. Moreover, Su Sheng was an auxiliary soul master, and if he wasn't careful, he might lose his life to a soul beast. Su Sheng, with a calm expression, did not show any signs of fluctuation after hearing this, because these tasks were not very difficult, especially the duels in the Grand Soul Arena. With his title, Douluo level soul power, he could basically achieve a complete victory. If there were no limits on the number of matches, he could earn a diamond medal in just one day. Su Sheng found it a bit boring and asked, "Is that all?" Qi Ruo's lips couldn't help but twitch. "Is that really it?" Su Sheng can't possibly not understand the difficulty of this task, right? Even if he's a title Douluo, he is just an auxiliary type. It's almost impossible to confront a 10,000-year soul beast. Otherwise, he would definitely lament that, at nearly 50 years old, he is not even as capable as a child of a few years old. Qi Ruo thought for a moment, considering that His Holiness the Pope had only told him this much. After that, there was nothing more. "Su Sheng, you probably still don't know where the Great Soul Arena is, do you?" Su Sheng notet non komita. He had only been here for a few days and was naturally unfamiliar with the Spirit Hall City. "Well, since you just arrived and are still not familiar with it," Qi Ruo touched his white beard and suggested, "That's perfect. Right now, Xiaoyu and the others are resting. I'll take you around." After showing Su Sheng around, what he should do in the future would no longer be his concern. Qi Ruo led Su Sheng towards the Grand Soul Arena of Spirit Hall City. Due to Su Sheng's extraordinarily handsome appearance, he stood out on the entire street, and exclamations from both men and women echoed around them. "Wow, that boy is so handsome. I wonder which sect or family he belongs to. So handsome. If I could get this kid to marry my little Qing, I would have no regrets in this life." Don't dream. Look closely at that middle-aged man with a white beard next to him. He's a mentor from the Spirit Academy, a Soul Emperor-level powerhouse. Walking alongside Su Sheng, Qi Ruo's ears perked up upon hearing the generous praises. He glanced at Su Sheng and said with a hint of jealousy, "Su Sheng, it seems you are quite popular. As a mentor from the Spirit Academy and a Soul Emperor-level powerhouse, he never received such attention. Indeed, the difference in looks between people is still very important." Su Sheng shamelessly smiled and said, "It's mutual, isn't it? Qi Ruo's name is also well known to everyone. Being handsome is a gift from heaven, and we can't refuse it. Qi Ruo, I'm getting old, can't do it anymore." Su Sheng, look, that circular conference hall in front is the Great Soul Arena. Su Sheng raised her gaze and could barely see a silhouette. She lightly said, "It does resemble the description in the original work." At the entrance of the Great Fighting Soul Arena, there were 2 rows of women who were not very beautiful, but extremely easy on the eyes. Upon seeing Su Sheng and Qi Ruo approach, they all bowed and sweetly said, "Welcome to the Great Fighting Soul Arena. Please come in." Qi Ruo nodded and led Su Sheng inside. The 2 slowly stopped, and Su Sheng looked up and observed that they were currently in the lowest level of the passage, with 3 identical levels above them. Seeing that he had come back to his senses, Qi Ruo patiently began to explain, "Su Sheng, the Great Fighting Soul Arena is divided into 2 parts. One is the registration area for contestants, which is where we are now, and the upper levels are the rest areas. The other part is the spectator seats for watching the fights, which you enter through that main path to find your seat." Su Sheng quietly took note, then saw a store opening in front of him, filled with computers and other items. Inside, a beautiful female staff member with light pink hair was busy entering information for other soul masters. After Su Sheng replied, he slowly walked towards the storefront. "I see. That must be the registration place." Qi Ruo, noticing Su Sheng's impatience, followed him. The waitress in the store wiped the sweat from her forehead and, glancing at Su Sheng, was momentarily taken aback. "This little brother is so handsome. If he grows up a bit more, I might even want to flirt with him." A nearby group of people saw the waitress staring at Su Sheng and said displeased, "Hey, why are you staring at the kid? Hurry up and input our information." The waitress quickly came to her senses, took their card, and said apologetically, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'll input it right away." She typed a few things on the computer and asked, "Please tell me your team name." The man who had scolded her before propped up his chin and thought for a moment. "We have 7 people. Let's just call our team 7-man coffin bearers." The waitress, hearing this strange name, asked with a strange expression, "Sir, are you sure?" The man sensed the doubt in her tone and angrily replied, "Hey, do you not understand? Just fill it in as I said." The waitress, having received her answer, no longer cared about them and thought, if they want to be called that, so be it. Hopefully, all 7 of them will be taken away together. After completing the registration, the waitress coldly handed the card back, saying, "Registration successful. Please wait in the battle zone." The man snorted in displeasure and left with the other 6. The waitress took a deep breath and turned her gaze back to Su Sheng, seeing his delicate little face. Her previously irritable mood instantly brightened. This child has a magical effect. Just one glance at him made her feel invigorated again. She then smiled slightly and gently said to Su Sheng, "Little brother, are you here to watch the match? The spectator seats are over there." Chapter 27. Nine Heart Blood Begonia versus Coffin Bearers. Su Sheng revealed her bright eyes and white teeth. "Sister, I came to participate in the soul fighting, not to watch. Are all the sisters in Douluo so good-looking? At times like this, acting aloof is the most attractive." Su Sheng used his virgin complex to deduce the first rule of flirting. The waitress, upon hearing this, elegantly covered her mouth and smiled. But then her expression turned serious as she warned, "Little brother, you're not trying to make your sister happy, are you? How old are you? Participating in the soul fight can be deadly." Su Sheng extended his palm and directly summoned the 9 Heart Blood Lotus, which radiated a crimson aura. 4 black soul rings slowly emerged from beneath his feet. "Miss, I'm serious. I'm not joking with you." The 4 pitch-black soul rings flickered around Su Sheng, and the waitress's expression changed drastically, causing her to take a step back. Her face displayed shock as she stammered, "What? This little brother is actually a 4-ring soul master." Moreover, as she spoke, her tone began to mix with a hint of fear. "And the first 4 soul rings are all 10,000-year soul rings. How terrifying is this child?" All soul masters on the continent know the taboo. A soul master's first soul ring usually should not exceed 600 years of absorption. If one exceeds this limit, the soul master's body will not withstand the pressure and will explode. But this child, his first soul ring is actually a 10,000-year soul ring, which has never been seen before on the entire continent. And what kind of powerful background must someone have to cultivate such a terrifying child? Su Sheng was not surprised by the woman's astonished expression. With a slight smile, he said, "Miss, can you input the information for me now? I told you, I'm not here to spectate." The woman calmed her inner surprise and gently replied, "Of course, but processing the information requires a payment of 10 gold soul coins." Even with their strictly trained professionalism, she felt that everything that had just happened was too surreal. Upon hearing the words golden soul coin, Su Sheng's face suddenly turned awkward. Speaking of which, didn't Bibi Dong give him some golden soul coins? How could they continue to have fun like this? The observant waitress, noticing Su Sheng's awkward expression, politely suggested, "Little brother, you wouldn't happen to have forgotten your golden soul coins, would you? If that's the case, I could cover for such a handsome little brother. This money would be worth it, even if it were a loss." Su Sheng looked at the woman, awkwardly scratching her hair, just as he was about to thank her. Chi Ruo walked over and grabbed his shoulder. Su Sheng turned around and saw Chi Ruo take out a black card from his pocket and hand it to him. "This is specially instructed by His Holiness the Pope for you. It contains 100,000 gold soul coins. It should be enough for your expenses." Su Sheng took the black card, realizing that Bibi Dong was indeed meticulous. He had just thought that she hadn't prepared anything, but it seemed he had misjudged her. He examined the black card and found it to be quite unique in its patterns, but otherwise nothing special. However, the female attendant at the counter gasped in surprise upon seeing the black card, thinking she had hit the jackpot today. She had just witnessed a shocking scene, and now something even more explosive had come up. If there were a few more surprises, her little heart wouldn't be able to take it. A hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes. This card could only be used by His Holiness the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Could it be that this child and the middle-aged man were? Perhaps they were not just close confidants of the Pope, but had a significant connection as well. No wonder the child-soul ring ratio was so terrifying. This explained everything. Su Sheng handed the black card to the female server, asking if that was enough. To his surprise, the woman shook her head in refusal. Seeing the confusion on Su Sheng's face, she quickly explained, "Little brother, this is exclusively for His Holiness the Pope, so all service fees can be waived." Since she said it like that, Su Sheng took back the black card, shrugged lazily, and said, "So that's how it is. Power does make things convenient." The woman typed a few things on the computer and then warmly asked, "Little brother, please tell me your name, title, soul power level, and the type of soul battle you wish to participate in." Su Sheng thought for a moment and murmured to himself, "Su Sheng, let's call the title Nine Heart Blood Begonia, with a soul power of level 49. He wouldn't be foolish enough to claim to be a title Douluo. Otherwise, he wouldn't find anyone in the entire soul arena who could fight him. Moreover, he wouldn't experience the thrill of not needing to rely on a martial soul to defeat others. As Tang San, the son of Tang Hao, had not learned these flashy tricks, he had inadvertently picked them up. After a while, the woman successfully entered Su Sheng's information into the computer and reminded him, "All right, the registration is successful. You will participate in a 1v1 battle, and you can wait for the notification in the rest area." "Thank you, miss." Su Sheng nodded in response and turned to walk towards Chi Ruo. The waitress's beautiful eyes lingered on Su Sheng's back, and then she sighed helplessly. After accompanying Su Sheng in the rest area for a while, Chi Ruo glanced at the sky and noticed it was almost afternoon, so she apologetically said to Su Sheng, "Since you successfully registered, I should head back." Su Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly at Chi Ruo. "Didn't you tell Yu and the others to take a break?" Now he understood why Yu felt so tormented by this guy. What he said was simply like farting. It was easy to imagine that Yu and the others must have gone through this process of hope turning into despair. Chi Ruo swallowed hard at those words, feeling a bit awkward and not knowing how to explain. "Ahem, that's true, but I'm really afraid their training will fall behind. I believe they can understand my concerns." Su Sheng waved his hand, remaining calm as he said, "You can go ahead, Mentor Chi Ruo." Unfortunately, Yu and the others would have to start their learning journey again. Chi Ruo nodded, stood up straight, and quickly left. Before long, an uplifting male voice echoed throughout the entire. "We interrupt this broadcast for a 1v1 individual soul duel featuring Jiu Xi and withTang against the Undertaker. Please, both combatants, proceed to the third soul arena." After hearing this, Su Sheng, who had been slumped in his chair, slowly stretched his back and murmured, "Is it finally my turn?" However, the title of Grave Bearer? Could it be one of the participants from the previous 7-man soul duel? Before he registered, he happened to encounter a team of 7, and it seemed that the odd team name was something like 7 men carrying a coffin. Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, Su Sheng quickly headed towards the third soul duel arena. Inside the third soul duel arena, the spectators looked at the man in a black robe, exuding a kingly aura and walking slowly onto the duel platform, and began to discuss animatedly. One man exclaimed, "The Grave Bearer? Is he the one who can summon monsters using a coffin?" A woman next to him nodded, revealing a fearful expression, and quietly said, "Yes, yes." It said that the monsters summoned from his coffin are very hard to kill. All his opponents in the previous matches didn't survive. Another person, with a cheeky expression, said, "That so-called Nine Heart Blood Begonia, I've never heard of it. He must be a newbie. Encountering a terrifying guy like the Grave Bearer is just as bad luck. Just watch. This guy is bound to be torn to pieces by the Grave Bearer's monsters." Chapter 28. The Soul Rings. The man constantly gliding on the hoverboard in the Soul Duel Arena saw that the emotions of the audience had reached a peak. He knew it was time for him to make his entrance. Elegantly adjusting the two-piece sunflower glasses on his face, he passionately announced, "Hello, audience friends. I am the handsome guy responsible for the commentary of this duel, Jala." In an instant, the audience below was ignited with anger. This guy was the notorious poisonous pacifier of the Grand Soul Arena. Anyone who had his blessing was almost guaranteed to lose. Even if they had a significant advantage, they would still end up losing. Therefore, this person's reputation in the Grand Soul Arena was quite poor, but due to his excellent commentary skills, no one dared to expel him. Enough talking. Let us get started already. Yeah, where's that guy called Nine Heart Blood Begonia? Why hasn't he come on stage yet? Could it be that he is chickening out? Shut up. The last time you were here, your poisonous commentary made us lose a huge amount of gold soul coins. Looking at the audience who were hurling insults at him, Jala just laughed loudly, thick-skinned, and said, seeing everyone welcoming me so passionately, "It seems that commentary for this match will be very interesting. Do you even have any shame? Who the hell is welcoming you? Hurry up and get off the stage. I demand a replacement. Damn it. I've never seen someone so shameless." Jala simply ignored these people and cast a questioning glance at the opponent of the Grave Bearer. When he realized it was a slightly shorter child, he exclaimed, "Wow, the opponent of the Grave Bearer has appeared. But isn't he a bit too young? Could he be a disciple of that sect?" Su Sheng's expression darkened sharply upon hearing Jala's commentary. He then glanced at the latter with displeasure, thinking to himself, "Can this guy even talk properly? Isn't it just because I'm a bit younger?" The spectators below looked at Su Sheng, who was even shorter than half of them, and angrily exclaimed, "What is this? This Nine Heart Blood Begonia is just a slightly handsome little brat? Is this a joke?" A man with a lewd expression in his eyes showed a glimmer of greed, rubbing his hands in delight, and saying, "It seems like today's a sure win. I'm definitely going to make a big profit." The woman beside him displayed endless disappointment on her face, shaking her head and saying, "The Great Soul Arena is really becoming less rigorous. Even this kind of little brat can get on stage, and this should be a battle at the soul sect level." The man in a black robe, the Undertaker, fixed his blood-red eyes on Su Sheng and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm not interested in little brats. Taking your life brings me no sense of achievement. Just hurry up and get off the stage." Su Sheng squinted his eyes and immediately revealed a harmless smile. "What a coincidence. I'm not interested in you either. After all, I've never encountered such a weak opponent." The Undertaker's body shook, and his tone gradually mixed with a few strands of sharp killing intent. "Kid, are you looking for death? I was going to let you go, but now, get ready to welcome death." He had intended to spare this kid's life out of consideration for his youth. It seems there's no need for that anymore. He was going to use his own coffin to wrap up this ignorant guy. Su Sheng yawned and lazily replied, "If you can do it." Jala clapped his hands, and it seemed both sides were filled with fighting spirit. "Then please, both of you, get ready for battle. It starts in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, start." The coffin bearer stomped his left leg fiercely and coldly said, "Humph, kid, I'll show you what real strength is." He spread his arms, and a huge coffin slowly materialized in front of him, which he placed before himself. For dazzling spirit rings gradually appeared beneath his feet. They were white, yellow, and purple. None of them reached the standard spirit ring ratio. When Jala saw the white spirit ring, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. But it quickly passed as he feigned excitement, saying, "Our coffin bearer has revealed his 4 spirit rings. He is actually a level 40 spirit master. This looks interesting." The first spirit ring was only 10 years, which was enough to prove that this person's talent was not strong, even extremely poor. He probably was already 50 or 60 years old under that eerie black robe. However, although the coffin bearer's first spirit ring was a joke, the audience's discussions were overwhelmingly one-sided. After all, a level 40 spirit master, even with a 10-year spirit ring, could have killed others of the same level, and the other was just a young kid. There was no need to even watch to know who would win this match. Sure enough, the prediction was right. Although the coffin bearer's first spirit ring was 10 years, he should not be underestimated. Indeed, if he didn't have certain strength, how could he defeat or even kill others who were also level 40 spirit masters? Su Sheng looked at the solitary soul ring glowing with a white light, stifling a laugh on his face. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't expect there to be someone with a 10-year soul ring as their first ring. You really are impressive. The Undertaker, hearing Su Sheng's sarcastic tone, couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and embarrassment. This 10-year soul ring was the pain of his life, as his talent was indeed very poor. He struggled to suppress the urge to tear Su Sheng apart and said coldly, "You dare to humiliate me like this? Quickly show your soul ring. I can't wait to tear you apart. Want to see my soul ring? Sure, I'll satisfy you." Su Sheng's lips curled slightly. Since he wanted to see it so badly, he would certainly oblige. After all, it would be quite amusing to strike a blow to his weak spirit as well. In the next moment, he gently extended his palm, and the terrifying and blood-soaked Nine Heart Blood Lotus blossomed in his hand. The blood-red radiance spread out widely, bringing a chilling and oppressive atmosphere to the entire Grand Soul Arena. The Undertaker, on the opposite side, looked at Su Sheng with disdain. This kid was still so young. His soul power level could at most be that of a great soul master, and he could never be his match. But then, his expression gradually froze, and his gaze shifted from disdain to intense fear. He stepped back in fright, his terrified face revealing his emotions. What had he just seen? A 10,000-year soul ring. That's right, a 10,000-year soul ring. This child, who was not even 10 years old, was not only a soul master, but also had every single soul ring being a terrifying 10,000-year soul ring. For soul rings floated beneath Su Sheng's feet, and with a smiling face, he asked how it was. "Aren't you going to look at my soul rings?" Due to participating in the soul arena, everyone used special eye accessories to cover their faces, so Su Sheng wasn't worried about being exposed. The gravedigger wanted to speak, but found the words stuck tightly in his throat, unable to make a sound. Instead, Jala, as if ignited by emotion, shouted excitedly to the audience, "This child is actually from the soul sect. Moreover, the soul ring configuration has far surpassed the limits that soul masters can achieve. 4 10,000-year soul rings." A burly man with stubble suddenly stood up from his seat, rubbed his eyes, and stared intently at the 4 dark soul rings beneath Su Sheng's feet, fearfully saying, "You're joking, right? 4 10,000-year soul rings?" The man next to him kept repeating, "How is this possible? Impossible. Even a titled Douluo can't reach such a soul ring configuration, right? He already has 4 10,000-year soul rings at only level 40. If he grows up..." It seemed that the gravedigger was going to fall this time. This kind of opponent had already crushed him in every aspect, leaving him unable to resist. In an instant, Su Sheng became the focus of the entire soul arena. Chapter 29. Battle. The gravedigger took a deep breath, frantically comforting himself that this kid only had talent and that he might not necessarily lose to him in a real fight. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he said ominously, "That's right, I won't lose." Second soul skill, White Bone. The second yellow 100-year soul ring lit up, and the tightly closed coffin began to tremble violently, as if something terrifying was about to break out of it. Su Sheng was not in a hurry to take action, curiously watching the constantly trembling coffin. This martial soul is quite interesting. It should be similar to summoning creatures from another world. Jala, standing on a hovering board in the air, saw that the coffin bearer had already begun to take action and exclaimed, "Wow, the coffin bearer has activated his second soul skill first. What will emerge from the coffin?" The audience below was intrigued, all widening their eyes to catch a glimpse. Has it come out? The coffin bearer's special ability, summoning creatures from another world. It is said that the creatures summoned by this soul skill are made of flesh and blood and can quickly regenerate even if their heads are chopped off. This kid is in trouble. Such things cannot be killed. With a loud crack, the entire coffin lid exploded, and the coffin cover was blasted into the sky by a tremendous impact. Then, a creature with a rather imposing physique slowly walked out of the coffin, its body entirely covered in white bones. The most bizarre thing was that there was actually a trickle of blood flowing between its various body parts. This skeletal figure stared intently at Su Sheng, continuously showing a terrifying and eerie smile, mumbling, "Kill, kill." Su Sheng was surprised that it could actually speak, and this martial soul was quite unique. Although it still appeared lazy on the surface, a hint of vigilance arose in his heart. The coffin bearer sneered, thinking that this kid must be stunned. What a good opportunity. Following the command, the skeleton suddenly trembled all over, pulled out one of its own ribs, and gripped it tightly as it charged towards Su Sheng. The skeleton's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Upon reaching Su Sheng, it fiercely stabbed the rib in its hand. Su Sheng looked calmly at the skeleton that was about to strike him. In the next moment, he swiftly dodged its attack by sidestepping, and feeling an itch in his hand, he swung back with all his strength. Bang! Su Shang's immense power easily sent the ruthless skeleton flying, its bones scattering like fragments on the ground, making a clattering sound. The pallbearer exclaimed in shock, "What?" It was shattered with just a slap. This skeletal body was even capable of withstanding a fierce strike from a strong attack-type battle soul sect. Yet in front of Su Sheng, it was as fragile as paper. Su Sheng stylishly shook his painfully throbbing arm. After all, he had hit Hardbone with full force. Although he didn't know if the skeleton was affected, he was definitely feeling the recoil. Once the tingling sensation faded, Su Sheng mocked, "No way. Your skeleton can't take a hit?" The embarrassed pallbearer clenched his fists and retorted, "Kid, don't get too proud. My skeleton is impossible to kill. As long as he has soul power, the creatures I summon are all immortal." Su Sheng frowned upon hearing this, refocusing his gaze on the shattered skeletal body. Puzzled and asking, "Not dead?" As soon as he finished speaking, the bones that Su Sheng had smashed into pieces began to automatically reassemble. In just a few seconds, the skeleton stood up again, swiftly drawing its own rib and charging towards Su Sheng once more. Su Sheng's eyes flashed with surprise, secretly wondering if he was playing Gundam. And it even included reorganization. However, the lifeless skeleton wouldn't give him a moment to breathe, lunging at Su Sheng with a sudden thrust. Su Sheng softly uttered a phrase. Third soul skill, withTang's protection. The third black soul ring beneath Su Sheng's feet lit up. withTang's protection, a very strong single-target defense skill. The shield will not disappear until it is broken. This means that if the shield is not shattered in one go, it will exist indefinitely. In an instant, a dense layer of light rapidly enveloped him, just a few millimeters away from Su Sheng's skin. The rib bone that had been thrust out by the skeleton struck heavily against the shield, which didn't even show a single crack. Instead, the rib bone in its hand snapped in half like a twig and fell to the ground. Confusion appeared in the dark eye sockets of the bewildered skeleton. It stared blankly at the rib bones on the ground, then looked at the light shield surrounding Su Sheng. Just like that, an extremely dramatic scene unfolded on the stage. As the unconscious skeleton continuously pulled out a rib bone to stab, break, and repeat the process without end, the audience, who had initially been full of confidence in the coffin bearer, began to jeer and mock. "Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. What kind of soul skill does this coffin bearer have? This skeleton is so dumb, stabbing for so long and still can't break the shield." The coffin bearer squinted his eyes, his expression serious. "Damn, is this the power of a 10,000-year soul ring?" The skeleton's attacks are not enough to leave a mark on the shield. Relying solely on the skeleton, it was impossible to break that shield. The coffin bearer took a deep breath. The only option now was to go all out. He shouted, "Third soul skill, Blood Devour. Fourth soul skill, Giant Demon." The third and fourth soul rings, one yellow and one purple, lit up. The coffin lying on the ground instantly replicated into 3 coffins in a phantom-like manner. The next moment, a familiar cracking sound was heard as 2 coffin lids flew into the air. The previously silent Jiala feigned excitement and said, "Wow, it seems our coffin bearer is ready to truly reveal his strength. Let's guess what kind of creatures are in the 2 coffins." Su Sheng looked at the 2 additional coffins that appeared, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up in a useless manner. The gap between the century-old soul ring, the Millennium Soul Ring, and the 10,000-year Soul Ring was enormous, and he, being at the tidal duel level of soul power, found the difference irremediable. From the 2 coffins, a giant beast appeared, its size comparable to 4 or 5 skeletal bodies combined. Its monstrous face roared fiercely, and its sharp, serrated teeth seemed to carry endless danger. The other was a tall, pale-skinned, stunning woman, her face adorned with a smile, especially highlighted by 2 long fangs, giving off a vampire-like vibe. The 2 summoned creatures let out piercing howls and then rushed to tear apart the light shield surrounding Su Sheng. Under the control of the coffin bearer, the 3 creatures attacked relentlessly. The skeleton poked with its ribs, the woman in white bit with her fangs, and the giant beast smashed with its thick arms. After a while, the coffin bearer rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring intently at the light shield that showed no signs of dimming. Astonished, he exclaimed, "This is impossible. Why hasn't that light shield disappeared after so long of smashing?" Indeed, the 3 creatures have been attacking the shield for dozens of minutes without inflicting any damage. What kind of defensive soul skill did this guy possess? Chapter 30. The might of the Nine Heart Bloodthorn. Such a monotonous battle doused the enthusiasm of the audience, with some even lying back in their chairs, fast asleep. Jiala frowned slightly, feeling that the situation was not good. If this fight had no highlights, he, as the commentator, would also face punishment from the Great Soul Arena. He adjusted his half-moon sunglasses and shouted excitedly in a captivating tone. It seems the coffin bearer can't even break through the opponent's soul skill shield. Is this the gap between the 10,000-year soul ring and the Millennium Soul Ring? However, how would this talented child defeat the coffin bearer? Let us wait and see. But the audience below was not buying it. It seemed they had come to watch these three otherworldly creatures battle the shield. What a joke. As the largest soul arena in Wuhun City, this fight was incredibly disappointing. A rather handsome man rested his chin in his hand and said, "Boring. This coffin bearer can't even break the shield. What's the point of this fight?" The woman he was holding nodded slightly, sighing, "Exactly. And even though this child possesses 4 terrifying 10,000-year soul rings, he just stands there dumbly within the shield. We demand a refund of our gold coins." That's right. Refund the gold coins. This is a waste of time. I might as well go watch the other first and second soul arenas. Jala, hearing such a chorus of refund protests, became anxious and softly reassured. "Everyone, please remain calm. Please remain calm." Often, the most exciting duels are fought in the simplest ways. Perhaps something spectacular will happen soon. Su Sheng looked at the coffin bearer across from him, who was panting heavily from the excessive consumption of soul power, and smiled as he said, "It seems the audience can't wait any longer. Why don't you just surrender?" The coffin bearer glanced at the 3 creatures he had summoned and thought to himself, "I can hold out for another 10 minutes or so. This kid's 10,000-year soul ring must consume a tremendous amount of soul power. If I could just hang on, I'll win." With that thought, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips as he looked up at Su Sheng again, convinced that he had seen through him. "Impossible. I can tell you've used up most of your soul power maintaining that shield, right? What you're showing now is just a fade. Besides, do you really think you have a chance to attack me now? I hold the initiative in this match. There's no way I'm going to surrender easily." Su Sheng shrugged his shoulders and spoke to the coffin bearer with a gradually cold tone. "So that means there's nothing to discuss, right? If I make a move, it will definitely involve blood. This guy wouldn't back down, so there was no need to hold back anymore." The coffin bearer chuckled mockingly. "Kid, do you really think you could defeat me? If you can beat me, I'll commit suicide on the spot. Bone, bloodthirsty, giant troll, keep attacking." He didn't believe this kid could still manage to do anything. Just as he was halfway through his words, he looked at Su Sheng in shock as the pitch-black soul ring beneath Su Sheng's feet lit up again. How is this possible? This shield should require continuous infusion of soul power. How can it attack others while simultaneously protecting itself? Su Sheng was too lazy to waste words with him and coldly said, "First soul skill, Blooming Begonia." The 9 Heart Blood Begonia in his hand instantly split apart, drifting towards the coffin bearer like brightly colored rose petals with thorns. The coffin bearer, standing in place, felt a jolt in his pupils. He sensed a profound unease from these petals, even experiencing a chilling illusion. If these petals hit his body, he would die. He hurriedly ran toward his 3 creatures, shouting, "Not good. Come back, all of you." The petals of the 9 Heart Blood Begonia slowly swayed in the wind, leaving behind a bloody red trail in the air with every movement. The 3 giant creatures received the coffin bearer's command and immediately halted their attack on Su Sheng, quickly positioning themselves in front of him. Looking at the 3 towering creatures blocking his way, the coffin bearer felt his heart race and angrily said, "Fortunately, I made it in time. This kid's soul skill is truly too strange. But my creatures are immortal." Su Sheng's indifferent gaze was filled with disdain for the 3 giant creatures. Could these weaklings really hold him off? If it were other martial souls, they might have been stopped, but his martial soul was incredibly bloodthirsty. These creatures should just be enough for a hearty meal, right? A flash of red light flickered in Su Sheng's eyes, then concealed itself within the pupils. The 3 giant creatures instinctively frantically swatted at the falling petals of the 9 Heart Blood Begonia. However, wherever the petals touched, they were firmly adhered to. Seeing the petals easily blocked, the pallbearer began to feel smug. How could a few broken petals possibly deal with his powerful creatures? The vigilance in his heart gradually relaxed. Su Sheng saw this scene and slightly curled his lips, silently uttering a few words. In the next moment, his 4th 10,000-year soul ring suddenly lit up. It was his 4th soul skill, Crazy Growth. The 4th soul skill, Blood Begonia, can instantly cover the target that the petals come into contact with and absorb the target's soul power to restore its own soul power. The sharp-eyed coffin bearer noticed the 4th 10,000-year soul ring lighting up beneath Su Sheng's feet and frowned, cautiously observing the surroundings. He secretly pondered, did this kid activate his soul skill now that his 4th soul ring is lit? The airborne Jala also noticed this situation and exclaimed, "That's strange. The fourth soul ring of the Nine Heart Blood Begonia is clearly lit, but why hasn't anything happened? A man questioned. Could it be that this child's fourth soul skill does nothing? The young man beside him denied this statement, saying it shouldn't be the case. Even the worst 10-year soul ring has a soul skill. A 10,000-year soul ring definitely wouldn't have such a situation. However, a man who was closest to the observation spot seemed to have discovered something and pointed at the feet of the three giant creatures in shock, saying, "Wait. You all look, those three giant creatures are actually starting to grow red things." With this person's reminder, others quickly noticed something was off. Hey, it's true. Those red petals seem to be the petals of the Nine Heart Blood Begonia. Understand, that soul skill must be something like parasitism. Hearing the voices from outside, the suspicious coffin bearer quickly turned back to look at his three giant creatures. Suddenly, the previously inconspicuous Nine Heart Blood Begonia petals that were merely clinging to the bodies of the creatures began to grow wildly. In just a few seconds, they had completely wrapped around their legs, and before long, the three giant creatures were firmly entangled by the Nine Heart Blood Begonia. The restricted three giant creatures began to struggle continuously, but to little effect, as if these Nine Heart Blood Begonias were made of steel, completely unterrible. The coffin bearer, realizing the situation, was horrified. The little soul power he had was rapidly depleting. He then shot an angry glance at Su Sheng, saying, "Damn it, you little brat. What have you done to me? Why is my soul power continuously disappearing?" Chapter 31. Moving towards the setting sun forest with a thud. The three creatures that had lost their soul power collapsed to the ground and exploded into sparkling light points, vanishing without a trace. Along with them, the coffin bearer fell to the ground, his eyes blankly repeating the words in his mouth. "Damn it. What method did you use? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this." Why? Why is his soul power disappearing into thin air? Why did the petals of the Nine Heart Blood Begonia touch the creatures I summoned, yet absorb my own soul power? He absolutely refused to admit defeat. It must be that this guy used despicable means. Su Sheng glanced at him indifferently, then looked up at Jala in the air and softly said, "Can we announce the winner now?" Jala, who was standing on the floating board, was initially stunned. But after quickly regaining his composure, he clapped his hands enthusiastically and loudly announced into the microphone, "I now declare that the winner of this match is withTang. Let's give a warm round of applause to congratulate this powerful newcomer on winning their first match in the Great Soul Arena." As his words fell, the large screen in the arena instantly displayed Su Sheng, who appeared cool and somewhat aloof, adorned with eye accessories. He seemed to become the most eye-catching figure in the Third Soul Arena in an instant. With Jala's encouragement, the entire audience in the Third Soul Arena stood up, applauding loudly. Wow, I didn't expect this withTang to be so strong at such a young age. That's right, next time I'll bet on him. I might hit the jackpot. Ha ha, I made it. I made it. I bet 500 gold soul coins on withTang. With 10 to 1 odds, I earn a total of 4,500 gold soul coins. I'm rich, I'm rich. Of course, with some rejoicing, there are also those who were disheartened. Those who had bet on the Undertaker were suffering huge losses. A man with a grim expression spat, "This Undertaker is truly useless. He can't even deal with a child." The woman beside him clenched her fists and pouted, "Humph, I lost 1,000 gold soul coins because of him. I really want to kill this useless fool. That's it. All my possessions are gone. That's all my possessions." Su Sheng stretched lazily, glanced at Jala, and, "Can I leave the stage now?" In the air, Jala quickly nodded. "Of course you can. The Great Soul Arena welcomes you to come back anytime. This kid will probably become a hot topic in the Great Soul Arena after today. There will be opportunities," Su Sheng murmured, turned around, and prepared to leave the stage. Unexpectedly, a shadowy voice suddenly rang out behind Su Sheng. It was the coffin bearer who had just collapsed on the ground. Now he stood up again, pulling out a dagger and stabbing towards Su Sheng's head, who was facing away. Filled with murderous intent, he said, "Kid, die for me. I can't possibly lose." Jala in the air felt a jolt. Noticing the coffin bearer's small movement, he quickly shouted into the microphone, "Watch your back." Su Sheng, still facing away, paused, silently shook his head. Then with a snap of his fingers, left without looking back. Behind him, the coffin bearer, who was just about to pierce Su Sheng's head, was instantly submerged by countless vines of the Nine Heart Blood Vine. When the Nine Heart Blood Vine disappeared again, only a shriveled body, drained of blood, was left on the ground. The audience immediately erupted in whispers. He actually managed to eliminate the coffin bearer in an instant. Was he holding back all along? This ability to drain others so quickly is terrifying. Thankfully, I'm not his opponent. I didn't expect the powerful coffin bearer to die like this. I guess that 7-person coffin-carrying team can be disbanded now. Who would have thought he had been hiding his strength all along? The coffin bearer brought this upon himself. The familiar waitress handed a card to Su Sheng, smiling. Little brother, here are your 1,000 gold soul coins for winning, already stored in the card. She never expected that this handsome little brother could defeat the coffin bearer, who often tortured his opponents and had rich battle experience. Su Sheng took it and smiled slightly at her, thanking the young lady. This handsome little face, which made one want to sink into it, was almost overwhelming her hormones. She suppressed her surging emotions, secretly telling herself to breathe in and out. Is this what it feels like to have a blocked mindset? Soon, a reluctant expression appeared on her face, and with a flushed complexion, she said, little brother, will you come again in the future? Su Sheng blinked and said, I will come every afternoon during this time. So, I trouble my sister to help me book a 1v1 soul duel in advance. After receiving Su Sheng's confirmation, the waitress happily extended her finger to make an okay gesture, assuring him, don't worry, I'll take care of it. And I guarantee the opponents I find for you will be more normal. Thus, Su Sheng successfully relied on his outstanding appearance to charm the waitress. Walking out of the Grand Soul Arena, Su Sheng lazily yawned, raised his eyes to look at the pitch-black sky, and sighed. Is it already night? The journey to the Dou Forest is still quite far. If he went to the Dou Forest now, he feared that just the travel would take him until dawn. Given his inherently lazy personality, attending a soul duel at the Grand Soul Arena was already quite a feat for him. How could he possibly spend more time heading to the Dou Forest? Moreover, the butterfly effect is quite mystical. He might run into a Titan giant ape or a sky blue bull python. The next moment, an idea floated into Su Sheng's mind. Why not go to the Sunset Forest and try his luck? The Sunset Forest was definitely much closer than the Dou Forest and was also an easier place to find. After weighing which option required less effort, he decided to set off for the Sunset Forest immediately. At the 7-treasure glazed tile school in the main hall, at the main seat sat a man wearing a shimmering crystal crown. His ethereal and refined face instantly gave a feeling of intimacy. He was Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and flanking him were the Sword Douluo, Chun Xen, and the Bone Douluo, Guro. Both were super Douluos above level 95, ensuring the prominence of the 7-treasure glazed tile school on the continent. Ning Fengji's gaze was fixed on a little girl in front of him. She had a pure appearance and a graceful figure, yet exuded an air of nobility that kept others at a distance. Ning Fengji gently asked, Rongrong, why haven't you absorbed your first spirit ring yet? Hearing that her father was not angry, Ning Rongrong bit her lip and retorted in a dissatisfied tone, Dad, the soul beasts that Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Chun helped me hunt were too ugly. I don't want them. Ning Fengji frowned and gently chastised, Rongrong you. Chun Xen quietly glanced at Ning Rongrong, coughed lightly, and said, Fengji, this is all my and old Gu's oversight. Let's just let it go. Tomorrow, I'll take Rongrong to hunt other soul beasts. Gu Rong also stroked his beard and smiled. Yeah, it's just a small matter. As long as our Rongrong is happy. That's all that matters. Hearing Chun Xen and Gu Rong speak up for her, Ning Rongrong gained confidence and puffed out her chest, unafraid of anything. Ning Fengji looked at the two who spoiled his daughter so much and sighed. Rongrong apologized to Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu. I won't hold this against you. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms and disdainfully said, I won't. It's clearly their fault. Upon hearing this response, Ning Fengji couldn't hold back any longer and slammed his hand on the table, angrily shouting, Rongrong, you are being too unruly. Chapter 32. Repelling the man-faced demon, Spider Ning Rongrong trembled at her father's roar, and tears involuntarily flowed from the corners of her eyes. Dad has never spoken to me like this. But it was clearly Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Chen's fault. Why should I apologize? I won't apologize. I can go hunt soul beasts by myself. I don't need you to care. Ning Rongrong angrily tossed her sleeves and stormed out in a huff. Gu Rong quickly stood up and called out Rongrong. However, he was stopped by Ning Fengji. And hearing Gu Rong's voice only made the already furious Ning Rongrong quicken her pace to leave. He sat down helplessly, sighing, Hey Fengji, why must it be like this? Chun Xen, unable to hold his temper, frowned and questioned, Fengji, what are you doing? Does it really matter whether she apologizes or not? As long as Rongrong is happy. Isn't that enough? It's unnecessary to make her unhappy over such a trivial matter. Hearing Chun Xen's words, Ning Fengji slowly closed his eyes. How could he not feel hurt? Ning Rongrong was his own daughter, his treasure, and he had never been able to bear to be angry with her. But this time, he could no longer indulge her. If she continued to be so willful, would she ever have friends she could rely on in the future? Sitting in the chair, Ning Fengji quietly exhaled, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, you have spoiled her too much. This is not good for Rongrong's future. Chun Xin stood up, crossed his arms, and turned his head away. I don't care. If Rongrong gets mad at me this time, I won't let you off. Ning Fengji could only respond with an awkward smile to Chun Xin's little temper. Gu Rong frowned, thinking that Ning Rongrong might run into trouble alone. Fengji, do you think Rongrong will get into any trouble like this? I should go take a look so I can feel more at ease. To his surprise, Ning Fengji shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. No need. Let Rongrong think about it on her own. Besides, as long as she stays within the 7-treasure glazed tile school, no one can hurt her, right? Chun Xin and Gu Rong exchanged glances and could only give up. Walking in the sunset forest, Su Sheng looked up at the dark surroundings, all covered by dense locust trees, especially with the occasional wails of soul beasts echoing, which even made him feel a bit wary. Su Sheng sat down and complained that the sunset forest looked quite scary at first glance, a grayish expanse that was much more terrifying than the Dou Forest. If he had known, he wouldn't have come. He thought the quality of the soul beasts in the sunset forest was lower than those in the Dou Forest. But who knew that the feeling at night would be completely different? A hissing sound suddenly came from the branches behind Su Sheng, revealing a 1.5-meter long mandrake snake covered in deadly poison, its cold eyes fixed on Su Sheng's neck, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Su Sheng couldn't be bothered to care and lazily stretched. Just then, the mandala snake's venomous pupils widened, gradually taking on a purple hue, and it lunged forward to bite with lightning speed. Su Sheng rolled her eyes and slapped the mandrake snake's jaw that was biting at her, preventing it from advancing further. Then, she effortlessly pulled it down from the branch, grabbing its head and rubbing it against the ground. Only the faint whimpers of the mandrake snake could be heard, and shortly after, its life force ceased. A yellow soul ring appeared above the corpse. Su Sheng felt a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head, realizing he had accidentally killed someone and tossed it aside. He shook his head helplessly, muttering that it was really unavoidable. Before he finished speaking, a woman's piercing scream rang out ahead. Oh, get away from me, get away from me. Su Sheng, who originally didn't intend to get involved, squinted his eyes upon hearing the woman's voice, feeling as if he had heard it somewhere before. Ning Rongrong collapsed on the ground, felt that her legs had lost all strength as she looked pale at the soul beast in front of her. It was a giant spider with a pattern that resembled a human face, and dozens of small eyes under its tentacles gleamed coldly as they stared at Ning Rongrong, as if she were a delicious meal. Completely terrified by the human-faced demon spider, Ning Rongrong trembled, her voice filled with endless fear. You ugly monster, get away from me. Go away. Ning Rongrong was filled with regret. If she had known, she wouldn't have come to this dangerous place alone, and she had encountered such an ugly soul beast. The human-faced demon spider, unable to understand human speech, moved a few of its large legs and slowly approached Ning Rongrong, spitting silk from its mouth. Ning Rongrong curled up, her desperate eyes watching the increasingly closer human-faced demon spider, feeling powerless to resist. She could only repeatedly cry out in a weak voice, "Help me! Someone save me!" The human-faced demon spider, now less than a meter away from Ning Rongrong, seemed unable to suppress its killing intent and jumped towards the immobilized Ning Rongrong with its massive body. Ning Rongrong quickly raised her arms to cover her head, closing her eyes in fear and screaming. With a loud bang, the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider sank in by several dozen centimeters, and its massive body was thrown back several meters, crashing heavily into a tree. It slid down and stood up again, its gaze unwillingly fixated on the still unresponsive Ning Rongrong. Crouched on the ground, Ning Rongrong cautiously stretched out her hands, her fearful eyes scanning the surroundings. Seeing that the human-faced demon spider had disappeared from her sight, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, hugging her right hand that had been cut by sharp stones and slowly standing up. She looked around the dark surroundings and attempted to ask, "Is it Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword?" Not receiving a response, the light on Ning Rongrong's face dimmed. If Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword had heard her voice, they would have rushed out immediately, but now it was clear that they were not here. With just her level 10 soul power and no absorbed soul ring, she couldn't escape the perilous sunset forest alone. Anxiously, Ning Rongrong began to stomp her feet and think wildly. What should I do? What should I do? If that human-faced demon spider comes back, how will I deal with it? Can I escape if I encounter other soul beasts? Standing behind Ning Rongrong, Su Sheng's mouth began to twitch. He had been standing behind her since repelling the human-faced demon spider. Who knows? This girl hadn't even noticed him. Su Sheng. The latter felt someone poking her from behind and instinctively frowned, angrily scolding, "Don't bother me." The next second, she seemed to realize something terrifying, and her expression froze again. She tightly covered her chest, her delicate body trembling as she slowly turned around. Chapter 33. Ning Rongrong shock. When Ning Rongrong saw a figure slightly taller than herself behind her, she instinctively took a few steps back, her feet not reacting in time and colliding together, causing her to lean backward. Quick-witted, Su Sheng swiftly stepped forward and caught her enviable waist just as Ning Rongrong was about to fall. Su Sheng's fingertips flowed with a comfortable touch, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath, thinking, such a slim waist, could it be another beautiful disaster? Soon he caught a whiff of a fragrant scent. Was it the lingering aroma of shampoo? Ning Rongrong, with her head lowered, only felt her sensitive waist being tightly embraced, her face instantly flushed red. But the night provided a good cover. After she realized what was happening, she escaped from Su Sheng's warm embrace like a startled rabbit, clasping her hands together, and nervously asked, "Who are you? Did my dad send you to save me?" Su Sheng gently shook his head and replied, "No. I just happened to be hunting soul beasts in the Sunset Forest." Ning Rongrong showed a hint of disbelief on her face, covering her mouth and chuckling softly. "Hunting soul beasts? You look about the same age as me. How could you possibly hunt soul beasts alone in this Sunset Forest? There are soul beasts here that are thousands of years old. I don't believe someone your age could hunt soul beasts by themselves." Perhaps even Ning Rongrong herself didn't realize that while talking to Su Sheng, her tone had lost some of its arrogance. Su Sheng was about to speak when his spiritual power suddenly sensed that dozens of soul beasts were rapidly approaching. Frowning, he reminded Ning Rongrong, "You should stand by my side quickly. In addition to the face-devouring spider, there are dozens of soul beasts gathering around us. They must be targeting us. Logically speaking, they hadn't done anything to attract the soul beasts, so how could they suddenly be surrounded by so many?" Hearing Su Sheng's words, Ning Rongrong, who had just calmed down a bit from her fear, turned pale again, firmly believing in what he said. She thought about the face-devouring spider. If it weren't for her good luck, she would have likely already lost her life to its claws. Ning Rongrong hurriedly covered her bleeding right arm and leaned closer to Su Sheng, full of worry, asking, "Can you do it?" Su Sheng nodded gravely. Just make sure not to leave my side." Then he noticed Ning Rongrong covering her right arm, and he squinted to see that blood was dripping from it. It seemed that these soul beasts were attracted by the scent of blood. Sure enough, after a while, the hidden soul beasts around them began to surround Su Sheng and Ning Rongrong from all directions. Among these soul beasts, there were even two that were about 30,000 years old. Under the immense pressure, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but grip Su Sheng's hand tightly, which gave her a slight sense of security. Standing behind Su Sheng, she felt as if countless eyes were fixed on her, and she didn't dare to breathe. Her delicate body pressed tightly against Su Sheng as she nervously whispered, "Hey, with so many soul beasts, what do you plan to do?" Feeling the warm, slightly elastic back, Su Sheng coughed and replied, "We just need to kill them." To him, these soul beasts were merely creatures that could be easily slaughtered. But for the safety of the girl behind him, he had to be more cautious. Su Sheng took a slight step forward, releasing the 9 Heart Blood Cherry, which gradually spread out in a circular shape on the ground, enveloping the area beneath the two of them. In the next moment, for pitch-black soul rings suddenly appeared under his feet. Ning Rongrong behind him suddenly covered her mouth, staring in shock at the 4 10,000-year soul rings beneath Su Sheng's feet. She was astonished, realizing that he was actually a soul master. Moreover, the first of 4 soul rings were all 10,000-year soul rings. This was simply impossible. Even she, the proud daughter of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, could only bear a century-old soul ring. Who on earth was this person? Su Sheng looked at the eager soul beasts around him and coldly said, "Third soul skill. withTang's sovereignty." A thread of 9 Heart Blood Tang slowly gathered around Su Sheng and Ning Rongrong, forming what appeared to be a fragile light shield. Ow! With a whoosh, dozens of soul beasts extended their sharp claws and huge teeth, eagerly pouncing from all directions. However, when they collided with the light shield, they were ruthlessly bounced back by the immense recoil. Ning Rongrong, already accustomed to the situation, bit her lip and couldn't help but reach out to gently touch the extremely weak light shield. As her finger made contact, the shield expanded and contracted outward, resembling a thin membrane. She couldn't believe that such a shield could block the simultaneous attacks of dozens of soul beasts. Curiosity about Su Shang's identity began to grow in her heart. The cunning face-devouring spider suddenly turned its eyes and directly spat out a silk net, accurately covering the area where the two were located. The other soul beasts that had been bounced away stood up again and, seeing the spider web around Su Sheng and Ning Rongrong, did not pay it any mind. They launched another round of attacks on the two. Ning Rongrong suppressed the feeling of nausea churning in her stomach and trembled as she pointed at the face-devouring spider in front of her, which was busy devouring the soul beast that had been firmly stuck in the silk net after exhausting its energy. She did not hide the disgust in her eyes. This face-devouring spider was so cunning, calculating even its own kind. Su Sheng's. He turned his gaze to Ning Rongrong, looking at her blood-stained arms. Does your arm still hurt? Ning Rongrong looked down, gritted her teeth, and endured the pain, shaking her head. It's fine now. Su Sheng felt a bit amused as the first spirit ring suddenly lit up, activating the first spirit skill, Blooming Begonia. Petals of a Nine Hearts Begonia pressed tightly against Ning Rongrong's injured arm, and a tingling sensation gradually spread. The wounded area immediately began to scab over and then slowly fell off. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she gently rubbed her wound and realized that the injury had completely healed. However, her gaze was soon filled with confusion. Is this a healing spirit skill? Aren't you a control-type spirit master? Su Sheng smiled and rubbed her head, affectionately saying, I'll tell you later, let's leave here first. To avoid attracting other soul beasts. Ning Rongrong's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a strange emotion rising from the bottom of her heart. Although she hated other men touching her, why did she not feel disgusted when this man touched her, but instead her heart raced so fast? She silently replied with an mm. Chapter 34. Add some cumin and a bit of coriander. Su Sheng and Ning Rongrong sat cross-legged. The former quickly started a bonfire, and the blazing flames gradually surged, casting a strong light that slowly illuminated Ning Rongrong's cheeks. Su Sheng raised his eyes and stared at the slightly delicate and aloof face. His pupils quickly narrowed as he immediately recognized that this girl was Ning Rongrong, the daughter of Ning Fengji, the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Previously, it had been too dark at night, so he hadn't carefully observed her face, and it was only now that he realized it was Ning Rongrong. Su Sheng secretly thought that fate had brought him together with his enemy. He had planned to visit Shrek Academy later and meet the Shrek 7 monsters, but unexpectedly, he encountered Ning Rongrong today ahead of time. Su Sheng was sizing up Ning Rongrong, and the latter was also observing him. Especially after catching a glimpse of Su Sheng's handsome appearance, ripples occasionally appeared in Ning Rongrong's eyes. It was the first time she had encountered a man who made her eyes light up, particularly with his lazily alluring aura, which even made him seem more approachable than her father, Ning Fengji. After all, the saying that good looks can enhance others' fondness is not unfounded. Ning Rongrong was the first to extend her delicate white arm, smiling as she said, My name is Ning Rongrong. Thank you for saving me this time. Su Sheng was taken aback for a moment, then reached out to shake hands and smile back. My name is Su Sheng. Meeting such a beautiful girl. I suppose any man would want to help, right? Ning Rongrong's fingers were very tender and smooth, like jade, making it hard to let go. However, he remembered that before entering Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong had a very proud and willful temperament, even spending a large sum to have Tang San kill Dai Mubai. But the current Ning Rongrong did not give him that impression. Instead, she seemed to possess a certain gentleness and intellect. Seeing Su Sheng lost in thought while holding her hand, she felt a bit embarrassed and slowly retracted her hand. Curious, she asked, Su Sheng, can you tell me what type of soul master you are? She found it hard to understand. Su Sheng's martial soul clearly resembled that of an auxiliary soul master. But why could he also deal with soul beasts? Su Sheng threw a bundle of wood into the bonfire and nodded, saying, Of course, I am a dual system spirit master specializing in control and support. His spirit abilities can be understood as belonging to the control system or the support system. The direction of a martial soul doesn't necessarily have to follow fixed thinking. For example, Hu Liena's martial soul, the Sky Fox, can also acquire offensive spirit rings. If Oscar's sausage absorbs a mandala snake spirit beast, it might even function as a poison-type spirit master. Upon hearing Su Sheng's response, Ning Rongrong frowned and said, A control and support dual system spirit master? I've never heard of such a type of spirit master before. If a spirit master develops in two directions, they will only be proficient in neither, which will seriously affect their future development. Su Sheng scratched the stubborn hair on his head and explained, actually, this is something I came up with myself. To be specific, I should be an auxiliary spirit master. Ning Rongrong, seemingly pondering, nodded slightly and said with a serious expression, then what about your spirit power and spirit rings? Su Sheng shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, I'm sorry, Rongrong. It's not very convenient for me to tell you these things, but I think there will be opportunities in the future. The two sat in the silence for an unknown amount of time, suddenly interrupted by a gugugu sound. Ning Rongrong hurriedly covered her stomach, her eyes showing an embarrassed expression as she secretly glanced at Su Sheng, unable to say anything. Su Sheng showed a strange expression and quietly asked Rongrong, you didn't eat dinner last night, did you? With Su Sheng's straightforward concern, Ning Rongrong's cheeks turned completely red and under the glow of the flames. She silently nodded a few times. When she left the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in a huff, she didn't have time to eat at all. It would be strange if her stomach didn't growl. Su Sheng stood up and instructed, you wait here, I'll go find something to eat. I can't let the precious treasure of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School go hungry, can I? If Ning Fengji and that Gu Rong Chunshur find out, they would probably chase me down with all their might. Then she secretly thought, all right, although together they might not even be able to defeat me. As Su Sheng was about to leave, Ning Rongrong instinctively reached out and grabbed Su Sheng's wrist, stammering, Su Sheng, can I go with you? Seeing the worried look on her face, Su Sheng suddenly realized. She must have been scared by the previous faceless spider and was afraid that after Su Sheng left, more soul beasts would come. Being a support-type soul master, she had no self-defense capability at all. Su Sheng released the Nine Heart Blood Lotus, and the third soul ring instantly lit up, forming a protective light shield around Ning Rongrong. He gently patted the back of Ning Rongrong's hand and comforted her, Rongrong, just wait for me. As long as it's not a soul beast with over 30,000 years of cultivation, this shield should hold. Ning Rongrong thought for a moment, sat back down, and hesitantly said, all right, but you be careful. However, remembering that dozens of soul beasts had previously failed to break through this shield, she felt less anxious. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from beside the campfire. Ning Rongrong, who had been leaning against a tree and was almost asleep, instantly woke up and alertly asked, who is it? The person who came was Su Sheng, returning from hunting, holding 2 plump rabbits in his hands. Seeing that Ning Rongrong was awake, Su Sheng slowly sat down beside her, smiled gently, and lifted the 2 rabbits, saying, Rongrong, you're awake? Just let me handle these 2 rabbits, and we can eat. Ning Rongrong doubted her hearing, thinking, is someone really going to eat rabbits? So she tried to ask again, handle the rabbits? Su Sheng, you're not planning to eat the rabbits, are you? Su Sheng looked at her in surprise and said, yeah, rabbit meat is quite delicious. He forgot that Ning Rongrong, born in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a major sect, definitely wouldn't eat something like rabbit. Ning Rongrong had a troubled expression and said, isn't that a bit wrong? Rabbits are so cute, how can we eat them? Su Sheng did not answer. He decisively took out a dagger, skinned the 2 rabbits, and bled them out. Then he inserted 2 branches into them. Finally, he took out some oil from the storage-type soul guide, given by Bibi Dong, and placed it on the campfire to start roasting. Before long, the roasted rabbit meat turned a bright, rich red, and just looking at it made one's mouth water. Moreover, it continuously emitted a strong, meaty aroma that wafted around. Ning Rongrong, who originally disliked rabbit meat, swallowed quietly after smelling the fragrance, secretly thinking how delicious it smelled. Compared to the expensive food from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, this simple food seemed much better. Su Sheng naturally noticed her small actions, so he took down a piece of rabbit meat and handed it to Ning Rongrong. You must be starving, try this. Ning Rongrong gracefully accepted the rabbit meat with both hands, gently inhaling the aroma, and then quietly brought it close to her lips. Wait a minute, Rongrong. Adding some cumin and coriander powder might enhance the flavor. Su Sheng stopped Ning Rongrong's actions, then hurriedly took out 2 boxes of seasoning and sprinkled some on the rabbit meat in Ning Rongrong's hands. Su Sheng was quite satisfied and said it was good, urging her to try it. Ning Rongrong took a bite of the rabbit meat and felt the delicious taste, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, instantly enveloping her tongue. The slightly spicy flavor of cumin added to her sense of satisfaction. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled, and only 3 words floated in her mind, so delicious. Chapter 35, Ancient Banyan, Dust Heart arrives. Seeking recommendations. Seeking collections. Ning Rongrong's hunger made it difficult for her to maintain the elegance of a young lady from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. By the end, she hardly cared about etiquette taking bite after bite of the rabbit meat, tearing it apart and swallowing it down, revealing a more genuine side of herself by the campfire. Su Sheng handed over a tissue and smiled. Rong Rong, don't rush, take your time. Seeing Ning Rong Rong enjoying the food so much, Su Sheng felt a sense of accomplishment. He thought to himself that his cooking skills were indeed top-notch. Although he had crossed over, he had retained these basic skills through muscle memory. Ning Rong Rong, who was being stared at by Su Sheng, suddenly blushed. Did Su Sheng see her eating so clearly just now? She moved her thin lips a few times and said lightly, almost like a mosquito's buzz, "Thank you, Su Sheng." Su Sheng waved his hand and said no need for thanks. He was just worried that the rabbit meat might not suit your taste. But it seems my cooking skills are quite good. Ning Rong Rong was taken aback when Su Sheng directly mentioned her identity, and then with a face full of surprise. She asked, Su Sheng, how do you know my identity? I don't remember mentioning it. She certainly didn't recall revealing her identity. Su Sheng asked with a smile in his eyes, who doesn't know that the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is called Ning Rong Rong? Ning Rong Rong pouted in anger. So annoying. Su Sheng, you've changed. Hurry up and eat, and then we could talk about serious matters. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. Su Sheng was just very curious why the two powerful spirit Douluos, who always cherished Ning Rong Rong, would let her come alone to the Sunset Forest. Oh, Ning Rong Rong replied, somewhat dazed, and once again turned her gaze to the rabbit meat in her hands, beginning to chew slowly. After Su Sheng saw her wipe her mouth, he curiously asked Rong Rong, then I'll ask directly, why are you alone in the Sunset Forest instead of staying at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? This place is not friendly to support-type soul masters. It's not just unfriendly. If there aren't strong attack-type soul masters to protect the latter, they might lose their lives in an instant. Soul beasts will basically not hold back once they determine you are weaker than them. Ning Rong Rong thought of Ning Fengji's roar earlier and felt a bit wronged in her heart. I had a fight with my dad and sneaked out by myself. Then, Ning Rong Rong explained the whole situation. After understanding the situation, Su Sheng pondered while resting his chin on his hand. So that's how it is, but Rong Rong, you were indeed wrong in this matter. No matter what, you shouldn't be unreasonable with your elders. Hearing Su Sheng's words, Ning Rong Rong's eyes gradually turned red as she fixed her gaze on Su Sheng. Do you also think I was wrong? She asked. Even you think I was wrong? Is it possible that the whole thing is my fault? Su Sheng coughed lightly, feeling it was time to unleash his effective verbal skills that worked wonders across various planes. In order to avoid provoking Ning Rong Rong, he decided to patiently explain from another angle. Rong Rong, you come from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sects, so your temperament is naturally higher than that of ordinary people, and I can understand that. However, you must understand one thing. Soul masters of all types need to cooperate. If you lose teammates who can support you because of stubbornness, it makes things even harder for an already disadvantaged support-type soul master. The most important aspect of building friendship among teammates is equality. I believe Uncle Ning thinks the same way. He is probably worried that your little temper might hinder your future. After delivering this long-winded reasoning, Su Sheng calmed his emotions and took a deep breath. But to be honest, he himself didn't quite understand it. Ning Rong Rong opposite him showed a contemplative look in her eyes, and after a while, it was unclear if she understood or not. But she gave Su Sheng a light smile. Thank you, Su Sheng. Perhaps I was truly in the wrong. Su Sheng used his soul power to extinguish the campfire. He stood up calmly and said, this is just my understanding. You don't need to pay too much attention to it. Rong Rong, since it's almost dawn, let's go hunt soul beasts together. Ning Rong Rong glanced at the gradually brightening sky and thought to herself, I've been out for so long. Dad won't be too worried. Will he? Su Sheng watched her staring blankly at the horizon, waved his hand in front of her eyes, and reminded, Rong Rong, don't daydream. Let's go. She instinctively replied, elegantly lifted the hem of her light blue dress, stood up, and followed Su Sheng. Su Sheng glanced at the stone-armored beast, which was quite pleasing to the eye and had 300 years of cultivation, and kicked it beside Ning Rong Rong. Rong Rong, go ahead and absorb the soul ring from the soul beast. 300 years of cultivation is very close to the limit that a soul master can bear for their first soul ring. Moreover, if all goes well, it will allow your first soul ring to have a defensive enhancement soul skill. Ning Rong Rong, who was beside him, extended her jade hand and tightly gripped her dagger. She looked down at the stone-armored beast, which was lying on the ground with only a breath left, and slowly crouched down, tilting her head to deliver the final blow. A light yellow soul ring floated up from the stone-armored beast. Only then did Ning Rong Rong sit cross-legged, glance at Su Sheng, and mischievously blink her eyes, saying, Su Sheng, I'll trouble you to protect me. Su Sheng crossed his arms and slowly nodded. Just focus on absorbing the soul ring. Chen Xian, who was graying but still had an air of elegance, frowned and looked at the old bones of Gu Rong beside him. Did you sense the fluctuation of Rong's soul power? Gu Rong shook his head with a grim expression. There are too many soul beast auras. Perhaps it has overshadowed Rong's presence. The two of them had narrowed down the search to the Sunset Forest based on Ning Rong's soul power fluctuations. However, with the vastness of the Sunset Forest, finding one person was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Damn it, if this continues, Rong will definitely be in trouble. Chen Xian clenched his fist tightly. Just as he was about to speak, he sniffed and caught a whiff of an incredibly appetizing aroma of roasted meat. Seeing this, Gu Rong also tried to smell it and suddenly froze, affirming, Isn't this the smell of roasted meat? Who would dare to light a bonfire in the Sunset Forest? That could attract the attention of powerful soul beasts. It was likely that only someone with formidable strength could do such a thing. Chen Xian pointed in the direction from which the meat aroma was coming and said, This smell is coming from over there. Let's go take a look. After saying that, the two immediately set off toward the indicated direction. When they arrived, they only found a pile of extinguished bonfire and some leftover food. Gu Rong glanced around and suddenly rushed over to pick up a delicate handkerchief that had fallen to the ground. Seeing his unusual behavior, Chen Xian walked over and, looking at Gu Rong, who was squatting down, asked, Old Bones, what's wrong? Gu Rong stood up holding the handkerchief, his expression serious as he looked at Chen Xian. There's no mistake. This is the handkerchief I gave Rong a while ago. She should be nearby. Chapter 36, Misunderstanding, Seeking Recommendation Votes, Seeking Collections. With his eyes closed, Su Sheng suddenly sensed two powerful auras and slowly opened his eyes, coldly saying, Two powerful presences are approaching here. Is it Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei? The next moment he squinted and shook his head. No, that's not right. These two are even stronger than them. To be stronger than Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei and still be in the Heaven Dou Empire. Without a doubt, Su Sheng's gaze turned to Ning Rong, who was sweating profusely while absorbing the soul ring. If that was the case, it would be better for him to leave first to avoid causing trouble. Su Sheng slowly lowered his head and picked up the dagger. Before he could put it away, he heard a voice. Rong's breath had vanished from here. Two figures swiftly rushed out from behind the trees. They stopped, and the two were none other than Chen Xian and Gu Rong, who had just arrived. They began to scan their surroundings and soon spotted Ning Rong sitting cross-legged on the ground, absorbing her spirit ring. Gu Rong exclaimed with joy, It really is Rong. The large stone that Chen Xian had been holding in suspense finally fell, and he sighed in relief, saying, Thank goodness Rong is okay. Otherwise, I would never let that Gai Fengji go. They walked over to Ning Rong and carefully checked her, fearing they might find any signs of injury. Meanwhile, Su Sheng, who was standing nearby, felt his expression gradually hardening. He glanced at the dagger in his hand that he hadn't had time to put away, sensing that something was about to go wrong. It seemed easy to attract attention by leaving now, but staying would eventually lead to being noticed. Before he could think further, Gu Rong and Chen Xian's icy gazes shifted to him. Chen Xian's eyes flashed with endless coldness as he angrily questioned the boy in front of him. Who are you? Why are you here? Su Sheng took a step back, an awkward yet polite smile on his face, quickly throwing the dagger to the ground and hurriedly explaining. I was just protecting her. Gu Rong stared at the dagger that had fallen from Su Sheng's hand and sneered. Protecting? Kid, what's that dagger doing in your hand? Did this kid think that the two season titled Douluos were fools? Who would use a dagger to protect someone? This kid definitely had ulterior motives towards their Rong. Chen Xian chuckled to himself. Then he said nonchalantly, So now the entire continent thinks our 7-treasure glazed tile school is easy to bully, huh? Even an unknown junior wants to take action against our Rong, since he had intentions to harm Rong. You shouldn't blame him for disregarding face and taking action against a junior. Chen Xian elegantly waved his sleeve like an immortal, and a sword radiating endless killing intent gradually formed in his palm. This sword was his martial soul, the 7 killing sword. Then 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black appeared beneath his feet. It was the terrifying title Douluo. Chen Xian slowly raised his sword, the sharp blade pointing straight at Su Sheng's head. Kid, are you ready to die? Seeing Chen Xian like this, it seemed he was about to strike at any moment, and Su Sheng's heart suddenly became alert. Seeing that Chen Xian was eager to swing his sword, Gu Rong quickly reached out to stop him, coldly glancing at Su Sheng before saying to Chen Xian, Rong needs peace right now. Take this kid somewhere else to deal with him, so as not to disturb Rong's soul ring absorption. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, nodded, and then stared at Su Sheng, threateningly saying, Kid, are you coming willingly, or do I have to catch him myself? Su Sheng's face showed a hint of displeasure. These two titled Douluo, Chen Xian and Gu Rong, were acting recklessly to the extreme. Even Su Sheng was quite annoyed with both of them at the moment. However, Su Sheng's gaze glanced at Ning Rong, seeing that she was almost done absorbing the spirit ring, which was the most crucial stage. He silently shook his head, thinking to himself that it was fine. Chen Xian looked at Su Sheng, who appeared very calm opposite him, and a trace of surprise flashed through his mind. This kid, upon seeing a titled Douluo like himself, had not shown even a hint of fear or shock on his face. This kid, Chen Xian plunged his 7-kill sword into the ground and said domineeringly, Kid, do you have any last words? I can give you 10 seconds. If you wanted to kill Su Sheng, it would be an effortless task. And giving him 10 seconds to say his last words was already the last bit of mercy he could show to a junior. Although, it wouldn't stop him from killing him. Su Sheng's eyes also turned cold as he said, What a dying wish. I'm not interested in this. Given the situation, he didn't need to explain. Even if he did, it would only be seen as a feeble excuse by Chen Xian, since they would have to fight sooner or later. Then, let's give it a try. After awakening his martial soul, he had never fought against another title level powerhouse. Such a battle at the same level might allow him to find an opportunity to break through level 92 under pressure, although it was quite dangerous. After coming to this realization, Su Sheng decided not to hide his strengths anymore. He slowly extended his arm, and in the palm of his hand, the bloodthirsty 9 Heart Blood Lotus quietly bloomed, dyeing the surrounding forest with a chilling red glow. Seeing that Su Sheng did not speak but instead released his martial soul, Chen Xian raised his white eyebrows. Oh? He actually released his martial soul, planning to make a final struggle? Looking at Chen Xian, Su Sheng's lips curled up slightly. When the 9 Heart Blood Lotus was fully unleashed, one after another, dark soul rings gradually appeared beneath his feet. 1 ring, 3 rings, 6 rings, 9 rings, exactly 9 perfect 10,000-year soul rings. Chen Xian could no longer remain calm. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Su Sheng's soul rings. He exclaimed in disbelief, What? This kid actually has 9 soul rings, a powerhouse at the same title Douluo level as me. And all 9 of his soul rings are 10,000-year soul rings. This terrifying soul ring ratio has far surpassed my own. I doubt anyone on the entire continent could achieve this. Chen Xian covered his heavy chest with his hand, feeling a bit of a blockage. His stable mindset, built over decades, began to waver today. He thought to himself, how is this possible? He is clearly just a child who hasn't even turned 15 yet. Yet he has already reached title Douluo. Su Sheng looked at Chen Xian, who was lost in thought, and knew that he must have been provoked by him. That guy's earlier performance had made him very unhappy, so he certainly wouldn't let him off easily. Naturally, he had to take this opportunity to strike at Chen Xian. After all, someone who had cultivated for 60 or 70 years to finally break through to the rank of title Douluo was now facing a child who had already reached title Douluo at the age of 9. This was something that effort alone could not change. It was true talent. Thus, Su Sheng took a step forward, coldly stating, Junior Su Sheng, level 91, title Douluo. Please give me guidance. Chapter 37, Battle, Chen Xian. Chen Xian gradually calmed down, slowly raising his head. In his eyes, besides the killing intent towards Su Sheng, there were also mixed feelings. He silently drew the 7-killing sword, tightened his grip, and said to himself, Kid, your name is Su Sheng, right? I admit that your talent is the best I have ever seen. At just over 10 years old, you have already reached the level of title Douluo. If nothing unexpected happens, within 10 years, there will be no one on the continent who can match you. Su Sheng's lips twitched. What is this dust heart yelling about? Are we going to fight or not? Deep down, he considered this guy as a boss for farming monsters and gaining experience. If he didn't fight, it would probably take him several more months to break through to level 92. Dust Heart's words suddenly became more intense, and his eyes lit up fiercely. However, since you want to harm Rong, I will never let you go just because I value talent. Su Sheng silently focused, thinking to himself, let me see how big the gap is between me and a peak Douluo at level 97. Some say level 96. Since he had already spoken, Chen Xian did not intend to hold back any longer. The fourth soul ring beneath his feet lit up as he coldly shouted, "Fourth soul skill. Killing intent revealed." The 7 killing sword in Chun Xian's hand was filled with a white glow, and the edge of the sword gradually extended several meters in length, as if it could tear everything apart with its sword energy. Su Shang's first soul ring lit up, first soul skill. Blood Tang's flower blooms. The petals of the 9 heart blood tangs gathered together, spinning like a circular roulette, cutting towards Chun Xian. Seeing this, Chun Xian suddenly spat out a word, "Kill." He then fiercely gripped the 7 killing sword and slashed diagonally towards Su Shang's position. The several meter-long sword energy collided with the spinning disc formed by Su Shang's 9 heart blood tang's petals, erupting with astonishing sparks. With a crack, the petals of the 9 heart blood tangs were instantly sliced in half by the sharp sword energy and continued to charge straight towards Su Shang. Su Shang swiftly sidestepped, perfectly avoiding the sword energy that was slashing towards him in a straight line. Su Shang's breathing gradually became rapid, secretly thinking, as expected of the powerful sword Douluo, easily piercing through the 9 hearts blood begonia. This attack absolutely cannot hit me. If I get hit, I might directly lose my ability to move. At that point, I'll become a lamb to the slaughter. But Chun Xian clearly did not want to give him a chance to catch his breath. As the 5th soul ring lit up again, 5th soul skill, on Sparring, Chun Xian controlled the sword and threw it out, using the body of the 7 killing sword as a prototype. Then, one after another, sharp illusions of the 7 killing sword materialized around him. The overwhelming 7 killing swords hovered in the air, completely surrounding Su Shang. Su Shang squinted his eyes. A ranged attack, his 4th soul skill, Blood Tang's protection, activated, and his 4th soul ring lit up. Since it was a ranged attack, the single target damage would definitely not be as strong as the previous sword chi. He wasn't sure if he could withstand the overwhelming onslaught of the 7 killing swords. In the next moment, layers of shields infused with 9 heart blood tang enveloped Su Shang. Chun Xian watched this scene and said lightly, "My attack is not that easy to block." With a wave of his arm, countless 7 killing swords, already charged with lethal intent, shot towards Su Shang. One sword after another struck the shield, only slightly dimming it. However, it wasn't just one 7 killing sword. There were nearly hundreds. As countless 7 killing swords struck, the shield made a sound like steel colliding. Seeing the shield dimmed to a lackluster state, Su Shang frowned and looked towards Chun Xian ahead. He was about to be unable to hold on and had to stop her when Su Shang's 5th soul ring lit up. A faint tearing sensation immediately coursed through his body. He pressed his thin lips together and extended his palm towards Chun Xian's figure, invoking his 5th soul skill, Blood Poison Tang. Chun Xian suddenly sensed unease, realizing Su Shang's palm was aimed at him, and his 5th soul ring was lit up. His expression gradually became serious, and he quickly began to move his body. He thought to himself, as long as he moved fast enough, this kid wouldn't be able to capture his position. However, Su Shang, who had already seen through this tactic, subtly curled the corners of his mouth. Relying on quick movement to make oneself untraceable was indeed a good method. But unfortunately, Su Shang's 5th soul skill was a locking technique. Blood Poison Tang, a locking skill. It could allow the blood tang flower to grow from another person's blood, containing deadly poison. With a soft sound, a stream of light green 9 heart blood tang slowly emerged from Chun Xian's arm. As he moved, Chun Xian suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in his brain, and his face turned ugly, realizing, not good. This kid's 5th soul skill can actually parasitize from thin air. Moreover, aside from being able to lock on, it also contained terrifying deadly poison. With his level 91 soul power, it could instantly poison him. This clearly showcased the cunning nature of this soul skill. Chun Xian's right arm, which had already swollen, endured the burning pain of his meridians and quickly summoned the main body of the 7 killing sword, which flew back into his hand with a whoosh. Of course, the countless phantom 7 killing swords in the air shattered like glass and disappeared. The shield around Su Shang reached its limit and exploded into sparkling particles. After obtaining the 7 kill sword, Chun Xian immediately channeled a massive amount of soul power to dissipate the toxin, but it only caused the toxin to spread more rapidly. Realizing that he couldn't dispel the toxin in a short time, Chun Xian's expression turned extremely grim, and he could only temporarily seal it. 6th soul skill, Seal of Obliteration. The 7 kill sword emitted a pure, holy light as Chun Xian gripped it tightly and gently cut through his already darkened right arm. The holy light poured into his right arm from the torn wound, sealing away all the spreading toxin. Initially thinking that dealing with a newly promoted title de law would be easy, it now seemed that he had underestimated him. If this continued, even he could very well fall to this bizarre martial soul. After resolving the toxin in his arm, Chun Xian redirected his gaze to Su Sheng. This time, his eyes held more seriousness and less disdain. He acknowledged Su Sheng's strength, and thus he naturally had to treat him with his true power. Chun Xian silently recited in his heart the 7th soul skill, True Body of 7 Kill. The 7th black soul ring slowly lit up. Suddenly, the aura emanating from the 7 kill sword in his hand underwent a drastic transformation. Su Sheng looked ahead at Chun Xian, who had unleashed his martial soul's true form. Feeling an unprecedented sense of tension in his heart, he murmured to himself, "Is Chun Xian planning to use all his strength?" Chapter 38. First, take her to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Seeking recommendations, seeking collections. The light yellow soul ring gradually merged into Ning Rongrong's body, and her closed eyes slowly opened. She immediately lowered her head, stretched out her palm, and released her martial soul. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda was layered, shimmering with dazzling light, and this exquisite space had 7 layers, each adding unique aura of the continent's first auxiliary martial soul. In the next moment, a light yellow soul ring appeared beneath her feet. Ning Rongrong turned her head with a joyful expression and called out to Su Sheng, "I did it." But when her gaze landed on Gu Rong, her expression suddenly turned cold. Gu Rong looked a bit awkward. He could tell that Ning Rongrong was still upset. He rolled his eyes and kindly praised, as expected of our Rongrong, to have obtained a soul ring all by herself in the Sunset Forest, far better than Feng Ji. Ning Rongrong huffed, pouting as she muttered, "I don't want to talk to you. It's all Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian's fault that I got scolded by Dad." Gu Rong's eyes were filled with affection as he repeatedly said, "Yes, yes, yes, Rongrong, this time it's all my and your Grandpa Jian's fault. Now that you've absorbed the soul ring, let's hurry back to the sect. It's not safe out here." "Back to the sect? Wait a minute. Grandpa Gu, did you see Su Sheng when you came here?" Gu Rong frowned in confusion. Su Sheng? I've never heard that name before. He thought about the people he had seen here, only recalling the kid who had intentions towards Rongrong, but that should have been dealt with by Chun Xian by now, right? He wondered if he was getting old, needing to deal with a kid like that. Seeing this scene, a sense of foreboding surged in Ning Rongrong's heart. She looked at Gu Rong worriedly and said, "Oh no, Grandpa Gu, Su Sheng is the boy who is protecting me." Gu Rong's eyes flashed with thought, and suddenly he seemed to recall something that had happened earlier. The kid who had intentions towards Rongrong had claimed he was there to protect her. Could it be? His expression became complicated, and he blurted out, could it be that the kid from before was Su Sheng, and he was just trying to protect Rongrong with that dagger? This sentence suddenly rang in Ning Rongrong's ears, and she anxiously grabbed Gu Rong's sleeve. "Grandpa Gu, you mean that kid from before? You guys didn't do anything to him, right?" Gu Rong's face turned ugly as he felt a bit ashamed. "Rongrong, this is bad. Your Grandpa Jian probably is already. Killing a kid is nothing serious." But he was worried that this incident would worsen their relationship with Rongrong, which was what troubled him the most. Ning Rongrong felt as if she had been struck by a heavy blow, her body swaying unsteadily. Su Sheng was killed by Grandpa Jian. Ning Rongrong's gaze went blank, and as she uttered this sentence, her eyes had already turned red. How could this happen? How could this be? He just wanted to protect me, but I ended up causing his death. And the one who killed him was my Grandpa Jian. Gu Rong stepped forward, intending to comfort her in a low voice. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The forest ahead erupted with a deafening blast. Ning Rongrong and Gu Rong instinctively looked in that direction. Gu Rong's eyes suddenly lit up with urgency as he looked at Ning Rongrong and said seriously, "Rongrong, don't cry yet. That Su Sheng might be okay." Because the direction of the explosion was where Chun Xian's soul power fluctuations had stopped. That kid might not be dead. A flicker of joy appeared on Ning Rongrong's blank face. "Then let's hurry over." Saying this, she turned and quickly ran towards the direction of the explosion. "Hey, Rongrong, wait for me. It's dangerous up ahead," Gu Rong called out. But seeing that Ning Rongrong ignored him, he sighed helplessly and hurried to catch up. Su Sheng, on one knee, suddenly felt his stomach churn and spat out a mouthful of blood poo. Using his 7th soul skill, withTang True Body, he felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. Even so, Su Sheng's cold pupils were fixed on Chun Xian, who stood on the 7 killing sword. Floating in the air, standing on the 7 killing sword, Chun Xian glanced at Su Sheng with indifference and coldly said, "Kid, Being able to fight me to this extent is already enough to be proud. But this is where it ends. Your story ends here. The title Douluo was on a completely different level, especially with a 6-level soul power gap between them. There was still an insurmountable gap. As soon as his words fell, the 8th soul ring beneath Chan Xian's feet suddenly lit up, and the 8th soul skill, 12-stream slash, activated. Countless copies of himself suddenly appeared around him, resembling a previous soul skill, but now, each of these avatars possessed nearly 80% of his original attack power. Chan Xian quietly closed his eyes and murmured, "Goodbye, kid." With a thought, dozens of avatars surged towards Su Sheng with terrifying momentum capable of tearing the heavens and the earth. The tearing pain made Su Sheng squint his left eye, his eyeball filling with countless blood vessels. He bit his thin lip tightly, without using the ice rose sword. With the defensive power of the 9 Heart Begonia, he knew he couldn't withstand this attack. Using only his own 91st level soul power, he feared he would be instantly obliterated by Chan Xian's attack. Just as Su Sheng was about to summon his second martial soul, a figure charged out from behind him at extreme speed, revealing the 8th soul ring beneath his feet. It was Gu Rong, who had rushed over. Knowing how terrifying his old friend's attack power was, he had no choice but to use all his strength to block it. Su Sheng, who was barely holding on, felt all the pain numb as he lost feeling in his body. His eyelids felt incredibly heavy, and he squinted. Seeing Su Sheng in such pain, Ning Rongrong hurriedly crouched down and hugged him tightly, shaking him urgently. Su Sheng, are you okay?" However, in Su Sheng's vision, the last thing he saw was Ning Rongrong's cheek. Recognizing her, the corners of his mouth curled slightly as his body slumped down, losing consciousness. Unaware that Su Sheng was unconscious, Ning Rongrong instinctively thought he was dead, her voice trembling with tears. Su Sheng, don't scare me." Su Sheng, Gu Rong, and Chan Xian walked over after blocking the attack. Seeing that Su Sheng still had soul power fluctuations, Gu Rong coughed and interrupted, "Rongrong, this kid isn't dead. He just fainted." Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned. "Huh?" Chan Xian leaned closer to Gu Rong and whispered, "Olbon, why are you saving this kid? He is about to be killed by me." He was confused as to why Gu Rong was interfering now. Gu Rong merely gave him a vague look. As Chan Xian looked back, he suddenly realized something. Ning Rongrong glared fiercely at Chan Xian and then became worried again. "Grandpa Gu, what do we do now? Su Sheng seems to be seriously injured. It's impossible to just leave the injured Su Sheng alone in this sunset forest, right?" Gu Rong looked at the unconscious Su Sheng, shrugged helplessly, and suggested that they could only temporarily take this kid back to the sect. Chapter 39. Ning Fengji, seeking collection, seeking recommendation. Su Sheng, lying on the bed, gasped for air before slowly waking up. Waking up to a painful sensation is not a pleasant experience. After slowly getting up from the bed, he covered his chest, which was wrapped in white cloth, and curiously observed the surroundings. He was in a very elegant room, surrounded by potted green plants, but the space here was excessively large. Su Sheng reached out to touch these wooden utensils, and at first glance, they were clearly made of extraordinary wood. She sighed, wondering how much gold soul coins it would take just to buy such a large room. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound at the door. Su Sheng turned around, his vigilant gaze instantly locking onto the source. He still didn't know where this place was and had to be cautious. A female voice called from outside. "Su Sheng, I'm coming in." Then Ning Rongrong pushed the door open and walked in. Upon seeing Su Sheng staring intently at her, her face suddenly flushed a bit, and she walked over lightly, her eyes revealing a trace of worry. "Su Sheng, are you okay?" She was very afraid that Chan Xian had inflicted irreversible harm on Su Sheng's body. "Don't worry, Rongrong, I'm fine. My body isn't that fragile." Hissed before Su Sheng could finish speaking. An extreme pain made him involuntarily gasp in cold air again. However, thinking that since Ning Rongrong was here, this place was most likely the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong looked at Su Sheng, a wave of sorrow rising in her heart. She slowly lowered her head and spoke weakly. "Su Sheng, this time it's my fault. I caused Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian to misunderstand you and almost. If it weren't for her, Su Sheng wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries." Su Sheng saw her guilty expression and gently reached out to tousle her hair, softly saying, "It's not your fault, and look, I'm fine now. Don't overthink it." Ning Rongrong's ability to apologize to him meant that his words that day had indeed made an impact. Otherwise, with her original personality, she would never have personally lowered her head to apologize. Feeling the warmth on her head, Ning Rongrong finally lifted her head again. After a moment, the shy Ning Rongrong said apologetically, Su Sheng, since you're fine now, can you come with me? Dad said if you wake up, he wants me to take you to see him. She found it hard to understand what her father wanted, as he could have directly used the 7-treasure glazed tile to restore Su Sheng before this. With Ning Fengji's abilities, restoring Su Sheng's injuries would have been a piece of cake. Su Sheng did not refuse, smilingly agreeing, okay, then I'll trouble you, Rongrong, to lead the way. I actually quite want to meet your father. Ning Fengji, the master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, appeared to everyone as gentle and magnanimous. But Su Sheng did not see it that way. He always viewed interests as the top priority. Of course, one could also say that he had a far-sighted perspective on people. Otherwise, why did he save Tang San when he was ambushed in the original story? The reasons were twofold. First, because Tang San's father, Tang Hao, was the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. Gaining Tang San's favor meant that the 7-treasure glazed tile school would have a connection with Tang Hao, given Tang San's friendship with Ning Rongrong. When a 7-treasure glazed tile school faced a crisis, Tang Hao, as Tang San's father, would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Second, it was due to Tang San's terrifying potential and their somewhat distant friendship. What did Su Sheng mean by this? Did he misinterpret my thoughts about Ning Rongrong? Her flushed cheeks seemed to recall something exciting. Thus, she naturally linked her arm with Su Sheng's, a satisfied smile on her face, and gently said in a soft voice, Su Sheng, let's go. Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu are there too. Su Sheng looked down at Ning Rongrong, who was holding onto his arm, and said softly, Rongrong, won't Sor Douluo and Bon Douluo get angry and take action because of this? My precious one, after just a few days, is getting close to someone else. TSK. I'm afraid Chun Xine's expression will be as bad as it can get. However, it feels good in my heart. Ning Rongrong consciously loosened her grip on Su Sheng's arm, pointed to the grand hall ahead, and whispered to Su Sheng, it's right here, let's go in. Su sang not that, and the two walked straight into the main hall. As Su Sheng stepped into the grand hall, he immediately noticed the intense gazes of Gu Rong and Chen Xine fixated on him from the back, while Ning Fengji, seated between them, unexpectedly offered a calm smile. There was also a chair positioned directly in front of them, which he knew without a doubt was prepared for him. However, Su Sheng's eyes first scanned Gu Rong and Chen Xine. Were they trying to intimidate him? With his current soul power, he couldn't compete with the 9 Heart Blood Thorns. But the other martial soul was a different story. After all, he had previously attempted to switch to the Ice Rose Sword. The feeling it gave him was only one, powerful enough to instill fear, especially with 800,000-year and 1,000,000-year soul rings. He had access to a total of 20 soul skills. However, with his current body, if he forced himself to use it, he feared that after defeating his enemy, his own body would explode from the sword's power. Ning Rongrong elegantly walked up to Ning Fengji, pouting as she said, Daddy, I brought Su Sheng here. If you have something to say, hurry up. Ning Fengji gracefully took a sip of tea, winked at Ning Rongrong, and affectionately asked Rongrong, can you go play outside for a while? Your dad and Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian have some things they want to discuss with Su Sheng. Ning Rongrong glanced at Su Sheng, whose expression was calm, then clenched her small fists and raised them towards Gu Rong and Chen Xine, saying, then you guys better not try to lay a hand on Su Sheng. At this moment, Gu Rong felt very uncomfortable and replied, don't worry, Rongrong. We will make a move against him. As for Chen Xine, it was needless to say, he appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was nearly exploding with anger. He muttered under his breath, if I had known, I would have dealt with Su Sheng earlier. Of course, that was just his frustration. Later, Chen Xine realized that it was precisely because of Su Sheng's protection that Ning Rongrong was able to return safely to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. So he held no real hostility towards him. After receiving their assurances, Ning Rongrong raised her chin with a satisfied expression and left. She couldn't help but wonder what Su Sheng would talk about with her father. It couldn't be that. Once Ning Rongrong left, Ning Fengji's gentle, scrutinizing gaze turned towards Su Sheng, and he slightly extended his hand, inviting, Su Sheng, you are the one who saved Rongrong, so there's no need to be so formal. Please have a seat. Since Ning Fengji had said this, if Su Sheng didn't sit, it would be a matter of etiquette. Then I shall respectfully obey, Su Sheng replied, slowly sitting down in the chair and waiting for Ning Fengji to continue. He believed that Ning Fengji wouldn't call him over for no reason. There must be something significant behind it. Chapter 40. Will Ning Rongrong be betrothed to me? Please collect. Please recommend. Ning Fengji's handsome face fixed his gaze on Su Sheng for a moment, Then a smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Su Sheng, may I call you that?" Su Sheng furrowed her brows slightly and said, "Master Ning, you're joking." "Of course you can." Ning Fengji nodded slightly and said, "Then I will just call you Su Sheng." This time, Rong Rong encountered danger in the Sunset Forest, and I thank you for rescuing her. I am deeply grateful. Su Sheng said that Master Ning need not be polite. Such a wonderful girl like Rong Rong, I naturally cannot watch her fade away. What exactly is Ning Fengji testing me for? He has a feeling that the answer will soon be revealed. Ning Fengji's tone gradually became more serious, exuding a convincing aura from within. Of course, if you encounter any difficulties afterward, as long as it is something we can do, our 7-treasure glazed tile school will never refuse. Su Sheng's underlying displeasure rose a few more notches. She really did not want to continue this conversation shrouded in ambiguity. So she directly spoke. "Master Ning, I appreciate your goodwill, but I believe you should also understand that my intention in saving Rong Rong was not what you think." Ning Fengji stood up, then slowly bent down, lowering his head, and said, "Ning is naturally aware of this, but Su Sheng, this time, Uncle Jian accidentally injured you. And today, I am here to apologize on his behalf." Su Sheng silently thought that Ning Fengji, a true man, could be both flexible and resolute, which justified the 7-treasure glazed tile sect's rise to the status of one of the top 3 sections. The dignified sect master of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect actually came to apologize to him personally. This also indicated his ambition. Seeing the scene, Chen Xian, who was sitting behind Ning Fengji, frowned and couldn't help but reprimand, "Fengji, what are you doing? Do I still need you to apologize for me?" However, he was stopped by Ning Fengji, who stood up again and smiled at Chen Xian. "Surely, you wouldn't want Uncle Jian to apologize personally, would you?" Beside them, Gu Rong patted his shoulder and said calmly, "Fengji definitely has his own thoughts. Don't be so pretentious." Chen Xian shot him a cold glance and replied irritably, "Of course not, it's not for you. There's naturally no need to be pretentious." If Gu Rong were to experience his situation, he would probably be even angrier than himself. Su Sheng also didn't intend to make Chen Xian uncomfortable, but it was necessary to make him feel uneasy, having hurt himself so badly before. If he couldn't even endure this little discomfort now, what would that count as? Su Sheng's expression was difficult, wondering what the Ning sect master was doing. "If it weren't for the intervention of the Sword de Law, I might not have had the chance to visit your sect." Chen Xian wanted to stand up to retort, "Kid, you are." But just as he said half of it, he was firmly pressed down by Gu Rong's hand on his shoulder. He covered his forehead with his other hand, feeling that sitting with Chen Xian today was truly embarrassing. They were both title-level powerhouses who had experienced countless life and death challenges. Yet they were easily provoked, bickering like juniors. Moreover, this matter was indeed their fault. What was a little sarcasm to ease the relationship with Rong Rong? Ning Fengji looked at Su Sheng's blatant sarcasm, his mouth twitching a few times before disappearing in an instant as he calmly sat back down. He kindly asked Su Sheng again, "According to Uncle Jian, your soul power has now reached level 91? Su Sheng smiled darkly and said, "Well, I suppose I have a bit of talent. When I awakened, it seemed to be innate soul power at level 90. Ning Fengji's fingers tightened slightly as he endured the discomfort in his heart. No, he is Rong Rong's lifesaver. He can't fall out with him. Due to the limitations of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, he would never be able to step into the rank of an 80-level soul Douluo and could only be stuck at 79. Su Sheng's words ruthlessly shattered the confidence he held as the head of the Qibao glazed sect. Ning Fengji thought, "This kid's words are sharp, and I can't take them personally anymore." Even Ning Fengji almost couldn't help but turn hostile, let alone Chen Xian and Gu Rong behind him. Upon hearing this, they only heard a soft sound, as if their hearts were pierced by daggers, full of wounds. After exchanging a glance, Gu Rong and Chen Xian silently nodded. This guy can say such things without changing his expression and even claims to have a bit of talent. Doesn't that mean they're both useless? They couldn't stay any longer, fearing they would be unable to resist killing this kid on the spot. The two stood up in tacit agreement, and Chen Xian coughed to him, "Fengji, I'll leave this to you for now. My old bones are feeling restless. I'll go deal with this guy." Gu Rong raised an eyebrow and said, "Who has feeling restless? Do you want to fight?" Chen Xian got angry and sneered. "Let us fight then, as if anyone's afraid of you. Don't forget, I always have one more move than you." "Nonsense. It's obviously I who always has the upper hand." The two pretended to argue while quickly walking toward the hall's exit. Just like that, they left. Thus, the entire hall was left with only Su Sheng and Ning Fengji. After Gu Rong and Chen Xian left, Su Sheng's previous cunning demeanor retracted, and he smiled lightly. Please don't mind, Sect Master Ning. The younger generation was just unhappy after being heavily injured by the sword Douluo and wanted to vent a little. I didn't mean to mock you. This short sentence significantly improved Ning Fengji's impression of Su Sheng. He had thought that Su Sheng's earlier behavior was his true nature, but it turned out he just wanted to vent his frustrations towards sword uncle and bone uncle. Moreover, the intensity of his venting was quite appropriate, with no excessive verbal conflict. Secretly evaluating Su Sheng, Ning Fengji thought, not bad, this clever temperament combined with such terrifying talent. He is likely to become a powerful figure in the future. Looking at Rongrong's attitude towards Su Sheng earlier, if Rongrong could, Ning Fengji narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Sheng noticed that Ning Fengji across from him had fallen into deep thought, seemingly pondering something important, so he didn't interrupt his train of thought. When Ning Fengji came back to his senses, a glimmer appeared in his eyes as he looked at Su Sheng and asked with a half-smile, "What do you think of Rongrong?" "Rongrong? She's quite clever and understanding." What does the sect master mean by this question? Su Sheng replied with a look of surprise, asking back seriously, "Could it be that Ning Fengji intends to betroth Ning Rongrong to me? Don't play like this. I'm still young." Ning Fengji's lips curved slightly as he gently sighed and said, "Su Sheng, Rongrong has never been this close to anyone during her years in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and she has a bit of a willful temper." Ning Fengji looked into Su Sheng's eyes with utmost seriousness and proposed, "But ever since she met you, everything has started to improve. So if I were to betroth Rongrong to you, would you be willing?" As Ning Rongrong is his daughter, she also inherited his martial soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. In the future, she will need a strong soul master to protect her, and Su Sheng is undoubtedly a great choice. Chapter 41. Returns. Su Sheng's expression darkened. Sure enough, Ning Fengji had said so much just for this moment. However, he would not easily agree. Ning Fengji was cunning and shrewd. Marrying Ning Rongrong to him was merely a means of gaining some favor. Overall, the future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was what truly mattered. Even though Su Sheng didn't have any rejection towards Ning Rongrong in his heart, and even had quite a good impression of her, she was not a bargaining chip for Ning Fengji. Kuseng politeri keklinet Ning Feng tit su question, soying, master Ning. You think too much. Although I have feelings for Rongrong, it hasn't reached the point of discussing marriage. Ning Fengji's expression did not show any unexpected reaction to Su Sheng's response. If Su Sheng had really agreed, he would still be filled with doubts about Su Sheng as a person. After all, is he really just a lecher? It seems that Su Sheng has left a rough impression in Ning Fengji's mind. Ning Fengji smiled elegantly and said in a neutral tone, "You are right. That was indeed a miscalculation on my part. However, if possible, I hope we can become family." Su Sheng slowly stood up and smiled. "I understand the intentions of Sect Master Ning, but whether I can be with Rongrong still depends on fate. After all, nothing is impossible." Ning Fengji nodded slightly. "But before that, let me treat you first." After standing up, he planted his scepter in the center, and then a Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower, even more filled with celestial energy than Ning Rongrong's, slowly appeared in his palm. The ethereal aura continuously surged around the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower, occasionally reflecting dazzling silver light. Subsequently, 7 colorful soul rings slowly rose beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 the best soul ring configuration. However, what was most peculiar was that Ning Fengji's 7 soul ring was completely different from the other 2 10,000-year soul rings. It was deep as ink, seemingly possessing a standard close to at least 100,000 years. It was almost identical to Su Sheng's 9th soul ring of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus. He emotionlessly uttered 7 words: 7 treasure, glazed tile, 6th increase. As his words fell, his 6th soul ring suddenly lit up, and the 7 treasure glazed tile emitted an even more overwhelming and dazzling white light, enveloping Su Sheng in a warm glow that surged from above like a spring. Su Sheng stared at his injured skin, and under the warm light, he could see the ruptured flesh starting to sprout new tissue. In just a few seconds, all the injuries he sustained had healed themselves. Is this the terrifying recovery ability of the 7 treasure glazed tile used by Ning Fengji? Truly worthy of being the #1 support type martial soul on the continent. Even though it is likely that Ning Fengji will never break through to Soul Douluo in his lifetime, no one would underestimate him. Su Sheng glanced at Ning Fengji and politely said, "Thank you, Sect Master Ning. The auxiliary ability of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda is indeed well deserved. If Ning Fengji could reach the ranker Douluo level, how terrifying would that be?" Ning Fengji nodded slightly and humorously joked, "Go ahead. Rong Rong should still be waiting for you outside. If you're any later, she might think I've done something to you." "Sec Master Ning, then I'll take my leave," Su Sheng said, casually gesturing to Ning Fengji before turning to walk out of the hall. Watching Su Sheng's departing figure, Ning Fengji supported his chin and silently said, "Su Sheng, I wonder what changes you will bring to this continent. It's quite something to look forward to." When Ning Rongrong saw Su Sheng come out, she hurriedly approached and carefully examined him from head to toe. When she saw that he was unharmed, she let out a sigh of relief. After all, she was still a bit afraid of Gu Rong and Chen Xian deliberately targeting Su Sheng. She blinked her watery eyes and asked, "Su Sheng, did my dad do anything to you?" "Rongrong, how should I answer that?" Su Sheng replied with a twitch of his lips, affectionately saying, "We just talked about some trivial matters. Did I really look that easy to bully?" Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face showed a hint of disappointment, and she muttered softly, "Trivial matters? So that means Su Sheng didn't give my dad a hard time. It seems I was overthinking things before." Su Sheng naturally noticed the disappointment on Ning Rongrong's face. He once again affectionately ruffled her hair, leaned in close to her ear, and softly spoke, "Rongrong, it's a great opportunity to come to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but I have to leave soon." The sensitive Ning Rongrong suddenly broke free, her flushed cheeks seemingly expressing her recent emotions. Ning Rongrong's eyes dimmed, and she buried her head in disappointment, biting her thin lips as she fixed her gaze on Su Sheng, wanting him to give her an answer. "Su Sheng, will we have a chance to meet again?" She was very afraid that after Su Sheng left the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School today, they would never meet again. "Of course, but you have to believe in a wonderful thing called fate," Su Sheng said, turning to leave with a casual wave of his hand. However, after turning around, he felt a bit regretful and awkwardly turned back, scratching his nose under Ning Rongrong's puzzled gaze. "Rongrong, how do I leave the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" I seem to be lost. He had never been here before, relying solely on himself. He feared that wandering around the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for a whole day wouldn't lead him to the right exit. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth and laughed. All her previous disappointment swept away. Playfully, she said, "Su Sheng, I didn't expect you to have such a humorous side. Come on, I'll take you out." Su Sheng realized that he needed to solve his problem of getting lost in the future, otherwise. He pushed open the door and walked into the classroom of the Wuhun Hall Academy, casually glancing at Chi-Ruo, who was riding with his back turned to him, and said, "Teacher Chi-Ruo." Su Sheng's voice broke the tranquility of the classroom, and the gazes of Xie Yu and the others turned towards him. Yin couldn't help but snicker and said, "Su Sheng actually arrived several hours late. He is probably going to get scolded to death by Mentor Chi-Ruo." Xie Yu raised an eyebrow and mercilessly chimed in, "Don't think too much of it. Su Sheng is different from you and me." Meanwhile, Hu Liena's beautiful eyes were merely filled with curiosity as she stared at Su Sheng. Upon hearing the noise, Chi-Ruo silently stopped his actions and turned to look at Su Sheng at the door. Habitually preparing to lose his temper, he found himself swallowing his words halfway. It was fine to be strict with the other three, but Su Sheng was a unique presence. We can't afford to provoke him. After all, he's a genuine title de law. Crushing a mere soul sage like me would be a piece of cake for him. So, pretending to be calm, he coughed lightly and said, "Ah, it's Su Sheng. Please go ahead and take a seat." Once Su Sheng sat down, Chi-Ruo continued the previous topic, saying loudly, "Just now we were talking about martial soul fusion skills." Chapter 42. 3 years later in the Spirit Hall, in the room of the Holy Sun. On a soft and gentle cotton bed, a man was lying peacefully. Soon, his cold eyes, like an ancient spring, slightly trembled and then slowly opened. His gaze shifted to the window, and with a voice filled with magnetism, he said lightly, "Is it dawn?" Then, with a body exuding a cold aura, he lazily stretched and slowly got up from the bed without rushing. This person was none other than Su Sheng, who had spent 3 years in the Spirit Hall. By now, he had shed his youthful aura and had truly reached the prime of his life. Su Sheng's gaze slightly condensed as he looked at himself in the mirror ahead, gently pursing his lips and whispering, "In these 3 years, has the Nine Heart Blood Lotus ultimately influenced me?" In the mirror, Su Sheng stood about 1.7 meters tall, dressed in a white robe, loosely rolled up at the wrists, simple yet aesthetically pleasing. His slightly drooping long hair cascaded down his back like a waterfall, emanating an even colder aura that seemed to freeze everything around him. If someone were to meet Su Sheng's gaze, they would find deep, black pupils resembling amber, devoid of any emotion, appearing even more frigid with a cold light continuously flickering in his eyes. His high nose and beautiful lips all exuded his unique charm. With a glance and a smile, he could easily pull a woman into a deep abyss of intoxication. Truly a jade-like figure among the common people. A gentleman unmatched in the world. Suddenly, a woman's voice from outside the door broke this tranquility, stirring emotions within. "Su Sheng, I'm coming in." As the words fell, a slender woman with golden hair walked in, exuding an aura of seduction. A slight smile on her thin lips could ignite a fire in any man, undoubtedly adding an air of mysterious allure. It was none other than Hu Liena. However, due to her martial soul, the heavenly fox, her original innocence had completely vanished. Hu Liena gave Su Sheng a charming smile and affectionately linked her arm with his. "Su Sheng, are you ready? It seems we are leaving the academy today to receive our teacher's guidance in person. Let's go." Su Sheng's amber-like eyes slightly narrowed as he relaxed the arm that Hu Liena had linked with, speaking. Hu Liena rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Su Sheng, you've changed so much over these years." Su Sheng was somewhat speechless and coldly said, "Aren't you the same?" The words spoken by Hu Liena were also a reflection of herself, weren't they? Not only he and Hu Liena, but also Xiaoyu, who belonged to the same golden generation, had changed drastically from 3 years ago. There was no way for him to become who he was now. Over the past 3 years, the blood required by the 9 Heart Blood Lotus increased day by day, ultimately affecting his state of mind. He imagined that in the past, killing someone would still evoke a slight sense of regret, but now, it felt as if he could crush an ant without any emotion at all. Su Sheng shook his head to dismiss these thoughts and coldly walked out. "Let's go, don't keep the teacher waiting." The neglected Hu Liena pouted, and a few traces of ambiguous light flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Wasn't it me who came to call you? Seriously." She sighed and followed Su Sheng's pace. Inside the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong sat on the Pope's chair, holding the purple golden scepter, exuding an overwhelming aura that demanded submission. Standing beside her were Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes shifted between Xiaoyu and Yan. After a while, she spoke lightly. "Xiaoyu, where are Su Sheng and Hu Liena?" Xiaoyu's enchanting eyes widened in shock, and he felt a chill running down his spine. No matter how many times he had met Bibi Dong, her terrifying and powerful presence never diminished. He respectfully replied, "Your Holiness, if nothing unexpected happens, Su Sheng must have overslept and may have forgotten today's arrangements. As for my sister, she should have gone to call Su Sheng. Perhaps they will arrive soon." Yan, standing beside Xiaoyu, cautiously glanced at Bibi Dong, then lowered his head, preferring to remain silent. Sometimes it's better to be a mute, but the more one wanted to avoid something, the more likely it was to happen. Bibi Dong's gaze turned to Yan, her thin lips slightly parted. "Yan, your martial soul, Flame Lord, has great potential. If cultivated properly, becoming a title Douluo is not impossible for you." Yan, trembling internally, stammered a response. "Thank you for your guidance, Your Holiness. I will definitely train diligently." It was terrifying. The pressure from the Pope was something ordinary people could not bear. He couldn't understand how Hu Liena and Su Sheng managed to remain calm under such overwhelming pressure. On Bibi Dong's left, Douluo secretly criticized. "This kid really isn't afraid of death. He actually dares to keep the Pope waiting." This was the nth time he had seen it. Ever since Su Sheng had become familiar with Bibi Dong, his attitude towards her seemed too relaxed. They didn't dare to ask. Meanwhile, Ghost Douluo was thinking about something else. About a year ago, he had sparred with Su Sheng, and it ended in a draw. Now, Su Sheng's strength had likely surpassed both Douluo and himself. In their silence, a cold voice echoed from outside the hall. "Teacher, we are here." Su Sheng, with a frosty expression, and Hu Liena, exuding an alluring aura, walked in side by side. Their arrival instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, especially Bibi Dong, who was already accustomed to Su Sheng's icy demeanor. Knowing it was not his true nature, Bibi Dong's purple golden scepter struck the ground with a tremor, and her tone became serious. "Now that everyone is here, I will discuss your training plan moving forward. Starting today, the 4 of you must collaborate daily to hunt soul beasts with at least 10,000 years of cultivation in the Dou Forest." Bibi Dong's words left no room for doubt. Since they were being cultivated as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, the training content must far exceed their limits. Yin couldn't help but exclaim, "What? 10,000-year soul beasts? Just the 4 of us?" He wasn't clear about Su Sheng's soul power level, but he, Hu Liena, and Xiaoyu were all around levels 34 to 35. With this level of strength, hunting a 10,000-year-old beast would likely result in their immediate demise. Xieyu's mouth twitched as he glanced at Hu Liena, who showed no objection and mustered the courage to reply, "Yes, Your Holiness." Seeing the doubt on Xieyu and Yan's faces, Bibi Dong's eyes turned cold. This task may be impossible for others, but you represent the dignity of the Spirit Hall's golden generation. If you can't overcome this little difficulty, do you even deserve this title? Xieyu, Hu Liena, and Yan immediately responded, "Yes, Your Holiness, teacher." It was the Pope herself who had given the order. They had to succeed, no matter what. "Teacher, I have something I want to discuss with you." Su Sheng's cold voice cut in at an inopportune moment. Bibi Dong frowned, looking at Su Sheng. "Su Sheng, do you have a question?" Yan instinctively thought Su Sheng was dissatisfied with the task of hunting a 10,000-year-old beast. He anxiously thought, why is Su Sheng confronting the Pope? It's just a 10,000-year-old beast. Are the four of them afraid they can't handle it? Besides, don't they have the martial soul fusion technique of Xieyu and Hu Liena? Xieyu and Hu Liena were also staring at Su Sheng, waiting for him to continue. They knew that with Su Sheng's strength as a title duel, even as a support type, it would be easy for him to deal with a 10,000-year-old beast. Moreover, she had learned from her teacher that the reason Su Sheng had not trained with them at noon and in the afternoon was that he was participating in soul battles and hunting 10,000-year-old beasts. In Hu Liena's view, Su Sheng must have had something important to say, which was why he interrupted Bibi Dong's words at such an inappropriate time. Su Sheng looked directly into Bibi Dong's eyes and softly said, "Teacher, I want to leave the Spirit Hall for a while, perhaps for a year, perhaps for several years." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Pope's hall fell unusually silent. In the next moment, Xieyu and Hu Liena exchanged surprised glances, with the former confusedly asking, "Su Sheng, what are you doing?" If it's because of the task regarding the 10,000-year-old beast, the four of us can definitely hunt it. Hu Liena fixed her gaze on Su Sheng, then slightly pursed her lips and murmured, "Su Sheng." Yan, on the other hand, quietly glanced at Bibi Dong's increasingly gloomy expression, realizing that Su Sheng's words were surely making the Pope angry. He hurriedly walked over, placed a hand on Su Sheng's shoulder, and reminded him, "Su Sheng, don't say foolish things, leaving for a year or several years." Su Sheng merely glanced at Yan expressionlessly without saying a word. There were actually many reasons for his temporary departure. He wanted to check out the Shrek Academy, which collected monsters, and also take a stroll through the bloody city of slaughter. "Your Holiness, please do not be angry. Su Sheng is probably just momentarily confused." "That's right, Su Sheng. Hurry up and explain to Your Holiness about the Chrysanthemum Pass and the ghostly charm." After Su Sheng explained a few things, he kept winking at the latter. Sitting in the Pope's chair, Bibi Dong's mood was extremely complicated as she looked at Su Sheng, feeling a bit at a loss. Su Sheng said calmly, "Teacher, when you accepted me as your disciple, I once mentioned that if there comes a day when I need to leave temporarily, you wouldn't stop me." He believed that Bibi Dong, with her character, would definitely keep her word, and he merely needed to return to the Spirit Hall before the Soul Master Elite competition. After hearing Su Sheng's words, Bibi Dong fell into silence for a while, then sighed slightly with a hint of helplessness, her gaze firmly scanning his face, as if trying to discern something. "Su Sheng, can you tell me why you want to leave?" "If my disciple is leaving to enhance his soul power, then that is obviously impossible. Su Sheng's soul power level has reached a terrifying level of 93, and this speed is already monstrous, which is why Bibi Dong is curious about what Su Sheng intends to do." Su Sheng's eyes flashed with contemplation as he replied, "Teacher, I am leaving this time to seek a way to suppress my martial soul, the side effects of the Nine Heart Blood Begonia." In fact, he had little interest in staying at the Spirit Hall. Even if he were to be a lazy person, he wanted to be the laziest one. After listening to Su Sheng's response, Bibi Dong pondered for a moment and then agreed, "I see. Since that is the case, Su Sheng, I allow you to leave the Spirit Hall, but you must return before the elite competition in a few years." Su Sheng is a trump card that can overturn the continent for the Spirit Hall. It is extremely important. Upon seeing Bibi Dong agree to Su Sheng's absurd request, Zhu Huaguan and Gue may exchange glances, and only one phrase echoed in their hearts. "My lord, the times have changed." Su Sheng's lips curled into a faint smile as he respectfully said, "Thank you, teacher." After leaving the Pope's palace, Su Sheng was surrounded by Xieyu, Hu Liena, and Yan. Yan, with a look of skepticism, said, "Su Sheng, you can't really be planning to leave for years, right?" He seriously suspected that this guy was taking advantage of his good looks to go find other pretty girls. The expressionless Su Sheng forced a smile and replied, "Well, In the next few years, it will be up to you to hold up the reputation of the Spirit Hall. Xiaoyu frowned in dissatisfaction and said, we are a team. What does it mean for one person to leave for years? The four of them had finally reached a team synergy. Yet before they had encountered an opponent to compete against, one of them was leaving. Just thinking about it made them all very uncomfortable. Su Shang's lips twitched slightly, and she silently rolled her eyes in her heart, thinking that she was still afraid of hurting their self-esteem. Hu Liena's eyes dimmed significantly, and with a hint of disappointment. She looked at Su Sheng and asked, Su Sheng, are you really leaving? Su Sheng gently reached out to touch her cheek and said as gently as possible, I'm not coming back. Don't look so disappointed. Hu Liena's eyes turned red at the corners. Just the thought of being apart from Su Sheng for several years made a few traces of bitterness rise in her heart. Su Sheng glanced at the three of them, Xiaoyu, Liena, and that someone else. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Yin retorted decisively. Hey, Su Sheng, who are you calling that someone? I'm Yin. Su Sheng was really something. Even before leaving, he had to annoy himself a bit. It was a shame he had just been feeling a bit sad. Thinking about it this way, all those feelings were for nothing. Just as Su Sheng was about to turn around, Hu Liena wiped her eyes and called out to him, Su Sheng, wait for me a moment. I'll go get something. With that, Hu Liena jogged away. Su Sheng and the others were completely puzzled. A few minutes later, Hu Liena came running over, panting, holding a pitch-black veil hat and a cloak in her hands. She approached Su Sheng, her face flushed, and handed over the two items. Su Sheng, this is for you. Without something to cover, it's easy to attract others. Hu Liena actually intended to say attract the opposite sex, but she changed the wording, perhaps because of Xiaoyu and Yan's presence. Yan saw the two items and burst out laughing. This is hilarious. Liena, the thing you gave is very suitable for Su Sheng's temperament. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, upon seeing this, also tried to hold back his laughter and pretended to turn away nonchalantly. Su Sheng looked at the items handed over by Hu Liena, trembling as she accepted them. If these two items were normal, it would be fine, but clearly, they were an old, frayed hat with threads sticking out and a tattered, tasteless cloak. Was she trying to make her a beggar? Despite the turmoil in her heart, Su Sheng forced a grateful smile and said, Thank you, Liena, I really like this. With red-rimmed eyes, Hu Liena didn't speak again. She suddenly pulled Su Sheng into her embrace and began to cry softly. Su Sheng was taken aback by her wild actions. When he wanted to speak, he closed his mouth instead and silently extended a hand to gently pat Hu Liena's back. Chapter 44. Flander shop in Soto City. Hu Liena wiped away her tears, slowly releasing her tight embrace around Su Sheng, and forced a smile as she said, Su Sheng, no matter how far you go, we are always the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Su Sheng's eyes flickered with a hint of affection as he gently ruffled her hair. Well, when I come back, I hope that a few years later, your soul power will have advanced further. Although he couldn't show it on his face, these 3 years in the Spirit Hall had been quite fulfilling for him. Su Sheng was very clear about Hu Liena's feelings for him, but his own feelings for her hadn't reached that level yet. For now, it was more like they were close teammates. Yin placed her hands on her hips and sourly said, Hey, Su Sheng, after 3 years of training together, we don't even know what level your soul power is. We're about to leave, and you're not planning to hide it, are you? 3 years ago, he viewed Su Sheng as a rival. But since realizing that Hu Liena didn't have those feelings for him, he gradually let go of that sentiment. On the side, Xiaoyu, who was watching coldly, noticed Hu Liena's attitude towards Su Sheng, which he had never shown even to him, her biological brother. He sighed silently, realizing that he had inadvertently taken his sister away. He didn't know whether to be happy that his sister had found someone she truly liked, or to be sad that his sister, who had been with him for so many years, was being taken away. Yin, if you want to know my soul power level, then you should work hard to improve, Su Sheng said lightly. Right now, you don't deserve it. Yin immediately turned hostile, disdainfully retorting, Humph, what are you acting all high and mighty for? If you don't want to tell, then don't tell. I don't care anyway, even if Su Sheng's soul power is higher than the 3 of them. How much higher can it be? Does he really think of himself as a title Douluo-level powerhouse with such an arrogant tone? After Su Sheng left the Spirit Hall city, he quickly headed north and spent almost a whole day before reaching the Barak kingdom. Su Sheng stopped in the street, wearing the black cloak gifted by Hu Liena, with a hat on his head that completely covered his cheeks. Su Sheng slowly reached up to lift his hat, his cold gaze sweeping over the somewhat prosperous street. And he said, Is this Soto City? It actually looks pretty good. Deep down, he felt a bit grateful to Hu Liena at this moment. Fortunately, Hu Liena had given him these two items. Although they were a bit shabby, they indeed helped him avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Because, on the long journey to the Barak kingdom, he had been very conspicuous in the crowd due to his uncovered appearance and his otherworldly aura, attracting many married women and beautiful ladies to approach him. Learning from his experience, he had worn the two treasures given by Hu Liena to successfully arrive here. But the next moment, as Su Sheng looked around, his gaze gradually focused on a shop that resembled an antique collection store. He squinted slightly and murmured, He then lowered his hat, walked up to the shop, looked up at the flamboyant lettering, and pushed the door open to enter. Once inside, Su Sheng had not yet had the chance to observe his surroundings when he felt an ancient and elegant atmosphere enveloping the entire shop. His gaze slightly shifted forward, and he saw a wooden rocking chair in front of him, occupied by a middle-aged man with a face full of beard, wearing silver-rimmed glasses, leisurely staring at a magazine in his hands. From the moment Su Sheng entered the shop, the man didn't even spare him a glance. Su Sheng silently thought, as expected, no wonder this shop resembles the description in my memory. The owner of this shop was none other than the dean of Shrek Academy, Flander. Suddenly, Flander's glasses reflected a flash of white light, and then he spoke in a, if you want something, just look for it yourself. If not, then get out. In any case, don't disturb me. Su Sheng pressed his lips together, remaining silent as he began to carefully observe the items arranged in the room. He reached out to touch a bronze-colored artifact squatting on the floor. Its cool texture made him reluctant to let go. He then moved forward and, when he reached a shelf, his curious gaze fell upon a simple ring placed on top. Su Sheng quietly picked it up and played with it in his hands. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that its exterior was silver, shimmering with a faint luster, and at the center of the ring was a faceted blood-red gemstone, looking extremely magnificent. However, perhaps due to the dust, it appeared rather unremarkable. Su Sheng shook his head, his interest dwindling significantly. The ring didn't seem special at all. It would probably look better after being cleaned. Just as Su Sheng turned around to look at other trinkets, a sudden, intense buzzing sound filled his mind. It felt as if something was urgently calling out to him. Su Sheng glanced coldly around, finding nothing unusual. When he took another step forward, the intense trembling sound echoed in his mind again, this time much more violently than before. He curiously looked at Fland, sitting in the rocking chair, and calmly asked, Boss, did you just hear any trembling sound? Unexpectedly, Fland, lounging in the rocking chair with his legs crossed, pushed his glasses up with his middle finger, glanced at Su Sheng with impatience, and replied, It's very quiet here. There's no sound. After saying that, he turned his attention back to the magazine in his hands. It seemed that despite being so close, he had completely failed to hear the trembling sound Su Sheng mentioned. Su Sheng silently shook his head, secretly wondering if he had misheard. But that strong tremor just now. Wait. Su Sheng took a step back, returning to his previous position, and fixed his gaze intently on the ring embedded with a diamond-shaped blood-red gemstone. The trembling sound just now had occurred after touching the ring. Could it be? To verify his suspicion, Su Sheng took a deep breath, focused his eyes on the ring, and then stepped forward. Before his foot fully landed, the ring in Su Sheng's eyes began to tremble wildly, and a buzzing sound started to echo in his mind again. Su Sheng picked up the ring and, looking at this ordinary ring, murmured, Is this the one? It looks quite special. He decided to buy it and keep it for now. However, he remembered that in the original story, Tang San took a large yellow crystal from Flander's shop, which he seemed to have used to make some hidden weapon like the Dragon Whisker Needle. Its penetrating power was so strong that it could pierce through Zhao Wuji's defenses. After a few minutes of searching, a very precious-looking yellow crystal was placed in front of Su Sheng. Su Sheng tapped on the exceptionally hard crystal, feeling quite surprised in his heart, wondering if this was it. He then picked up the crystal and the blood-red ring and placed them on the counter meant for display. Su Sheng looked at Flander with emotionless eyes and, Boss, how many gold soul coins are these in total? I want them all. Flander gave Su Sheng a surprised glance, and when he saw his strange attire, even his cheeks were not visible. After he bought two items that he thought were worthless, his eyes gradually narrowed. He couldn't help but ponder Su Sheng's identity. The crystal was 500 gold soul coins, and the ring was 300 gold soul coins. Since that's the case, let me see if this guy really needs these things. The prices of the two items Flander casually mentioned were 5 times higher than in the original work. Chapter 45. No rush, small scene, steady as a rock. Seeking recommendations and collections. Su Sheng's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This crystal actually costs 500 gold soul coins? What a joke. This Flander is simply a swindler, asking for an outrageous price. In the original story, Tang San bought it for 100, so how did it increase fivefold by the time it got to him? No matter how wealthy he is, he can't be that big of a fool. With his eyes hidden under a hat, Su Sheng's gaze turned cold, and he calmly asked the shopkeeper if he could lower the price a bit. Sitting in a rocking chair, Flander stretched out his legs and lay down, rolling his eyes without hesitation and retorting, "Buy it or not. This is the price. No negotiations." If someone wants to buy Flander's items, they have to pay a premium. Moreover, it just happens to be a chance to see if this guy really needs these two items, so he can figure out a few tricks. Su Sheng gritted his teeth, then suppressed the displeasure in his heart, and took out 2 bags of gold soul coins from the soul guide device, coldly tossing them onto the table. "All right, I bought it. This is 800 gold soul coins." Su Sheng picked up the ring and was about to store the crystal in the soul guide device when Flanders glanced at him and said, "Wait, that crystal and a ring together are worth 1,000 gold soul coins. You don't have enough money. Are you trying to provoke me?" Su Sheng's already cold face darkened instantly, and as he spoke, a terrifying chill enveloped him. He had tolerated the mention of 500 gold soul coins. After all, he wasn't someone who lacked that little bit of money. But now, suddenly raising the price again was clearly provoking his bottom line. Feeling Su Sheng's terrifying aura, Flanders put down the magazine in his hand, adjusted his glasses, slowly stood up, and Su Sheng's cold gaze hidden beneath his hat seemed to pierce through Flander. A few seconds later, he turned away expressionlessly, preparing to leave. Flander raised an eyebrow, realizing after observing Su Sheng's actions that he clearly intended not to buy. However, his purpose had been achieved. It seemed that Su Sheng knew nothing about these 2 items, perhaps only valuing them by chance. "These 2 small trinkets could be sold to you for 500 gold soul coins, but the condition is that you must take off your hat and cloak." Su Sheng turned around again, slowly took off his hat, revealing an extremely handsome face that was cold to the extreme. He coldly said, "Get lost. Just 2 items." He didn't want them anyway. When Flander saw Su Sheng's face, his eyes flashed with astonishment, secretly lamenting how young he was. He looked to be about the same age as Mu Bai, but what was with that terrifying soul power fluctuation that was continuously increasing? Thus, he propped up his chin and began to ponder, why not test this kid a bit? If his talent was good, he could bring him into Shrek Academy a day early. After realizing this, Flanders' gaze fixed on Su Sheng, and in an extremely displeased tone, he slowly uttered, "Kid, you may not sell anything, but daring to speak disrespectfully, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson." The angry Su Sheng's cold pupils emitted a hint of red light as he sneered. "Teach me a lesson? Interesting, Flander, you're really asking for it." Flander was startled. He actually knew his name, but so what? He still didn't believe that a dignified rank 78 soul sage would lose to a teenager. That would be an insult to his personality. Flanders' disdainful gaze swept over Su Sheng, and he confidently extended a hand towards him, saying, "Kid, since I'm older than you, I'll let you make the first move. Just be careful when I make my move later. If I accidentally cripple this child, that would be a sin." Su Sheng did not speak and slowly took a step forward. Upon seeing Su Sheng recklessly step out, Flanders frowned. What's wrong with this kid? He hasn't even summoned his martial soul. Is he planning to provoke me, Flanders? TSK. No one in this world can scam Flanders. Bang! Su Sheng lowered his head and took another step towards Flanders. A pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring slowly rising from beneath his feet. When Flanders saw that deep black soul ring, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The first soul ring is actually 10,000 years. This child's talent is terrifying. He must be recruited into my Shrek Academy. Although his soul power is a bit low, he is still a true monster. This kid is simply a monster among monsters. Compared to this level of monster, Mu Bai and the others can only be considered rookies. Xiao Gang, it seems your top 10 core competencies are not quite right. Today, a kid has just shattered your authority in the field of soul masters. Su Sheng let out a cold laugh and took 2 more steps, causing 2 pitch-black soul rings to rise from beneath his feet once again. Flanders' face was filled with immense excitement, and he was inwardly thrilled, secretly thinking that he was actually facing a soul master with 3 10,000-year soul rings. Truly a genius among geniuses, I, Flander, swear to use every means possible to recruit him into Shrek Academy. If this kid joins Shrek, I, Flander, won't have to worry about excellent talent sources. The future of Shrek will be incredibly bright. A soul master at level 30 is enough to crush all peers on the continent. While he was lost in thought, Su Sheng took another step, and 3 more terrifying 10,000-year soul rings floated up from beneath his feet. Flander couldn't help but take a step back, looking in disbelief at the 6 soul rings beneath Su Sheng's feet, questioning whether this was a soul emperor with 6 10,000-year soul rings. After all, he, Flander, was only a soul sage at level 76. Could this guy really be serious? But he comforted himself, thinking it's fine, I am a soul sage. His talent is indeed terrifying, but he's just a soul emperor. There's still a 10-level gap between us. It's not a big deal, just a small scene. A small scene? Flander can handle it. Su Sheng slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with killing intent locking on a Flander, coldly asking, Flander, are you ready? Flander, confused and bewildered by the question, asked in puzzlement, what do you mean by that? But in the next second, he understood what Su Sheng meant. 3 10,000-year soul rings once again appeared beneath Su Sheng's feet, and the last 2 soul rings were so deep they were close to 100,000 years. A title Douluo is playing with me? That title holder? Can you let me explain? I didn't do it on purpose. Flander hurriedly waved his hands to explain, realizing that he had no thoughts of allowing Su Sheng to enter Shrek at this moment. He would be grateful if Su Sheng didn't annihilate him. This was a title Douluo, a damn soul emperor. They were simply not on the same level. Heaven, are you planning to kill me, Flander? Su Sheng glanced at him with eyes, not stopping her slow pace. Flander, weren't you just very arrogant? Are you scared? As Su Sheng drew closer, a wave of fear spread in Flander's heart, compounded by the pressure of being a title Douluo. Flander was forced to release his martial soul, the 4-eyed cat eagle. A massive eagle with 4 eyes appeared behind him, looking down at Su Sheng with a piercing gaze that fixed on his every move. 7 soul rings also appeared beneath him, in the standard configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Seeing that Su Sheng still had no intention of stopping, Flander took another step back, pointed at Su Sheng, and trembled, Your Highness, if you come any closer, I might have to take action. Chapter 46, Rose Hotel. 7th Soul Skill, True Form of the Cat Eagle. Flander uttered. His 7th soul ring suddenly lit up, and in an instant, the cat eagle behind him began to merge with his body, dense feathers slowly growing on his arms and back, with a bizarre light yellow eye ornament appearing on his face, revealing 2 small holes in the middle. Flander, in his true form, was filled with confidence, though not in terms of combat. He thought to himself, I definitely can't match his strength, but can I not escape? In the past, he had avoided countless bloody disasters with this unique flying martial soul. Flander smiled at Su Sheng, his wings slowly flapping as he flew into the air. Your Highness, this time it's my fault. Take those 2 things if you want. I'll excuse myself for now. He then soared towards the window. Su Sheng, standing still, slightly pursed his lips and said lightly, Want to leave? Is it that easy? Just a soul sage relying on a flying martial soul thinks he can escape from me. A title Douluo? Impossible. But Flander in mid-air thought differently. Looking at the nearby window, he smugly thought, so what if he has a title Douluo? He can only watch me leave. Just as he was about to burst through the window, Su Sheng coldly shouted, Come back, with a wave of his hand. Countless vines of 9 Heart Blood crepe myrtle rapidly wrapped around Flander's legs. Then, with a sharp pull, Flander was yanked back just as he was about to escape. Stabilizing himself in the air above the house, Flander looked at the vines tightly gripping his legs and angrily shouted, Damn it. Then a wave of numbness filled his legs. Flander was startled. What? These vines actually have poison. I'm done for. If I don't escape now, I really won't get away. Flander's 2nd soul ring lit up, and he coldly shouted, 2nd soul skill, Rending Claw. Flander's beastified legs slowly gathered a layer of light blue blade energy, then swung toward the roots of the 9 Heart Blood crepe myrtle vines. Seeing this little trick, Su Sheng certainly wouldn't let him succeed easily. He calmly said, 3rd soul skill, Blood Crepe Myrtle's Protection. His 3rd soul ring lit up, and a shield appeared at the roots of the vines, firmly protecting them. As Flander's 2nd soul skill struck, the sharp blade energy was instantly obliterated upon contact with the light shield. What? This membrane-like shield has such strong defensive power. Flander spoke while a cold sweat streamed down his back. Su Sheng stretched out his palm towards Flander and coldly said, 5th soul skill, Blood Poison of the 9 Hearts. He didn't want to play cat and mouse with this guy anymore. He just wanted to give him a good beating. As the words fell, the 5th soul ring lit up, and several green glowing 9 Hearts blood blossoms suddenly emerged from Flander's neck while he was flying in the air. A severe burning and dizziness spread throughout Flander's body, and his face instantly turned extremely pale, causing the frequency of his wing flaps to drop significantly. Su Sheng's 4th spirit ring lit up again, activating the fourth spirit skill. Crazy growth. Several 9 heart blood cacti on Flander's body instantly grew wildly, covering his entire body. In the next moment, the 9 heart blood cacti suddenly radiated light, instantly consuming all of Flander's soul power. He was forced to exit his true form, helplessly falling to the ground from the air. With a loud bang, the entire room erupted with a huge crashing sound, like thunder. Flander, who fell to the ground, rubbed his dizzy head, curling up into a ball, looking fearfully at the approaching Su Sheng. Your Highness, I truly meant no offense. Please don't attack. Let us talk this out. Su Sheng just let out a cold laugh and explained, walking out of Flander's small shop. Su Sheng glanced at the unconscious Flandra in the room. He put his hat back on, but there was an additional ring glowing red on his right hand's index finger. Although Su Sheng's expression remained cold, it was accompanied by a hint of comfort. He looked up at the vast, still clear sky. After beating up Flander, he indeed felt much better. Without the use of spirit rings, relying solely on physical strength to fight was the best way for Su Sheng to vent. A method he had learned from Tang Hao. After strolling around for a while, Su Sheng stopped in front of a hotel. He slowly raised his gaze to the luxurious hotel before him and clearly saw the 4 glowing characters. Rose Hotel. Su Sheng pondered for a few seconds before stepping into the Rose Hotel. Upon entering, he was greeted by the fragrant scent of roses, which seemed to invigorate one's spirits. He glanced around and then walked up to the front desk. The woman who was calculating the accounts came back to her senses when she saw someone arrive. But upon raising her eyes, she was startled by Su Sheng's bizarre appearance. She suppressed the disdain rising in her heart and forced herself to politely ask, Sir, are you looking to check in? The Rose Hotel was a common place for couples due to its elegant and romantic layout. But Su Sheng's attire had clearly lowered the hotel's standing significantly. It might even seriously affect the next batch of guests. Covering his face, Su Sheng silently nodded and handed over a black card. Yes, please book me a room. The female attendant didn't think much of it at first, but upon closer inspection, she gasped in shock, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, This is the exclusive card of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. However, before Su Sheng could respond, the woman realized her lapse in composure and awkwardly chuckled. Sir, may I ask about your identity? This is the exclusive card of His Holiness the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and we must confirm the identity of the user. If it is misused, the user will face pursuit from the Spirit Hall. Su Sheng only gave her a cold glance, and the latter immediately fell silent, lowering her head to start processing Su Sheng's housing paperwork. Here is your card, the female attendant said. After finishing, she was about to hand the key to Su Sheng when suddenly, a graceful figure rushed to the counter, panting and asking, Excuse me, are there any rooms available? The two turned their heads to look, and they saw a woman in a light blue long dress that accentuated her full figure. Her slender waist sparked imagination, especially with the unique air of nobility surrounding her, making it clear at a glance that her background was definitely not simple. After seeing the woman clearly, Su Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought to himself, what a coincidence. He hadn't expected to run into Ning Rongrong at the Rose Hotel. Now, Ning Rongrong had grown up, looking curvy and graceful, and her casual speech was filled with elegance and serenity, showing almost no hint of capriciousness. The female attendant smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, miss, but the last couple's room we have has already been booked by this gentleman. Ning Rongrong glanced at Su Sheng, whose face was obscured, and her cheeks showed a hint of helplessness as she sighed softly. But there are no rooms available in the surrounding hotels. Chapter 47. How about sharing a room? The female attendant's face showed a hint of difficulty. Su Sheng's couple's room was the last one available. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she glanced at Su Sheng, then spoke gently to Ning Rongrong. How about you discuss sharing a room with this gentleman? Each would pay half the cost. Ning Rongrong, gripping her hands tightly, felt a blush rise to her cheeks and said in a soft voice, Huh? She had never shared a room with another man before, and most importantly, this Rose Hotel was famous for being a couple's hotel. If she stayed with this man, wouldn't that imply? Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong timidly sized up Su Sheng beside her, especially noticing his extremely shabby appearance, which looked like that of a beggar, causing a strong sense of repulsion to rise from within her. Despite this, Ning Rongrong politely shook her head and then blinked wildly at the female attendant, signaling, I think I'd rather not. I don't like sharing a room with others. The observant female attendant realized Ning Rongrong's subtle gestures and immediately understood. This lady didn't dislike sharing a room. She simply found this disheveled-looking man unappealing. Since that was the case, there was nothing she could do. The woman handed the key back to Su Sheng, smiling as she said, "Since this lady is unwilling, sir, here is your room key. I wish you a pleasant stay." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt a sudden sense of relief. Phew. Although she had tried her best to suppress her disdain for others, just the thought of sharing a room with someone so shabby made her skin crawl. Meanwhile, Su Sheng, hidden under his hat, felt his lips twitch slightly, thinking, "I can't believe Ning Rongrong finds me disgusting. Just how shabby did Hu Liena make this thing?" He shook his cloak, silently accepted the key, then raised his eyes to give Ning Rongrong a meaningful glance before slowly turning to leave. The woman's gaze returned to the still-standing Ning Rongrong, kindly asking, "Miss, what will you do now?" With no rooms left, and most couples typically Wuhun tea check out at night, it seemed she might have to leave. Ning Rongrong snapped back to reality, biting her thin lips as she thought. She had already looked around several hotels, and her legs were tired. If she searched further, she might just lose her mind. The woman pointed to a nearby bench. "Miss, if you don't mind, you can sit there and think it over. But our hotel closes at 11 tonight." That sudden remark made Ning Rongrong's eyes light up. "Close? Where do these female attendants sleep then?" She could temporarily rent a room to rest. No one said staff rooms were off limits. Excited, Ning Rongrong asked, "Sister, do you all have your own sleeping quarters at night?" The woman was taken aback for a moment, then showed a hint of confusion. "Yes, we have designated rest areas. But why do you ask?" Shouldn't she be more concerned about where she would rest? Why was she asking about their sleeping arrangements? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with hope as she locked her gaze on the woman. Can I stay in your rest area for one night? I can pay you privately the same rate as a hotel room." The woman's eyes widened in surprise, whispering, "Privately? You mean?" This was her first time encountering a guest wanting to rent her rest area. Seeing the woman didn't refuse immediately, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of happiness. This seemed promising. It was just a room to sleep in. How easy could that be? For her, Ning Rongrong, anything that could be solved with money was no issue. The wealthy Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had more than enough money. With a playful smile, she placed her finger to her lips and subtly pushed a bag of gold soul coins forward, saying playfully, "Sister, if you can help me out. Double the amount is not off the table." The woman looked at the heavy bag of gold soul coins before her gaze gradually heating up. This money could cover nearly half a year of her salary. It was impossible not to be tempted. She internally justified herself, thinking, the Boston Tea say it was forbidden to rent out to others, right? No, so it must be tacitly approved. She discreetly tucked the bag of gold soul coins in her pocket, then cleared her throat as if to ease the awkwardness, secretly pushing the key to her personal rest area towards Ning Rongrong while explaining, "Miss, my rest area has basic facilities, but it's a bit small. The rooms for staff naturally weren't that luxurious, but they had all the basic amenities." Ning Rongrong reached out and took the key with a smile, saying, "That's fine. I'm just staying for one night. Thank you." After saying that, she hummed a little tune, happily walking towards her exclusive rest area. After Ning Rongrong left, the woman's gaze fell on the enticing bag of gold soul coins, muttering to herself, "It seems like I could do this in the future." She had just made a significant profit in one go. If she could do it again, she wouldn't need to work for a year. Very good. She had successfully acquired a new skill. Who knows, maybe she could do this with a few others as well. Su Sheng stopped and looked at the room number, 32. Seeing that it matched the number on the key, she inserted the key and turned it. After hearing a click, Su Sheng slowly walked inside. She then casually glanced around. This was a room with a curved shape, with fragrant fresh rose petals scattered all over the floor. Countless shimmering decorations added a touch of desire to the guest's hormones. In the middle was a large bed, adorned not only with roses, but also with several romantic heart-shaped balloons, further enhancing the sensual atmosphere. On the left side was a steaming hot water pool, large enough to accommodate 2 people. Su Sheng slowly took off his hat and cloak, revealing a cold face that could make anyone's heart flutter at a glance. He silently sighed, thinking that this room, worth 188 gold soul coins per night, was indeed worthy of its price. However, it was a pity that he didn't have a girlfriend. Su Sheng walked to the edge of the pool, slowly took off his clothes, and gently swam into it. It wasn't until the warm, slightly bubbling water enveloped his body below the neck that Su Sheng silently closed his eyes, enjoying the comfortable feeling of the water opening up his pores. On the other side, Ning Rongrong faced a completely different scene. She inserted the key and pushed open the door to room 30X, walking in with high hopes. But when she saw the scene inside, Her expression darkened immediately. Could this room be called well-equipped? Chapter 48. I'm not interested in you. Ning Rongrong sighed helplessly. Although the room was narrow, there was nothing she could do since she had already spoken. The various facilities were far inferior to those of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, even to the point of being extreme. Even the lighting was very dim, seemingly about to go out at any moment. However, when her gaze swept to the side and saw a very narrow, steaming pool, her mood eased a little. She patted her chest, comforting herself that at least there was a pool. Otherwise, she really couldn't stay in such a room. She then quietly closed the door, carefully walked to the bedside, and leisurely took off every piece of clothing, folding them neatly before elegantly stepping into the shimmering water of the pool, her smooth skin exposed. As every delicate inch of her skin came into contact with the water, she was frozen by an extreme chill, trembling uncontrollably. The steam she had just seen was not from hot water at all, but from icy water that emitted mist. Ning Rongrong suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her limbs instinctively curling up from the cold. Finally, she couldn't help but curse, damn it. Even the bathing water is slightly cold. What kind of broken place is this lounge? Ning Rongrong instinctively wanted to get out of the pool. But when her gaze fell again on the dark gray bed and pillow, she could almost smell the foul odor from the bedding without even lying down. The thought that had just surfaced in her mind was suppressed. At least the pool looked clean and odorless compared to that bed. Not long after, Su Sheng, who was lying on the couple's large bed covered in rose petals, sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by a hurried knocking on the door. A bit confused, he rubbed his eyes and then slowly stood up. The first thing he did upon standing was to look at himself in the mirror opposite. He saw that he looked quite disheveled with long hair all over the place. He silently walked to the mirror and started to tidy up his hair. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he had only been organizing for a few seconds, the urgent knocking at the door sounded again. Su Sheng immediately squinted his eyes. At this late hour, who could be knocking on his door? Could it be that someone was tracking him? His gaze instantly turned cold and sharp, and a few tendrils of Nine Heart Blood Begonia were concealed in his palm. If the visitor had ill intentions, then he would kill. Outside the door, Ning Rongrong, wrapped in a piece of white cloth that barely covered her enviable figure, held her soaked clothes in her arms. This made her appear less noble and more alluring, unknowingly exuding a unique, exotic charm. Ning Rongrong lightly coughed, then shook her damp hair, looking curiously at the door, pouting and whispering. Isn't anyone there? Why didn't the waitress let me check in earlier? If there was no one, what should she do in such a vastly different situation? The only clothes she could wear were soaked in the leaking room next door. Otherwise, as the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, how could she be so unreserved as to cover herself with just a piece of white cloth? Just as she was pondering, the door slowly opened. Su Sheng, with a cold expression on his face, stepped out. His gaze sharpened as he recognized Ning Rongrong, and the defensive Nine Heart Blood Begonia in his palm retracted back into his body. When Ning Rongrong saw him, with long hair cascading down his shoulders, looking exceptionally handsome and exuding a high and aloof aura, her eyes gradually filled with surprise. Could it be that all the men staying at couples' hotels were handsome? She randomly knocked on the door next door and encountered such an extraordinarily good-looking man. However, judging by his expression, he didn't seem like an easy person to get along with. But thinking about her own situation, Ning Rongrong steeled herself and apologetically said, "Sorry to disturb your rest. I'm a tenant living next door." Su Sheng instinctively opened his mouth to call Ning Rongrong's name, but after seeing her stiff demeanor towards him, he silently swallowed it back. However, Su Sheng didn't blame her. After all, they had only known each other for a day. No, it should even be said that they had only known each other for one night. In a long span of 3 years, it was impossible for someone to forget an unimportant person. Su Sheng suppressed the emotions in his heart and said in a slightly indifferent tone, "Is there something you need?" Since Ning Rongrong no longer recognized him, it was better to let it go and not bring it up. Ning Rongrong trembled again and said, the room next door has a leak and all my clothes got soaked, so I wanted to ask if I could stay with you for one night." As she spoke, her face turned completely red and she nearly buried her head down. She even felt that the situation she was describing was too cliché. After all, this hotel was considered a 5-star hotel in Soto City, so it was unlikely for any leak to occur. Moreover, asking to stay in someone else's room for a night was something that anyone would mind, and she herself felt the same way. Su Sheng's gaze swept over her trembling legs before he turned around and walked into the room. When Ning Rongrong saw Su Sheng's action, a hint of disappointment crossed her face. secretly thinking that her request was indeed a bit excessive. But the next moment, a cold voice came from inside the room. Guomin, Ning Rongrong, who had expected to be rejected, felt a flash of joy upon hearing this voice. She gratefully uttered 2 words, "Thank you," then hugged her clothes and walked in, slamming the door shut behind her. Once inside, Ning Rongrong felt that the entire room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, especially with the fragrant rose petals, which made her blood as a woman surge with excitement. She slightly raised her gaze, and, upon seeing Su Shang sitting silently on the bed covered in rose petals, could vaguely feel his gaze fixed on her. The white cloth wrapped around her tightened involuntarily. The thought of being alone with a man in a room made her incredibly nervous, as if a heavy stone had been suspended in her heart. Moreover, it seemed that if this seemingly cautious man wanted to do something to her, as a support-type soul master, she had no power to resist at all. After placing her clothes on a nearby chair, she forced a smile and said to Su Shang that. Su Shang cast a cold glance at her cheek, then silently closed his eyes and said in a somewhat cold tone, "You don't need to worry. I have no interest in you." Ning Rongrong found these words somewhat harsh. She lowered her head to examine her figure, gritting her teeth in anger, thinking, how can this man talk like that? What does he mean by having no interest in me? I'm not bad at all. I have curves where I should, and I'm perky where I should be. Where's his lack of interest? Chapter 49. Turning off the lights to sleep after hanging her clothes neatly, Ning Rongrong slowly sat down on the chair, her expression showing a bit of gratitude as she said, thank you this time. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. After saying this, Ning Rongrong felt unsettled and thought, wait, why should I thank him? Just because he's a bit handsome? He just said he has no interest in me. Am I supposed to be interested in his ice-cold face? Besides, in the 7 Treasure glazed tile school, there are people lining up from the hall to the outside just to pursue me. Su Shang glanced at her, and no need. He naturally saw the little expression on her face, and found it somewhat amusing in his heart, thinking that she hadn't completely changed after all. There was still some arrogance within. Seeing Su Shang's indifferent attitude towards her words, Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth in anger and said fiercely, how infuriating. Speaking so coldly. How am I supposed to respond? She had been thinking about enjoying a warm bath, but didn't expect this guy to end the conversation directly. Thus, Ning Rongrong sat there in silence, her gaze occasionally drifting to the side where petals were scattered, looking incredibly romantic under the shimmering water. Su Shang's cold gaze followed her line of sight, finally resting on the steaming pool of water. Even if there was a leak in the room, didn't the next door have a pool? Ning Rongrong looked as if she hadn't bathed in a long time. That pitiful expression almost made him want to comfort her. However, thinking of certain things, he decided against it. Thus, with an expressionless face, Su Shang slowly uttered, the water in the pool is still hot, if you want to soak. Go ahead. Of course, the premise is that you don't mind it's the water I used. A young lady like Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure glazed tile school should have some degree of cleanliness. However, whether she was willing or not depended on her. There was nothing more he could do. Ning Rongrong's thoughts were exposed, and her flushed cheeks looked as tempting as red apples. She softly said, thank you. It seemed that this man wasn't so annoying after all. He was indeed a man with a cold exterior, but a gentle heart. Speaking of men, Ning Rongrong's mind suddenly recalled a figure from 3 years ago. The man who stood firmly in front of her, even when facing dozens of soul beasts. The man who, seeing her hungry, personally roasted delicious rabbit meat for her. As she thought about it, Ning Rongrong's eyes became slightly red and swollen, evoking a sense of pity. Coming back to her senses, she shook her head, letting the tears at the corners of her eyes fade away, and bitterly smiled to herself. It's been 3 years. You must have forgotten me by now. Su Shang frowned when he saw her like this. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Then forget it. Just now, you were still looking so happy, and, after a moment of distraction, you turned into this. Could it be that you thought of some bad memories in the 7 Treasure glazed tile school? Ning Rongrong smiled sincerely and explained, it's not like that. You've misunderstood. I was just reminiscing about some beautiful memories, but I probably won't be able to experience them again in this lifetime. Wrapped in white cloth, Ning Rongrong stood up, revealing her graceful figure, playfully winking at Su Shang. Then I'm going to take a bath. You can't peek, okay? No. Su Shang ziplit gasu. His gaze fixed on her as she walked towards the pool. However, in the next moment, his pupils shook, suddenly recalling something exciting. And he reached out to call Ning Rongrong back. But it was too late. She had already reached the side of the pool. She first glanced around, and upon seeing the curtains blocking the view, slowly pulled them open. Then she turned back and took a quick look, seeing that Su Shang's mind was completely elsewhere. She silently breathed a sigh of relief and gently pulled the white cloth that covered her away, fully exposing her delicate body once again. Su Shang then looked towards the edge of the pool. Even with his cold demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a surge of the most primal human desires upon seeing the seductive scene before him. Ning Rongrong thought the curtain could block the view, but in reality, it was completely transparent from the outside, allowing a clear view of everything inside. He now understood why the Rose Hotel was a couple's hotel. With that thought, Su Shang's gaze slightly lowered, looking at the countless rose petals scattered around him. He quietly thought that if they had tampered with the curtain, then these rose petals were probably. He gently picked up a rose petal and brought it close to his nose, taking a light sniff. A wave of heady sensation surged within him, and Su Shang glanced again at the enchanting figure by the pool. In the next moment, that burning feeling intensified, as if stimulated by something. Su Shang hurriedly put down the rose petals near his nose, and the corner of his mouth curled coldly. Indeed, these rose petals had an aphrodisiac effect. With his eyes closed, Su Shang forced himself not to look at the person by the pool. After enduring for about half an hour, Ning Rongrong, who had wrapped herself in a bathrobe again, stepped out from behind the curtain. Her delicate figure even more radiant than before, like a water lily emerging from the water. Seeing Su Shang still with his eyes closed and head turned away, Ning Rongrong gently sat down beside him. For some reason, she felt a desire to tease Su Shang. Ning Rongrong covered her mouth and smiled, lightly poking Su Shang's shoulder. Have you been like this the whole time? Su Shang's cold pupils gradually opened, and he cast a cold glance at Ning Rongrong beside him. Are you done washing up? Then get ready to turn off the lights and sleep. Ning Rongrong's delicate body trembled slightly, and she stammered, Sleep? Sleep? Then I'll just sleep on the sofa beside you. When Su Shang just finished saying that sentence, she still thought that Su Shang was calling her to sleep with him. Su Shang glanced at the sofa and then lay down on the bed, shifting to the left. His expression remained unchanged as he lay there. The bed was big enough, and he only needed to remember to pay for his share. But thinking about the situation with a man and a woman alone together, he added, Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Ning Rongrong frowned at his words, hesitating as she said, Isn't this a bit too much? We don't even know each other's names, and now we have to share a bed. However, ever since she entered this man's room, she had felt a strange familiarity from his every word and action. It was a peculiar feeling, as if they had known each other for a long time, but when she thought carefully, there was no memory of it at all. She glanced at the narrow sofa and then looked down at the soft big bed. After sighing, she ultimately succumbed to the comfort of the big bed. Ning Rongrong lightly climbed onto the right side of the bed and said softly, Okay, I'll sleep on the right side, and I'll pay you back later. After saying this, Su Sheng reached out to turn off the switch, and the bright lights suddenly went out, plunging the room into darkness. Not long after, Ning Rongrong, lying on the bed with her heart racing, felt an immense sense of peace upon hearing the man's steady breathing beside her. She turned her head and gave a deep look at the sleeping Su Sheng, saying, Thank you. After saying that, she gradually closed her eyes. Chapter 50. A night without emotion in the early morning. Ning Rongrong woke up, rubbed her eyes, and carefully got up, noticing that the man beside her was still fast asleep. A mischievous smile appeared on her lips as her curious gaze unabashedly examined Su Sheng's handsome face at the edge of the bed. Playfully, she touched her own alluring red lips with her index finger and smiled. Although you seem a bit cold, I didn't expect you to be quite cute when you're asleep. Should I sneak a feel? After all, this man had previously said he wasn't interested in her. Ning Rongrong extended her fair hand, as delicate as jade, and cautiously touched Su Sheng's cheek. The comfortable sensation made her reluctant to pull away, and she pouted in mock anger. You're a man, yet your skin is even softer than mine. Then she shrugged helplessly, her shoulders wrapped in a bathrobe that sparked imagination. All right, considering you helped me out a lot, I'll forgive you. Ning Rongrong quickly walked to the sink, took off her bathrobe, and changed into the already dried clothes. Then she took out a bag of gold soul coins from her storage soul guide and wrote a note with the cash in the room. Placing both items gently by the window, she slowly pushed open the big door, turned around to give Su Sheng a knowing smile, and then left directly. A ray of sunlight streamed into the bed filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, and Su Sheng, feeling the brightness, gradually woke up. Su Sheng gradually became aware, and his gaze instinctively turned to the side, only to find that there was no one else around. The empty room contained only himself. Upon taking a closer look, he noticed that although Ning Rongrong was no longer by the bed, A heavy bag of gold soul coins lay peacefully there. Moreover, there was also a note left behind. Su Sheng slowly opened the note he took, and when he saw its contents, his face darkened suddenly. His hand tightly clenched the piece of paper. The words that slipped out of his mouth grew increasingly cold. Ning rong rong. The content of the note read, "Thanks for yesterday. I slept very comfortably on this bed. These gold soul coins are given to you as per our agreement last night. If there's a next time, we may meet again. Also, my name is Ning rong rong." If she had simply left the gold soul coins, Su Sheng wouldn't have thought too much about it. But what kind of wolfish words were in her letter? She slept very comfortably? According to the agreement from last night, leaving a bag of gold soul coins. Wasn't that just blatantly treating herself as a? Su Sheng took a deep breath to calm his turbulent heart. As expected of the little witch from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, where did he get the confidence that she could become graceful and wise just by listening to his words? Throwing these thoughts aside, a hint of contemplation flashed in his eyes. However, Shrek Academy should be starting enrollment soon. According to his observations yesterday, there is only one place in Soto City that was as dilapidated as Shrek Academy, which bordered other villages. After speaking, Su Sheng quickly got up and put on the 2 treasures that Hu Liena had given him. Standing in front of the mirror, he looked at his extremely shabby self reflected back at him and secretly vowed, "I, Su Sheng, swear that after finding Shrek, I will definitely scatter the ashes of these 2 things." In a very narrow corner filled with pastoral charm, there was a dilapidated thatched cottage, inside which sat an old man with disheveled hair and an unruly aura. The old man, lounging in a chair, leisurely waved a fan and casually said to the tall figure in white standing beside him, "Daimu Bai, how many students do you think we can enroll this year?" "Yes." The man in white standing beside the old man was none other than the captain of the Shrek's 7 monsters in the original work, the evil-eyed white tiger. Daimu Bai. True to his name, Daimu Bai was very robust, and his white suit added a touch of cleanliness to him. His handsome face radiated righteousness, but his light purple eyes, filled with a hint of evil, made him appear somewhat contradictory. Daimu Bai shook his head with a bitter smile. "I think it will be difficult to enroll even one this year. After all, our academy's environment is too poor, and just that alone will deter many people. Not to mention the admission standards proposed by Dean Flander, which can only be met by top-notch monsters." The old man sighed silently, yes. Dean Flander has always been unwilling to lower the standards. He keeps saying it's better to have fewer than to have a surplus. If this continues, this might be the last batch of Shrek students. Dai Mubai's expression grew serious. "In a few days, I'll talk to the dean again. As long as he accepts my sponsorship, Shrek Academy can still continue to develop." Although he had left the Star Luo Empire, the vast assets he possessed were enough to make people envious. The old man gave a bitter smile. "Let's talk about it later. You know Flender's temper. He would never accept sponsorship. Although he's a bit greedy, he's also a man of great integrity." Dai Mubai nodded silently. "Yeah. It seems like Shrek Academy really won't go far." Not long after, shadows began to appear one after another in front of the thatched cottage. They looked around the environment and immediately thought they had taken a wrong turn. How could a prestigious academy be built in such a remote and backward place? It wasn't until they saw the words Shrek Academy Enrollment Office posted on the cottage that they realized, is this really Shrek Academy? You're kidding, right? It looks like a wild chicken school, so dilapidated. "Let us go. Son, we're not studying at this academy. The registration fee is actually 5 gold soul coins. Are you robbing us?" A boy, about 14 years old, said with a flushed face to the woman beside him. The woman next to him tried to soothe him. "Child, we've come all this way. Let us just take a look. Maybe this is just a test of the academy. If it really doesn't work out, we can leave immediately." After hesitating repeatedly, the boy finally compromised. "All right." At this moment, the old man in the cottage coldly glanced at the people who had come and stood up, saying indifferently, "Those who want to enroll, please line up. In a moment, pay 5 gold soul coins, and I will test whether you qualify to join." After his words, the people lined up in a long queue. The old man glanced at the boy at the front and coldly said, "You come first. Pay 5 gold soul coins. Then extend your arm in front of me." The boy was taken aback and hurriedly paid the 5 gold soul coins into the black box before walking to the old man and extending his arm. The old man closed his eyes and gently placed 2 fingers on the boy's arm. After a while, he opened his eyes with a face full of disdain and said, "Bone age exceeds the enrollment standard, and soul power is also below standard. Next, a waste with only a dozen levels of soul power at 14 years old wants to enroll. Shrek recruits monsters, not trash." The boy's father, witnessing this scene, angrily shouted, My son is an excellent soul master at the Junior Soul Master Academy. How could he not meet the standard? Refund. Refund. The old man's eyes turned cold. It seems that you didn't understand the situation before coming to enroll. That's just wasting gold soul coins. If you want a refund, fine. Mubai. Suddenly, Dai Mubai, who had been lounging on a tree, jumped down handsomely, brushed off his sleeves, and beckoned to all the people who came to enroll. If you want a refund, come fight me. He stepped forward, and 3 brilliant soul rings rose from beneath his feet. A standard soul ring configuration. Yellow, yellow, purple. The next moment, it immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Soul Sovereign? How is that possible? How old is he? How can he be a Soul Sovereign? Let us go. Let us go. I don't want to study at the Shoddy Academy. A girl with braided hair and an icy beauty patted the slightly ordinary-looking boy in a blue tight-fitting outfit beside her and asked, "Third brother, are we really not in the wrong place? This academy looks so broken." The boy nodded slowly, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. It shouldn't be wrong. This Shrek Academy is the one the teacher said only recruits monsters. The two were Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had just graduated from the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. However, unbeknownst to them, behind them stood a man wearing a gauze hat that covered his face, dressed in a cloak, who was listening to all of this. Su Shang's lips curled slightly undercover. His cold gaze slowly shifted down, locking onto Tang San's 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Just then, the side-eyed Xiao Wu caught this scene. She leaned towards Tang San and whispered, "Brother San, don't you feel a chill behind you? That strange guy's been staring at your storage device. He doesn't look like a good person at all. Should we catch him and teach him a lesson?" Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes, which were turned away from Su Sheng, slightly narrowed. He gently squeezed Xiao Wu's hand and subtly shook his head, signaling her not to act rashly. Without knowing the man's intentions, they couldn't afford to alert him. If Xiao Wu got hurt because of this, it would be serious. As the elderly man in front, who was judging the bone structure, shook his head and uttered next, the entire long line began to move forward. Tang San and Xiao Wu followed suit. Suddenly, Su Sheng behind them made his move, effortlessly grabbing 24 bridges on a moonlit night, while Tang San and Xiao Wu were caught off guard. Tang San felt the item being taken from his waist and looked at the fleeing Su Sheng with a grim expression, thinking, "What speed? This man's movements even surpassed the speed of my purple extreme demon eye." Xiao Wu, seeing Su Sheng almost disappearing from sight, anxiously said, "Brother San, what should we do?" Tang San comforted her with a smile, patting her shoulder as he replied, "Xiao Wu, wait for me here, I'll get it back." He then swiftly turned around, his eyes glowing with a faint purple light as he locked onto Su Sheng's figure, coldly stating, "Ghost shadow merging." The whole person transformed into an illusion, rapidly chasing in the direction Su Sheng had left. Su Sheng turned around and saw Tang San approaching him with a ghostly movement technique. Although he had slowed down most of his speed, he was still somewhat surprised. After all, if Tang San had truly left at the speed of tidal Douluo, he wouldn't even have been able to see his back. Tang San, who was closely pursuing him from behind, suddenly shouted, "Blue silver grass." In front of Su Sheng, dozens of deep purple blue-silver grass suddenly wove together to form a dense net. Su Sheng looked at the large net rising in front of him and commented lightly, "Not bad." Of course, now with the blue-silver grass, Su Sheng could easily tear it apart with just a wave of his hand. However, thinking that running any further would take him far from the Shrek registration office, Su Sheng suddenly stopped in his tracks. Tang San, seeing the figure in front of him come to a halt, also stopped his own steps. He coldly stared at Su Sheng's back and said, "Return the soul guide to me, or else. That was a gift from the master to me, and it absolutely cannot be taken by anyone else." Su Sheng slowly turned around and said softly under his hat, "If you want it, come and get it yourself." Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes narrowed, and his entire body suddenly surged forward, rushing towards Su Sheng in an instant. He silently shouted in his heart, "Xian Yu hand." Suddenly, the skin below Tang San's arms crystallized into blocks of jade that emanated a chilling aura. Su Sheng looked calmly at Tang San's incoming attack and murmured, "Xian Yu hand?" After saying this, he also stretched out a hand to strike back. On the other side, seeing the black-clad man attempting to clash hands with him, Tang San gradually revealed a hint of confidence at the corner of his mouth. "I've won. My Tang sect's secret technique, Xian Yu hand, is invincible and impervious to water and fire. If we collide head-on, his hand will at least be fractured." With a bang, the two palms collided, erupting with a strong burst of firelight. In the next second, Tang San, who had just been confident, suddenly changed his expression drastically and was sent flying backward. Collapsing to the ground, Tang San clutched his chest, blood spilling from his mouth. He looked at the slowly approaching Su Sheng with an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? Su Sheng approached Tang San step by step, exuding a strong pressure all over, his tone filled with endless killing intent as he said, "Kid, do you still have any abilities left? If not, then get ready to die." Already injured, Tang San was once again struck by the overwhelming pressure, and he coughed up blood with a puff. The look in Tang San's eyes when he gazed at Su Sheng even contained a hint of fear. This intense, killing intent. How many people has this guy killed to condense such terrifying killing intent? Tang San gritted his teeth and shouted in his heart, "No, I can't die yet. I haven't fulfilled Master's wish. Xiao Wu is still waiting for me." In his left hand, a small hammer gradually grew larger. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the woods, and Su Sheng silently withdrew his pressure. Looking down at Tang San from above, Su Sheng did not make a move, but uttered a chilling sentence, "Xiao San, you have indeed made a lot of progress over the years." The Haotian Hammer in Tang San's hand suddenly fell, and he stared blankly at Su Sheng, utterly astonished as he said, You are? Su Sheng threw the 24 bridges bright moon night over Tang San, extending his hand towards him, and, "Yes, it's me." With his left hand holding the 24 bridges bright moon night, Tang San looked at Su Sheng's hand suspended in the air, grabbed it with his right hand, and stood up. Tang San wiped away the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, looking at Su Sheng with hopeful eyes. "Brother Sheng, is it really you?" Since leaving Holy Soul Village, he hadn't seen Su Sheng again. As he silently extended his hand, countless petals of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus emerged from the ground, wrapping around Tang San's entire body and piercing into his skin. Tang San was startled, but when he felt the injuries within him starting to heal, he exclaimed in astonishment. The heavily injured wounds are actually recovering terrifyingly. In no time, Tang San's injuries were healed, and the few Nine Heart Blood Lotuses shattered into sparkling particles. After recovering, Tang San was about to speak, "Brother Sheng." At this moment, countless questions filled Tang San's heart, wanting to ask Su Sheng about where he had been and what he had done in the past 3 years. Of course, he also wondered why Su Sheng could withstand the Xian Yu hand with just his physical body, without even releasing his martial soul. Su Sheng did not give Tang San a chance to ask, silently turning away. "Let's go. We should head back to the registration point at Shrek. It won't be good if we miss the registration." Tang San responded with an quickly tying his 24 bridge bright moon night and swiftly catching up to Su Sheng. Chapter 52. Being low-key is also a challenge due to the earlier events. At least half of the people had left, so it was soon Xiao Wu's turn. However, her worried gaze kept looking back. In her heart, she anxiously thought, why hasn't San come back yet? Could something have happened? 10 minutes had already passed, and Tang San still had not returned. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, leaving her somewhat at a loss. The old man in the hut gently coughed, and upon seeing that it was a girl, his tone softened a bit as he reminded her, "It's your turn. Pay the fee and extend your hand for me to see." Xiao Wu bit her thin lips in distress and forced a smile, saying, Can we wait a moment? My brother hasn't come back yet." As soon as these words were spoken, the people in line behind her immediately showed fierce expressions and angrily scolded, "Little girl, if you're not registering, just hurry up and leave. Don't delay us all." "Exactly. Do you know how long we've been waiting in line? Just because of you, we all have to wait so long. Why should we? Hurry up and get out of the way." Xiao Wu knew that she was in the wrong in this situation, so she quietly stepped aside, casting a pleading look towards Dai Mubai, whom she should despise. Dai Mubai, who was watching Xiao Wu's actions clearly from the side, rested his chin in thought. Is she asking me for help? Since that guy named Tang San is probably able to join, helping him out wouldn't hurt. Thus, Dai Mubai leaned close to the old man's ear and murmured a few words. The latter's face showed a hint of surprise, and then he kindly smiled at Xiao Wu, saying, "It's all right, you can step aside for now. When your brother arrives, I'll give you both another chance." The fact that Dai Mubai spoke on behalf of that boy, named Tang San, probably indicated that his talent was not low. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, threw 5 gold soul coins into the black box, and extended her arm with a smile, saying, "I'm Ning Rongrong. My martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile." The old man suddenly coughed and widened his eyes to ask again, "Cough, you said your martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile. So does that mean you are the daughter of the 7 treasure glazed sex master?" He inquired further, "Are you out here without your father's knowledge?" After all, she was the daughter of the 7 treasure glazed sex master. If she joined Shrek Academy, what would her father think? However, thinking that someone with the title of the continent's #1 support-type martial soul was willing to join Shrek Academy made him somewhat excited. Ning Rongrong silently extended her arm and playfully replied, "It seems like no one has stipulated that people from the Seven Treasure Glazed sect can't join Shrek Academy, right?" The old man was taken aback, then seemed to ponder and said, "That's indeed the case. Our Shrek only welcomes monsters, and what martial soul or sect one belongs to is not important." After saying that, he slowly placed his finger on Ning Rongrong's delicate wrist. After a moment, he joyfully said, "Your bone structure and soul power are both suitable." Ning Rongrong playfully blinked her eyes. "So I can enter Shrek now, right?" The old man laughed heartily. "Of course, Shrek warmly welcomes you little monsters to join." Suddenly, Xiao Wu pointed towards the direction behind the long line and exclaimed, "San is back. But why is that person with him?" With Xiao Wu's shout, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai all turned to look behind. They saw a messy-looking man walking side by side with Tang San. Xiao Wu immediately rushed over, angrily pointing at Su Sheng as she said to Tang San, "San, you how come?" Su Sheng's extremely cold gaze swept over Xiao Wu. His rank had reached the title Douluo level, so in front of him, Xiao Wu was completely like a big pink rabbit. Tang San reacted quickly, grabbing Xiao Wu's finger and explaining with a bitter smile, "Xiao Wu, you misunderstood. His name is Su Sheng, and I used to call him Sheng. We haven't seen each other for 3 years, and today we just happened to run into each other." Hearing this, Xiao Wu, who had just been very angry, suddenly blushed. It turned out she was the only one who hadn't understood the situation and had made a fool of herself. She shot a resentful and mournful glance at Su Sheng, thinking it was all his fault. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten into such an embarrassing situation. Dai Mubai, who was behind the four of them, was staring at the disheveled Su Sheng with a serious expression. His martial spirit, the evil-eye white tiger, had just emitted a faint sound, seemingly warning him not to provoke this guy named Su Sheng. So he quickly retreated to Zhu Zhuqing's side and tightly grasped her hand. Zhu Zhuqing initially frowned and instinctively tried to pull away, but Dai Mubai's grip was like iron, no matter how hard she struggled. There was no sign of him loosening his hold. Sensing something was off, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Dai Mubai, and when she saw the extremely gloomy and serious expression on his face, she realized that something was wrong. So she didn't try to break free any longer. Among the crowd, only Ning Rongrong's tear-filled eyes were fixed on Su Sheng, and the tears at the corners of her eyes blurred her vision. Ning Rongrong walked up to Su Sheng and, with a voice choked with tears, questioned him. "Did you just say your name is Su Sheng? Why didn't you tell me when we met before?" She absolutely could not have heard it wrong. This was a name she had missed for 3 years. After speaking, she ran and embraced Su Sheng's chest. Su Sheng didn't know what to say. He reached out to tousle her slightly light brown, soft hair and said, "I thought you forgot about me." They had spent a close night together in a room the previous day, but he hadn't really observed Ning Rongrong closely, except when she was in the pool. Ning Rongrong clenched her small fist and knocked on Su Sheng's solid chest, then lowered her head and choked out, "How could I possibly forget you? It's you who hasn't come to find me after leaving. I thought you." Su Sheng's mouth twitched. Why did Ning Rongrong's words sound increasingly strange? They'd only spent 1 night together, or rather, it should be the 2nd night. Why did it feel like she was saying he had abandoned her for decades, like a scumbag? Tang San sighed beside them, praising Su Sheng, saying that after all these years, he must have quite a few romantic debts. Xiao Wu suddenly pinched Tang San's arm, saying, "Little San, you better not learn from this guy named Su Sheng in the future, or I will." "Ignore you." Tang San gasped in surprise and hurriedly replied, "Let go of me, Xiao Wu. Even if I wanted to, I don't have Su Sheng's astonishing good looks." However, he was also curious deep down. Why didn't Su Sheng take off his hat and cloak when he saw him? Did he have some unknown secret? Seeing that the surrounding members of the Shrek 7 monsters were all staring at him, even though Su Sheng had covered his face, he still felt a bit embarrassed. He gently patted Ning Rongrong, who was buried in his chest, and said in a calm tone, all right, so many people are watching." Ning Rongrong, coming back to her senses, blushed and pretended to be reserved, stepping back a bit and quietly reminding Su Sheng, "You should take off your hat and cloak. You look like a beggar." However, this statement instantly sparked the intense curiosity of the other four. This man who had covered himself so thoroughly. Could it be that Su Sheng's appearance was truly indescribable? Su Sheng couldn't help but sigh, secretly thinking that sometimes wanting to be low-key is also a kind of difficulty. He then reached out with his right hand, slowly taking off his hat. Chapter 53. Title, Demon Tang. The hat slowly fell to the ground. The surrounding noisy voices suddenly fell silent. After a while, there were continuous sounds of people gasping in surprise. Those who thought Su Sheng was covering himself up because he was too ugly felt as if they had been slapped hard on the face, aching unbearably. If someone with such a stunning appearance was considered ugly, then what were they? A moving pile of dung? In front of him, Dai Mubai and the others, except for Ning Rongrong, stared blankly at Su Sheng, while the others in line forgot their purpose of signing up. Before them, Su Sheng's smooth and fair face, with sharply defined features like a meticulously carved work of art, a pair of cold and icy eyes seemed to lower the temperature around him slightly, and an indescribable unique aura effortlessly enveloped the entire place. Dai Mubai, who was stunned, swallowed hard. Is this guy even human? Dai Mubai, who had always thought he was handsome, now felt completely crushed by Su Sheng. Others were better looking than him, and their strength was also superior. Zhu Zhuqing's sexy figure moved slightly as her gaze shifted from Su Sheng to Dai Mubai beside her. Dai Mubai, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's questioning look, hurriedly explained, Zhuqing, he just looks a bit more handsome and is a bit stronger. It's nothing great. Zhu Zhuqing pursed her lips, then released Dai Mubai's hand and quietly moved aside. Her eyes dimmed a little. If only Dai Mubai had the courage and strength of Su Sheng back then. Xiao Wu's slightly amazed gaze shifted from Su Sheng to Tang San. Curious, little San, your brother Sheng looks so good. Why do you? Tang San and Su Sheng were from the same village. How could the gap in looks be so big? Tang San's face twitched when he heard Xiao Wu praise Su Sheng while belittling himself. How could his looks compare to brother Sheng's? That's natural talent. He couldn't blame himself for not being ideal. He shot a resentful glance at Su Sheng and grumbled, damn brother Sheng. I can't believe I've thought about you for these years. If he had known Su Sheng's looks were so extraordinary, he would have never let him take off his hat just now. Dai Mubai suddenly coughed and interrupted everyone's thoughts. All right, let's talk about these things later. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Su Sheng, you all come over here to test for qualifications. He couldn't let Su Sheng steal all the limelight, otherwise. What would happen to his authority as the leader of the Shrek Academy students? Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances and then walked towards the elder together. The elder looked at Tang San and asked casually, you must be Tang San? This child seemed very steady, but also quite ordinary at first glance. It was hard to see any characteristics. Yes, I am Tang San. My martial soul is Blue Silvergrass, and I am a level 29 control system soul master. Tang San threw 10 gold soul coins into the black box, then released his Blue Silver Grass martial soul in his palm, with 2 yellow soul rings. The elder was surprised. I can't believe someone can cultivate Blue Silvergrass to such a level. He might be the first person on the continent. How strange. I thought a child from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, with a soul power of level 26, was already very good. But I didn't expect to see someone who had cultivated to level 29 with Blue Silvergrass. Tang San smiled and said self-deprecatingly, I guess I can be considered a monster too, right? The elder placed his finger on Tang San's wrist and exclaimed, you're only 12 years old. Good talent. You meet the admission requirements. Then he turned his gaze to Xiao Wu, kindly asking, and you, little girl? Xiao Wu's 2 fluffy ears twitched as she smiled. I'm Xiao Wu. My martial soul is Softbone Rabbit, and I'm a level 29 assault system battle soul master with 2 yellow soul rings. The elder, upon hearing this, placed his finger again on Xiao Wu's wrist. Then he exclaimed with joy, good talent. You meet the admission qualifications. If that's the case, this year's little monsters have increased by 4. This surpassed the number of previous years. The elder's gaze turned to Dai Mubai, cheerfully saying, Mubai, it seems that this time Dean Flander will probably wake up smiling from his dreams, with 3 more little monsters. Dai Mubai also nodded in joy, with 4 new members. Dean Flander should be able to accept my sponsorship. At this moment, Tang San suddenly looked at Su Sheng and asked in surprise, Brother Sheng, are you also here to sign up for Shrek? Su Sheng denied, but before he could finish speaking, Dai Mubai leaned over and put his arm around Su Sheng's shoulder, forcing a smile, and said, Su Sheng, right? No need to be modest. I know your soul power must be higher than everyone present. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled as she urged, Su Sheng, show everyone your soul power. 3 years ago, Su Sheng's soul power level had already reached level 40, and all his soul rings were 10,000-year ones. Now, it's likely that his soul power level has already reached Soul King. Su Sheng glanced at Dai Mubai with a look of disbelief. Does he even know the latter? He was so familiar without even being acquainted, which made Su Sheng somewhat irritated. Sheng, come test your soul power with this teacher. Just now. Dai Mubai said that Sheng Ji's soul power level is higher than anyone else present. Could it be that Dai Mubai's soul power at level 37 is not as good as his? Thinking about it this way. If Sheng Ji's martial soul has no defects, then how terrifying is his talent? Su Sheng looked at the other Shrek members, who seemed to want to see through him. He continuously emitted an extremely terrifying cold aura and slowly walked to the front of the old man. The old man, looking at Su Sheng who had approached him, felt a chill run through his body and couldn't help but shiver. How could this child's aura be so terrifying? Even he felt like a tiny ant in front of him. The old man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Child, extend your arm. I will test your root bones." Su Sheng slowly extended his arm, allowing the former to place his fingers on his wrist. After a while, the old man exclaimed in astonishment, "The bone structure is suitable." Upon hearing the old man's response, Tang San and Ning Rongrong beside him secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The old man then squinted his eyes tightly and inquired carefully, "What is your name, martial soul, and soul power?" However, after he asked this question, a very ominous premonition surged in his heart. The other Shrek members also fixed their gazes on this scene, afraid of missing something. Su Sheng, level 93 auxiliary control dual system title Douluo, martial soul, 9 hearts blood cherry, title demon cherry. After speaking, he stepped forward and beneath his feet, 9 deep, terrifying 10,000-year soul rings appeared. As the soul rings emerged, the previously clear sky instantly became overcast, and a raging wind howled violently. A powerful aura that filled everyone present with despair spread out. At this moment, Su Sheng was like a deity descending to earth, sweeping away everyone present. The weak Shrek Academy was not worthy of him joining now, because he alone dared to claim he could take on all the mentors of Shrek. Chapter 54. Does your face still hurt? The old man rubbed his eyes, hurriedly stood up, and looked at Su Sheng in shock. Title Douluo? How terrifying is this child's talent? He is only in his teens, and already a title Douluo? There are not many of those on the entire continent. They aren't just cabbages. Tang San's pupils constricted sharply as he stared at the 9 black soul rings beneath Su Sheng's feet, his fists clenched tightly. Brother Sheng, he is actually a title Douluo? He had once asked the master what would happen if someone's soul power was far beyond innate full soul power upon awakening. At that time, the master had answered him with only one sentence. That person may not live beyond 5 years. Now he could assert that Su Sheng's soul power likely reached title Douluo upon awakening. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone to awaken their martial soul and normally cultivate to title Douluo level in just 3 years. Beside him, Xiao Wu clenched the former's hand, her face gradually paling, and she looked at Tang San with pleading eyes. Brother San, should we leave here? If it were before, she would have acted without worry. But now that a title Douluo was present, her identity would be exposed in an instant. Her true form was a 100,000-year soul beast, and the temptation it posed to title Douluo level powerhouses is needless to say. It was precisely because of this that her mother was brutally killed. Coming back to his senses, Tang San looked at Xiao Wu's pale face and hurriedly hugged her, anxiously asking, "Xiao Wu, what's wrong?" Xiao Wu, who found it hard to speak, didn't he know how to answer Tang San. If she revealed her identity, she feared that even the closest person to her, Tang San, would despise her. Xiao Wu remained silent, burying her head in Tang San's chest. Forget it. If Su Sheng really intended to make a move, she would never resist and disappoint Xiao San. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes finally flickered with understanding, realizing why Dai Mubai had reacted unusually earlier, gripping her hand tightly despite everything. Her impression of Dai Mubai gradually improved. Dai Mubai, unaware of these small details, twitched his mouth, staring at Su Sheng. He knew Su Sheng was stronger than him. But damn it, who knew he was a title Douluo? He was not just a little stronger. That was a powerhouse that you couldn't count on one hand in the Star Luo Empire. For a moment, his previously defeated mindset returned. He didn't need to compare himself to a non-human being. Yes, that's right. Ning Rongrong, staring intently at Su Sheng, had red corners of her eyes and secretly rejoiced. Title Douluo. That means Su Sheng has far exceeded the requirements of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. As the next sect master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, her partner must possess the strength to protect her. Otherwise, no matter how sincere the love, it would be in vain. But clearly, Su Sheng had achieved this. The old man bent down slightly, slowly placing his hand on his chest, and respectfully said, "Your Highness Su Sheng, I apologize for my rudeness just now. May I ask what brings you here? Su Sheng retracted the 9 heart blood lotus and the soul ring beneath his feet, and everything around him returned to its original state. He then shot a cold glance at the old man, who felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, trembling all over. Unable to muster the courage to even make eye contact with Su Sheng. Su Sheng then said, I'm just here to see what this academy that only absorbs monsters is like. The old man's mouth twitched slightly, thinking to himself, just to take a look? If that's the case, there's no need to be so high profile. Not to mention a title Douluo. If this gets out, other academies might think our Shrek Academy has a title Douluo overseeing it. The old man took a secret glance at Su Sheng and suddenly felt that this didn't seem impossible. He thought to himself that he needed to quickly inform the dean. If he was late, Shrek might lose the opportunity to have a solid title Douluo. Just as he was about to invite Su Sheng into Shrek, a sudden cry of an eagle echoed in the sky, followed by a large figure with diving down like a ghost, spreading its wings. Upon closer inspection, it was a slightly robust cat eagle, and it was none other than Flander in his true form. After landing, his sharp claws left deep marks on the ground. The next moment, he hurriedly returned to his human form and walked towards the teacher from Shrek Academy. The few from Shrek looked at the rapidly approaching Flander with immense confusion. They all had a question in their minds. Who is this bruised and battered guy? Dai Mubai smiled and explained to them, that is our Shrek Academy's dean. Flander, a rank 76, battle spirit saint, with the martial spirit of the four-eyed cat eagle. I didn't expect him to come personally. He must have sensed the intense fluctuations of soul power here. Xiao Wu pointed at Flander's bruised face and laughed loudly. Why does Dean Flander look so battered? He couldn't have been beaten up, right? Tang San also noticed this scene and wondered, it really seems like it. Did Dean Flander just come back from a duel? Ning Rongrong shook her head and expressed her opinion. I feel like he must have been beaten up by someone. Hearing their words, Dai Mubai's mouth twitched a few times as he awkwardly explained. Maybe the dean accidentally fell off the bed. Dean, oh Dean, I've tried my best to salvage your image, but you look like you're making a cold joke for the new junior students. Flander walked over, rubbed his eyes, and asked the nearby mentor in confusion, what just happened? Why are there such strong fluctuations in soul power? It was just a recruitment call. How did it create such a commotion? He had rushed here for that reason. The disheveled-haired mentor pointed at Su Sheng and quietly reminded him, Dean Flander. This is His Excellency, Su Sheng. Flander frowned, and only then did he notice the figure standing next to him. Once he clearly saw Su Sheng's appearance, the expression on Flander's face instantly turned incredibly awkward. How is it this great god again? Previously, in my shop, this guy made me look like this. But being beaten, he had to hold it in. After all, this was a title Douluo. How could he have the guts to reason with someone? Flander extended his hand to his chest and had to respectfully say, Your Excellency, Su Sheng. Su Sheng's eyes flashed with surprise. He thought Flander would be speaking in riddles. He didn't expect this guy to actually have some brains and remain calm. So he coldly scrutinized the swollen part of Flander's face, saying, You scheming merchant. Didn't expect it to be you. Does your face still hurt? Flander, seeing that Su Sheng was still bringing up this embarrassing matter, gritted his teeth and replied, Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency. My face is almost healed. Su Sheng crossed his arms and sneered, saying lightly, Are you almost recovered? How about a few more hits? Upon hearing this, Flander took a few steps back in fright, his face pale as he clasped his fists and said, Your Excellency, please don't joke with me. This guy is a devil. He could easily knock me out with one hit. Yet he deliberately forgoes his soul power and slaps my face with his bare hands. Experiencing this feeling once in a lifetime is enough. I don't want to die young. Chapter 55. The moment of peak performance on the side. Dai Mubai saw Flander's submissive demeanor towards Su Sheng and covered his forehead. Speechless. Is this still the Flander I know? What on earth did Su Sheng do to Flander to make him so terrified? Thankfully, he didn't provoke Su Sheng earlier. Otherwise, Flander would be a prime example. Flander raised his head and forced a smile, saying, Your Excellency, Su Sheng, I offended you this morning. I hope you can forgive me. Seeing him having regressed so much, Su Sheng couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter with Flander. After all, that morning's Tang family's disfiguring punch had probably left him traumatized. And even now his face was a patchwork of bruises. He cast a faint glance at Flander and said, I'm not interested in you. I'm just here to take a look at this Shrek Academy that only attracts monsters. He believed Flander should understand his meaning, right? Yet, to his disappointment, Flander silently stepped back and respectfully said, In that case, Your Highness, take care. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. He shouldn't have let this guy off so easily. If he couldn't even grasp the meaning of a few words, he deserved to be beaten. As the saying goes, those in the thick of things are confused while bystanders see clearly. The elderly man nearby noticed Flander's reaction, coughed lightly, and frantically gestured at Flander with his eyes. Thinking anxiously, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and invite him into Shrek." It was clear that Flander, who usually had the highest emotional intelligence, was acting even more anxious than the current dean. Hearing the elderly man's reminder, Flander turned his head and made eye contact with him, suddenly realizing his mistake. He knocked on his own head and then awkwardly walked up to Su Sheng, saying, "Your Highness, I was just joking earlier. The journey is long, and it's getting late. Why don't you rest at Shrek Academy for the night?" Su Sheng's mind finally calmed down as he slowly turned to take a look at Tang San, then coldly said, "Since that's the case, I won't disturb you." The old man smiled and said to Flander, "Director, you can accompany His Highness inside. I'll take the little monster to complete the assessment process later." Flander shot an angry glare at the old man, secretly cursing, "Damn it, doesn't he know how terrifying this guy is when he gets serious? And he asks me to accompany him alone." However, he had to force a smile and said, "Your Highness Su Sheng, please follow me. Although our Shrek Academy doesn't have much to offer, we aren't so poor that we don't even have a place to rest." "That damn guy. So what if he's a titled Douluo? Hurry up and finish resting so you can get lost." Su Sheng did not answer, and her cold gaze deeply swept towards Tang San's companion, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's gaze happened to intersect with Su Sheng's, and she couldn't help but tremble as she quietly shrank behind Tang San. She secretly thought that Su Sheng had indeed seen through her true identity. Su Sheng silently withdrew his cold gaze and slowly nodded. Then, Su Sheng and Flanders left the Shrek enrollment office and headed towards the actual academy. Tang San then embraced Xiao Wu, comforting her. "Xiao Wu, were you scared of Sheng just now?" He had observed Xiao Wu's every move earlier, but he did not ask her directly due to Su Sheng's issue. After feeling Tang San's warm embrace, Xiao Wu felt that her earlier fear had dissipated, and she replied, Seeing this was indeed the case, Tang San gently said, "There's no need to be afraid. Sheng is actually a very good person. It's probably just the influence of his seemingly evil martial soul." Upon witnessing such a sweet scene, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai around them felt a tinge of sourness. Unable to bear the display of affection any longer, Dai Mubai reminded Tang San, "Xiao Wu, how long are you going to hug? The next assessment is about to start." Hearing this, the tightly embraced Xiao Wu and Tang San realized that there were others around and quickly let go of each other. The remaining Shrek instructors stroked their beards inside. "What a lively bunch of little monsters. Let us go. I'll take you to the fourth assessment. It's likely that we won't receive any other students now." Lu Qibin, a level 66 control system Soul Emperor with a martial soul, Star Chess, and Zhao Xinxin, a level 71 food system Soul Sage with a martial soul, Sugar Bean, were outside undergoing assessments. Along with them were Li Yusong, a powerful attack system Soul Emperor with a martial soul, Dragon Pattern Staff, and Zhao Wujia, a level 75 powerful attack system Soul Sage with a martial soul, Mighty Golden Bear. Flanders patiently introduced the Shrek Academy teachers to Su Sheng one by one. Lu Qibin asked in confusion, "Flanders, who is this? Could he be a new student at Shrek Academy?" The other teachers also thought it should be so. After all, Su Sheng was so young and didn't seem to be a formidable character, though he did look quite extraordinary. Flanders' expression changed, and he quickly explained, "Everyone, this is His Excellency Su Sheng, a level 93 dual system titled Law of Support and Control with a martial soul 9 Heart Blood Lotus, title Demon Lotus." He did not want the teachers at his academy to anger Su Sheng, only to end up being beaten like he was. Upon hearing Flanders, the other teachers doubted their hearing. What did Flanders just say? This young man is already a titled Douluo, and he has a dual system support and control? Flanders couldn't possibly be joking, could he? There is no such thing as a dual system support and control. They had never seen anything like this in their lifetimes. Zhao Xinxin frowned. "Director Flanders, you're not joking, are you? A titled Douluo, really?" Lu Qibin nodded in agreement. "You must be making a cold joke since we've been bored these days. How could such a young kid possibly reach titled Douluo?" As soon as these words were spoken, Flanders knew they were definitely done for. He quietly stepped back a bit, thinking, "Not my problem anymore. I've already given a special reminder. You too can try that feeling." Su Sheng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Still wet behind the ears, his palms slightly clenched, and countless vines of the 9-hearted blood lotus surged up from the ground, directly engulfing Lu Qibin and Zhao Xing. A few seconds later, the nine-hearted blood lotus suddenly dispersed, revealing the two men collapsed on the ground, staring at Su Sheng in disbelief. The soul power within them had been entirely absorbed by that strange plant in the blink of an eye. Is this the power of a tidal Douluo? Even if there were hundreds or thousands of them, they would instantly turn into a pile of bones under such terrifying strength. The two, whose legs felt numb and weak, supported each other to stand up and respectfully said to Su Sheng, "Your Excellency Su Sheng, we were disrespectful and prematurely judged you." Flanders shrugged helplessly on the side, secretly thinking that he had told them so, but they insisted on doing it this way to be happy. If he hadn't been beaten up himself, how could he willingly act like a sycophant? Bah, that's not sycophancy. I, Flanders, am a man of dignity. Chapter 56, A Private Talk Afterward. The other Shrek members also successfully passed Zhao Wujia's assessment. Of course, due to Su Sheng, the title Douluo, the assessment ended early, and Zhao Wujia was not ambushed by Tang San's hidden weapons. Thus, under the leadership of Zhao Wujia and Li Yusong, Tang San and the others followed the two to where Su Sheng was located. When Flanders saw that Zhao Wujia and the others had arrived, he walked over, gently patted his shoulder, and pointed at Su Sheng, explaining, "Wujia, this is His Excellency, Su Sheng." Zhao Wujia nodded and then directed his scrutinizing gaze towards Su Sheng. Upon seeing that even without using his martial soul, Su Sheng was constantly releasing a terrifying cold aura, he thought to himself, "Is this the young man who has already reached the title Douluo level?" As Li Yusong said, this aura is indeed not to be underestimated. Moreover, it seemed that Flanders' face was bruised and swollen because of Su Sheng's beating. Therefore, he bowed and clasped his fists respectfully, saying, "I am Zhao Wujia, Vice President of Shrek Academy, a 75th level assault system battle soul saint. My martial soul is the great strength king Kong Bear." Su Sheng's calm eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This determination truly lived up to the title of the unmoved king. Zhao Wujia was the only one among the Shrek mentors who still maintained his composure upon seeing him. Indeed, there was a difference between those who had experienced various assassination attempts and ordinary people. At least their state of mind was not easily disturbed. Zhao Wujia slowly stood up and said calmly, "Oh, it's nothing. That little title is not worth mentioning in front of you. It's possible for someone who can scare even Flanders to beat me as well." Besides Zhao Wujia, Li Yusong, witnessing this scene, remembered that he hadn't introduced himself yet and was about to speak when Flanders interrupted him with a smile. "Yusong, I've already introduced you." Hearing Flanders say this, Li Yusong merely nodded in acknowledgement to Su Sheng. Flanders turned to Dai Mubai, who was considered an elder at Shrek Academy, and urged, "Mubai, go call Oscar and Ma Hongjun over." "Yes, Dean." Dai Mubai nodded, glanced at Zhu Zhuqing with a gentle smile, and then turned to call the other two members of Shrek. Tang San and the others, standing behind Zhao Wujia, walked over. Upon seeing the Shrek kids, Zhao Wujia's heart skipped a beat, and he exclaimed, "Kids, that's a title Douluo. If you're not careful, the whole Shrek could be done for." However, he could only think too much. Before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly covered by Flanders' hand over his mouth as Flanders turned him around and whispered in his ear, "Wujia, that Tang San calls Su Sheng brother, and the little girl from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School seems to have a close relationship with him. What business do you, an outsider, have meddling in this?" Zhao Wujia frowned, pondering, Doesn't that mean Tang San and this Ning Rong Rong are essentially bringing in resources? How are we going to train them later? If Su Sheng, this great Buddha, is here, they definitely can't be too strict in training the little monsters of Shrek. Flanders smirked. "No need to worry. Su Sheng is just resting at Shrek Academy for one night. We will train them as planned." After hearing this, Zhao Wujia seemed to understand. "So that's how it is. I thought Su Sheng would stay at Shrek forever." Flanders chuckled and replied, "Wujia, how could that be? A dignified title Douluo would never think of staying in our small academy." Zhao Wujia, feeling too lazy to think about what would happen next, also conceded. Tang San gave Su Sheng a thumbs up. "Brother Sheng, you really impressed me. You came in and already put the dean of Shrek Academy in his place." Although it was a compliment, there was no joy on his face. Seeing that Tang San had something on his mind, Su Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly and said directly, "Little San, just say what you want to say." He had known Tang San for so many years, and he could easily see through his little thoughts. Tang San bit his lip and said seriously, "Brother Sheng, your soul power must have already reached level 90 when you awakened, right?" Su Sheng did not deny it. A hint of surprise flashed through her cold pupils. "That's right, the mistress. How did you know?" I happened to see the huge light that burst out when you awakened that day, so I guessed after connecting some dots. Su Shang raised an eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean, little three? Tang San's expression showed a hint of struggle. Sheng, your soul power level far exceeds the innate full soul power. I once asked my teacher a similar question, and the answer I received was that you might not live for more than a few years. He was also hesitating about whether to tell Su Shang, fearing it might provoke him. Su Shang stiffly smiled at him and said, "Thank you, Xiao San, but you don't need to worry about me. I've already solved this matter." Unexpectedly, during the 3 years apart, Tang San still remembered to reflect on his own issues. After hearing Su Shang's response, Tang San awkwardly touched his nose and said, "Really? Then congratulations, Sheng." He thought Su Shang would be disheartened after hearing it, but he didn't expect that the latter had already resolved it perfectly, although he didn't know what method Su Shang had used. He believed that Su Shang wouldn't lie to him. Su Shang's gaze turned towards a small house hiding behind, and he asked Tang San, "By the way, San, can I have a few words with your Xiao Wu?" Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu, feeling a bit conflicted. He recalled Xiao Wu's fearful expression just moments ago and wasn't sure if he should allow it. Just as he was pondering, a light hand patted his shoulder. "San, it's okay." Tang San looked back at Xiao Wu, seeing the determination in her eyes, as if she had made up her mind. He sighed and said, "Xiao Wu, I understand," she replied, her fearless gaze fixed on Su Shang, completely changing from her earlier demeanor. "Then, you could talk to Xiao Wu. I'll head over there," Tang San said, gesturing before turning to walk towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu took a deep breath, staring unyieldingly at Su Shang, waiting for him to continue. Su Shang's lips curled slightly, her face showing no expression, as she spoke in a leisurely tone. "Should I call you the 100,000-year-old beast, or the human form, Xiao Wu?" Her gaze sharpened, and she directly reprimanded. "I am both Xiao Wu and the 100,000-year-old beast. If you're going to make a move, I won't resist, but I hope you won't tell San. Compared to being hunted down by Su Shang, Xiao Wu found it even harder to bear the disappointment and coldness from her closest companion, San. Su Shang was a bit stunned by this series of words, and exclaimed, "Oh, it seems you already have the determination to go to your death." He clearly hadn't said anything yet, but this Xiao Wu had already assumed she guessed what he wanted to do. She even had the determination to face death. If it were before he became a titled Douluo, he might have considered it, but now that his soul rings were full, there was no need for him to kill her. As for the soul bones, he already had 3 pieces, so there was no need for the one that would drop from killing her. Chapter 57. Go find your Tsuhua. Xiao Wu said nothing, her eyes reddening slightly. Then she slowly closed her eyes, showing no desire to resist. Deep down, she murmured to herself, "Xiao San, if I die, you must live well." She knew that in her human form, there was no possibility of surviving in front of a titled Douluo, and her only wish was that after she died, Su Shang wouldn't tell Tang San the truth. Su Shang's gaze was fixed on Xiao Wu's cheek, as he coldly said, "Your soul bone and soul ring hold no allure for me. Since you've decided to stay by Tang San's side, you need to be mindful of your true self. If the titled Douluo who came here today wasn't me, then I'm afraid Tang San and Xiao would end up in tragedy." Although he didn't have a high opinion of humans and spirit beasts, he didn't oppose it either. Upon hearing Su Shang's words, Xiao Wu could clearly sense his concern for her. Thus, she opened her eyes in shock, thinking Su Shang would make a move any second, but to her surprise, the confusion in her gaze deepened as she looked at Su Shang. However, being able to stay by Xiao San's side was already a great source of satisfaction for her. Xiao Wu pursed her thin lips and replied, "I will. Dean, I brought Oscar and the others." Dai Mubai returned with 2 extremely lazy figures behind him. One looked a bit worn, with stubble on his cheeks. If it weren't for someone familiar, one might call him uncle at first glance. It was none other than Oscar, the sausage uncle from the Shrek 7 monsters. The other figure appeared quite plump and walked in a rather comical manner, but his martial spirit was also a top-tier beast martial spirit, the evil fire chicken. Oscar rubbed his dark eyes and asked Flander, "Dean, why did you call us so early?" Ma Hongjun angrily retorted, "Yeah, teacher, I was just getting into it. And now you suddenly call us? Isn't this just tormenting the disciples?" He then shot a resentful glance at Dai Mubai and angrily said, "And you, Dai, could you knock next time? Your kick nearly scared me to death." Dai Mubai scratched his golden hair and awkwardly chuckled. "It was an accident. I just thought your fire was a bit too strong, so I was physically reducing it." Deep down, he silently thought that this kid's evil fire was quite heavy. If he didn't call him out, it might not end until tomorrow. Flander stroked his beard and smiled. "Oscar, Hongjun, The reason I called you here is to tell you that our Shrek Academy has added 4 new members today. The other 4 mentors behind Flander nodded in agreement. Oscar showed a shocked expression and exclaimed, "What? There are actually more people joining our Shrek Academy?" Flander's face darkened as he directly gave Oscar a thump on the head, saying, "What are you talking about, you little brat?" Oscar rubbed his sore head and said, "I was just so happy." After casually brushing it off, he began to scan the surroundings with bright eyes. Upon seeing Zhu Yuqing and Ning Rongrong, Oscar's eyes immediately lit up. He hugged Ma Hongjun and pointed towards Ning Rongrong's direction, grinning. "Hongjun, look over there. The new beauties joining us are so high in looks." Ma Hongjun also turned his gaze over, and upon seeing the graceful figures and charming faces of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Yuqing, the evil fire that had just been suppressed flared up again. He instantly felt that his girlfriend, Suehua, was simply unworthy of comparison to these 2 beauties. If he could have a good night's sleep, his evil fire might calm down for a few days. Dai Mubai, who was eavesdropping behind them, grabbed their heads with both hands, his eyes dark as he said, "What are you 2 thinking? That one is mine." Seeing Dai Mubai's gaze fixed on Zhu Yuqing, Oscar deliberately elongated his tone and said, "Oh, don't worry, Dai. That one is yours. We absolutely won't set our sights on her." He then looked at Ning Rongrong, grinning. "Then my target must be that one." Despite his scruffy appearance now, if he cleaned up, he would definitely be a handsome guy. With talent and beauty, he wouldn't fail. Dai Mubai's mouth slightly curled up, daring to pick Ning Rongrong. "You little brat are looking for death. The one she likes is that Su Sheng, a titled Douluo level powerhouse." If the latter finds out, just thinking about Oscar's pitiful state is amusing. He maintained a supportive facade, saying, "It seems Xiao Ao, your taste is quite good. Go for it. Your Dai brother supports you." Oscar raised his eyebrows smugly. Boss, your taste is also good. Let us each have one." Ma Hongjun, feeling ignored as the 2 chatted, angrily shouted, "Hey, Dai, Oscar, you 2 are bullying me too much. You both have picked. What about me?" Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Go find your Tsuehua." Zhao Wujia looked at his disciples, full of vitality, and chuckled. With the addition of fresh blood, the future of these little monsters is quite interesting. But I hope they can still laugh so happily during training. Flander shot him a glare and said, "Come on. Who doesn't know you're the one who can't bear to be harsh?" Zhao Wujia, with a feigned anger, retorted, "Flander, don't tear down the bridge after crossing it. What's the problem? Want to fight? Come on. But with that bruised face of yours, should I go easy on you? Don't talk nonsense. 3 of you are not a problem." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Yuqing, seeing the playful atmosphere, both covered their mouths and laughed lightly. The other 3 Shrek mentors exchanged helpless glances and all smiled wryly. One Dean and one Vice Dean were much livelier than these little monsters. Tang San slowly walked up to Xiao Wu and Su Sheng, smilingly asking the latter, "Brother Sheng, have you finished chatting with Xiao Wu?" Su Sheng glanced at him coldly and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Your brother Sheng won't snatch your Xiao Wu." Tang San frowned and explained seriously, "Brother Sheng, you might have misunderstood. Xiao Wu is my sister." Xiao Wu tugged at his sleeve. "Xiao San, don't say any more." But Tang San felt that if he didn't clarify, the misunderstanding would only grow. Xiao Wu stepped on Tang San's foot. "Xiao San." Tang San winced in pain, but still spoke in a doting tone. Okay, Xiao Wu, whatever you say." Seeing the couple getting all lovey-dovey in front of him, Su Sheng turned his eyes away and walked toward the group gathered around Flander and the others. Flander and Zhao Wujia stopped their previous antics immediately upon seeing Su Sheng approach. Flander smiled brightly and said, "Your Grace, have you finished your conversation?" Chapter 58. Those I want to kill, you can't stop. Seeking recommendation votes, seeking collections. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were taken aback by Flander's respectful demeanor, thinking they were hallucinating. How could the proud Flander turn into this, especially in front of a man who looked about their age? Oscar quietly asked Dai Mubai beside him, "Your Grace?" "Boss Dai, who is this guy? How can he make the Dean call him Your Grace?" Dai Mubai spread his hands and said meaningfully, "This guy? You really aren't afraid of being overheard?" "Huh? The Dean called both of you here. Besides the new members, it's all because of him." Oscar leaned closer to Dai Mubai and gently squeezed his shoulder, flattering him. "Boss Dai, you don't have to be so cryptic. Just tell me." Dai Mubai showed a hint of satisfaction. Having someone to serve him felt wonderful. If it were Zhu Yuqing, it would be even better. But that was just a fantasy. Zhu Yuqing had never given him a good face. So thinking about it was just dreaming. Seeing Oscar so eager, Dai Mubai slowly explained, "His name is Su Sheng." Seeing the 2 whispering, Ma Hongjun looked at Su Sheng with disdain and said, Teach, I really don't understand what the dean is doing. Isn't he just a good-looking guy? His soul power probably isn't even higher than mine. However, he didn't seem to lower his voice intentionally, attracting the attention of the Shrek teachers and others around. Ning Rongrong and Tang San's eyes flashed with displeasure. Although this person might be their teammate later, insulting Su Shang to his face was like slapping them. Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned colder. She utterly detested such petty people. Dai Mubai hurriedly pulled Oscar aside and gave Ma Hongjun a look, silently urging him to apologize. Hurry up and apologize to this gentleman. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. However, Ma Hongjun obviously didn't see Dai Mubai's subtle gestures. Seeing everyone looking at him, he felt a bit guilty but still mustered his courage, saying, "What's wrong? Teachers, I didn't say anything wrong, right? I really don't understand why you all treat this guy with such respect." Flander turned around and shouted angrily, "Hongjun, don't be rude. Hurry up and apologize to Su Shang." This guy's temper was just as volatile as Lu Erlong's back in the day. He had just managed to soothe Su Shang's anger. And now his good disciple was causing trouble again. Even from a distance, Su Shang could hear what was said clearly, his cold eyes fixed on Ma Hongjun. "Are you looking for death, you evil fire chicken? Are all Shrek people this arrogant? I was hoping to avoid a fight today. But some trash just has to seek death." He didn't mind getting his hands a little dirty. Hearing Su Shang insult him like that, Ma Hongjun roared, "Go to hell. I'm the evil fire phoenix." After that, Ma Hongjun shouted and activated his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire. Just as he spoke, a ghostly figure appeared in front of him, and the man suddenly reached out one hand, effortlessly grabbing his throat and lifting him off the ground. Ma Hongjun stared at the terrifying figure in shock, and in the next moment, he felt his throat being tightly locked, a suffocating sensation gradually enveloping him, causing his face to turn pale. Suspended in midair, Ma Hongjun struggled in pain, his hands gripping Su Shang's hand in an attempt to pry it off. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge an inch. Flander, seeing his beloved disciple in pain, anxiously urged Su Shang, "Hongjun, Your Grace, please let him go." Zhao Wujia stepped forward, saying, "Your Grace. His personality is a bit reckless. Please spare him this once." After Zhao Wujia finished speaking, all the Shrek teachers, including Flander and Zhao Wujia, quickly released their martial spirits. Colorful soul rings rising from beneath their feet. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Su Shang's grip on Ma Hongjun. If Su Shang really intended to harm their Shrek Academy disciple, they would not let it slide. Even if he was a titled Douluo, they could still exchange a few blows. Su Shang's, his blood-red gaze sending chills down their spines as he slowly uttered, "Are you teaching me how to do things? The person I want to kill, you can't stop?" As the words fell, 9 terrifying eternal soul rings slowly rose beneath Su Shang's feet. He tightened his grip on Ma Hongjun's hand, as if he could crush his neck along with his bones at any moment. Ma Hongjun let out a painful scream. "Aw." Flander glanced at the many teachers, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Everyone, let's go together. Even a titled Douluo wouldn't dare to say they would win against us." 7th Soul Skill. Cat Eagle True Body. 7th Soul Skill. Martial Soul True Body. Great Strength Diamond Bear. 7th Soul Skill. Jelly Bean True Body. 6th Soul Skill. In an instant, all the level 70 Soul Saints on the scene released their martial soul true bodies. Behind Zhao Wujia and the others appeared massive creatures that matched the names of their martial souls, not for any other reason, but because their soul power was nearly 20 levels lower than Su Shang's. Only by unleashing their martial soul true bodies could they have a chance to defeat a titled Douluo. Oscar pinched his own cheek, terrified. It's over, it's over. It seems the teachers are serious. Dai Mubai gasped, the attacks from several soul saints and soul emperors. I'm afraid even a titled Douluo can't withstand them. The other new members of Shrek Academy, including Ning Rongrong, also looked seriously at the front, offended with Flander's words as he flew into the air. All the teachers of Shrek Academy unleashed their most terrifying soul skills, combining their power to strike at Su Shang. In an instant, the ground beneath them erupted with a sound like mountains collapsing. The astonishing energy released seemed capable of obliterating everything in the surrounding area. Su Shang looked at Flander and the others, who were using their martial souls in their true forms and attacking with full force, his cold gaze showing no sign of fluctuation. 9th Soul Skill, withTang's Endomain. The 9th soul ring beneath his feet, nearly 100,000 years old, suddenly lit up. Chapter 59. Instant kill. A wave of light red ripples suddenly erupted around Su Shang, spreading wildly in all directions. After being touched by this rapidly expanding ripple, Flander, who was charging towards Su Sheng in the air, froze in place and could not move. The teachers of Shrek Academy were also affected by this ripple afterwards. In an instant, all their martial souls exploded, transforming into blue soul power that scattered everywhere. As for their physical bodies, they were completely frozen in place, unable to feel any of their limbs, with only their eyes and mouths able to move. Flander struggled to turn his neck to look at his legs, only to find that he was floating in the air without any support. With a pale face, he gritted his teeth and wondered just how terrifying that ripple was. Even he, a level 78 soul sage, had no ability to resist. Zhao Wujia and the others below cursed, unable to move at all. Li Yusong looked at Su Sheng with a wary gaze, saying that this guy's soul skill could actually make space stagnate. Zhao Shen looked at Su Sheng, who was holding Ma Hongjun like a chick, with red eyes, feeling furious. If this continues, Ma Hongjun is afraid. Dai Mubai stepped back a few steps, his face pale as he said, "The dean and the others, are they controlled by Su Sheng with just one soul skill?" Oscar's face tightened as he murmured, "This Su Sheng, even without releasing his martial soul true form, has already reached such a terrifying level of strength. He was able to instantly control Flander and many soul sages like Zhao Wujia." Tang San's gaze was fixed on Su Sheng, who was single-handedly controlling Flander and the others. Deeply shocked in his heart, he clenched his fists tightly, then gradually relaxed, with a bitter smile on his face, saying, "Brother Sheng, is this your true strength? It seems that catching up to your pace is still unlikely. Su Sheng is already a title Douluo, and catching up to him is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Moreover, Tang San doesn't even know how high his martial soul, blue silvergrass, can be cultivated, let alone the daunting title Douluo." Although Xiao Wu was shocked by Su Sheng's strength, she quickly regained her composure. Seeing the expression on Tang San's face, she knew he was deeply affected. So, she placed her hand on his shoulder and comforted him. "Xiao San, don't give up. You won't lose to him." Tang San was slightly taken aback by Xiao Wu. Su Sheng's cold gaze swept over them. "Is this the standard of your Shrek Academy teachers?" Easily defeated. Then, he clenched his palm, and the still figures of Flander and the others felt a jolt in their pupils. In the next moment, they felt the world spinning around them. The blinding white light made them involuntarily close their eyes. When they opened them again, the scene from a second ago had long since vanished. Now, surrounding them was an intense heat that made their skin feel hot, along with a hellish landscape illuminated by a blood-red glow devoid of sun and moonlight. Before them was a boiling river filled with the stench of blood, where countless 9 heart blood lotus flowers were brilliantly blooming. The nutrients that these 9 heart blood lotuses were flourishing on were the life force of Flander and the others, who were completely bound by the roots of the 9 heart blood lotus at this moment. Strands of dark red crystalline particles were continuously extracted from Flander and the others' bodies, only to be devoured by the roots in the next moment. With each loss of life force, they felt an increasing pain in their souls. At first, the pain was merely like a mosquito bite. Flander and the others thought this was an illusion-type soul skill that wouldn't cause real harm. However, as time passed in this place, they realized something was wrong. This was indeed an illusion, but it would completely feed back the pain they experienced to their souls. Flander suppressed the despair in his heart, and, with a face full of fear, said, "This strange blood lotus is absorbing our life force, and each loss of life force will inflict stronger pain on our souls." Unconvinced, Zhao Wujia gritted his teeth, trying to mobilize his soul power. The support-type soul master beside him, Zhao Exine, sighed, "Wujia, don't waste your effort. This soul skill is likely forcibly pulling our souls here, unless your soul power level is far above that guy's." Suddenly, in the real world, Flander and the others' eyes began to turn white, and one by one, they collapsed to the ground. Although only a few seconds had passed in the real world, in Su Sheng's illusion, Flander and the others had been tortured for several months. Especially as time went on, the soul attacks they endured became stronger. If Su Sheng Henti finally retracted his soul skill, it was feared that none of those who had fallen to the ground would be normal. Su Sheng coldly looked at the ones lying on the ground, then glanced at Ma Hongjun, who was unconscious in his hands. In the next moment, he threw Ma Hongjun away like trash. Ma Hongjun's plump body hit the ground heavily, creating a sound of bones cracking. Oscar and Dai Mubai both exclaimed, "Dean, fatty." The two hurried over to check on the breathing of Flander and the others, and seeing that they were still alive, they breathed a sigh of relief. They then walked over to Ma Hongju inside and said, "Phew, luckily, it's just a fracture." Tang San noticed that Flander and the others seemed unharmed. Yet their pale pupils appeared to bear great pain. Could it be a manifestation of a thought in their hearts? Secretly, he thought of the purple extreme magic eyes. He saw a deep purple light emanating from his eyes, and then looked at Flander and the others on the ground. In the next moment, Tang San confirmed. Sure enough, it was a psychological attack. If he wasn't mistaken, Su Shang had just used his ninth soul skill, and if that soul skill had been fully unleashed, Flander and the others would not have escaped unscathed. Brother Sheng, you didn't go all out. If nothing unexpected happened. The reason he spared their lives was for himself and the others. Tang San's gaze glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong beside him, gradually narrowing his eyes. After dealing with these, Su Shang walked towards Tang San and the others. Su Shang expressionlessly patted Tang San's shoulder. Xiao San, I'm going to leave soon. I've erased these guys' memories, but I'll leave Rongrong in your care. His next target is the City of Slaughter, but that place has Tang Chun at level 99. The chance of winning is probably only 50-50. Tang San was taken aback for a moment and replied firmly, Don't worry, Brother Sheng. Brother Sheng's soul skill can actually erase others' memories. Chapter 60, Equal Strength. Ning Rongrong's eyes narrowed, and she walked over angrily. Su Sheng, aren't you staying here? Or do you really dislike me that much? Su Sheng wanted to explain, but he found that after being influenced by the Nine Heart Sea Pearl, he completely didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, with an expression as calm as a still lake, he said, No, I have other things to take care of. I have already erased their memories. You are safe here. Moreover, outside of Shrek, besides the sword law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, there's also a more terrifying figure, Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Everything that just happened couldn't have gone unnoticed by them. Seeing that Su Sheng didn't even want to explain, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt a bit self-deprecating, with a hint of tears in her eyes, but her gaze was firm as she said, Su Sheng, don't you have even a little bit of liking for me? Tang San raised an eyebrow next to them, thinking it's over, Su Sheng is going to crash this time. But what is the nature of their relationship? Although it seems like Su Sheng and Ning Rongrong care about each other, it doesn't look like a couple at all. It looks more like the relationship between me and Xiao Wu, but compared to that, my bond with Xiao Wu is much closer. He then looked affectionately at Xiao Wu, who was leaning on his arm. Rongrong, I do have some feelings for you in my heart, Su Sheng said, looking at Ning Rongrong's heart-wrenching expression, not wanting to hurt her. At this moment, Ning Rongrong, with a hint of a sob in her voice, said, Then can't you give me a clear answer? I've already waited for 3 years, but that doesn't mean I want to wait another moment. Su Sheng, have you ever liked me? Su Sheng pursed his thin lips, unsure of what to do, and silently reached out his hand to gently rub Ning Rongrong's head. However, he truly did not have any feelings for her beyond that of a brother. On the other hand, upon seeing Su Sheng's familiar gesture, Ning Rongrong's tear-filled eyes sparkled with hope. Yet, Su Sheng slowly withdrew his hand, turned his back, and coldly said, I'm sorry, Rongrong. I've always regarded you as a sister. With such a cold response from Su Sheng, Ning Rongrong's expression instantly froze, and the next moment, she silently lowered her head. Su Sheng, with his back to Ning Rongrong, looked up at the forest ahead and said faintly, I'm leaving. Rongrong, take care of yourself. After saying this, he left without looking back. In the next moment, Ning Rongrong, desperately trying not to show her vulnerable side in front of Su Sheng, finally couldn't hold back and bent down, covering her face as she began to sob. Tang San, watching the pain Ning Rongrong, felt a tightening in his heart, even though it had nothing to do with him. He sighed silently. Brother Sheng is really too heartless, but wasn't he always so friendly before? What on earth made him become like this? The silent Xiao Wu, who had been leaning on his arm, slowly said, It's his martial spirit. Tang San suddenly realized, Xiao Wu, are you saying that Brother Sheng's martial spirit has affected him? Xiao Wu nodded slightly, not saying anything more. In a small forest, the sword Douluo Continent cursed fiercely, Damn, this kid actually dared to reject my Rongrong to my face. If it weren't for the sect leader's orders not to act against you, I would have killed you today. A faint voice beside him responded, Indeed. Qinshin's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he stepped back 2 paces, looking warily at the man in a tattered cloak who exuded a kingly aura. Who is this man? How could he approach me silently without me noticing his presence? Qinshin extended his hand, and the sharp 7-killing sword appeared in his grasp, coldly asking, Who are you? 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black floated up from beneath his feet. The cloaked man turned out to be Tang San's father, the Haotian Tang Hao. Tang Hao cast an indifferent glance at the wary Qinshin and said, Me? I'm just a passerby. Chin's eyes narrowed, gripping the 7-killing sword tighter as he coldly retorted, a passerby? To be able to approach me so silently. How come I didn't know that passers-by also have this kind of strength? This seemingly ordinary man unexpectedly exuded a subtle pressure. This person is definitely not simple. Tang Hao's gaze turned colder. Oh, you want to make a move? After saying this, 9 soul rings gradually appeared beneath his feet, especially the last soul ring, which exuded such an oppressive force that those nearby changed color upon hearing it. Chin looked at the scarlet soul ring that brought him a sense of foreboding and exclaimed, 100,000-year soul ring. In the next second, a person suddenly came to mind, holding the Haotian Hammer and heavily injuring the Pope, the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. Tang Hao, you were the Haotian Law, Tang Hao. If it's him, then having a 100,000-year soul ring is nothing surprising. Chin's trembling emotions gradually calmed down. I never expected someone would recognize me. Tang Hao. Tang Hao said this without a hint of surprise on his face. The sword daw's eyes suddenly widened. Wait, could it be that Tang San? After a final reply, the figure of Tang Hao in front of Chin vanished in the blink of an eye. Chin's eyes flickered a few times, secretly thinking, is Tang Hao reappearing in the world to seek revenge? It seems the Spirit Hall is in trouble this time. Sheng, who had been walking slowly, suddenly stopped and coldly said, Uncle Hao, since you're here, then come out. Behind Sheng, Tang Hao's figure slowly emerged. Kid, your talent is truly astonishing, even far surpassing Lil San. Hearing this, Sheng slowly turned around, and finally, his eyes filled with coldness met Tang Hao's gaze. But the two did not speak again. In the next moment, a strong and terrifying killing intent erupted from Tang Hao, so intense that it solidified, causing the surrounding space to tremble. This is the god of death's domain, a terrifying domain only obtained by personally slaughtering countless powerful beings in the city of slaughter. This terrifying killing intent suddenly surged towards Sheng. In an instant, a killing intent that was no less than the god of death's domain erupted from Sheng, easily swallowing the incoming killing intent. The domains formed by the two terrifying killing intents began to continuously erode each other. For a moment, the gap between them seemed to stabilize. After a while, Tang Hao looked at Sheng, who easily resisted his god of death's domain, and said indifferently, Kid, it seems that in these years, the beings you have slaughtered are already close to my level. Uncle Hao, you're joking. Sheng's words still carried no hint of emotion. Chapter 61, Old Illness. Kid, you've joined the Spirit Hall, haven't you? After Tang Hao finished speaking, an uncontrollable, overwhelming fury burst forth from his eyes. Mo, Su Shen Gon Li Zip Li. He knew about Tang Hao's grievances with the Spirit Hall, but so what? Just a single sentence? Would that make him leave the Spirit Hall? Kid, I warn you, the Spirit Hall and I, along with Xiao San, have a reconcilable enmity. If you withdraw from the Spirit Hall on your own, I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ungrateful. As Tang Hao spoke these words, he truly began to harbor killing intent towards Sheng. He would never forget what the Spirit Hall had done. They had cruelly caused the Yin's death. That was Tang San's mother, the 100,000-year soul ring that others spoke of with fear. It was indeed a Yin who exchanged her last breath for it. If it could bring Yin back to life, he would even be willing to give up everything he had. After staring at Tang Hao for more than 10 seconds, Sheng replied with a face full of coldness. What if I don't? Tang Hao wanted revenge against the Spirit Hall, and he had his own ideas. As for himself, he had his own thoughts. Right now, he would not be swayed by anyone's instigation. A 2-meter-long, blood-red Haotian hammer appeared in Tang Hao's hand, enormous and imposing. 9 terrifying soul rings continuously flickered beneath his feet. Kid, do you know what you're saying? If you insist on this, are you prepared for the awareness of death? The howling wind rustled, causing Tang Hao's cloak to flap incessantly. There was a sense of calm before the storm. Sheng's expression turned cold, knowing that today's battle was likely unavoidable. With a thought, he saw the surroundings rapidly grow, and in an instant, countless dense and terrifying 9 heart sea pearls suddenly appeared. Under Sheng's feet, 9 pitch-black 10,000-year soul rings appeared. Tang Hao's cold eyes brightened. Since that's the case, in the next moment, Tang Hao, gripping the Haotian Hammer tightly, appeared in front of Sheng in the blink of an eye. Sheng's 3rd soul ring lit up, and a thin layer of shield condensed around him. Tang Hao looked at this layer of shield, snorted coldly, and directly swung the Haotian Hammer down with a blow. Bang! Faced with a soul sage, the soul emperor's shield, as solid as steel, shattered under Tang Hao's attack like paper. showing no resistance whatsoever. Su Sheng, who had long anticipated this, remained unafraid and said, "Indeed, it deserves to be the Haotian Hammer, the strongest weapon soul attack on the continent." As Tang Hao stepped forward, swinging the Haotian Hammer towards Su Sheng. His tone was filled with intense anger. "Kid, this is your last chance for me. In the next strike, there will be no mercy, even if it means killing Su Sheng." Su Sheng did not answer him, taking a step back as the sixth soul ring beneath his feet lit up. The sixth soul skill, Blood Illusion Realm, Blood Illusion Mirror, forces those who see the blooming blood lotus flower to temporarily fall into an illusion. Before Su Sheng, a massive illusion of a 9-heart blood lotus bud gradually appeared, and then the tightly closed petals began to slowly unfold. Caught off guard, Tang Hao suddenly saw a flash of white light in his eyes. In that brief moment, Su Sheng's fifth soul ring lit up again, Blood Poison Lotus. On the arm of Tang Hao, who was trapped in the illusion, several green 9-heart blood lotuses pierced through his skin. The touched skin gradually turned black and swollen, and began to spread wildly. However, correspondingly, the pain caused by the blood poison lotus instantly brought Tang Hao, who was lost in the illusion, back to his senses. His cold gaze merely glanced faintly at his right arm, where the black poison was spreading wildly, showing no sign of panic whatsoever. Su Sheng squinted his eyes, wondering if just that little bit of poison could flow rapidly within Tang Hao's body. The fourth spirit ring beneath his feet suddenly lit up. It grew wildly. The green blood vines on Tang Hao's arm began to grow frantically, and in a moment, their number was enough to cover him completely. Tang Hao's gaze slightly focused, and his whole body suddenly trembled, an overwhelming killing intent leaking out from within him. The green blood vines, brushed by this killing intent, seemed unable to withstand the force, with one after another quickly wilting. In just a few seconds, the numerous green blood vines growing on Tang Hao had all withered and fallen to the ground. Meanwhile, the poison that had been injected into his body by the green blood vines began to drip out from his wounds. Tang Hao, relying on his terrifying physical prowess, forcefully expelled the poison from Su Sheng's fifth spirit ability, Blood Poison Vine. Tang Hao's unchanging cold gaze looked at Su Sheng, questioning, "Is this your strength?" If his power was only at this level, then today, he would undoubtedly die at his hands. Su Sheng's lips curled slightly as he said, "Uncle Hao, your old injury should not have healed yet, right?" After Tang Hao was hit by his own soul skill, it seemed he was not seriously injured. But the old wounds in his body must have been triggered. Such old injuries that had lingered in the body for over a decade were not something that could be easily suppressed. At this moment, there was finally a hint of surprise in Tang Hao's tone. "Oh, you actually know?" The matter of his old ailment had never been mentioned even by the third party. This kid, could it be that the current Pope, Qinshuanji's woman, Bibi Dong, was right? Uncle, how doesn't T need to guess? A single person facing 3 titled Dou naturally cannot remain unharmed. You know quite a lot, huh? Cough, cough. Tang Hao's cold words were only halfway through when his chest began to convulse, and blood tinged with a metallic scent flowed from the corner of his mouth. The pain from his body tearing apart spread relentlessly from his limbs. Even with his robust physique, he couldn't help but bite his dry lips tightly against the pain. "Uncle Hao, do you still want to make a move now?" Su Sheng coldly watched Tang Hao, his eyes devoid of any pity. He would not attack Tang Hao, who was suffering from a relapse of his old ailment. Tang Hao's bloodshot pupils slightly lifted as he sneered. "Kid, I probably understand your weight in the spirit hall now. This time I will let you go, but next time, cough, cough." He intended to kill Su Sheng, even at the cost of the backlash from his old ailment. But who would have thought that Su Sheng's attack would trigger it early? With his old ailment relapsing, his true combat power could not even exceed 60%. Thinking of this, Tang Hao's chest heaved again, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Su Sheng, who was watching coldly, slowly turned around and then stepped away, his figure growing more distant. "If Uncle Hao, you can do it." After Su Sheng left, the weakened Tang Hao, affected by his old ailment, was forced to squat down, the Haotian Hammer in his hand disappearing from view. He tightly covered his aching chest with his hand. Now he could perhaps only fight Tang Hao to a standstill. But the next time they met, relying solely on Tang Hao alone, he would have no chance at all. Chapter 62, The Stirring from 3 years ago. In the imperial palace of the Heaven Dou Empire, inside a room on a snowy night, Shui slowly stood up from his throne, straightening his chest as he looked at Ning Fengji, who walked in alongside Bon Douluo. After his gaze fell on them, he spoke gently. "I didn't know that Sect Master Ning had come. I apologize for my negligence." Ning Fengji was not only the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but also Shui Ye's son, Shui Qing his teacher. Thus, he showed more respect towards Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji smiled gracefully and replied, "There is no need for that. I, Ning, have come uninvited." Ning Fengji slightly nodded to Bon Douluo, who returned the gesture and turned to leave. "Sect Master Ning, please take a seat," Shui Yi invited, then slowly sat back down on the throne. After Ning Fengji placed his staff upright, he politely sat down on the chair in front of him. "May I ask what brings Sect Master Ning here to discuss with me?" Every time Ning Fengji came, he would send a message in advance. But this time it seemed different. Clearly, there was something extremely important to discuss. Ning Fengji nodded, his expression gradually becoming more serious. "Your Majesty Shui Yi is indeed insightful. I have come this time with important matters to discuss with you." Seeing that Ning Fengji, who usually remained calm about everything, appeared so grave, Shui Yi's attitude also became serious. "I see. So, Sect Master Ning has already anticipated this situation?" Shui Yi sighed quietly, a hint of worry in his voice. Ning Fengji seemed to feel that the atmosphere was too heavy and smiled again, saying softly, "Yes, but it's just a conjecture. Your Majesty Shui, you need not take it too seriously. Sect Master Ning is too humble." Shui Yi shook his head. "For you to think this far, you must have gathered sufficient evidence. It's just that perhaps the time has not yet come." Ning Fengji changed the subject, looking somewhat puzzled. "Your Majesty Shui Yi, may I ask where Qinghe is now?" Shui Yi replied, "I've already sent someone to call Qinghe. He should be here shortly." Ning Fengji pursed his thin lips. "Is that so?" Just as he finished speaking, a clear male voice came from outside the room. "Father, I'm here." Hearing this, Shui Yi calmly said, "Qinghe, come in." The door was pushed open, and a composed man walked in. He was Shui Ye's eldest son, the crown prince of the Heaven Dou Empire, Shui Qinghe. Shui Qinghe wore a golden palace robe that seemed to be woven from gold threads, with no excessive decorative patterns. The classical and elegant golden collar protected his long, white neck, and his long golden hair flowed casually behind him, exuding a cold and aloof aura. His golden eyes were calm as flowing water, evoking a desire to approach him. Ning Fengji, seeing his satisfactory disciple, could not help but smile. "Qinghe, long time no see." Shui Qinghe turned his gaze, and, upon seeing Ning Fengji, his unruffled eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "Teacher." Shui Yi then pointed to an adjacent seat. "Qinghe, come sit down." Shui Qinghe nodded and quietly took a seat in the middle, saying, "Father." After that, it was unclear how long the three discussed. Ning Fengji quietly tightened his grip on the staff, slowly standing up, a relaxed expression appearing on his face. "Since that's the case, I shall take my leave." Fully immersed in thought, Shui Yi came back to his senses. "I cannot see you off." The information Ning Fengji imparted today was quite extensive, and he needed time to organize it. Otherwise, it might lead to great disaster. "Then, teacher, I will see you back." Shui Qinghe stood up and said to Ning Fengji, then nodded to Emperor Shui Yi. Ning Fengji smiled and replied, "That's fine. It's been a long time since I've had a chat with you, Qinghe. As your teacher, I'm becoming unfit." Shui Qinghe quickly explained, "Teacher, you're too humble. Regardless, you are still my most respected teacher." Outside the palace, two extremely rare palanquins were placed, surrounded by hundreds of soldiers for protection. The leading soldier respectfully opened the curtain of the palanquin, saying, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." "Sect Master Ning, please." Shui Qinghe and Ning Fengji nodded and elegantly entered the palanquin. Meanwhile, the soldiers approached the solitary Bondo, saying, "Lord Gurong, please." Gurong simply responded with a faint HM, then entered the palanquin, closing his eyes to meditate. On the other side, Ning Fengji smiled and said, "Qinghe, it's been a while since we last met. From your insights just now, it seems you are about to surpass me." Shui Qinghe rarely smiled, saying, "I am still far from teacher. How can I talk about surpassing?" Ning Fengji said earnestly, "There is no need to belittle yourself, at least to my knowledge. No one has reached your level yet." Suddenly, just as Shui Qinghe had been smiling, he trembled all over, feeling that his six-winged angel martial soul was beginning to undergo a mutation. His expression gradually turned grim as he thought to himself, "What is happening? This familiar feeling, could it be the same as what happened 3 years ago?" 3 years ago, he was also sitting in a palanquin, feeling a situation almost identical to this moment. The only change is that the resonance from the six-winged angel martial soul within him is now even stronger. Next to him, Ning Fengji sensed that something was off with Shui Qinghe and gently shook the latter's shoulder. "Qinghe? Qinghe? What's wrong?" As soon as he touched him, Ning Fengji squinted his eyes. He felt something was wrong. Cheng Hao was clearly a man, but why did his body seem so weak? Could it be that Cheng Hao's body had always had issues? No, he needed to find a time to conduct a thorough examination of Cheng Hao's body. Cheng Hao forced a smile and said, "Teacher, it's nothing. I just feel a familiar aura affecting me." Then, he closed his eyes and quickly sensed the direction of the aura, causing the resonance of his martial soul. This aura was coming from the south. 3 years ago, he hadn't thought of this, but this time he had to find out what was affecting him. Then, Cheng Hao lifted the curtain and called to the soldiers outside, "Wait, quickly head south. If you encounter any suspicious individuals, stop them immediately." The soldiers outside responded in unison, "Yes." After doing all this, Cheng Hao looked apologetically at Ning Fengji. "Teacher, you might have to return later." Ning Fengji shook his head and said nonchalantly, "It's no problem, it's just a walk." His disciple's behavior had been too unusual, and it seemed there was something he didn't know. Moreover, the south? Ning Fengji's eyes gradually narrowed. Chapter 63 stopped. Outside the gate of Tiandou City, a man with an extremely cold expression suddenly stopped in his tracks. The man was Su Sheng, who had rushed all the way here. He raised his eyes slightly, looking at the familiar, bustling street ahead, muttering to himself, "I didn't expect to return to Tiandou City after walking for half a day." He originally planned to go to Shrek Academy and then head directly to the City of Slaughter. However, the reality was unfortunate. There were no direct routes to the City of Slaughter, and around it were towering canyons. Therefore, the only way for Su Sheng to get to the City of Slaughter was to pass through Tiandou City and then change direction. As he slowly walked into Tiandou City, Su Sheng couldn't help but frown him. Martial soul resonance? Just as he was puzzled, a heavy and orderly sound of footsteps came from directly ahead. Boom, boom, boom. When the 100-strong army, fully equipped and ready for action, approached Su Sheng to about 50 meters away, he finally got a clear look at their general appearance. Hundreds of soldiers were surrounding 2 exquisite palanquins, and it was easy to guess that the people inside these palanquins must be of extremely high status. Su Sheng's eyes narrowed, secretly thinking it's better to leave for now. He didn't want to stir up trouble. Thus, Su Sheng quickly turned around and went in another direction. The soldier leading the way in front of the palanquin, with rusty armor, fixed his gaze on Su Sheng, who was about to leave, and shouted, "Quick, block that person. He must have a problem." When he first saw that man, it was clear he intended to walk towards the palanquin, but upon encountering them, he quickly turned to leave. There was definitely something wrong. Coupled with the prince's previous orders, he decisively made his judgment. If he was wrong, he would only get scolded, but if he caught someone with problems, then he would achieve great merit. Promotion and wealth would no longer be a dream. He shouted loudly to his soldiers, "Yes." With that, nearly 50 soldiers rushed out, jogging to surround Su Sheng. Just as Su Sheng sensed something was off and looked around again, these soldiers had already surrounded him completely. He looked at the soldiers with cold eyes and coldly uttered a single word. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he didn't expect foolish people to provoke him. A terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. The soldiers, targeted by this intense killing intent, felt their legs tremble, as if they were being gazed upon by an ancient beast from the abyss. Thud! After a few seconds, some soldiers couldn't control themselves and began to kneel down one after another. Before long, they had all knelt down in a perfect circle. At this moment, the passers-by around stopped, each looking on in astonishment. Who is this guy? He can make the prince's subordinates kneel down. Not only kneeling, but they even formed a circle. This person's identity must be even more terrifying. A woman pointed at Su Sheng, slowly saying, "Hey, look, that man is so handsome, but looking at him makes me feel inexplicably cold." Another woman's face flushed. "Really? This handsome guy has such charm and a noble identity. If only I could be with him." The man beside them couldn't stand it anymore and coldly retorted, "Stop dreaming. Do you think he'd be interested in you?" Cheng has sensed the disturbance outside and lifted the curtain to ask, "What is happening outside?" Ning Fengji also looked over with curiosity. The leading soldier clasped his fists respectfully and explained, reporting to His Highness the Prince and sect leader Ning, "We have discovered a suspicious individual ahead." "Oh, have you managed to stop him?" Cheng Ha's calm eyes flickered with shock, secretly thinking, "So, I really encountered him. Could this person be the mastermind behind the resonance of my martial soul?" The soldier glanced ahead and then hurriedly returned to his senses, looking anxious. "But this guy seems a bit off, Your Highness, sect leader Ning. You should see for yourselves." Ning Fengji and Cheng Ha exchanged glances, then slowly stepped down from the palanquin. Meanwhile, Gurong, who was in another palanquin, had also exited his meditation upon sensing the intense, killing intent that erupted ahead. In the next moment, his figure vanished like a ghost. The reporting soldier lifted the curtain and hurriedly said, "Gu Douluo? Huh." However, he found the inside empty. Be careful. The person ahead is not simple. Gu Rong, who had appeared beside Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe, crossed his arms and reminded them with a serious expression. This intense killing intent even surpassed his own. However, his primary task was to protect Ning Fengji, so he couldn't leave to investigate the situation. Seeing that even Uncle Gu sensed something unusual, Ning Fengji's lips curled slightly. Then he looked at Xue Qinghe and said, "Qinghe, let us go see." He also wanted to know who could make his usually calm disciple care so much. Xue Qinghe respectfully replied, "Yes, master. Are we finally going to meet that person? But what is this intense and eager aura suddenly emanating from my martial soul? Bold thief, don't be arrogant. Just wait until the adults arrive. You won't be able to escape. This guy is so terrifying. I feel my limbs trembling." Su Sheng looked indifferently at the people kneeling on the ground and coldly asked, "Why are you stopping me?" One of the kneeling soldiers, filled with fear, replied, "It was the Crown Prince's order. If we encounter any suspicious individuals, we must stop them immediately." Su Sheng's eyes narrowed. The Crown Prince? Xue Qinghe? That's right. It's Crown Prince Xue Qinghe. In his memory, the only name associated with the Crown Prince is Xue Qinghe. Moreover, it was impersonated by Qian Renxue using a head spirit bone. In contrast, Ning Fengji, who was walking side by side with Gu Rong and Xue Qinghe, felt that he seemed to have seen that somewhat familiar figure ahead, but it was completely different from his impression. Ning Fengji frowned and looked at Gu Rong, asking, "Uncle Gu, do you recognize him?" Gu Rong's gaze also turned to Su Sheng, squinting his eyes. He indeed looked very familiar, but it was temporarily impossible to tell who he was. The current Su Sheng was entirely different from 3 years ago, not only in appearance, but also in the icy aura he now exuded. It's likely that no one would associate him with his former self from 3 years ago. "Teacher, do you know this man?" Xue Qinghe, who was listening to their conversation, asked in surprise. Such a powerful aura, and being so close to this person, his six-winged angel spirit seemed even more excited. Ning Fengji shook his head with a wry smile, saying he just felt like he had seen him somewhere before. The handsome Xue Qinghe couldn't help but purse his thin lips. Really? Gu Rong's body condensed countless bones, and 9 spirit rings suddenly appeared beneath his feet. "Fengji, let me test him and I'll find out." After saying that, he charged towards Su Sheng. Chapter 64. Can you use it? A figure quickly descended in front of Su Sheng. It was Gu Rong, standing on 9 spirit rings, staring intently at Su Sheng. Su Sheng shifted his gaze away from the soldier and coldly said, "Gu Rong?" Hearing the name called out by the aloof man with somewhat enchanting looks in front of him, Gu Rong narrowed his eyes. "Oh, kid, you actually know my name?" The soldier who had fallen to the ground was overjoyed to see Gu Rong arrive and quickly got up. "Lord Bon Douluo is here. Everyone retreat." Subsequently, the soldiers surrounding Su Sheng picked up their fallen weapons and ran towards the back. Bystanders, upon seeing the terrifying 9 spirit rings under Gu Rong's feet, gasped, "What? This lord is actually a terrifying powerhouse at the title Douluo level. I'm afraid that young man won't escape death." Lord Bon Douluo seems to be the protector elder of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, with a terrifying cultivation level of 95. And the title of the first offense is not just for show. They never expected to see a title Douluo level powerhouse up close. It was worth it for a lifetime. However, thinking about the unpredictable temperament of titled Douluo powerhouses, they all retreated several dozen meters, afraid of being caught in an attack. Such a level of attack would be unstoppable even with dozens of their lives. "Since you are here, the Ning sect master must also be here, right?" Su Sheng's gaze flicked to the side, where countless soldiers were protecting Ning Fengji, who held a scepter. However, when he noticed a remarkably handsome man beside Ning Fengji, he secretly thought, "Is that Xue Qinghe disguised as Qian Renxue?" On the other side, Gu Rong's expression darkened upon hearing Su Sheng's words. Since this guy knows about Fengji, could it be that his intention is to assassinate the leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect? In that case, he wouldn't need to hold back. In the next moment, he surged forward and charged directly at Su Sheng, throwing a punch at his head. Su Sheng dodged the incoming punch with a speed that was no less than that of Gu Rong, deftly tilting his head to avoid it. Then he took a step back and said, "Oh, you're not using soul skills?" This guy Gu Rong didn't use soul skills because he thought he could handle him with just physical strength. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Su Sheng. surprised in his heart that this kid could actually dodge my attack with his reflexes. To deal with you, a junior, there's no need to use soul skills. With a cold snort, Gu Rong charged at Su Sheng again. Su Sheng's mouth curled up, and with a grip of his hand, countless vines of the Nine Heart Blood Flower instantly rose to the ground, catching the ancient banyan off guard and binding it in an instant. He wasn't that patient. Since the ancient banyan spoke so confidently, he couldn't let it down, could he? Moreover, the previous debt hadn't been settled, so this time could be considered interest. In midair, the ancient banyan, with its left hand and right leg bound, quickly gathered soul power in its right hand and punched towards the blood-colored vines of the Nine Heart Blood Flower. However, after his attack struck the Nine Heart Blood Flower, it only created a few cracks between the vines, showing no signs of breaking at all. The ancient banyan silently frowned and struck a few more times, but still couldn't break through. Damn it, what kind of martial soul is this? How can it withstand my attack? Although he was primarily a defensive titled Douluo, and his attack was also considered below average among titled Douluos, it shouldn't be something just anyone could resist. The ancient banyan's gaze turned to Su Sheng, and suddenly his words stopped. What did he see? 9 black soul rings appeared beneath the man's feet. The ancient banyan's heart trembled in shock. What? This kid is actually a titled Douluo, and with 9 10,000-year soul rings. Could it be that he is the one from back then? His gaze shifted back to the plants binding him, and he saw that the Nine Heart Blood Flower was entirely crimson and extremely resilient. So that's it. This is the Nine Heart Blood Flower martial soul that Chun Xian told him about. No wonder it could withstand his attacks. It turns out this kid is Su Sheng, who was with Ning Rongrong back in the Sunset Forest. Realizing this, he hurriedly reached out his hand to tell Su Sheng he had misunderstood. However, Su Sheng's expression turned cold, and he directly controlled the Nine Heart Blood Flower to throw the ancient banyan into the air. The ancient banyan, thrown into the air, widened its eyes in shock and cursed. What the hell? Kid, you are? With a cold expression, Su Sheng's first soul ring lit up, activating his first soul skill. Bloodflower Bloom. Countless petals of the Nine Heart Blood Flower blossomed from Su Sheng's palm, and these petals, with sharp attacks, rushed towards the ancient banyan in the air. Numerous petals of the Nine Heart Blood Flower crazily sliced into the ancient banyan's body, constantly making cracking sounds. Bound in the air, the ancient banyan felt a weak, slicing sensation on its body and was quite surprised, thinking it's just petals. How can they cut my skin so easily? Although Su Sheng's first soul skill seems useless, its biggest feature is the ability to break defenses. The constantly torn ancient banyan tree sighed helplessly. Forget it, let it be. Just consider it a way to vent for the last time I wronged him. Thinking that these attacks wouldn't hurt him at all, he didn't care in the slightest. Seeing the ancient banyan tree not resisting, Su Sheng knew that this guy must be underestimating him. He coldly said, "Foolish. Your defense can withstand attacks, but can it withstand poison?" During the last battle with Chun Xian, if it weren't for the latter's sealing-type soul skill, even if he lost, Chun Xian would definitely have been poisoned to death. Then, Su Sheng's fifth soul skill lit up again, blood-poisoning thorn. In the air, Gu Rong, unable to act, felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding rise from the depths of his heart after being locked on by Su Sheng's fifth soul skill. Especially as he watched Su Sheng's palm aim at him, Gu Rong, for some reason, began to sweat coldly on his forehead. He shook his head, realizing something was wrong. This guy's attack. Something's off. Puff, puff green Nine Heart blood thorns continuously emerged from his limbs. Seeing the plants sprouting from his limbs, Gu Rong was somewhat puzzled. But the next moment, a severe dizziness hit him. Oh no, this is a poison soul skill. This move, I can't resist it with my body anymore. Seventh soul skill. Bone Dragon Transformation. Gu Rong shouted angrily, and his seventh soul ring suddenly lit up. His body manifested countless bone-like structures and began to swell with power. Even the resilient vines of a Nine Heart Blood Thorn started to show signs of decay. Anticipating Gu Rong's move below, Su Sheng's sixth soul ring lit up again. Bloodlight Dream Mirror. Can you use it? Chapter 65. First meeting with Xue Qinghe before Su Sheng. A large phantom of Nine Heart Blood Thorn buds appeared again, and these buds suddenly twisted and bloomed. A strong crimson light directly illuminated Gu Rong's pupils. His eyes gradually turned white, and the seventh soul skill, Bone Dragon Transformation, was instantly interrupted, forcing his body to return to its normal size. Gu Rong's body instinctively wanted to move, but he found it impossible. During this time, his limbs had been deeply paralyzed by the toxins of the Nine Heart Blood Thorn, and he was also affected by the 6th soul skill, let alone moving. He couldn't even think clearly. 9th soul skill, Bloodthorn in Domain. Su Shang's cold face showed no intention of letting him go as the deep 9th soul ring lit up fiercely. A voice that evoked a sense of affinity suddenly sounded. Su Sheng, please spare Bone Uncle. He meant no harm to you. He was merely testing your strength. The speaker was naturally Ning Fengzhi, who had rushed over with Shueqinghe. The latter quickly intervened. Without activating his martial soul's true form, Gu Rong, although unaware of what Su Shang's 9th soul skill was, knew it was definitely not something he could easily withstand. Therefore, he didn't dare to take the risk. If he lost a title to a level powerhouse from his 7-treasure glazed tile school, the entire school would likely become unstable. Next to Ning Fengzhi, Shueqinghe's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This guy, who is the same age as me, has actually reached title Douluo. Moreover, that bloody sea thorn, is it the reason for resonating with my martial soul? Furthermore, under the complacency of the Bone Douluo, he was able to instantly control him perfectly and prepare for a kill. Su Sheng turned around, her cold eyes scanning Ning Fengzhi for a moment before the 9th soul ring beneath her feet gradually dimmed. Then, with a wave of her hand, the vines of the 9 Hearts blood vine retracted. The ancient banyan, which had been immobilized in midair, lost its support and fell straight to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Bone Douluo had actually been defeated. What kind of strength does this young man possess? Passers-by nearby were left in shock. That Bone Douluo was a level 90 super Douluo, not someone as weak as they were. He was a powerful figure with considerable authority across the continent. Today, he was actually suspended in the air and beaten by a young man under 20. Oh my god, Mom, what did I just see? A peer of mine almost annihilated the old powerhouse of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the Bone Douluo. We should leave quickly. Who knows if there will be an even bigger fight soon. Ning Fengzhi, with a serious expression, instructed Shueqinghe, Qinghe, tell the soldiers to clear the scene. Also, this matter must not be leaked. If the terrifying genius Su Sheng were to be heard by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, he would definitely not miss the opportunity to recruit him. Moreover, if he were to refuse to join them, Su Sheng's future would likely be bleak. Of course, he also has his own selfish motives. Although, according to Chun Xin, Su Sheng does not have romantic feelings for Rong Rong. If the 7-treasure glazed tile school could bind itself to Su Sheng, then his future achievements could elevate the former to a higher level, making it possible for them to become the number 1 among the top 3 sects. After hearing Ning Fengzhi's words, Shueqinghe replied, "Yes, teacher," and then his gaze turned cold as he calmly ordered the soldiers behind him, "Everyone, clear the scene and issue a gag order. If anyone leaks what happened today." The soldiers who received the order began to disperse the civilians in Heavendou City, centering around Su Sheng and others. They urged the bystanders to leave quickly, warning that anyone who did not comply would be killed without mercy. Everyone present was to keep this matter to themselves. If anyone leaked information privately, they would be treated as a criminal. "Get out of here. What are you still looking at?" Soon, under the intimidation and dispersal by the soldiers, all the civilians left the area in fear. "Teacher, everyone has been driven away," Shueqinghe said, his gaze turning to the collapsed Gu Rong, silently thinking that the Bone Douluo must have been affected by both the toxin and paralysis. Ning Fengzhi nodded and stood up again, saying, "Sorry for the trouble, Qinghe." He had roughly assessed Gu Rong's injuries and found that he had not sustained any substantial damage, but the excessive paralysis toxin had left him too weak to move. Ning Fengzhi then extended his hand, and his martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, began to emit a colorful halo as it slowly condensed in his palm. 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 appear beneath his feet. 7-treasure glazed tile, 6-fold enhancement. The faint light radiating from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda enveloped Gu Rong. Gradually, the latter's consciousness began to awaken, and the toxins flowing through his blackened limbs started to recede. After a while, Gu Rong, who was almost fully healed, slowly stood up from the ground. He looked at Su Sheng, who stood nearby with a cold demeanor, feeling a slight sense of fear in his heart. Gu Rong recalled the scene that had just unfolded, and his heart raced. He secretly thought, if it weren't for Fengzhi stopping him, I might have been taken away by that kid. This time, it was indeed his overconfidence. But the terror of Su Sheng's soul skills exceeded his expectations. Ning Fengzhi kindly asked, "Uncle Bone, are you all right?" He couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. Uncle Bone had indeed suffered a setback at the hands of Junior, and he wondered how Uncle Jian would react if he found out. Surely it would lead to another wave of merciless mockery. Gu Rong shook his head and sincerely looked at Su Sheng, saying, I'm fine. It's just that the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Su Sheng. This time in the competition, Gu Rong lost. Su Sheng glanced at him with cold, indifferent eyes and did not respond. Seeing that Su Sheng was ignoring him, Gu Rong coughed awkwardly. Ning Fengji looked at Xue Qinghe and then introduced, by the way, Su Sheng, let me introduce you. This is His Highness the Crown Prince of the Heaven-Dou Empire, Xue Qinghe. He is also my disciple. Su Sheng's gaze scrutinized Xue Qinghe, who stood before him wearing a royal robe, exuding an aura of elegance and amiability, with a hint of a refined demeanor. In contrast, the latter was also carefully observing Su Sheng. Su Sheng took a deep breath silently, and with a calm expression said, Su Sheng, I have met His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Xue Qinghe looked completely unlike a woman, even having an Adam's apple. His physique was no different from that of an ordinary man, which must be attributed to that soul bone. No wonder Qian Rixue was able to replace Xue Qinghe and pass several years safely within the royal family of the Heaven-Dou Empire. This composure was enough to earn admiration. The corners of Xue Qinghe's mouth slightly lifted as he reached out his hand in a friendly manner and said, There's no need for that, Su Sheng. You could just call me Qinghe. Su Sheng frowned, but still extended his hand for a light handshake. In the brief contact, the soft and smooth sensation from Qian Rinchue's palm caused a ripple in Su Sheng's heart. This was because Qian Rinchue's skull concealed her appearance. But the essence did not change upon real contact. Chapter 66, The Invitation from Xue Qinghe. Seeking recommendation votes, seeking collections, feeling Su Sheng's hand tightening around hers. Xue Qinghe was momentarily stunned and instinctively shrank back. Just now, she could clearly feel Su Sheng's hand grip tightening slightly. To avoid revealing her identity through these small details, she had to retract her hand. She was aware that the skull only altered her appearance, and the distinction between a woman and a man could be easily discerned through subtle skin contact. This man named Su Sheng must have sensed something. Su Sheng also realized her, but her gaze did not move away from Xue Qinghe's face. Ning Fengji, seeing the interesting little gesture between the two, did not think much of it and smiled casually, saying, Ahem, Su Sheng, isn't it a bit impolite to stare at Qinghe like that? Su Sheng pressed his thin lips together, and after giving Xue Qinghe a deep glance once more, slowly looked away. I'm sorry, Your Highness Xue Qinghe. It was abrupt of me. His calm words contained no hint of apology. Xue Qinghe pretended to be at ease and smiled. It's fine. This genuine personality is quite rare. May I have the honor of knowing your title and soul power level? Su Sheng's mouth curled into a charming smile. If it's His Highness Xue Qinghe, then of course. I am a level 93 auxiliary control dual system title Douluo, title Demon Tang. Xue Qinghe raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. An auxiliary control dual system soul master? That's truly remarkable. Ning Fengji, observing the good rapport between the two, gently patted Xue Qinghe on the shoulder and softly advised, Qinghe, since you two seem to get along so well, please show Su Sheng around Tiandou City. Uncle Gu and I have some matters to attend to. Allowing two young geniuses of similar age and extraordinary intellect to converse alone might lead to some incredible insights. Xue Qinghe's hand, hidden behind her back, tightened slightly. The possibility of her revealing too much while alone with Su Sheng was quite high. From Su Sheng's earlier demeanor, she could tell he had likely discovered something. But for some reason, he hadn't spoken up. Xue Qinghe bit her thin lips and forced a smile, saying, Teacher, I understand. Ning Fengji nodded, then turned his gaze to Su Sheng, waving to him in a friendly manner. Su Sheng, Uncle Gu and I will be leaving first. If you have any questions or need anything, you can discuss it with Qinghe. After exchanging a glance with Gu Rong, Ning Fengji turned to leave. Xue Qinghe slightly bowed, respectfully saying, Teacher, take care. Master Ning, take care, Su Sheng replied coldly, dismissively watching the two leave. Did he think he was very familiar with Ning Fengji? Why did it feel like Ning Fengji's attitude towards him was a bit too enthusiastic? If his relationship with Ning Rongrong was somewhat good, it shouldn't reach the level that would warrant such treatment from Ning Fengji. Or was it possible that even I am part of Ning Fengji's calculations? After Ning Fengji left, a deep light flickered in Xue Qinghe's eyes as she fixed her gaze on Su Sheng and said in a neutral tone, Then I will presumptuously call you Su Sheng. I wonder if you have any places you want to visit in Tiandou City? Given that Su Sheng might have discovered her identity, Xue Qinghe's tone had lost some of its warmth. Su Sheng did not shy away and looked directly at Xue Qinghe, slowly saying, This is my first time in Tiandou City, and I currently have no specific places I want to visit. I wonder if His Highness the Crown Prince could make some recommendations. Is this your first time in Tiandou City? I fear that may not be the case. Sheng thought, dissatisfied with the response. This person might have visited Tiandou City 3 years ago, right at the time when he experienced the resonance of his martial soul. What is currently important is whether he has also experienced this situation like I have, or if it is just my martial soul that has encountered this issue. Either way, it does not seem like a good omen. Sheng decisively invited, since you currently have no specific places you want to go, if you don't mind, please follow me into the palace. I think it might be quieter there. If he truly discovers my identity with my current strength, I am far from capable of silencing him. My soul power is only in the 40s now, and the gap between us is unimaginable. So it is necessary to engage in some discussions. Su Yuntao squinted, trying to see through Sheng's intentions, but the latter's flawless face showed no signs of weakness. That's very good. It seems His Highness the Crown Prince has trouble avoiding me, and instead invites me to the palace. Does he want to take the opportunity to deal with me? No, that shouldn't be possible. There must be no title duel-level experts by Qianrenchu's side now, and relying solely on her and her cannon fodder soldiers, they would surely be defeated. Could it be that he plans to confront me directly? How interesting. Afterward, Su Yuntao and Sheng quickly returned to the palace in 2 separate palanquins. Under Sheng's guidance, Su Yuntao followed him to his room. Su Yuntao looked around. The room of Sheng was spacious but not cold. Every item was placed extremely neatly, as if one could discern the owner's personality through the room. Seeing this, Sheng slowly walked to sit opposite Su Yuntao and said softly, "Su Yuntao, please take a seat." Su Yuntao was not pretentious and simply sat down. Sheng carefully took out a cup, pouring tea with an elegant yet measured gesture, making it a visually pleasing experience like a feast. After pouring the tea, a wisp of mist swirled above the cup. He slowly handed the teacup to Su Yuntao and brewed a cup for himself. He gently held the cup, covered his mouth with his sleeve, took a sip, and said, "Su Yuntao, this is tea I prepare myself. Give it a try and see how it tastes." Su Yuntao showed a calm smile. Since it was tea brewed personally by His Highness the Crown Prince, there probably weren't many fortunate enough to have tasted it. Then I shall humbly comply. He gently picked up the teacup and quietly took a sip. The bitterness intertwined with a sweet flavor danced around his tongue, providing a sense of satisfaction to his taste buds. Su Yuntao put down his teacup and calmly praised, as expected of His Highness the Crown Prince, "This is excellent tea." He didn't understand tea, but he had tasted quite a bit before, and just the fact that this tea could satisfy one's taste buds made it exceptional. The praise Sheng humbly replied, "You're flattering me. I wonder what brings you to Tiandou City. It seems you're not a person of our Tiandou Empire." Su Yuntao quickly thought it over in her heart and blurted out that the prince was indeed exceptionally clever. She was not from the Heavendou Empire. Her reason for coming to Heavendou City was merely to pass through here, since Qianrenchu did not mention anything about martial souls or identity issues. She felt no need to rush. She believed that it wouldn't be long before the former would take the initiative to bring up these 2 questions. Martial soul, identity. Both were hidden dangers for her that were hard to articulate. Chapter 67. May I walk with you? Seeking recommendations, seeking collections. Sheng elegantly propped up his smooth chin, appearing thoughtful as he said, "I see. However, Su Yuntao, from my previous observations, your martial soul should belong to the extremely evil category. And, generally speaking, the higher the soul power level, the greater the impact on oneself, right? Evil martial souls are supposed to be hunted down by all soul masters on the continent, as their methods are unacceptable to all soul masters, and no matter how firm an evil soul master's initial mindset may be, they will gradually be assimilated by their martial soul. This is the real reason why evil soul masters are hunted down. However, this man's martial soul, while it exuded boundless evil, was completely different from the evil soul masters she had encountered before. His evil was very pure, devoid of any desire. Upon hearing Sheng's inquiry, Su Yuntau's dark pupils brightened for a moment, and she began to sidestep the issue. How cautious indeed. Su Yuntao picked up the teacup again and took a slight sip, his expression calm as he said, "Your Highness, I believe you should know that my soul power level has reached level 90. It would be impossible to say that it has had no effect." He was not interested in the significance of Sheng's inquiry, but there was no harm in telling her. After all, his teacher, Bibi Dong, was the same as the person pretending to be Sheng, Qianrenchu. They should be on the same side. Moreover, the relationship between him and Tang Hao had become extremely poor, and as long as he did not withdraw from the spirit hall, it would be basically impossible to ease tensions. Therefore, there was no need to lose a potential future ally. Although Qianren could not help him in the moment, he felt that her martial soul would play a significant role in his future. Shuqinghe put on a curious expression and chuckled. Oh? Then I wonder if you could share what changes have occurred. Su Sheng? He needed to quickly steer the conversation in that direction. His true purpose was to discuss the resonance of martial souls. Su Sheng's eyes turned cold, and a massive killing intent surged out from within. It directly caused Shuqinghe's room to sway violently, and in the next moment, this killing intent struck him. Shuqinghe's pupils froze, and he felt as if he had left the palace, being pulled into the resentment of countless souls by this solidified killing intent. He stood on a high platform, surrounded by a blood-red mass of grotesque creatures crawling towards him, reeking of blood. Among them were fallen soul masters and slaughtered soul beasts, their immense resentment staining the space crimson. In that moment, even someone as calm as he was felt his heart uncontrollably tremble. In the atmosphere where this resentment and killing intent intertwined, he felt an endless suffocation. Shuqinghe's gaze slightly lowered, and he saw beneath his feet a mountain made up of countless mangled, bloody corpses. The only thought that surfaced in his mind was, how many lives had Su Sheng slaughtered? Seeing Shuqinghe in front of him with vacant eyes and devoid of color, Su Sheng frowned and suddenly shouted, Your Highness Qinghe? If he didn't wake him up soon, he feared that Qianren would lose herself in this overwhelming resentment. Buzz! Su Sheng's exclamation instantly jolted Shuqinghe awake from the resentment, and at that moment, his back was clearly drenched in cold sweat. Under Su Sheng's cold face, the corners of his mouth curled slightly in indifference. So, Your Highness, do you understand now? In fact, he did not slaughter so many lives. Most of it was to maintain the needs of the Nine Heart Blood Begonia, absorbing blood and souls, which allowed him to cultivate a killing intent that could rival Tang Hao. Shuqinghe, with a pale face, slowly covered his chest, then forced himself to endure the discomfort in his heart and smiled with difficulty, saying, I understand now. I didn't expect you to bear such terrifying resentment all along. Su Sheng took a sip of tea and said lightly, Your Highness Shuqinghe, you don't need to pretend in front of me. Shuqinghe's pupils contracted, and he calmly replied, Su Sheng, what do you mean? I have never pretended. Sure enough, this guy had already realized something was off. He had never been this nervous and was ready to unleash his martial soul, even though he knew that his chances of success were less than 0. Su Sheng saw his feigned calmness, but in reality, he was already panicking inside, and she smiled slightly. Oh, then, Your Highness Shuqinghe, can you tell me why your fingers are so slender and smooth, completely unlike a man's hands? Shuqinghe clenched his hands tightly and began to think about how to respond. After a while, he laughed silently and said, My fingers are slender? Su Sheng, you might be overthinking it. I grew up in the palace, and my physique has always been much weaker than that of an average man. Then he changed his tone with a hint of coldness. Moreover, to guess based on the slenderness of fingers is a bit absurd, isn't it? Su Sheng slowly stood up and walked towards the door, coldly saying, Your Highness Shuqinghe, you truly live up to being the disciple of Master Ning. Since that's the case, may I ask if you could step aside for a moment? Qianren did not admit it at this moment, but it didn't matter, as he had plenty of evidence to force her into a dead end. Thinking about it, psychologically breaking down someone as calm and composed as Qianren was quite appealing. Shuqinghe frowned, wondering what this guy was planning. He, who was usually able to see through others' thoughts, felt that his mind was unable to process things at this moment. Su Sheng's actions were completely unconventional, making it impossible to predict what he would do next. However, given the current situation, he slowly stood up and walked towards Su Sheng. When Su Sheng, with his back turned, noticed Shuqinghe approaching him step by step, he remained completely still. In contrast, Shuqinghe slightly lowered his head, his mind heavy with concern. What exactly did he want to do? Move? Was he planning to take him somewhere else? Just as Shuqinghe cautiously stopped behind Su Sheng, he saw the man in front of him remain silent, and he opened his mouth to ask a question. Before he could finish, Su Sheng quickly turned around, effortlessly pushing the taken aback Shuqinghe into the corner by the door, then forcefully propping his strong hands against the wall beside Shuqinghe's head. Su Sheng stared into the pure and tranquil eyes of the person before her, a cold smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Faced with Su Sheng, who was so close, Shuqinghe instinctively stepped back, only to suddenly realize that her back was against the cold wall, completely trapped. Shuqinghe's mind went blank for a moment. As she took in the handsome man right in front of her, her cheeks unexpectedly flushed with a hint of red. The rapid beating of her heart filled her with a strong sense of embarrassment. Although she had lived many years as Sheng, she was still a genuine woman. Gasping slightly, Sheng's face, now flushed with color, felt scorching hot as she weakly asked Su Sheng, "What are you doing?" Chapter 68. The Soul Bone Malfunctions. Su Sheng's face slowly leaned closer to Sheng, just a millimeter away, and he could already clearly hear the sound of her heart beating violently. Su Sheng bit her lip, staring into Sheng's eyes filled with deep ambiguity. "What do I want to do?" "Your Highness Sheng, you can't really be completely unaware. Can you?" Looking at the warm breath coming from Su Sheng as she spoke in front of him, the calmness on Sheng's face had long disappeared, replaced by a hint of panic. Her fiery gaze made Su Sheng lower her head, and she spoke in a tone of feigned anger. "Su Sheng, isn't this a bit too much? We're both men, after all." The hand she placed between her legs was tightly clenched, even leaving a faint mark of bruising on her palm. "Damn it, being so close makes it impossible for me to think in front of Su Sheng. And what am I even doing? Why, after pretending to be a man for so long, am I having such intense emotional reactions to this man?" Su Sheng's eyes sparkled with a hint of brilliance as he slowly reached out his finger to lift Sheng's delicate chin, teasingly saying, "Oh, is it a man?" Sheng's face turned as hot as a boiling pot from having his chin forced up, especially as he faintly sensed his soul power becoming disordered. From Su Sheng's perspective, a faint purple light flickered between Sheng's forehead and then suddenly dimmed. In the next moment, without the influence of the soul bone ability, the image that Sheng had created for himself instantly collapsed. A head of light golden hair, captivating and hard to look away from, spilled down like a golden waterfall, soft and alluring, exuding a cold elegance that was intoxicating. Dressed in a light yellow lady's robe, it perfectly outlined her enviable figure. At first glance, Qianrenchue's pair of clear and bright brown eyes resembled exquisite works of art, while her flawless white cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, and her thin lips were as delicate and drooping as roses. However, she was unaware that her soul bone had already failed due to the fluctuations of her inner emotions. Su Sheng's eyes flashed with a hint of amazement. Qianrenchue's stunning beauty made her utterly approachable. He suddenly coughed a few times. His words, which he had just been preparing, got stuck because of Qianrenchue's perfect looks. Su Sheng's awkward behavior instantly brought Qianrenchue, who had just been engrossed, back to her senses. She blinked her brown eyes, and the faint shyness on her face immediately vanished, her expression turning cold again. Trapped in the corner, Qianrenchue shot a cold glance at Su Sheng and slowly said, "Su Sheng, that's enough. If you're just joking, please let me out first." Su Sheng slowly released his hand and stepped back a few paces. He knew that further provoking Qianrenchue would be futile, but fortunately, he had already achieved his goal. Qianrenchue's soul bone was rendered ineffective. Qianrenchue silently walked out from the corner of the door. When she slowly sat down and her gaze fell upon the mirror directly in front of her, where she saw a figure that even she felt was somewhat unfamiliar, she realized she was completely exposed. Qianrenchue's eyes reevaluated Su Sheng, secretly pondering that the reason this man acted that way was to make her emotions change, and to her soul bone. How did he know so much about her soul bone? Apart from her grandfather, Tiandou, and that woman, no one else was aware of it. Su Sheng's lips curled up as he sat down opposite Qianrenchue. "Prince Weeking, don't you want to explain something?" Qianrenchue shot him a glance. "What do you want me to explain? Or rather, if I explain, will you believe it?" Her gaze then sharpened. "But who exactly are you? How do you know the method to my head spirit bone? Since it has already been exposed, there is no point in covering it up anymore. Now I must clarify who this guy really is." Looking at Qianrenchue's vigilant gaze, Su Sheng, "There's no need to worry, I'm not your enemy. On the contrary, we are the same kind." Qianrenchue's expression darkened considerably. Despite Su Sheng saying so much, he still hadn't revealed any useful information about himself. Damn, this guy is really annoying. Su Sheng calmly picked up the slightly cool cup of tea and leisurely said, "It's fine to tell you, I am your mother. Bibi Dong's disciple from 3 years ago. That's why I know your name, soul bone, and even your martial soul." Originally, with the memories from before his crossing, he only knew that Qianrenchue's martial soul was the six-winged angel, disguised as Sheng, and nothing else. However, fortunately before leaving, Bibi Dong did not keep anything from him and told him all the information about Qianrenchue. It was probably guessed that because of his martial soul, he might come into contact with Qianrenchue. Qianrenchue suddenly realized, her tone cold as she said, "So that's it. That woman?" This made sense. She didn't expect that she would even tell this man her own information, which only indicated that the latter's role in the spirit hall was very important. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her anger caused by that woman. So what exactly is your martial soul? 3 years ago and today, it has caused a strong resonance with my martial soul. This was the last question in Qian Rinchue's heart. Su Sheng silently shook his head, unsure about this matter. Perhaps only by releasing our martial spirits can we find a reason. He truly did not know what this martial spirit resonance was about. If he did, he might have sought out Qian Rinchue 3 years ago. Opposite him, Qian Rinchue turned her head to look around, then narrowed her eyes and took out a round soul guide from her storage soul guide. This was something that Qian Douluo had specifically instructed her to bring when she left the spirit hall. Qian Rinchue pressed the small triangle on the round soul guide with her slender fingers and explained to Su Sheng that if it was just about releasing martial spirits, then the shielding soul guide would suffice. She was eager to understand the situation, even though it was very likely that her identity would be exposed. The round soul guide began to emit visible ripples, instantly shielding all the soul power in the surrounding area. Seeing this, Su Sheng felt a bit surprised and thought to himself, a shielding-type soul guide? Qian Rinchue carries this thing with her? Is it to shield soul power fluctuations while training? After all, in this era, soul guides have not yet developed to the point of widespread use. Only the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the titled Douluos at the pinnacle of the continent can possess them. Su Sheng, now you and I will release our martial souls together. Please. Qian Rinchue stood up from the chair, her words carrying a faint plea. Chapter 69, Heart to Heart. Su Sheng raised his eyebrows and said seriously, "Are you sure you want to unleash it here?" Qian Rinchue's martial soul, the six-winged angel, he remembered was a very massive martial soul. This small room would probably be instantly destroyed if it were used. Moreover, if his martial soul and hers caused any huge reaction, it would be difficult for her to hide her identity. Qian Rinchue nodded firmly and then bit her thin lip, saying yes. Right here. Su Sheng, your soul power is too strong. Please suppress it a bit. Su Sheng stood up and agreed to her request. He was also a bit interested in the soul resonance between the two of them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to Qian Rinchue's visit to the palace. Su Sheng coldly shouted, "Nine Hearts Blood Poppy." The blood-colored Nine Hearts Blood Poppy burst forth from his palm, and a bloody scent filled the air. Beneath his feet, 9 terrifying black soul rings emerged. Opposite him, Qian Rinchue broke into a cold sweat, although she had previously witnessed Su Sheng's terrifying soul ring configuration. Being this close still made her feel an immense pressure surging towards her. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and under this overwhelming pressure, her mind shifted to Six-Winged Angel. As the words fell, a violent golden pure light erupted from Qian Rinchue's entire body, as if she could purify all the evil in the world like a deity. For soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, appeared beneath her feet. Meanwhile, the pressure of Su Sheng's titled Doa level was quietly alleviated by Qian Rinchue's six-winged angel martial soul. Subsequently, behind Qian Rinchue, a statue more splendid than her own body gradually appeared. The statue was clad in armor radiating flames, with feather-like patterns spreading across every part of the armor. The 6 white wings behind it had completely transformed into dazzling and transparent gold, with golden ripples continuously spreading outward from the statue's body. The massive sword in its hand gradually turned into the golden angel sword. Su Sheng looked at Qian Rinchue's terrifying martial soul, staring at the angel statue, murmuring, "Is this the 6-winged angel martial soul? It can actually dissolve the pressure emitted by my 9 Hearts Bloodthorn with pure light. If it's of the same level, it can only mean that Qian Rinchue's martial soul is not much different from mine. But right now, I'm a 90th level titled law, while Qian Rinchue is close to a 50th level soul master. This indicates that Qian Rinchue's 6-winged angel martial soul is even at a higher level than my first martial soul. 9 Hearts Bloodthorn." Qian Rinchue's pupils glowed with golden light as she raised her head to stare at Su Sheng. She felt her 6-winged angel martial soul behind her trembling, as if eagerly urging her to bring Su Sheng's martial soul closer. Her expressionless eyes showed no emotion as she coldly said to Su Sheng, "Bring your martial soul closer." Su Sheng frowned slightly. This tone was indeed somewhat unpleasant. However, he also knew that it was the influence of the 6-winged angel martial soul that made her temporarily calm about everything. Su Sheng let out a silent sigh and slowly approached Qian Rinchue, trying to suppress the restlessness of his martial soul as much as possible. As he got closer to Qian Rinchue, who was radiating a sacred light, the already uncontrollable Nine Hearts Bloodvine and Six-Winged Angel began to merge their auras. The Nine Hearts Bloodvine started to grow wildly around, reaching the same height as the Six-Winged Angel, and then enveloping the Six-Winged Angel in a scorching embrace. At this moment, the auras of the Nine Hearts Bloodvine and the Six-Winged Angel vanished without a trace. And the only indication that the two were still merging was the continuous supply of crimson liquid from the vines of the former to the Six-Winged Angel inside. Beneath Qian Rinxue's extremely beautiful face was an air of coldness. She furrowed her delicate brows and questioned Su Sheng. Why has the transformation stopped? She had actually realized that the reason for the resonance between their martial souls was likely the possibility of unleashing a martial soul fusion technique. Su Sheng looked at the Six-Winged Angel wrapped in the blood coral behind Qian Rinxue, narrowing his eyes. It shouldn't be like this. They have already merged their desires into one. So how could nothing have happened? Wait, just imagine the scene when Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing use their martial soul fusion technique. Besides the merging of their martial souls, it seems their bodies also made contact. Su Sheng thought of this and probably already knew the key to the problem. He turned his gaze to Qian Rinxue, who was staring intently at him, and said, "Our current situation has confirmed that we can use the martial soul fusion technique, but we are missing the most crucial step." Su Sheng felt that he had said enough for now, and Qian Rinxue would definitely be able to figure out what the problem was. Otherwise, asking to have contact with Qian Rinxue would feel like he was taking advantage of her. Sure enough, Qian Rinxue's eyes flickered with a thoughtful expression, hinting at a crucial step. Could it be physical contact? Upon thinking of this, Qian Rinxue's gaze towards Su Sheng also changed slightly. In other words, he wanted to have contact with his man? However, she had never had intimate contact with a man in all these years. Now, suddenly having to be close to a man, there was still an insurmountable hurdle in her heart. Su Sheng looked at Qian Rinxue with eyes like amber. Now you should understand, right? If our bodies do not make contact, we cannot completely merge our two martial souls and use the martial soul fusion technique. Qian Rinxue's emotions were turbulent as she thought, damn it, we were so close to success. Why are we blocked here? But if I don't do this, I won't be able to truly understand what changes my martial soul will undergo with this man. These questions were like an enchanting whirlpool, making it impossible for her to give up. Qian Rinxue lowered her head and fell into silence for a moment before slowly saying, "So, just touching palms is enough? All right, if it's just a touch of the palms, which are relatively insensitive, then she should be able to overcome it." After all, she didn't really dislike Su Sheng deep down. On the contrary, due to her martial soul, she had quite a good impression of him. Seeing that Qian Rinxue had made up her mind, Su Sheng slowly extended his long hand. He then revealed a somewhat stiff smile. "Let us give it a try." Qian Rinxue then raised her eyes to look at the hand hovering in midair, and silently closed her eyes, extending her own hand as well. Qian Rinxue's slender fingers intertwined with Su Sheng's, tightly gripping each other. In the next moment, their spiritual powers quickly merged through the contact of their bodies. In this wonderful process, they could feel each other's emotions and heartbeats. Qian Rinxue felt as if she was basking in intense sunlight, her whole body filled with warmth. The corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted into a smile as she murmured, "Is this the martial soul fusion technique? It feels so warm." Chapter 70, Martial Soul Fusion. Fallen Angel. Moreover, it seems that touching this man isn't so unpleasant after all. On the other side, Su Sheng felt almost the same as Qian Rinxue at that moment. He felt that the emotions influenced by the Nine Heart Blood Lotus had temporarily eased. The Six-Winged Angel and Nine Heart Blood Lotus behind Qian Rinxue and Su Sheng began to merge again, their auras leaking out once more. During the subsequent merging process, the auras of the two martial souls gradually began to assimilate, making it impossible to distinguish the unique auras of the two martial souls. Just as Qian Rinxue and Su Sheng waited with some anticipation for the martial soul fusion, the Six-Winged Angel and Nine Heart Blood Lotus, after completely assimilating their auras, again stopped merging. They had already reached a semi-fusion state, but the final step remained elusive. The warmth that Su Sheng and Qian Rinxue felt gradually disappeared. At this moment, with their eyes tightly closed, they both realized that something was wrong. Qian Rinxue opened her dimming brown eyes and looked towards the Six-Winged Angel, shrouded in the dark mist of the Nine Hearts Blood Begonia behind her. Her expression darkened slightly as she murmured in her heart, What is going on? Is it impossible to fully merge like this?" They had completed the basic steps for the martial soul fusion technique, but it still hadn't succeeded. Could it be that their martial souls actually couldn't fuse, and the extreme evil and extreme righteousness had led to a misjudgment? At this moment, Qian Rinxue forced a bitter smile, her eyes starting to lose some hope. Perhaps she and Su Sheng were wrong from the very beginning. How could martial souls of justice and evil possibly overcome such an extreme contradiction to use the martial soul fusion technique? Thinking this way, they were indeed too naive. Su Sheng, who opened his eyes afterward, showed little change in his expression. He had already mostly guessed the reason for their failure, and was certain that the two of them could absolutely use the martial soul fusion technique. Otherwise, the fusion would have failed from the very beginning, instead of being in this half-fused state. Qiu Ruxue, who was sitting next to Su Sheng, said, "Why are you so disappointed? I'm sure we can use the martial soul fusion technique." Originally, Qiu Ruxue's eyes were dim, but upon hearing Su Sheng's words, they regained their previous brightness. "Is what you said true?" However, after speaking, her gaze glanced at their interrupted martial souls behind them. She really wanted to believe Su Sheng's words, but this martial soul brought her back to reality. Su Sheng raised her eyebrows slightly and coldly said, "It depends on whether you want them to fuse or not. It might cost you a little bit." Qian Rinxue's eyes narrowed, and she quickly pondered in her mind. If their martial soul fusion technique requires a cost to succeed, then, as the other party of the martial soul fusion, Su Sheng should also bear the same cost. She decisively asked Su Sheng, "Cost? As the other party of the martial soul fusion, won't you face this situation?" Su Sheng pointed at himself in surprise. Unsure of what to say, this cost could be seen as a price for Su Sheng, but it could also be viewed as a benefit. So he didn't care much about it. Su Sheng pursed his thin lips and patiently explained, "What about you? This cost is negligible for me, but it's different for you. You can decide." Beside him, Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes revealed even more curiosity. What exactly would this cost be? Lifespan? Or perhaps something related to her spiritual power and martial soul? These were things she couldn't glean from Su Sheng's words. Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement with Su Sheng's suggestion, her eyes conveying seriousness. "As long as we can perform the martial soul fusion, I am willing to pay the price. The most severe cost for martial soul fusion techniques in the continent's history has only been a slight reduction in lifespan. Losing a bit is no big deal." Su Sheng took a few steps to the side and said calmly, "Since you are willing, then come to the position closest to me." Qian Rinxue's cautious heart seemed to remind her that there was a trick, but for some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity rising in her heart. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? She cast a skeptical glance at Su Sheng, doubting that he might have already grasped everything, but was just leading her into a trap step by step. Yet she had no way to resist, and could only proceed according to his wishes. Su Sheng saw Qian Rinxue lost in thought and did not rush her. Instead, she slowly asked, "How is it? Have you made up your mind?" Qian Rinxue bit her thin lips and did not answer Su Sheng. Instead, she moved closer to Su Sheng, their bodies almost touching. She felt a bit embarrassed by her current action, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Su Sheng saw her walking over and seriously reminded her again that she better be mentally prepared, as there would be no chance to back out once it started. He didn't want to be scolded by Qian Rinxue after the martial soul fusion was complete. What responded to him was Qian Rinxue's firm words, "No need to say more. I've already made my decision." In the next moment, Su Sheng hugged Qian Rinxue tightly, and, with her looking confused, he directly leaned down and kissed her. Qian Rinxue, coming to her senses, widened her eyes and wanted to voice her disapproval of Su Sheng's actions, but sadly realized that her lips had already been sealed by his. Unable to escape, Qian Rinxue could only be forced into kissing Su Sheng. As they kissed, Su Sheng looked closely at the envious face in front of him and silently thought, "This time, it's really serious." However, what he didn't expect was that Qian Rinxue, who had been passive, suddenly became proactive. This time, it was his turn to be stunned. Moreover, he saw a hint of vengefulness in Qian Rinxue's eyes. As they kissed, the Nine Hearts blood lotus behind them had begun to fully merge with the six-winged angel, whose angel sword was gradually stained crimson, emitting a chilling aura. Not only that, but the six wings of the six-winged angel also began to turn deep black, and the holy light released by the entire statue had been tainted with a heart-pounding blood-red glow, as a terrifying killing intent gradually spread out. Suddenly, the six-winged angel, like a statue, had its eyes glow red, and it moved, raising the angel sword filled with endless crimson aura in an instant. The sharp blade effortlessly pierced the top of the room. The angel sword was held high in the air by the six-winged angel, continuously accumulating strands of crimson particles. In just a few seconds, a massive, suffocating, terrifying sword energy swirled around the tip, condensing to a length 3 times that of the six-winged angel. Under this sword imbued with a sense of destruction, it seemed capable of tearing apart heaven and earth. This was their true martial soul fusion technique. Fallen Angle. Chapter 71. The Ice Rose Sword begins to show the intense, terrifying soul power fluctuations cause cracks to appear on the shielding soul guide, as if it would collapse at any moment. Su Sheng, who was passionately kissing Qian Rinxue, felt his pupils constrict. This was bad. If the soul guide shattered, the fluctuations caused by their martial soul fusion technique would be enough to alert everyone in the surrounding royal family. Su Sheng wanted to speak, but Qian Rinxue's soft and sweet lips launched an intense assault that rendered him completely speechless. Qianum. These words seemed to further ignite Qian Rinxue's desire, as she directly abandoned all restraint, tightly wrapping her arms around Su Sheng's neck and kissing him fiercely. She had even forgotten that they were currently executing a martial soul fusion technique. The martial soul fusion technique behind them, Fallen Angel, was visibly becoming uncontrollable, slowly swinging down the blackened angel's sword. The entire sky began to tremble, and a fierce wind suddenly arose. Su Sheng, who was tightly kissed, narrowed his eyes and slowly extended his left hand, where a faint blue halo gradually gathered. Immediately, a cold ice sword, akin to that used by deities, materialized in his hand, continuously releasing an extreme chill, easily forming petals of blue ice roses around him. 9 soul rings with immense oppressive force rose beneath his feet. Red, 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 gold. The 9 pitch-black soul rings of 9 Heart Blood Begonia suddenly shrank inward, wrapped within the 8 red and 1 gold soul rings. Su Sheng, who had activated his second martial soul, unleashed a terrifying pressure that caused the shielding-type soul guide to explode. That ice sword was indeed his second martial soul, the Ice Rose Sword. Su Sheng coldly shouted the 9th soul skill, Attack Transfer. The 9th golden million-year soul ring beneath his feet lit up. After speaking, Su Sheng plunged the Ice Rose Sword, glowing with light in his left hand, into the ground. However, behind them, the 6-winged angel would not stop, its eyes filled with endless killing intent, as it raised its angelic sword and struck down fiercely. The terrifying sword energy easily tore through the air, a massive blood-red light descending towards destruction. However, just halfway through, this blood-red sword energy, capable of tearing everything apart, was suddenly blocked by an invisible spatial force. Subsequently, this spatial force gradually devoured the scarlet sword energy, causing it to vanish without a trace. The source of all this was Su Sheng's second martial soul, the Ice Rose Sword, one of the soul skills from the Million-Year Soul Ring. Spatial transfer, capable of absolutely negating any level of attack and transferring it to another place for casting. The eyes of the fallen angel that had released this attack returned to normal, and its body gradually dissipated. At this moment, Su Sheng hurriedly retracted the Ice Rose Sword into his body, and the 8 red and 1 gold soul rings beneath his feet dimmed. He silently thought to himself, finally managed to block it. The soul fusion technique used by the two, just now, if his judgment was correct, had barely reached a normal strike of a level 2 deity. Just imagine, if he and Qian Rinxue both obtained the position of deity, wouldn't their soul fusion technique be able to unleash an attack surpassing that of a god king? Qian Rinxue, who was already feeling satisfied, quickly released Su Sheng's neck and staggered back a step or two. Her flushed cheeks seemed to be shy about her previous actions, and she still couldn't quite believe that she had taken the initiative to kiss Su Sheng. I actually took the initiative to kiss this man. Su Sheng couldn't help but smile slightly, faintly sensing the lingering fragrance of Qian Rinxue's soft body from before. He couldn't help but stare at Qian Rinxue and joked, I didn't expect that your previous appearance was all an act. He thought he was bold enough, but Qian Rinxue was even bolder during the process, directly wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him. However, the feeling wasn't bad at all. You were the one acting. It's just that you were too lazy to pay attention to me before. Qian Rinxue retorted, somewhat unconvinced, but when she thought of the words that followed, she fell silent. However, her resentful gaze fixed firmly on Su Sheng, as if the latter had done something unforgivable to her. It was clearly this guy who initiated the kiss, and now he was teasing her in return. How shameless. She took a deep breath to calm herself down quickly. Once her emotions returned to normal, she used her skull's ability again, her forehead glowing with a faint purple light, and her appearance transformed from Qian Rushue back to Shueqinghe. Outside, a soldier knocked on the room door and cautiously inquired, "Your Highness Shueqinghe, may I ask what happened? Do we need to come in?" Shueqinghe, already in a bad mood, coldly replied, "No need, then we will take our leave." After sitting down again, Qian Rushue shot Su Sheng a glance and coldly asked, "Did our martial soul fusion technique succeed?" At that time, her mind had been blank, only focusing on getting revenge on Su Sheng, completely unaware that they were in the process of performing a martial soul fusion. When she finally came to her senses, she realized that her soul power had been completely drained. Su Sheng's lips curled slightly as "It has been successful. If it weren't for your soul power level being too low, I might not have been able to withstand it." Qian Rushue lifted her chin and pondered carefully. Withstand? Could it be that the reason nothing happened during the attack just now was because you blocked the attack of the martial soul fusion skill? Qian Runshue's gaze immediately filled with doubt. Then, during the period of martial soul fusion, neither your martial soul nor mine should be usable. How did you manage to block it? Su Sheng was taken aback, realizing that he was digging a pit for himself. With Qian Runshue's intelligence, it wouldn't be easy to fool her, and he really couldn't explain casually. Helpless, Su Sheng could only choose to respond like a typical straight man. "Guess," he blurted out. Qian Runsue ignored what Su Sheng said and still looked at him with suspicion, asking, "You don't have a twin martial soul, do you?" After all, in her impression, that woman also had a twin martial soul, and as her disciple, it was indeed possible that Su Sheng had a twin martial soul. Su Sheng felt a bit guilty and pretended to be annoyed by rolling her eyes. "You're thinking too much. If only I had a twin martial soul." Qian Runsue narrowed her eyes and said, "Oh really?" Su Sheng immediately stood up, coughed lightly, and said, "It's about time for me to continue my journey. Thank you, Prince Qinghe, for your hospitality. The taste was quite good." After speaking, before Shueqinghe could reply, he vanished like a ghost. Gone? Shueqinghe blinked again, only to find the room empty, and a strong sense of loss surged within her. But as she carefully pondered Su Sheng's words before he left, her expression darkened instantly, and she clenched her delicate hands. Quite good. Chapter 72. Bloody Mary in a hurry to leave the Tiandou imperial family. Su Sheng still felt a bit of tension from being exposed. His expression grew serious, almost getting discovered. However, the secret of his twin martial souls shouldn't be kept hidden for long. If Qian Runsue revealed his second martial soul to Bibi Dong or Tiandou, his position would become quite awkward. If he trusted the spirit hall, he would actually be hiding the existence of his second martial soul even from his teacher, Bibi Dong. He feared that her years of trust in him might change. Although, he indeed didn't care much about the issue of position. Setting all that aside, his priority was to head to the city of slaughter. There he could consolidate his killing field and perhaps even enhance his first martial soul, the Nine Hearts Bloodthirsty. As well, in the following days, Su Sheng continued traveling north, crossing rivers and traversing desolate deserts, until he finally reached a place with a hint of human presence. With his special eye accessories, the already fierce killing intent of Su Sheng was unconsciously concealed. Su Sheng frowned slightly as he slowly stepped into this place. His cold gaze scanned the surroundings, revealing the entire area shrouded in dark silhouettes. Ahead, it appeared to be a village, and only upon entering could one discover the presence of various shops, each exuding a faint smell of blood. It seemed that many had met a ruthless end within these shops. Bloody Mary, give me Bloody Mary. Beside countless wilted trees, numerous men hanging from the branches like dried bones were screaming in agony. When these skeletal men cast their desire-filled gazes upon the stationary Su Sheng, they went wild. Bloody Mary, kill you, and I can exchange for Bloody Mary. Kill you, kill him, kill him. As these skeletal men swayed and fell from the trees, their tattered bodies surged towards Su Sheng like zombies. If an ordinary person witnessed this scene, they would surely doubt if they had entered hell. Of course, among them were some men who, driven by extreme thirst and unable to bear it any longer, immediately turned to bite the nearest person. They tore at each other, seemingly indifferent to their own pain, sucking each other's blood. Countless crimson liquids appeared terrifying under the moonlight. Meanwhile, others approached Su Sheng step by step, hands outstretched, seemingly intending to share him among themselves. Su Sheng's eyes turned cold. The situation in this city of slaughter was worse than he had imagined, but he actually liked this unrestrained place. He quickly unleashed his martial spirit, then waved his hand towards the hordes of zombies rushing in. Countless vines of the Nine Heart Begonia surged forward like a massive thicket of thorns, ensnaring the mindless killers in an instant, beginning to absorb their souls and blood. In an instant, the dense crowd erupted into desperate wails. However, even knowing they were about to die, these people still mumbled incoherently. "Ah, Bloody Mary, kill him, kill." Su Sheng glanced back and continued walking forward, his palm gently clenched. The dense crowd that had been strangled by the Nine Heart Blood Begonia instantly turned into lifeless skeletons, collapsing to the ground, losing all vitality. Their remaining blood and souls became nourishment for the Nine Heart Blood Begonia. Su Sheng stopped in front of a creepy shop and looked at the sign above, which was covered in blood-red letters. From the outside, one could vaguely see numerous muscular men inside, drunkenly consuming a strange, glowing red liquid. A naked man boisterously shouted, "Drink, drink," and then downed the boiling crimson liquid in his cup. But in the next moment, a weapon pierced through his chest, wielded by another big man beside him who looked strikingly similar. The latter's greedy gaze fixed on him. "Do you think you deserve to drink this?" The man who had been pierced widened his eyes and pointed at him, but before he could finish, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The other patrons of the nearby tables were unfazed by the scene. They continued to enjoy their drinks. A waiter approached, coldly glanced at the corpse on the floor, and, "Would you like to switch to a Bloody Mary?" The man who had killed the muscular man nodded and licked his dry lips. When Su Sheng saw this place that he yearned for, it felt as if a certain shackles in his heart had been unlocked. Is this truly the real entrance to the city of slaughter? How interesting. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he slowly walked into the shop. The people at the other tables around were gazing at Su Sheng with ill intentions, but the next moment they all retracted their gazes. Su Sheng glanced at them coldly and quietly found a seat without anyone around. Soon, the previous server quickly approached Su Sheng, looking quite disdainful, and asked what she wanted to order. Su Sheng's eyes turned cold, and a tangible killing intent surged towards the staff member, whose expression changed dramatically in an instant. The staff member flattered, "May I ask what you would like to order?" The burly men at the other tables, witnessing the terrifying killing intent released by Su Sheng, all narrowed their eyes and silently observed. Su Sheng said, "Give me a Bloody Mary." It's essential to taste a Bloody Mary when in this city of slaughter. He was also quite curious about what the taste of the Bloody Mary would be like. The server, not daring to refuse, forced a smile and said, "One Bloody Mary coming right up, please wait a moment." After leaving, the server quickly returned with a glass of steaming, crimson liquid, carefully handing it to Su Sheng. The server smiled and said, "Enjoy." Before turning to leave, Su Sheng turned his gaze to the table, where a steaming, crimson liquid filled the cup. He slowly grasped it in his hand, and as he brought it closer, he could already smell an extremely tempting scent of blood. With a cold expression, he brought it to his lips and took a sip. In the next moment, his face changed dramatically. He abruptly set the cup down and started to cough violently. Cough, cough. This Bloody Mary was not just about the taste. It felt as if the scalding liquid could pull you into an endless abyss of the dead. Even though he was somewhat prepared for it, he was still taken aback by this bizarre sensation. However, the moment Su Sheng placed the Bloody Mary back on the table, the previously wary strong men at other tables looked at him with eyes that had completely transformed, each pair of pupils filled with unmasked killing intent. Chapter 73. Entering the City of Slaughter. Su Sheng slowly pressed his thin lips together. In these few seconds, his taste buds had already adapted to the flavor he craved. Drinking this Bloody Mary felt as easy as drinking plain water. Just as he was about to pick up the Bloody Mary, the burly men who had been observing him could no longer hold back. They had initially thought Su Sheng was a formidable character, but now it seemed he was nothing more than trash who couldn't even handle a Bloody Mary. His soul power must be shockingly low as well. One of the burly men whistled and sneered, "Kid, you still look like a rookie. Hurry up and get lost." Another man with messy hair licked the corner of his mouth, stained with the crimson liquid of the Bloody Mary, and disdainfully said, "If you can't even drink a Bloody Mary, you think you have a right to be here?" Meanwhile, another burly man had already picked up his large knife and ominously said, "Why let him go? Killing him and turning him into a Bloody Mary would be even better." As soon as these words were spoken, other patrons at the tables exchanged glances, quietly reaching for their weapons. The previously hidden waiter, watching from the shadows, gleefully remarked, "What a fool. I was just scared by him. I didn't expect him to be unable to drink a Bloody Mary. He doesn't even deserve to be here." Su Sheng's cold face showed no emotion as he turned and glanced at all of them indifferently, then silently set down the Bloody Mary in his hand. "Oh, are you talking to me?" His words were calm and devoid of ripples. As soon as he spoke, the burly men holding weapons burst into laughter. Uft. Could this person be an idiot? It seems he hasn't seen the malice of human nature, but today he will. Kid, be careful in your next life. Don't be an idiot. Whether he's really an idiot or not, just kill him and be done with it. All the burly men tightened their grips on their weapons and stood up, 3 to 4 spirit rings slowly appearing beneath their feet. Most of them were white and yellow, with no 1,000-year spirit rings in sight. They stepped closer to Su Sheng, seemingly trying to read expressions of despair and anger on his face, which would bring them immense joy. Kid, haven't you seen our terrifying spirit power levels? Look at him, he'll probably die without even knowing how. Stop talking. Let us kill him together. With over 10 of us at the 3rd ring, killing a little brat is a piece of cake. One burly man was the first to raise his large knife, stepping to within a meter of Su Sheng, aiming directly for the latter's neck. After uttering those cruel words, he swung down. But in the next second, vines of Nine Heart Bloodberry wrapped around him, freezing his arm with the knife in midair. The burly man furrowed his brow at the strange red glowing vines, looking at Su Sheng right in front of him, desperately trying to use the knife to behead Su Sheng. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it down even a millimeter. Only then did he realize something was off, exclaiming, "What the hell is this?" Su Sheng did not answer him, instead silently picking up the Bloody Mary again. The burly man saw Su Sheng humiliating him like this, and in anger, his first spirit ring suddenly lit up. But before he could make any move, he was instantly drained to a husk, with only his empty knife falling to the ground with a crisp sound. The shriveled, burly man slumped to the ground, his eyes filled with confusion before he died. Clearly, he had no idea how he had died. This bizarre ability made the others cautiously step back a few paces, carefully watching Su Sheng, who had done nothing. In their eyes, just moments ago, Su Sheng had merely raised a cup of tea, and that burly man had collapsed and turned into a husk. Fear of the unknown slowly welled up in their hearts. They were indeed ruthless individuals who licked blood from a knife's edge. But they could not withstand this person who could take lives so easily. A man with a scarred face exclaimed in shock, What kind of ability did this guy just use? Another rather lewd man shouted in astonishment, "Evil martial soul. This guy's martial soul must be evil. Otherwise, he couldn't have drained a person dry in an instant." The man next to the lewd man glanced at him. A bunch of useless fools. Scared by this kid's little trick. Don't be cowardly, he is just bluffing. That guy was arrogant. Let us go together. This guy must before he could finish. A cold light flashed. The expression on the man's face froze as his head tilted and fell, clearly showing his body spraying out like a fountain after losing its head. Another head fell to the ground, and only then did they realize Su Sheng's terror. All they could think in their hearts were 2 words, run fast. If this guy catches us, we will definitely die. They decisively tossed away their weapons and turned to run desperately towards the back. When they were just a few steps away from escaping the shop, their hearts were filled with a sense of luck. Su Sheng gently blew on the steaming Bloody Mary in her hand and elegantly took a silent sip. At the same time, those who were about to run out of the shop, but were just a step away, fell one after another, drained of their blood. Each person's expression was filled with disbelief. They were clearly supposed to survive. Why did this happen? After Su Sheng finished her drink, she slowly stood up, her cold gaze casually sweeping over the mountain of corpses piled up outside the shop. The staff member observing in the shadows approached Su Sheng with a face full of fear. Not daring to breathe, he cautiously looked at Su Sheng's cheek. Su Sheng put down the glass filled with Bloody Mary and slowly asked the waiter, "Where's the entrance to the city of slaughter?" Hearing Su Sheng speak, the waiter hurriedly replied, "It's big." Su Sheng said again, "There's no need." As the words fell, there was a thud, and the waiter beside Su Sheng slowly collapsed. Su Sheng followed the guidance of his mental power to the bar counter of the shop, casting a glance at the 2 shivering waiters hiding in the corner. Ignoring the 2, he slammed his palm down, shattering the bar and the floor beneath it into pieces. Immediately, a massive hole appeared in the ground, and a chilling, bone-piercing wind blew up from the opening. Su Sheng said faintly, "Indeed, this is the true entrance to the city of slaughter." After speaking, he directly jumped into the entrance, and his whole body began to fall rapidly. Seeing Su Sheng leave, the 2 waiters hiding in the corner of the bar both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we didn't get involved otherwise. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, they were already surrounded by countless bloodthirsty Nine Heart blood blossoms behind them. Chapter 74. Is this enough proof? After falling for several meters, Su Sheng landed on the ground. He found himself enveloped in almost endless darkness, but with his mental power, he could clearly see everything. The path he was on was a straight and solitary road, with only this one entrance. Cold winds constantly blew from both sides of the road, adding an air of mystery. Su Shang continued to walk forward with a calm expression. After a while, a hoarse and shadowy voice suddenly rang out. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter, a place filled with blood and murder. In the future, you will obtain everything you desire here, but the price for it will be your life." After hearing this voice, Su Shang silently stopped in his tracks, gazing faintly at the still dark and long road ahead. Interesting, this City of Slaughter really piqued his interest. Upon arriving here, Su Shang felt as if the City of Slaughter was specifically built for him, and the desire for killing within him grew stronger. It seemed that the Nine Heart Blood Lotus within him also sensed the deliciousness of blood, trembling with excitement. After speaking, Su Shang continued to walk straight-faced, then turned a corner and walked for several hundred steps. Finally, a few rays of light appeared ahead on the dark, hollow road. Su Shang quickened his pace as he walked out of the passage. Under the bright light, he saw hundreds of knights in black armor, their helmets perfectly concealing their faces. Mounted on horses, red light flickered from their helmets, and they gripped their massive sabers, seemingly assessing the newly arrived Su Shang, ready to trample him into dust at any moment. Su Shang did not speak, his cold gaze fixed on the black knight in front of him, who was leading the group. This black knight had a square-shaped mark on his helmet that the other black knights did not have. Clearly, he was the leader of this troop. After a moment, the black knight leader elegantly swung his large sword, causing it to glint coldly, and then coldly declared, "To pass through the City of Slaughter, you must first defeat me." Normally, if an ordinary person wanted to enter the City of Slaughter, they would have to first defeat the black knights under his command. However, today he sensed an extreme danger from Su Shang, which is why he decided to fight personally. If he could not defeat him, not only would Su Shang be unable to enter the City of Slaughter, but his life would also be forfeit here. Su Shang said, "I have no interest in defeating you." Before Su Shang could finish speaking, the knight leader disdainfully replied, "You don't even have the courage to fight. You are not worthy to enter the City of Slaughter." Su Shang continued to speak, "But I would rather kill you." As the words fell, a substantial killing intent erupted from him, enveloping the Black Knights. The horses of the Black Knights sensed this pressure and began to panic, shaking and neighing in fear of Su Shang. The horses grew more frantic, throwing the Black Knights sitting on them to the ground and then fleeing in groups towards the back. The knight leader looked back at the disordered team, filled with shock. What? This person could actually render their long-used horses completely powerless just by his pressure? These horses were not ordinary. They were undead horses trained with their life force after drinking a lot of blood. In front of him, they were utterly vulnerable. This man was definitely much stronger than anyone he had encountered over the years. He was even on a completely different level. He couldn't let him be so arrogant any longer. With a cold snort, he rode his horse, gripped his large sword, and swung it towards Su Shang. Su Shang summoned the 9 Heart Blood Lotus, but there were no soul skills or soul rings appearing beneath his feet. Su Shang pondered silently whether even the 9 Heart Blood Begonia would still be restricted. The knight leader on horseback felt completely ignored by Su Shang and angrily exclaimed, "Dare to ignore me? Seeking death." The gleaming blade swung directly at Su Shang's neck. Seeing Su Shang's lack of movement, the knight leader sneered inwardly, realizing that he was indeed a reckless youth. He couldn't even react, so let him die. The great sword emitted a tearing sound through the air. However, Su Shang, right in front of the knight leader, suddenly vanished into thin air. What? Where? The knight leader was alarmed and quickly scanned the surroundings in search of Su Shang's whereabouts. Behind the knight leader, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "Are you looking for me?" The alert knight leader, hearing the voice from behind, swiftly turned his sword and slashed back. After a few seconds of silence, a delightful sound of flesh being sliced echoed. The knight leader on horseback widened his eyes, frozen like his horse beneath him. Then, the knight leader and his horse exploded apart, falling to the ground like bloody halves of rotten meat. Gripping the ice rose sword, Su Shang glanced at the scene before turning his gaze toward the other panicked black knights. He was quite surprised that his killing intent was denser than that of ordinary people. Now, Su Shang had completely regarded these black knights as prey, as nourishment for the 9 Heart Blood Begonia. What followed was an overwhelming slaughter, with headless knights falling to the ground in a highly regular manner. In just a few minutes, the hundreds of previously imposing black knights, riding fierce steeds, lay completely on the ground, staining the earth with a deep crimson. As the saying goes, a family should be together, Su Sheng would certainly not let any of them escape. Retracting the ice rose sword, Su Sheng looked back and saw that below was a beautiful city permeated with the scent of blood. In the next moment, he realized another issue. Furrowing his brows, it seemed that entering the city of slaughter required a proof. Otherwise, no one would guide him. Su Sheng remembered that it seemed to be a skull, with a number on it. Unable to recall, Su Sheng's gaze sparkled as he saw the heads of those black knights. This thing should work, right? The city gate standing in the darkness was getting closer, where 2 rows of black-armored warriors were stationed. Su Sheng walked over slowly, holding in his hand the head of one of the black knights that was still dripping with blood. As he approached, before he could speak, a stunningly beautiful woman in black came closer and smiled, welcoming him to the city of slaughter. She kindly added, "Please present your identification and number." Su Sheng coldly said, "I have no proof, but is this enough?" After saying that, he revealed the black knight's severed head that he was holding in his hand. The woman in black stepped back a couple of steps upon seeing the knight's head. She exclaimed in shock, "This is the head of a black knight. You actually managed to kill him alone." Su Sheng continued to ask coldly, "Is this thing enough to prove it? If this isn't enough, then if it were me, it should be sufficient, right?" Chapter 75. Entering the inner city of the city of slaughter, the woman in black showed a look of difficulty on her face. Normally, only those who defeat the Black Knights can obtain the skull as proof and a number. This man was the first in the history of the city of slaughter to directly kill a Black Knight and use the latter's head as proof. Due to the lack of clear regulations, after hesitating for a long time, the woman in black exchanged a few words with the 2 rows of black-armored warriors beside her, and then turned her gaze back to Su Sheng. A hint of apology appeared on the woman's face as she said, "It's enough. Please follow me." The man's strength was proven by the skull of the Black Knight, so he was qualified to enter the city of slaughter. Su Sheng nodded, then held the head of the Black Knight and followed the woman into the city gate. During the entrance, due to the woman in front of him and the head he was holding, no black-armored warrior stopped him. The woman in black led the way while explaining, "I am your guide. You can ask me any questions you may have. Within 12 hours, I will answer all your inquiries. After that, this place will be where you live." Su Sheng asked if there were any rules or restrictions in the city of slaughter. The woman in black smiled and patiently explained that the rule of the city of slaughter is that there are no rules. You could do anything in this place. And even a titled Douluo would become weakened here because they cannot use their soul skills, so you can be completely at ease. Su Sheng's lips curled in disdain. Is it really impossible to use soul skills in the city of slaughter? This smile flashed and disappeared. And Su Sheng asked again what the soul power level of the King of Slaughter was. The woman in black furrowed her brows upon hearing this question. "I cannot answer your question. However, the King of Slaughter is a ruler that almost surpasses everything. The King of Slaughter has never revealed his true strength or soul power level, so I cannot answer Su Sheng's question." "How do I leave here?" Su Sheng continued to ask a question. The inquiry was certainly not to leave, as he felt no aversion to the city of slaughter. A hint of surprise crossed the face of the woman in black. "The only way to leave here is to participate in the Hell Slaughter competition. If you become the champion, you will qualify to venture on the path to Hell. If you succeed in breaking through, you can leave the city of slaughter, and such strong individuals will be granted the title of God of Slaughter." Although she was obliged to answer Su Sheng, she did not believe he could become the champion of the Hell Slaughter competition. In the entire history of the city of slaughter, only 8 gods of slaughter have emerged. Su Sheng raised her eyebrows slightly and said coldly, "I understand. Now, please take me to the Hell's killing arena." This time, the expression on the face of the woman in black was one of shock. "Are you sure? Less than 1 in 10 who enter the Hell's killing arena come out alive. It's also the place where the population of the city of slaughter has decreased the fastest. Does this person really want to die that badly? This is not like the outside. It's a place where soul skills cannot be used." Su Sheng felt the killing intent radiating from the woman in black as she hesitated. A hint of crimson appeared in her eyes again. "Stop wasting time. Take me there." The woman in black's eyes sparkled with a glimmer. She pursed her thin lips and walked towards another direction. "Please follow me this way. The hell killing competition is over here." Her steps remained even, always keeping a half-step distance around Su Sheng. Su Sheng's scarlet gaze quietly observed the scene ahead. After they continued walking, countless flirtatious and cold laughs echoed in front of them. "Another kid has come. I'm afraid there will be a few more Bloody Marys on the table. Looking at this appearance, with this physique, he must be here to seek death, right?" Su Sheng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a row of men squatting there, as thin as dry bones. If it weren't for the skin covering them, one might not believe they were human. The ice rose sword in his hand suddenly solidified pointing its blade at those skeletal men. However, it was gently grasped by the wrist by the woman in black, who shook her head. This was the outer city, and killing was not allowed here. Only when they entered the inner city of the city of slaughter would they be in a place without rules. The row of skeletal men burst into laughter, mockingly saying, "Look at you, wanting to kill in the outer city? You're obviously a clueless rookie. Well, it doesn't matter. You won't survive once you get in anyway. Just wait, and you'll know the terror once you enter." The woman in black cast a cold glance at those skeletal men. Only then did the skeletal men realize there was a woman in black. Upon seeing her clearly, their pupils contracted as if frightened, and they hurriedly left. The two walked for a full half an hour before reaching a black city wall in front of them. Behind this wall was the so-called inner city of the city of slaughter, where the strong enjoyed a truly unrestrained place. The city gate in the middle was completely open, with not a single black-armored warrior or black knight stationed there. It seemed that the management of the city of slaughter had complete confidence in the inner city. Noticing Su Shang's confusion, the woman in black explained lightly that the inner city of the city of slaughter did not require any guards. Anyone with the courage could freely enter at any time. Additionally, once they entered the inner city, she requested that he not stray more than 5 meters away from her, as she could not guarantee his safety. The inner city was not like the outer city. One could encounter attacks even while resting, eating, or sleeping. Not to mention that someone like Su Shang, who was completely clueless, would likely find himself in a grave situation within moments of entering. Su Shang sneered coldly. "Protect my safety? With your abilities, how can you protect me?" This woman was nothing more than a manager-like figure, tasked with duties bestowed by the King of Slaughter. I believe that if the King of Slaughter were no longer around, women like her, fragile as glass, wouldn't survive long. The reason being that those who cannot stand them don't need to resort to slaughter to live in these places. The woman in black sensed the disdain in Su Shang's tone, her brows furrowing as she arrogantly declared, as the messenger of the King of Slaughter, "No one dares to infringe upon the King of Slaughter's authority." Su Shang just let out a cold snort and continued walking, saying, "I don't need your protection." This statement ignited endless anger in the heart of the woman in black. She had just reminded this guy to be a little careful. Unexpectedly, he was so lacking in understanding of human relationships. "Well, after entering the inner city, without my protection, your life and death will depend on fate." Su Shang glanced at him and, too lazy to wait, walked alone into the inner city gate. The woman in black darkened her expression and hurried to catch up with Su Shang's pace, secretly cursing, "Damn. If it weren't for the King of Slaughter's rule that newcomers must have a 24-hour protection period, and if they didn't provide it, it would be the negligence of people like her. She wouldn't care about this arrogant man." Chapter 76, where the wind and snow pass, all becomes dust. Upon entering the inner city of the city of slaughter, the atmosphere around was completely different from that of the outer city. Just by sensing with his mental strength, Su Shang knew that at least dozens of people were looking at him with murderous intent. Moreover, they showed no restraint in their gazes, each caressing their weapons that reeked of blood. In fact, everyone was quietly waiting for an opportunity. It seemed that as long as Su Shang got close to them or inadvertently showed any flaw, they would immediately strike. The overwhelming sounds of despair and howls echoed throughout the inner city. It seemed to be the norm here. Right in front of Su Shang, a burly man was pulling the hair of a voluptuous woman, completely indifferent to the surrounding gazes, indulging in his desires, and engaging in unspeakable acts. Because there were no rules here, if someone was killed right after entering, it was permitted. In fact, there have been cases where newcomers, having just exited the 24-hour protection period, turned into corpses within seconds of moving just 5 meters away from the woman in black. This was enough to show the cruelty of the people here. Soon, more and more gazes gathered on the newcomer, Su Shang, with a look that resembled that of hunters eyeing their prey. Su Shang's eyes narrowed, and his expression gradually grew colder as he slowly stopped in his tracks. The woman in black who was following him noticed Su Shang's halt and secretly thought, why isn't he moving anymore? Is he scared? She had thought this man was powerful, but now it seemed he couldn't handle it halfway through. She had overestimated him. So, she spoke if you want to regret it. It's not too late. Up ahead is the hellish slaughterhouse, and the people there are even more terrifying than here. Su Shang's eyes were devoid of any emotion, and she disdainfully said, "Regret? Just based on this trash that could be easily slaughtered with bare hands?" Su Shang's 9 Heart Blood Lotus Martial Soul requires more blood and souls, and this narrow place, with no rules to restrict it, is an excellent breeding ground, isn't it? Moreover, he has recently felt that his 9 Heart Blood Lotus has absorbed a large amount of blood and souls, faintly showing signs of evolution. Upon hearing this, the woman in black could no longer suppress her emotions and laughed, bending her slender waist and covering her mouth. Man, are you joking? There are so many people here. Each one has experienced hellish slaughter matches. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Sheng had already condensed the ice rose sword in his hand. The icy blue sword tip floated with a rose-like chill, as if praying for everyone present. The woman in black, who thought Su Sheng was joking, stopped smiling upon seeing his actions, her face gradually filled with astonishment. You can't really be planning to kill your way through, right? However, no one answered her. Only a slender and graceful figure continued to wield the ice rose sword, approaching forward like a god of death. With every swing of the sword, a living life was reaped. Those who approached Su Sheng could only scream and howl in despair. Under the terrifying slashes of the ice rose sword, they had no power to resist and turned into lifeless corpses, which Su Sheng quietly consumed with a 9 Heart Blood Lotus. The extreme coldness enveloped the entire passage in layers of light frost. In this dark place, wisps of light white snow continuously floated down from the sky, landing on Su Sheng's long hair, adding a touch of cold sharpness. Of course, this could not stop his desire for slaughter. The black-clad woman, who stood dumbfounded in place, was completely stunned, her throat choked to the point of not making a sound. Only when she looked at the bloody corpses on the ground did she realize she was not dreaming. This man really intended to slaughter everyone on this path. Moreover, he indeed possessed this terrifying ability. These survivors from the hellish slaughter matches could not last more than 5 seconds under Su Sheng's hands before turning into cold corpses. She thought to herself that perhaps this person could become the new god of death, with a great chance of leading her out of the hellish slaughter arena. After an unknown amount of time, Su Sheng finally retracted the ice rose sword into his body. Behind him, in the place where wind and snow flew, lay countless lifeless corpses. Su Sheng had long lost track of how much time had passed and how many people he had killed. The only thing he was fixated on was the mechanical swinging of the ice rose sword in his hand, taking the lives of everyone. Su Sheng's cold pupils looked at the woman in black behind him, and he calmly said, "Take me to the Hell Slaughterhouse." He initially thought that the end of this path would lead to the Hell Slaughterhouse, but it was not the case. This passage was merely an inconspicuous route to the vast inner city. The true appearance of the inner city was even close to that of the astonishingly large city of Soto. The woman in black's words had begun to become somewhat intermittent, as the pressure Su Sheng exerted on her was too great. This handsome man before her had expressionlessly slaughtered hundreds of people. Just as he had said, the people here were nothing more than the scum he could kill at will. The woman in black hurriedly nodded. Yes, the Hell Slaughterhouse is right there. She pointed to a nearby wall, which was a wide, circular building made of black material. Even here, various noisy sounds could still be faintly heard coming from within. Su Sheng's cold eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. How could they be this close? In fact, it wasn't that they were close, but rather that the hellish killing field was so vast that it made everything seem near regardless of distance. Soon, the two reached the outskirts of the hellish killing field, revealing its true shape, an irregular cone, widest at the bottom and narrowing as it rose. Su Sheng's expression was extremely cold. What are the rules here? The woman in black patiently explained that the rules of the Hell Slaughter Arena are very simple. After entering, you register with your own identity card. However, since you don't have an identity card, you need me to accompany you. After that, it's just a matter of waiting for the match to begin. During the waiting period, no one is allowed to make a move. Each group entering the slaughter arena consists of 10 people, but only one person will definitely come out alive. Su Sheng, thou win. Only 9 can be killed at a time. How long will it take for me to win the championship? He didn't intend to spend a lot of time in the city of slaughter. If he could finish quickly, he naturally didn't want to drag it out. The woman in black pondered for a moment, calculating the possibilities in her mind. If it goes slowly, it might take a year, but if there are more battles, perhaps he could win a championship in 2 or 3 months. Chapter 77. The Thoughts of the Woman in Black. Su Sheng, thou win. Half a year, or even a year, was completely a waste of his time. It seemed he needed to come up with a way to increase the number of people killed in one go. The two slowly walked into the Hell Slaughter Arena, where they were greeted by a simple circular center, the place for the killings, while the surrounding stands spiraled upwards in layers, resembling the structure of an ordinary Grand Soul fighting arena. Su Sheng looked at the woman in black beside her and said, "Please help me register." The woman's expression showed a hint of apology as she replied, "I'm sorry, but to participate in the Hell Killing Arena, you must first contribute a Bloody Mary. Otherwise, You cannot register. When she had slaughtered those people earlier, she felt a bit annoyed with herself for not collecting some in advance. Even for herself, the opportunity to obtain a Bloody Mary was very rare. It could be said that each Bloody Mary is extremely precious, yet its use is very cheap. Su Sheng coldly smiled. I remember you said before that one cannot act during the waiting period, which means it's okay to act after the match is over, right? The woman in black was stunned for a moment and instinctively replied, yes, if someone dies after the match ends, no one will pursue it. Very good. Su Sheng's lips silently curled up. Bloody Mary, as long as the people in the city of slaughter are not completely dead, there will be as many as needed. For example, Su Sheng's gaze was fixed on the only strong man who survived in the center of the slaughter arena below. Then, he slowly walked out of the slaughter arena with a wolf-toothed club in his left hand and a Bloody Mary in his right hand. It seemed he was also extremely wary of those who wanted to take advantage of him right after he finished fighting in the slaughter arena. After Su Sheng's cold gaze locked onto him, she slowly walked towards him. The muscular man raised his eyes, and when he saw Su Sheng approaching, he tightened his grip on the wolf-toothed club in his right hand. If Su Sheng made a move against him, he would retaliate without hesitation. Su Sheng stopped 1 meter away from him, cold words spilling from his lips. Leave your Bloody Mary and get lost. There was no trace of regard for the burly man in his tone. The burly man stared at Su Sheng, who exuded an air of coldness. And beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. What was wrong with this kid? He had somehow made him break into a cold sweat, and his heart seemed to be racing. However, he couldn't afford to lose his momentum. So he gritted his teeth, raised his mace, aimed it at Su Sheng, and shouted angrily, Kid, are you looking for death? Yet his gaze slightly shifted back and happened to catch sight of the woman in black behind Su Sheng. This woman only appeared when new arrivals were around, which meant that the person in front of him should be a rookie. He secretly sneered, thinking, so it's just a newbie. Although I can't take the initiative to attack, this kid's provocative words won't be protected. Su Sheng's eyes showed no emotional fluctuations. Seemingly uninterested in engaging, the burly man scoffed and said, Kid, you just entered the hellish killing field, right? Let me, before he could finish, Su Sheng, whose figure vanished like a ghost, appeared instantly in front of the burly man. The latter stared at the approaching Su Sheng, his pupils suddenly constricting. Just as he was about to swing his spiked club, he felt a tearing pain in his chest, and everything went black as he lost consciousness and collapsed. Su Sheng quickly caught the falling Bloody Mary with his left hand, and with a slight squeeze of his right hand, something pulsating in his palm suddenly exploded. Scarlet liquid splattered across the ground, creating several layers of red. Without even glancing at the fallen strongman, he handed the Bloody Mary to the woman in black. He shook his hand, which was dripping with blood, and asked, Can you sign me up now? The woman's face inexplicably flushed red, and she hurriedly took the Bloody Mary to register for him. After handing the Bloody Mary to the registrar, she lowered her head, feeling delighted that although this man was terrifying, he was so domineering. Having stayed in the city of slaughter for so long, her mindset had become quite indifferent. Yet today, it was the first time she encountered a man who stirred her heart so much. In terms of both strength and looks, he was top-notch. However, the registrar in front of her had an extremely displeased expression, pushing the Bloody Mary back and saying, Sir, registration requires proof and a number. What you're doing now is putting me in a difficult position, isn't it? If you register now, won't you be the one suffering? That's a rule set by the king of slaughter himself, and anyone who violates it might just become a new Bloody Mary. No one had ever registered without a number in the hell-killing arena. That would be against the rules. Seeing her fantasy interrupted by this person, the woman in black's eyes turned cold as she ordered, No more nonsense. I will personally report this matter to the king of slaughter. You just need to comply. The registrar hesitated for a long time before pleading. Then please, sir, you must report truthfully. The woman in black nodded and urged, Yes, hurry up and register. The more ruthless the opponent, the better. She needed to see for herself whether Su Sheng's strength could meet her expectations. After recording some information, the registrar asked, Yes, sir. What is this registrant's nickname? Registrants are named by their numbers, and since Su Sheng didn't have a number, he needed to come up with a nickname. The woman in black thought for a moment and said lightly, Let's call him Cold Sword. The sword in his hand, that shimmered with rose ripples, must be his martial soul, so it was simpler to just call him Cold Sword. The registrar's mouth twitched a few times before nodding. Cold Sword? All right, registration is complete. He will be matched with some very ruthless opponents, and the time is for the next match. He couldn't help but feel some sympathy for Su Sheng. Others were protected, yet this guy was facing such blatant targeting. He feared that in the next match, the newbie would already be dead on the killing field. The woman in black casually responded before walking towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng glanced at her and asked, "Are you done?" The woman in black nodded and reminded her, "Since you didn't get a number before, we gave you the nickname Cold Sword. I hope you don't mind." Su Sheng simply replied casually, seemingly aware that she was quite special. While others were just assigned numerical codes, she still had a name. This unique distinction would surely attract the attention of the King of Slaughter, wouldn't it? The woman in black pressed her thin lips together and added, "Moreover, the opponents I've chosen for you are all those who have survived many rounds in the hellish slaughter matches. Each one should not be underestimated." Su Sheng stared at her, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. It seemed that what she meant by that was quite profound. Chapter 78. Now, how about you compensate me properly? The woman in black tried to ask, "Can you tell me your name?" As soon as she asked, she felt a chill sweep over her back, causing her body to involuntarily shiver. Su Sheng's cold gaze scrutinized her concealed face, and his eyes sparkled with a hint of interest. Although he didn't understand this woman's thoughts about him, perhaps he could take advantage of the situation. He casually spoke, "Su Sheng." Upon hearing her name from Su Sheng's lips, the woman in black tried to soften her smile as much as possible. "Su Sheng? That's a lovely name. Can I call you that from now on?" Su Sheng sneered in response and retorted, "Are you so sure I can survive? In the city of slaughter, there isn't a single person who is clean, including those women who seem soft on the outside, but might already be calculating against you deep down." The woman in black was momentarily taken aback by Su Sheng's ruthless words. After a while, she regained her composure and slowly said, "Su Sheng, I believe in your strength. They're just a piece of cake for you." Su Sheng glanced at her again before turning his gaze to the center of the slaughter arena. Soon, a loud voice echoed throughout the hellish slaughter ground, announcing that the next round of hellish slaughter was about to begin. Contestants numbered 3074 and 2035, Han Jian, quickly entered the slaughter arena. The spectators from the inner city of the City of Slaughter erupted in excitement, waving their hands and shouting, "3074, kill them, kill them. 2043, crush their heads with your hammer. 2960, slice off their heads." What is this Han Jian? Is he also a slayer? Why doesn't he have a number? A man with a pale face squinted his eyes, puzzled. Another woman quietly licked her alluring lips, pleased as she remarked, "This is the first time someone has a nickname instead of a number. Could it be that this guy is so powerful that a number can't record him? Who cares about Han Jian? Just kill." The eyes of everyone howling here were filled with desire and bloodlust, completely lost in the thrill of slaughter. These people had become fallen, viewing killing or watching others kill as everything, abandoning all emotions. Su Sheng extended his palm, and the ice rose sword appeared in his hand, emanating a chilling aura as he walked down. The other 9 participants of the hell killing field had already arrived below, and upon seeing Su Sheng, who came last, their eyes filled with vigilance. Among the 9, 8 were muscular men, while the other was a woman, her face showing signs of fear, especially with traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. The woman's gaze turned somewhat sinister as she looked at Su Sheng. Su Sheng slowly stopped, inserting the ice rose sword into the ground, creating an area around him filled with an extreme chill. The male voice reappeared, announcing that the hellish killing match was about to begin, urging them to use their weapons and take lives at will. In an instant, the 8 burly men, except for Su Sheng, revealed their murderous intent as they looked at the terrified woman, seeing that they intended to eliminate her first. She immediately turned her gaze to Su Sheng and hurried over. As just one woman, she certainly couldn't survive. Standing in front of Su Sheng, she anxiously called out, "Answer guy, save me. They want to kill me. If you save me, this body of mine will be yours. You can do whatever you want." After saying this, the woman pretended to be shy and pulled apart her thin, gauzy clothing, revealing her tender skin and hinting at her alluring figure. It must be said that the woman's appearance and figure were indeed extremely hot, making her a rare beauty even in the outside world. The 8 men in front of them began to sneer. "Woman, you can't be out of your mind, right? Ha, little beauty. We'll kill him first, and then enjoy torturing you slowly. Just look at those smooth little hands. I really want to take a bite. Ha. Of course, despite the apparent unity of the 8 men now, their bloody fangs would only be revealed after eliminating the weakest. Noticing that Su Sheng had not spoken for a long time, the woman's expression began to genuinely panic. She anxiously thought, why isn't he reacting? Could it be that he's scared silly? She couldn't believe that there was a man who wasn't interested in her beautiful body, which was precisely her capital and means of survival in the City of Slaughter. Su Sheng glanced at her delicate figure and slowly asked, "What you just said is true. Seeing Su Shang's assessing gaze, the woman knew she had succeeded. Indeed, men are creatures who think with their lower bodies. So, her expression became even more pitiful as she said, "It's true. As long as you can let me live, whether it's my body or my life, I am willing to offer it to you." Su Shang coldly replied with a good, then pulled the ice rose sword from the ground. A chilling and terrifying killing intent swept over the other 8 strong men. In the next moment, Su Shang charged forward with both the sword and his body, decapitating one of them before they could react. The others, witnessing Su Shang's terrifying strength, tightened their grips on their weapons and rushed towards him. "Quick, let's kill him together. We have to kill him. Otherwise, we won't survive." They swung their weapons at Su Shang from all directions. However, little did they know that under Su Shang's powerful mental force, their movements were as slow as a tortoise. Su Shang held the ice rose sword in one hand and horizontally blocked an attack, then fluidly repelled it several dozen steps back. The killing intent on Su Shang grew stronger as he, "Is this all you can do? Then you have no value in existing." After that, it was nothing but a blatant massacre. Countless severed limbs flew about, and hot crimson liquid flowed everywhere. The seemingly weak woman behind him was utterly stunned, her gaze foolishly fixed on the terrifying man before her, who resembled a god of death. After Su Shang dispatched the person in front of him with a single strike, he slowly turned around, his cold gaze fixed on the woman. She hurriedly snapped out of her daze and rushed toward Su Shang, her face tear-streaked and looking pitiful, evoking sympathy. She wiped her tears and looked gratefully at Su Shang. Then, with a flushed face, she said, "Thank you for saving me. From now on, my body and soul belong to you, even if you desire it." This man was simply too terrifying. She had to make him put down his sword first, and then strike for the kill. Su Shang's lips quietly curled up as he slowly put down the ice rose sword. He was completely stunned, angrily thinking, "What? Is this man crazy? He actually plans to do it here." There are at least thousands of people watching in the stands. Chapter 79. The summons of the King of Slaughter. Feeling the woman's delicate body trembling, Su Shang suddenly stopped his movements, frowned in displeasure, and asked, You don't want to?" He wanted to see how long this woman could keep up the act. He was afraid that even a woman wouldn't be able to bear it, right? Seeing Su Shang stop, the woman felt a sense of relief in her heart. No matter how promiscuous she was, she couldn't possibly do it in front of a large crowd. The woman tightened her grip on Su Shang's hands, then leaned close to him and gently whispered, "There are too many people here. Let's go outside to talk." After saying that, she gently kissed Su Shang's cheek like a dragonfly touching the water. Su Shang felt a cool and tender sensation on his cheek, causing his gaze to chill slightly. In the next moment, he could feel the spot where the woman had kissed him beginning to go numb. He secretly thought, "Poison?" This woman even applied it to her lips. Seeing Su Shang's pupils constrict, the woman knew her poison was taking effect. She no longer concealed herself, her face breaking into an endless cold smile as she gently reached out to caress Su Shang's icy face, softly saying, "Don't move. This poison can kill even a soul emperor. If you move, it will accelerate your blood flow and lead to a quicker death." She secretly thought, such a handsome and powerful young man, it would be a pity to kill him. It would be great if he could be trained to be a male pet. Su Shang's expression was calm as he said, "I didn't expect you to have poison on your lips as well." Poison? What a joke. If something as trivial as this could kill a titled Douluo, that would be ridiculous. The woman leaned in again, silently kissed Su Shang's cheek, then took out a sharp dagger from her pants, tossing it playfully with a smile. "All right, handsome, if you have any last words, hurry up and say them. I've reached my limit, and I really want to cut your face piece by piece." If she weren't afraid of the poison wearing off, she would love to slice Su Shang's skin off bit by bit. That sensation would surely be unforgettable for her. Su Shang moved her body slightly and said calmly, "Your poison is quite good. It made my cheeks numb for a bit." This scene directly stunned the woman, causing her to step back in disbelief and shout, "What? Why? Why are you still able to move?" In her heart, she anxiously thought, "Is it possible that I used too little poison? No way. That absolutely can't be." "Su Shang, didn't you just say it was effective against a soul emperor?" She muttered, "What? Could it be that your soul power level has already reached above the soul emperor? How is that possible? You're clearly still so young." Then, it seemed she realized her situation and looked at Su Shang with pleading eyes. Her delicate body trembled, and she fearfully said, "Please, let me go. By the way, didn't you want my body? I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Even now it's fine." After saying this, she hurriedly took off the sheer garment that wrapped around her perfect body. The beautiful sight of her entire figure was laid bare before everyone in the stands. At this moment, she no longer cared about her dignity. As long as she could survive, that was enough. After doing all this, she forced a smile and said to Su Sheng, "You are a man. You must want this very much, right? As long as you let me go, we can experience ecstasy together right now." Su Sheng said, "Hello." The woman's face suddenly brightened, but the next moment, her pupils constricted sharply. A sound of a sword being drawn echoed. The light in the woman's eyes quickly dimmed as she fell into a pool of blood. Her heart pierced by the ice rose sword, her face filled with despair. "With someone like you, it's better to wait for the next life," Su Sheng said as he turned his back and elegantly left the center of the hellish slaughter arena, holding the ice rose sword. A passionate voice rang out. "The winner of this hellish slaughter competition is Han Jian." Upon hearing this voice, the spectators in the stands gasped in disbelief. What? That man just now was Han Jian? No wonder he didn't have a number. He was able to kill 9 opponents all by himself. Truly terrifying. With such strength, he could easily contend for the championship, right? Very well, Han Jian, I want your head. As Su Sheng left, no one dared to attack him. It seemed they were wary of Su Sheng's terrifying strength. "Su Sheng, congratulations on winning the first match of the hellish slaughter competition," said a woman in black, smiling as she congratulated him. She was indeed not mistaken. Su Sheng's abilities even had the potential to compete for the championship of the hellish slaughter competition. The other participants, specially chosen for him, ranked relatively high, couldn't even last a few minutes against Su Sheng. This level of strength made her even more resolute in her choice deep inside. Su Sheng glanced indifferently at the woman in black and said, "Aren't you leaving? You should know that I no longer need you." Upon hearing these words, the woman in black furrowed her brows and began to ponder. However, she maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Su Sheng, your situation is very special. If I don't personally vouch for you, you won't be able to participate in the hell-killing competition. So, I may be following you for a while." Although she didn't understand why. This man's goal was the hell-killing competition, and he couldn't sign up without her. Su Sheng was too lazy to expose her naive thoughts and coldly said, "If that's the case, please go and sign me up for the next event." He still needed this woman for some matters, so temporarily having her follow him was more beneficial than harmful. The woman in black looked worried and asked, "Aren't you going to rest for a bit?" Of course. She wasn't concerned about Su Sheng. Rather, if the latter were to die, her own goals would be unattainable. Perhaps she would have to stay in this hellish place for the rest of her life. Su Sheng's words began to show impatience, as he coldly said, "It was unnecessary." Seeing that Su Sheng was unwilling, the woman in black had no choice but to give up. She turned around to sign Su Sheng up for the hell-killing competition. In the following 3 days, Su Sheng continuously participated in the hell-killing arena, and his reputation had already spread throughout the inner city of the City of Slaughter. He participated in 54 matches and won all 54. His ranking in the hell-killing competition had reached second place, just a few matches away from first. As Su Sheng walked out of the hell-killing arena, he immediately noticed the woman in black beside him, her face showing discomfort. Su Sheng wiped the blood stain on her cheek and said lightly, "Sally, what happened?" In these past few days, Su Sheng only knew that her name was Sally. Sally hesitated and said, "Su Sheng, your ranking has advanced too quickly in the past 3 days, which has attracted the attention of the King of Slaughter. So, I was asked to guide you." Su Sheng's eyes turned cold as he silently thought, "The King of Slaughter? This speed is faster than expected." He originally thought it would be delayed for a while, but it seems the King of Slaughter couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 80, The Wrath of the Ice Rose. Su Sheng took a deep breath. The King of Slaughter, Tang Chun, was a level 99 ultimate Douluo. There was a full 6-level difference in soul power between them, and the gap between each level of title Douluo was immense. Therefore, just the thought of facing such a terrifying figure made even Su Sheng feel a bit nervous. Even though he wielded the Ice Rose sword and possessed 8 red and 1 gold terrifying soul rings, could he really defeat him? After slowly shaking his head, Su Sheng looked at the silent Sally beside him and asked if they should go now. Sally, with a troubled expression, nodded. Yes. She was unsure why the King of Slaughter had specifically summoned Su Sheng, as such a situation had never occurred before. Every appearance of the King of Slaughter was linked to someone achieving 100 victories in the Hell Slaughter arena. He personally opened the path to hell for them, and as long as they passed through, they could leave the City of Slaughter. Moreover, it was said that they would gain the recognition of the God of Slaughter upon leaving. Now, suddenly summoning Su Sheng, it seemed that things were not that simple. Su Sheng calmly retracted the Ice Rose sword and said coldly, Then let's go. Take me to meet this king of slaughter. Seeing that Su Sheng was determined, Sally hurriedly reminded her, if you talk to the king of slaughter alone, you must be careful at that time. It is said that his emotions are often unpredictable. Su Sheng's cold eyes reflected the concern on her face, and she understood. Let's go. Sally bit her thin lips, sighed, and then led the way for Su Sheng. After sending Su Sheng to the 3rd level of the Hell Killing Grounds, Sally knew she couldn't follow her up, because above the 4th level, there were many black-armored warriors guarding it, even more than all the black-armored warriors in other places of the Killing City combined. This is also why the King of Killing is at the very top of the Hell Killing Grounds, symbolizing that he is the king of the Killing City. It also allows him to observe the battles of everyone within the Hell Killing Grounds. Sally lowered her head apologetically and said, I'm sorry, Su Sheng. With my identity, I can only go this far. You will have to go up alone from here. Su Sheng glanced at her and replied with a simple then continued to walk towards the higher floors without changing his expression. After Su Sheng left, Sally looked at his back, a hint of sadness in the corners of her eyes, and murmured, Su Sheng, you must come back alive otherwise. He was her last straw for escaping the city of bloodshed. If he died, she would truly never be able to leave the city of bloodshed. As Su Sheng stepped into the 4th layer, he felt a chilling aura emanating from ahead. After taking a few more steps forward, he suddenly came face to face with a group of black-armored warriors holding sharp, long spears. One of the black-armored warriors was the first to notice Su Sheng approaching, raised his spear, and coldly shouted, Halt! Who are you? You cannot trespass here. Su Sheng's calm gaze swept over the few of them. He didn't expect that on just the 4th floor, there would be 3 Soul Kings and 1 Soul Emperor stationed there. Su Sheng replied coldly, Cold sword. The other black-armored warriors also reacted, angrily shouting, What cold sword? Hurry up and leave. This is not a place for you. If you don't leave now, you will be killed without mercy. The last black-armored warrior showed a thoughtful expression. Wait, cold sword? Is this the guy who participated in the Hell Killing competition and won all 54 matches, ranking 2nd? Su Sheng's cold pupils flickered with a hint of intense killing intent. It was the King of Slaughter who sent me here. Do you also want to stop me? As soon as Su Sheng's words fell, they were collectively denied by the 4 black-armored warriors. Impossible. The King of Slaughter has never summoned anyone on purpose. Cold sword. Even if you're the 2nd place in the Hell Slaughter competition, please leave quickly, or don't blame us for being merciless. What exactly is your purpose in coming here? Seeing this, Su Sheng squinted his eyes. He originally thought that saying this would make the black-armored warriors retreat automatically, but it seemed that this was not the case. If what Sally said about the King of Slaughter summoning him was true, then what was the intention behind it? Why were they still standing there? Were they really going to intrude here? Han Jian, considering your 54 victories, retreat quickly. The surrounding black-armored warriors saw that Su Sheng did not move and all raised their long spears and shields, pointing them directly at him. Su Sheng's expression changed slightly, as if he sensed something. Then, a chilling long sword slowly appeared in his hand, and a curve involuntarily formed at the corner of his mouth as he fixed his gaze on the black-armored warriors. Perhaps, I roughly understand his thoughts now. The 4 black-armored warriors saw that Su Sheng had drawn his sword and immediately tightened their grips on their long spears and charged forward. Beneath Su Sheng's feet, 8 scarlet 10,000-year soul rings and 1 golden million-year soul ring suddenly appeared. At that moment, it felt as if the entire space was trembling because of Su Sheng. He raised his sword and calmly said, First soul skill, Rage of the Ice Rose. The first 100,000-year soul ring beneath Su Sheng's feet lit up. Around him, the chilling ice roses burst forth in a dazzling bloom, and the ground within a 10-meter radius was instantly solidified into extremely thick frozen earth. The black-armored warriors immediately halted their movements, staring in shock at the 9 soul rings beneath Su Sheng's feet that filled him with despair. One of them took a few steps back and exclaimed, What? Why can he use soul skills? Another one, his face filled with despair, realized, This guy is actually a titled Douluo, and he possesses 800,000-year soul rings. How is that even possible? Run, run. The black-armored knight at the back suddenly noticed 5 soul rings appearing beneath his feet and exclaimed in astonishment, It seems we can also use soul skills. The black-armored warrior at the front gritted his teeth and said, Since that's the case, let's fight him head-on. 5th soul skill. Consequently, everyone unleashed their strongest soul skills and charged towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng cast a cold glance at the 4 black-armored warriors using soul skills, then directly ignored them and slowly walked towards the passage leading to the upper levels. The black-armored warriors felt a surge of joy, thinking it was a good opportunity. Even a titled Douluo should not ignore us like this. Before they could rejoice for a few seconds, the legs of these 4 individuals within 10 meters of Su Sheng began to freeze, rapidly spreading to other parts of their bodies. In less than 3 seconds, 4 ice sculptures that resembled artworks emerged, their faces filled with fear and despair, adorned with ice roses climbing on them, creating a striking artistic effect. These 4 black-armored warriors would never know what had happened to them before they died. Su Sheng's lips curled slightly as he walked calmly towards the passage leading to the upper levels. Chapter 81. Breaking through level 94. Subsequently, Su Sheng, relying solely on the first soul skill of the Ice Rose Sword's 100,000-year soul ring, directly ascended to the highest level of the hell-killing fields. During this time, all the black-armored warriors he encountered were turned into ice sculptures without any defense. Among the black-armored warriors, there were not a few powerful beings at the soul Douluo level, holding the Ice Rose Sword in his right hand. Su Sheng stepped over the ice sculptures formed from the bodies of 2 soul Douluo. He raised his gaze slightly, looking at the passage ahead, where the stench of blood and the murderous intent had become so thick it seemed ready to swallow a person whole. Su Sheng's cold eyes showed no sign of fluctuation as he calmly walked in. The despairing killing intent and the smell of blood that should have been overwhelming instead excited him. He walked along the dark path and finally saw a few rays of bright dawn. In front of Su Sheng was an open-air balcony, surrounded by seemingly normal objects. One could easily see the movements of the hellish slaughterhouse below through the window. However, what made Su Sheng most apprehensive was the figure before him. With a bony hand holding a Bloody Mary, savoring it in solitude, the old man who had his back turned to him. It was none other than the king of the entire city of slaughter, Tang Chun. He was also Tang Hao's grandfather and Tang San's great-grandfather, a monstrous powerhouse who had lived for nearly 2 centuries. After Su Sheng gazed at him for a few seconds, Tang Chun slowly put down the wine glass in his hand and spoke leisurely, "Welcome to the city of slaughter." Su Sheng raised her eyebrows slightly. "Oh, is it a bit too late to say that now?" Tang Chun laughed recklessly for a moment, then turned around, his bloodshot eyes fixed tightly on Su Sheng. His face, so withered that it was hard to recognize, seemed to indicate that his life was about to run out. Tang Chun pointed to the seat opposite him with a bony finger and said ominously, "You're quite interesting. Sit down." Su Sheng didn't ask much and sat down opposite Tang Chun with a face full of indifference. The latter picked up the Bloody Mary again, gently shook it a couple of times, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Kid, your cultivation should have reached the level of a titled Douluo. Can you tell me why you've come to my city of slaughter?" Facing Tang Chun's question, Su Sheng couldn't help but ponder in his heart. The current Tang Chun seemed quite rational. At least, he was not detached from the concept of humanity. He was nothing like the original character, who was blinded by the murderous intent and desire brought on by the Bloody Mary. Su Sheng replied coldly, "For the god of killing domain." Tang Chun laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke, not hiding his amusement as he burst into laughter. "Huh, the god of killing domain. Does that thing even have any effect on you?" As he spoke the latter half of his sentence, his tone gradually turned cold. Su Sheng glanced at him and calmly said, "As the king of slaughter, whether you believe it or not, this is my answer." Tang Chun, whose pupils glowed with a blood-red light, slammed the table, and the terrifying physical strength directly shattered it into a pile of dust. 2 glasses filled with Bloody Mary fell to the ground, and the crimson liquid flowed out in streams. "Are you so sure I won't make a move against you?" An unparalleled, terrifying pressure of level 99 erupted from his body, directly crashing onto Su Sheng. Su Sheng, who was hit by this pressure, suddenly darkened his expression. Despite the attribute enhancement from the 9 terrifying soul rings of his second martial soul, he found it somewhat difficult to face this pressure. Seeing that Su Sheng had not been crushed into pieces, Tang Chun was quite surprised and said, "Oh, kid, you actually didn't get crushed by my pressure." Tang Chun had already revealed his killing intent, and he originally intended to crush Su Sheng, but he never expected the latter to withstand it. It should be noted that even a super Douluo would not be able to withstand his pressure for more than a few seconds, which shows the huge gap between a level 99 ultimate Douluo and those below it. In contrast to Tang Chun, Su Sheng completely shifted his focus away from him. Not only did this pressure not shatter Su Sheng, but it also completely broke through his level 93 bottleneck, reaching level 94. Just one level away, and his soul power level would reach Super Douluo. At this moment, although the pressure from Tang Chun was still heavy, It no longer carried the terrifying sense of being in a deep abyss as before. If he could cultivate under this pressure, his cultivation speed would likely be 3 to 5 times faster than usual. Seeing Su Shang's soul power fluctuations rise to a new level, Tang Chun was astonished and said, "Good kid, I intended for this pressure to kill you, and yet you dare to use it to break through." He gradually developed a strong interest in Su Shang. How did this kid withstand my pressure? How did this kid achieve title Douluo at such a young age? This kid feels very much like my fearless self back in the day. This series of questions made him temporarily retract his intention to kill Su Shang. After all, it was rare for someone to pique his interest like this. Su Shang reopened his eyes, his gaze fixed on Tang Chun without fear. He coldly said, "Aren't you going to make a move to kill me?" He had clearly sensed Tang Chen's intent to kill him earlier, but now he had not made a move, which left him somewhat bewildered. Tang Chen's blood-red gaze shifted away from Su Shang as he said lightly, "You, kid, have an interesting mysterious aura about you. I won't kill you for now, but I can't let you leave this city of slaughter." He thought that whenever this kid no longer piqued his interest, it wouldn't be too late to kill him then. Su Shang's pupils constricted, and the coldness in his gaze revealed endless killing intent as he asked, "What do you mean by this, raising me like a pet?" Tang Chen's words were clearly a blatant intention to keep him around until he revealed the secrets that made him interesting, and then kill him. "Tang Chen non comita ziplit." What's wrong, kid? Shouldn't you feel fortunate to be able to live a few more days? Su Shang's hand wielded the ice rose sword, and with a cold smile, he said, "Are you so sure that I won't pose a threat to you? Even if he is a level 99 limit Douluo, I still have ways to kill him." Tang Chun, sitting on the sofa, cast a glance at the long sword in Su Shang's hand that was emanating a chill, but found himself unable to move. Slightly surprised, he remarked, "The offensive power of this sword is actually stronger than the Haotian Hammer. I'm afraid it has already reached the level of a divine weapon." Su Shang snorted coldly. And 8 scarlet soul rings along with 1 golden soul rings slowly appeared beneath his feet. Upon seeing this scene, Tang Chun could no longer sit still. He abruptly stood up and stared intently at the 9 soul rings hovering under Su Shang's feet. In shock, he exclaimed, "What is this? 800,000-year soul rings and 1,000,000-year soul ring. Kid, these 9 soul rings of yours, they can't possibly be divine soul rings, right? The soul ring ratio of this kid is simply impossible to obtain normally. The only explanation is that they are divine soul rings." Chapter 82. Reaching an agreement, Su Shang raised the ice rose sword and pointed it at Tang Chun, coldly saying, "So what if I have it? So what if I don't?" The 9 terrifying soul rings beneath his feet were attached when his martial soul awakened. Generally speaking, normal divine granted soul rings require one to first obtain divine favor, but he had not, so they should be considered pseudo-divine granted soul rings. The crimson in Tang Chen's eyes faded slightly, turning into a pair of seemingly murky eyes. He pondered silently that since this kid had obtained a divine granted soul ring, it meant that someone in the divine realm valued him. This kid might not be so easy to kill after all. Moreover, with this kid's strength, fighting him would likely accelerate his own impending death. He was well aware that his body was gradually being permeated by the killing intent and the toxins contained in the Bloody Mary. The reason he continued to drink Bloody Mary was that, aside from its strong addictive nature, it could temporarily suppress his desire for slaughter. Otherwise, with his terrifying strength as a limit Douluo, if he left the city of slaughter, there would likely be very few people outside who could stop him. Su Shang did not answer, and coldly said that the first soul skill, the ice rose sword in his hand, emitted a sky-blue glow. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Tang Chen's words, who looked very kindly and said, "Kid, I'm already this old, so I won't fight with you." Su Shang frowned upon hearing this, stopped using his soul skills, and thought, what on earth is Tang Chen up to? He was previously the king of slaughter who ruled the city of slaughter and was quick to kill. Now, in the blink of an eye, he has turned into a seemingly kind old man. It's truly perplexing. Su Shang stared at Tang Chen's kind face and questioned, "What exactly do you want to do?" Tang Chen's murky eyes, seeing the confusion on Su Shang's face, smiled and said, "Don't worry, after drinking the Bloody Mary, I won't be controlled by the desire for killing for the time being." Su Shang asked straightforwardly, "In that case, can I leave through the Hell Road?" Tang Chen, extremely unstable, now appeared amiable, but if he were to be controlled by the desire for slaughter again. Tang Chun let out a couple of hearty laughs, looking less like a killer and more cheerful. "Of course you can, but after just now, when you were under my pressure, you should be able to feel the speed of your soul power increasing, right?" He believed Su Sheng would not miss this opportunity to cultivate under his pressure. Su Sheng's soul power could break through to Super Douluo in just a few months. This was all thanks to the enhancement provided by Su Sheng's second martial soul. If it were someone else, they would likely be crushed to a pulp in an instant, let alone cultivate. Su Sheng pondered for a moment, looking at Tang Chun, trying to read something from his face. Are you saying you will help me cultivate? Could Tang Chun really be so kind to help him? Even so, if he couldn't control his clarity at the moment of his impending breakthrough, the benefits he mentioned were indeed tempting, but the risks were equally high. Tang Chun slowly nodded and stroked his dark beard, saying, "That's right, but I also have conditions. If you can treat my body, which has been eroded by toxins, even just a layer, I will give you an extra fortune." His latter statement was merely to make Su Sheng feel justified in cultivating. After careful consideration, Su Sheng took a deep breath and chose to agree to Tang Chen's request. "All right, I agree to your terms. And I can also tell you that I can treat the toxins accumulated in your body." The terrifying toxins accumulated in Tang Chen's body were indeed untreatable by others. However, it wasn't that he couldn't do it. The Nine Heart Blood Lotus not only had restorative powers, but was also completely immune to toxins. If he absorbed Tang Chen's toxins, it would definitely accelerate the evolution of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus. Considering so many factors, Su Sheng took such a big risk to agree. When Tang Chen heard what Su Sheng said, he merely smiled faintly, not taking it seriously at all. The toxins in his body had been unable to be treated or even alleviated by countless top healing-type soul masters, and a powerful assault-type soul master was even less likely to help. Meanwhile, Sally, who was anxiously waiting on the first level of the Hell Killing Field, was filled with worry. Why hasn't Su Sheng returned? Could it be that he was killed by the King of Slaughter? It had already been 4 hours since Su Sheng entered, and she feared he might be in grave danger. Once this thought emerged, Sally felt the possibility was very high. She bit her thin lips and murmured, "No, I have to go check." After saying that, Sally directly walked to the third level, her gaze fixed on the cold passage ahead, making her shiver involuntarily. Thus, Sally steeled herself for the possibility of being blocked by the black-armored warriors inside and bravely stepped into the passage. After walking through the long and dark passage, Sally covered her mouth in disbelief. Before her eyes, all the black-armored warriors had turned into lifelike ice sculptures, and the roses on the ice sculptures confirmed for Sally that this was indeed Su Sheng's masterpiece. While she was in shock, a figure quietly stood behind her. It was Su Sheng, who had just come down from the top level of the Hell Killing Field. Seeing the figure in front of him staring blankly at the scene, he suddenly said, "Sally, what are you doing here?" Feeling guilty, Sally instinctively took a few steps back upon hearing the man's voice and slowly turned around. She pointed at Su Sheng in surprise, stuttering, "Su Sheng, you aren't dead? I thought you were killed by the King of Slaughter." Su Sheng glanced at her coldly and finished her sentence. "Killed by the King of Slaughter?" Sally remained silent and slowly nodded. Su Sheng turned her back and said, "Let's go, we should head down first. I estimate that new black-armored warriors will arrive to guard soon. The King of Slaughter attacking himself? Don't be ridiculous." After a long conversation with the rational Tang Chun at the top level of the Hell Slaughter arena, it completely shattered his worldview. His impression of Tang Chun had completely changed. Simply put, he was indeed Tang Hao's grandfather, with exactly the same pursuit in finding a partner. Sally nodded and followed Su Sheng's pace. After returning to the first level, Sally asked Su Sheng in confusion, "Did you kill those black-armored warriors? Didn't the King of Slaughter blame you?" In her opinion, Su Sheng's private killing of the black-armored warriors would provoke the wrath of the King of Slaughter. However, it was not the case. Su Sheng not only survived unscathed, but it seemed that the King of Slaughter had no intention of pursuing the matter. Su Sheng glanced at her coldly. "Why are you asking these questions? Did this woman really think that, after staying by her side for 3 or 4 days, she should trust her? That would be too naive. As long as Su Sheng wanted, she could easily erase her without any guilt. This is the reality of the City of Killing." Chapter 83. Hell Road. I, Sally, wanted to speak up but held back, then silently lower my head. Indeed, Su Sheng and she had only known each other for a few days, far from reaching a level of deep trust. Su Sheng glanced at her with indifference. The Hell Road would soon be opened. This was something he specifically asked Tang Chun to activate for him. Having a domain of the god of killing was better than having none. The opening of the Hell Road required the blood sacrifice of countless fallen ones, which meant that when the Hell Road opened, all the fallen ones within the City of Slaughter would be killed and offered as sacrifices by Tang Chun using his unique methods. Although he had to kill so many people, Su Shang felt no disturbance in his heart. After all, everyone who came to the city of slaughter had blood on their hands. Sally was somewhat astonished and asked, "The Hell Road? Su Shang, are you saying you want to challenge the Hell Road?" She remembered that opening the Hell Road required winning 100 victories in the Hell Killing tournament to qualify. Could this be the reason why the King of Killing summoned Su Shang? Su Shang replied indifferently with a simple Sally bit her thin lips, saying this would definitely put Su Shang in a difficult position. But this was the last opportunity. Looking into Su Shang's eyes filled with endless hope, she struggled to say each word. "Su Shang, can you, considering the days I have worked for you in the past 3 or 4 days, take me away from the city of slaughter?" Su Shang's lips curled up as he casually replied, "The premise is that you can survive afterward." Tears streamed down Sally's eyes, and she choked up as she gratefully said, Thank you. If I can get out, I, Sally, am willing to serve you for a lifetime." As long as she could leave the city of slaughter, a place filled with fear at every moment, she could give up freedom or love. However, what did Su Shang mean by survive? Unable to understand, Sally chose to bury this question deep in her heart. Su Shang crossed his arms and closed his eyes in silence. Not long after, during the intense battle in the center of the hellish slaughter arena, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed from all directions. "First, let me congratulate the young cold sword. You have passed my test. Now, you are allowed to come before me, and I will personally open the path to hell for you." As the words fell, a blood-red figure jumped down from the top, revealing himself to be the king of slaughter, Tang Chun. Dressed in a pitch-black cloak, his crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, and then he suddenly clenched his hands, causing several participants in the hellish slaughter match to explode into a mist of blood under his oppressive aura. This horrifying scene instantly made the fallen on the stands recognize that this was indeed the king of their city of slaughter. As if oblivious to his brutal killing of those participating in the hellish slaughter match, they all began to scream recklessly, "King of slaughter! King of slaughter! King of slaughter!" The continuous roars showed no signs of stopping. Su Shang, standing at the outer edge, glanced at the delighted Sally beside him, then calmly walked toward the center of the hellish slaughter arena. When he stepped into the center, right in front of Tang Chun, the cheers erupted again. Cold sword! Open the path to hell! Open the path to hell! King of slaughter! King of slaughter! Now I, the king of slaughter, will grant you the title of slaughter god. I will open the path to hell for you. Rejoice, my subjects!" After Tang Chen's blood-red eyes glanced at Su Shang once more, he slowly spoke to those around him. His words seemed to carry an irresistible charm, causing all the fallen in the hellish slaughter arena to generate endless worship towards him. "King of slaughter! King of slaughter! Cold sword! King of slaughter! King of slaughter!" Su Shang nodded slightly at Tang Chun, signaling him to begin. Tang Chen's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly. Then he spread his bony arms wide. A strong wave of terrifying slaughter erupted instantly, and the cloak behind him rustled in the fierce wind. In the next moment, a thick red mist violently released from behind his cloak, quickly spreading throughout the entire hellish battlefield. It was red mist, a chilling terror that made people tremble. All the fallen were enveloped by this red mist, their eyes suddenly shining with a bloodier glow than ever before, filled with the aura of bloodlust and slaughter. In the next second, they began to madly tear at their own skin with their hands, and some even started to bite their own body parts with their mouths. Suddenly, the entire hellish battlefield turned into a true purgatory, with one life after another falling down. Su Shang's calm gaze turned towards Sally at the edge, only to see the latter's crimson eyes seemingly devoid of any reason, relentlessly pounding against the nearby wall. Su Shang pressed his dry lips together and waved lightly in the direction of Sally. The vines of the Nine Heart Blood Vine, breaking through the ground, wrapped around Sally's body, and then the sharp petals pierced her skin, leaving her in a state of numbness without feeling. At that moment, the blood color in Sally's eyes gradually faded. She looked at Su Shang in the center of the slaughterhouse with a hopeful gaze. The weakened Sally slightly moved the corners of her delicate lips, as if she wanted to say something. Su Shang, observing her actions from afar, clearly understood the two words she was trying to say: "Save me." However, Su Shang, responding to Sally, still only looked at her with cold eyes and made no move. After staring for a while, when Sally saw the emotionless pupils in Su Shang's eyes, the hope in her gaze gradually dimmed. In turn, feeling helpless, she fixed her gaze on Su Shang with a hint of hatred, and her thin lips moved again with difficulty. That was, "I hate you." After completing all this, with blood already oozing from her skin, Sally's beautiful pupils widened in shock before she helplessly collapsed into a pool of blood. And at the moment Sally finally fell, Su Shang felt a hint of guilt for some reason. Taking a deep breath, he coldly said, "I'm sorry. At least I made sure you didn't suffer." Su Shang was very clear about what it meant for Sally to enter the city of slaughter. Knowing this, he chose to remain indifferent. After the endless screams, there were no living fallen ones left in the hellish slaughterhouse, with scattered entrails and severed limbs. The scarlet liquid on the stands flowed like a stream towards the center of the slaughterhouse. It was visible to the naked eye that this blood flowed along a regular path into a strange, blood-accumulating groove. Chapter 84. Snakeskin movement. Suddenly, the groove, having absorbed enough blood, erupted with light, and the bird-like marks engraved on it came to life, as if they possessed a spirit. Its eyes were locked onto Su Shang, and in the next moment, it unleashed a massive spiritual force that enveloped Su Shang entirely, while the latter's spiritual power was instantly crushed before the former. Su Shang's perception of his surroundings began to become extremely blurry, to the point where he couldn't hear any sounds. Suddenly, it seemed he remembered something and exclaimed, "Wait, I remember that in the original story, it wasn't a bird at all, but a bat." As he realized all of this, his body and spiritual power were completely enveloped and cut off from the outside world. Gradually waking up, Su Shang quickly got up and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself standing on a circular platform, the same place where Hu Liena and Tang San had appeared after being devoured. Influenced by the environment, his blood-red eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself, "Is this the road to hell? The powerful suppressive force is forcibly suppressing my martial soul." Just as he got up, he had prepared to unleash his martial soul, which could resonate with him. But it was forcibly suppressed by a force even more terrifying than Tang Chan's. Furthermore, it was just the martial soul. Su Shang could still easily pass through with his physical body, but his spiritual power had been completely sealed. The scenery beyond 5 meters was all a sea of red light, and his current situation was not looking good. Su Shang looked down from the edge of the round platform, only to see a massive pool of blood. He murmured to himself, wondering if this was the blood of all those who had died in the city of slaughter, seemingly preserved here. He then turned around and walked to the narrow path connecting to the platform, taking a deep breath to relax his emotions. His gaze fixed intently on the darkness at the end of the path. If he fell from here, even with his title as a Douluo, he might be devoured by the ferocious beasts and strange creatures lurking below, so he had to be extremely cautious. After coming to this realization, Su Shang took the lead with his left leg, stepping steadily onto the path, followed by his right leg. Once he stood firm, he began to move slowly and rhythmically, feeling his way down the path. Suddenly, a strange hissing sound erupted, causing Su Shang to retract his step cautiously and turn a look in the direction of the sound. Finally, after several scans, he spotted, in the dark corner of the stone tunnel above him, a spider with 8 legs and a hideous appearance. Its crimson gaze was fixed intently on Su Shang, who stood motionless on the path, seemingly waiting for the right moment to strike. Su Shang couldn't help but furrow his brows, his expression darkening. This city of slaughter actually had soul beasts? And if nothing unexpected happened, this spider's cultivation should have already reached 1,000 years. Normally, if Su Shang encountered it, eliminating it would be just a matter of an instant. But now he was on the road of hell. He couldn't use his martial soul skills. His movement was also restricted. While Su Shang was deep in thought, the 1,000-year spider could no longer hold back. It took a step forward with its 8 legs and suddenly spewed out a huge web. It completely regarded Su Shang as a living target. Unable to move, Su Shang could only passively extend his hands, and the incoming web directly wrapped around him completely. Su Shang pretended to struggle as he was entangled in the web. At the same time, he thought to himself that the spider's intelligence was not high, and he should be able to instantly kill it when it got close. Even if he couldn't use his martial soul, the power amplified by the soul ring was enough to deal with this 1,000-year-old spider. The 1,000-year-old spider, seeing Su Shang trapped in the web and struggling, moved its sharp mouth a few times in eagerness but did not choose to approach immediately. Instead, it remained there, using its 8 legs to cling to the stone in the tunnel, continuously observing the struggling Su Shang with its blood-red eyes. After a while, without any reaction, Su Shang slowly turned his head to look and saw the spider standing there like a puppet, showing no intention of coming over. Su Shang's mouth twitched a few times involuntarily. Not falling for it. Since this 1,000-year-old spider isn't taking the bait, there's no need for him to keep acting. He tore off the silk that had entangled him, stood up, and coldly stared at the spider, waiting to see who would crack first. This silk was merely a hindrance to his speed. What did it matter if he moved a bit slower? Su Sheng took a deep look at the thousand-year spider, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth as he continued to move forward, steadily feeling his way along the small path. The spider in the upper corner, seeing Su Sheng start to move, had its blood-red eyes grow even colder and more cunning. It began to slowly crawl along the wall in front of it. With a sudden poof, the thousand-year spider quickly spat out a web aimed at the walking Su Sheng. The web, flying through the air, was about to hit its target when Su Sheng, noticing it, slightly curled his lips in a smirk. He suddenly stepped back, leaning his body a bit, perfectly evading the web's capture. If Su Sheng were still in his original world, he would have exclaimed 2 words upon witnessing such a move: snake-like dodging. The spider in the upper corner, seeing its web miss, displayed a look of confusion in its blood-red eyes. Su Sheng immediately ignored the thousand-year-old spider and continued walking. He secretly thought that if the spider could predict his movements, it would be quite troublesome. Thus, while dodging the webs, Su Sheng walked along the narrow path and had barely completed half the distance. He could just about see the end of the other half of the path. The spider in the upper corner seemed to realize that the webs were ineffective against Su Sheng and began to swiftly move its 8 legs toward him at high speed. Su Sheng looked at the spider in front of him, which seemed unable to contain its murderous intent, and approached without slowing down. He coldly remarked, "So you finally can't hold back? But that's fine. As long as the spider is dealt with, my speed will greatly increase." The thousand-year spider crawled along the wall until it was just 2 meters away from Su Sheng, its mouth gnawing a few times at the corner. The next moment, taking advantage of Su Sheng's momentary distraction, the massive thousand-year spider, which was about 1 meter in size, lunged directly at him. Su Sheng, already prepared, quickly stepped back and then extended his arm to target the spider that had leaped to where he had just been, delivering an elbow strike to its back. The spider, which had endured the fierce blow from Su Sheng, a titled Dou, had its 8 legs instantly shattered under the terrifying force, and 6 of its eyes exploded out of their sockets. Subsequently, the entire body was left with only a bare trunk, grotesquely and helplessly falling towards the pool of blood below. With a splash, it fell into the blood pool, creating a whirlpool that sent blood spraying up to Tuzhong high. Chapter 85. The Dark Gold 3-Headed Bat King after dealing with the thousand-year spider. Su Sheng spent nearly half an hour reaching the end of the path. However, his gaze fell upon the scene before him, illuminated by a red glow. He couldn't help but gasp in shock. He hadn't escaped. He had directly arrived at the enemy's lair. Before Su Sheng was a cave suspended in the air, where at least thousands of densely packed blood-red bats were huddled together. However, seeing that they had not yet been startled awake by him, Su Sheng quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He carefully stepped out, trying to minimize the noise. Suddenly, a creature spiraling in the air emitted an aggressive ultrasonic wave towards Su Sheng's position. With a bang, the attack wave struck the cave, causing faint cracks to spread across the ground. But these small cracks startled all the resting blood-red bats in the cave, and a dark cloud of bats flapped their wings, covering almost half the sky. Hovering in front of these small bats was none other than their king, the Dark Gold 3-Headed Bat King. Its terrifying body did not resemble that of a bat at all, being at least hundreds of times larger than the other bats, so large that Su Sheng doubted whether the cave could even accommodate it. Moreover, this bat had 3 heads, each corner of its eyes glowing with a dark golden light, and its wingspan exceeded 10 meters. Based on the released soul power fluctuations, it was at least 100,000-year soul beast. Su Sheng's pupils contracted a few times as he looked up at the sky, astonished by the thousands of bats. With no martial soul, it was impossible for him to kill them all with bare hands, not to mention the bat sensitivity far exceeding that of other creatures. Moreover, although he was a powerful titled Douluo, the attack of the Dark Gold 3-Headed Bat was ultrasonic. It could completely bypass the body and directly attack his mental strength. Feeling a bit anxious in his heart, he silently pressed his thin lips together, unsure of what to do in the face of so many bats. He definitely couldn't rely on bare hands. The only option was to use external force. If the external force was right, it would be a soul-guiding device. With this thought in mind, Su Sheng's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of light. Although this hellish road suppressed his martial soul, it did not restrict the use of storage soul-guiding devices. After saying this, he quickly opened his storage soul-guiding device and immediately took out a triangular box-like object. At the same time, thousands of small bats, including the Dark Gold 3-Headed Bat King, had already confirmed Su Shang's location through sound waves. With a sudden roar from the latter, countless blood-red small bats opened their mouths, revealing long fangs, and surged towards Su Shang like they craved blood. In a moment of desperation, Su Shang quickly activated the triangular box in his hand, and a thin blue shield enveloped him completely. Those blood-colored bats that collided with the light shield were all bounced away. At this moment, Su Shang continued to check his storage soul guide. However, there wasn't much useful stuff in Su Shang's storage soul guide, but he did manage to find something that could barely be used. That was the crystal, which, when shattered, turned into needle-like shards, hence the name Dragon Whisker Needle. Its attack power could even break through Zhao Wujia's defenses, so it could easily penetrate the defenses of the dark gold bat, three-headed king. Immediately, Su Shang quickly took out the crystal he had purchased from Flander's shop. At the same time, his gaze happened to fall on the ring that was constantly trembling inside the storage soul guide. Su Shang couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Since buying this ring, he had not gained any seemingly useful information apart from noticing that it would produce a buzzing sound. Shaking his head, he noticed that when he casually grabbed the ring, he could vaguely sense that the connection with his first martial soul, the Nine Heart Blood Begonia, had actually strengthened a bit. Su Shang thought he was hallucinating, but after calming down and sensing again, he realized that his connection with the Nine Heart Blood Peach had indeed strengthened. Considering a possible reason, he immediately put on the red ring and attempted to summon the Nine Heart Blood Peach. In the next moment, a scarlet light erupted from the palm of Su Shang's right hand, revealing the Nine Heart Blood Peach. Looking at the martial soul in his hand, Su Shang's eyes narrowed. This ring could actually break some of the restrictions imposed on him in this place. Unfortunately, although he had summoned the martial soul, he still couldn't use soul skills. During Su Shang's brief moment of contemplation, the triangular soul guide's protective shield was already covered in cracks and would soon collapse. Coming back to his senses, Su Shang turned his gaze to the crystal in his left hand and decisively struck it with a punch. Bang! The crystal instantly shattered, scattering around and transforming into countless strands of golden material, which then gradually sharpened into needle-like forms in the air. With a wave of Su Shang's hand, the vines of a Nine Heart Begonia quickly wrapped around all the crystal shards and then handed them to her. The triangular soul guide could no longer sustain itself and shattered into sparkling particles that dispersed. The blood-red bats that had broken the soul guide then turned their gaze towards Su Shang, surging in large numbers once again. Su Shang secretly thought that if his memory was not mistaken, the weakness of these blood-colored bats should be domain-type soul skills. However, at this moment, he couldn't even reveal his soul rings, let alone use domain-type soul skills. Nevertheless, perhaps he could try to materialize his killing intent. Thousands of blood-colored bats had already arrived in front of Su Shang, just a step away from pouncing on him. A massive, nearly tangible, terrifying killing intent began to spread outward from Su Shang. Once these blood-colored bats entered the range of the killing intent, they seemed to encounter something horrific, decisively abandoning Su Shang and frantically howling as they fled from him. These blood-colored bats directly bypassed the dark gold three-headed bat king, who began to roar, seemingly ordering them to continue attacking Su Shang. However, the effect was minimal. These blood-colored bats completely ignored the latter's command and fled backwards as if under the effect of fear. Seeing the blood-colored bats fleeing, the dark gold three-headed bat king angrily roared several times, its pale golden eyes filled with endless killing intent fixated on Su Shang. Without those little bats causing trouble, Su Shang's situation finally became much easier. His gaze, filled with coldness, slightly rose to assess the giant creature flying in the air, and he coldly shouted, "Now, there's only you left, the 100,000-year dark gold three-headed bat king. As long as I can bind this dark gold three-headed bat king, or use the paralysis effect of the Nine Heart Blood Vine to reduce its agility, killing it would just be a matter of time." Chapter 86. Domain of the God of Death. The dark gold three-headed bat king was the first to howl, directly emitting a piercing ultrasonic wave aimed at Su Shang. The strength of the ultrasonic wave was so powerful that it even produced a sound of breaking through the air. Under Su Shang's control, a row of thick Nine Heart Blood Vines appeared in front of him, forming an arc that perfectly blocked the incoming ultrasonic wave. Su Shang's eyes narrowed as she directly infused her soul power into the Dragon Whisker Needle in her hand. Taking advantage of the Nine Heart Blood Begonia blocking the view of the dark gold three-headed bat king, she forcefully threw it out. The Dragon Whisker Needle, infused with soul power, emitted a faint glow and shot towards the bat king at an incredible speed. The latter sensed the incoming object through sound waves and retreated its massive body backward, but due to the needle's rapid speed, it still pierced into its wing. In the next moment, the needle, resembling a prick, melted like maltose and directly entered the body of the dark gold three-headed Bat King's wing. The sudden intense pain caused the Bat King in the air to sway, and the frequency of its wing flapping slowed down a bit. However, the pain also made its eyes turn even redder, and it spread its wings wide, diving down towards Su Sheng above the cave. Its massive body seemed to engulf the entire cave. Su Sheng forced himself to calm down, looking at the king of bats diving from the sky, and secretly thought it was a good opportunity. The next moment he clenched his palm, and countless vines of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus shot out from all directions, forming a net-like binding soul skill. The dark gold three-headed king of bats, which had already dived down, had no chance to evade and was instantly entangled by the Nine Heart Blood Lotus as it was about to crash down, binding its limbs and rendering it unable to move. The bound king of bats began to shake and struggle left and right. But being entangled by so many Nine Heart Blood Lotus vines, the weak yet plentiful paralyzing toxin contained in the petals mercilessly injected into its body. This forced its limbs to soften slightly, making it unable to quickly escape from the bindings. Su Sheng stared at the three heads of the dark gold three-headed Bat King, knowing that it had regeneration abilities and that he must first deal with those three heads. In an instant, three cold flashes appeared in Su Sheng's hands. Three dragon whisker needles pierced skillfully towards the Bat King's heads. Unable to dodge, the Bat King had its three heads easily pierced by the dragon whisker needles, which then merged into its skull. After receiving a heavy blow to its head, the Bat King let out a painful howl, losing its sanity and recklessly charging around. Even the vines of the Nine Heart Blood Vine began to rot one by one under the violent impact. Moreover, the tremendous shock caused the cave where Su Sheng stood to tremble violently, showing signs of collapse from the beginning. Sensing something was wrong, Su Sheng immediately summoned the tunnel stone above him, causing the vines of the Nine Heart Blood Vine to break through and intertwine with each other, briefly forming a nest-like structure. At the last moment before the cave collapsed, Su Sheng narrowly jumped onto the nest woven from the Nine Heart Blood Vine. The intense feeling of escape made Su Sheng's heart race, and his breathing quickened. After taking a deep breath to calm down, Su Sheng focused his gaze on the cave as it, along with the dark gold three-headed Bat King, plunged into the blood pool below. Within a few seconds, a scarlet soul ring of 100,000 years gradually surfaced in the blood pool, unmistakably produced by the deceased dark gold three-headed Bat King. He touched the ring he was wearing with his index finger and sighed, realizing that this ring was indeed worth the purchase, as it had saved his life. Now being able to use the Nine Heart Blood Vine at least meant he didn't have to worry about falling into the blood pool below. His safety was fully assured. After resting in the Nine Heart Blood Vine's nest for a few minutes, Su Sheng looked around again. Now that there was no longer the cave of the dark gold three-headed Bat King, he had to rely on himself to find an exit in this hellish path. If he guessed correctly, besides the 100,000-year dark gold three-headed Bat King, there was another powerful soul beast in this hellish path. Su Sheng slowly got up, estimated the distance to several other directions, and then focused his mind, continuously releasing the vines of the Nine Heart Blood Vine to grow from the surrounding stone walls. The vines then twisted into a path about 1 meter wide in front of Su Sheng's legs. With the toughness of the Nine Heart Blood Vine enhanced by 9 10,000-year soul rings, it was no problem for it to support 10 or even 100 Su Shengs. Subsequently, Su Sheng deftly walked along this path while observing his surroundings. As he progressed, the temperature ahead became increasingly scorching, and before he could react, he was already drenched in sweat. With no other choice, he controlled several Nine Heart Blood Vine vines to wrap around his arms, allowing their petals to pierce his skin. The Nine Heart Blood Vine, which absorbed his blood, began to emit a crimson glow, and a paralyzing toxin entered his body, reducing the intense heat he felt. Countless cold voices echoed in front of him, hissing. Upon hearing the sound of something flicking its tongue in midair, Su Sheng's expression immediately became vigilant. The source of that sound was a 1,000-year-old spider. However, this time what he heard was entirely different. It was very likely a snake. Moreover, judging by the sound, there should be quite a few of them. However, it seemed that he had no need to pay attention to these creatures right now. Killing them wouldn't yield anything useful. Furthermore, the arrival of the Nine Heart Blood Vine undoubtedly provided him with a shortcut, eliminating the need to climb or fight. Realizing this, a smile involuntarily appeared on Su Sheng's face. It seemed that the one who set up this hellish path hadn't noticed such small details. After shaking his head, Su Sheng ignored the group of hissing creatures and continued walking forward for a full kilometer. Sure enough, a pale white light curtain appeared ahead, which was evidently the exit of the hellish path. Upon seeing this exit, Su Sheng felt the chaotic killing intent within him begin to coalesce. It seemed to truly integrate into his body. It was the domain of the god of killing. By condensing the killing intent accumulated within him, it materialized to form a domain with a defined range. The deterrent effect it emitted was several times stronger than before. Soul masters lower than him might directly lose their fighting spirit, while those of equal rank could have their strength weakened by 10 to 20. And he himself could exert 110 to 120 of his power. Not only that, but Su Sheng also found that his emotions, long influenced by the killing intent of the Nine Heart Blood Vine, had also returned to normal. It seemed to be the effect of the god of killing's domain. With the corners of his mouth curling up, he secretly thought that this trip was not in vain. He had finally resolved the trouble of his expressionless face. In his thoughts, Su Sheng seemed to recall something and looked down at the blood pools beneath him. Before leaving, he wanted to try absorbing these blood pools below. If it worked, it would also enhance the Nine Heart Blood Vine. After saying that, he immediately released countless Nine Heart Blood Vine vines, all rushing toward the blood pools below. As these vines entered the blood pools, they began to burn violently in an instant. This shocking scene made Su Sheng's expression darken. This was not a blood pool at all, but magma, realizing that his idea had fallen through. Su Sheng did not linger for a moment longer and slowly walked into the pale white light curtain. Upon touching the light curtain, he felt a gentle force wrap around his mental power. Chapter 87. The Chosen One. When Su Sheng's consciousness awakened again, the surrounding scene had already transformed back into the center of the hellish slaughter arena. Gone was the suffocating heat of the hellish path, replaced only by the overwhelming stench of blood. He rubbed his eyes and slowly stood up. After scanning his surroundings, the next moment made Su Sheng's pupils constrict. In the hellish slaughter arena, there were thousands of fallen beings kneeling on the ground, gazing at him as if they were worshipping a deity. Moreover, these people were completely unconcerned about the sacrificed bodies around them, their faces filled with endless fervor and adoration. Su Sheng felt the overwhelming aura of admiration around him, furrowing his brow and murmuring, "What is going on? This isn't how it happened in the original, right?" He remembered that Tang San and Hu Liena had directly left the city of slaughter and were transported to an open area. Could be that Tang Chen did this? And the king of slaughter, clad in a black robe, was standing right behind him. With an encouraging tone, he said, "Congratulations. You have passed the trial of the Hell Road. You have become the 7th slaughter god of my city of slaughter. Han Jian, from now on, you may freely come and go between the city of slaughter and the outside world." All the fallen ones kneeling on the ground had blood-red eyes, and they collectively shouted, "Slaughter Wuhun Dion, Slaughter Wuhun Dion, King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter, Slaughter Wuhun Dion, Slaughter Wuhun Dion." While these fallen ones were shouting, Su Sheng looked at Tang Chan in confusion. "What is going on? Why am I still in the city of slaughter after passing the Hell Road?" Tang Jian, with his increasingly crimson pupils, looked at Su Sheng and slowly spoke with a tone filled with killing intent. "Naturally. I use special means to change your exit location of the Hell Road to here. How does it feel to be admired by these fanatic fallen ones?" Then, his pupils suddenly widened, and he quickly covered his forehead. In an instant, the sound of the black robe being blown by a strong wind was heard as Tang Chun vanished from the center of the Hell slaughter field. At this moment, without Tang Chun present, the redness in the eyes of the surrounding fallen ones faded somewhat, and they slowly stood up. Their gazes were no longer as fervent as before, as if they were willing to face death. The fallen ones began to discuss among themselves. "Is this the new generation slaughter god? I can't believe he actually succeeded. His title is Han Jian, and he doesn't have a number. He should be the most unique slaughter god. This terrifying pressure of slaughter makes it feel like my heart is about to suffocate." A few fallen ones who managed the Hell slaughter match approached Su Sheng. Looking fearful and fawningly asked, "Slaughter god, may I ask if the Hell slaughter match can continue?" Since the king of slaughter had left, Su Sheng, as the current figure with the highest authority in the city of slaughter, was the one with the most say. Su Sheng glanced at the few of them and continued. After saying this, he turned directly and walked towards the highest level of the Hell killing arena. In the next second, the entire Hell killing arena echoed with mechanical sounds. The Hell killing match continues now. Please, number 3506, number 3465, and number 1539, quickly proceed to the center of the killing arena. The summoned killers, who had been called by their numbers, slowly walked to the center of the killing arena, and the stand were once again filled with people. The emergence of a killing god was merely a small interlude for them. This was still the city of slaughter, where every moment carried the risk of life and death. Upon reaching the top level, Su Sheng looked at the door filled with the smell of blood and slowly pushed it open. In the next moment, what greeted Su Sheng was a blood-stained Haotian hammer that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens and the earth. Su Sheng hurriedly summoned the ice rose sword into his hand and held it horizontally in front of his chest. However, at this moment, he was caught off guard and was undoubtedly sent flying by the Haotian hammer for more than 10 meters, crashing hard into the wall and leaving a human-shaped indentation. Emerging from the indentation, he planted the ice rose sword at his feet, wiped a few traces of blood from the corner of his mouth, and said calmly, as expected of a limit de law, this terrifying power. If he hadn't been restrained by Tang Chen's rationality, it would have been more than just being knocked back 10 meters. At this moment, Tang Shan was holding a blood-red Haotian hammer that was 2 to 3 meters long, his eyes glowing with endless bloodlight, fixed on Su Sheng, filled with terrifying killing intent. Seeing this, Su Sheng's 9 soul rings of 8 red and 1 gold appeared beneath his feet. He knew that, at this moment, the only thing he was stronger than Tang Shan was the configuration of his soul rings, which was worlds apart from the latter. Just as Tang Shan was about to charge over, his figure suddenly stopped, and the blood-red light in his eyes flickered and vanished, barely regaining some rationality. Seeing Su Sheng in front of him, holding the ice rose sword and cautiously watching him, Tang Shan realized that he had definitely been controlled again. As long as he went a few minutes without drinking a Bloody Mary, he would completely succumb to the control of toxins and desires without any warning. Su Sheng squinted and asked, "The king of slaughter?" Tang Chen's murky eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Turning his back, he reminded, "Kid, it seems I'm under control again. Let us go inside first. Also, you'd better not retract your martial soul." He was afraid that if he was controlled again during the conversation, Su Sheng might not react in time. If that happened, this genius who had reached title de law before the age of 20 would likely fall here. Su Sheng fell silent, gripping the ice rose sword and following him. Tang Chun raised a glass of Bloody Mary with his bony hand once more and slowly said, "Congratulations on making it through the Hell Road. But that place must have imposed a great deal of pressure on you, right? The Hell Road was set up by the Azura God, and for someone like Su Sheng, who is at the title de law level, it is likely much more dangerous than for others." Su Sheng glanced at the red ring on her middle finger, feeling a significant suppression that prevented her from using her martial soul and soul skills. Hearing this response, Tang Chun narrowed his eyes in astonishment, thinking, unable to use even the martial soul, yet he was able to pass through the Hell Road. This child might have gradually formed an idea in his heart. Su Sheng then carefully examined Tang Chun from head to toe and smiled, saying, "Since I promised you, I will try to eliminate the toxins in your body." Upon hearing this, Tang Chun shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Forget it, I'm fine with my own poison." At that moment, 9 pitch-black soul rings appeared beneath Su Sheng's feet. In the palm of her hand, the entire surroundings were illuminated in blood red by the 9 Heart Blood Peony. Tang Chen's throat tightened, filled with shock as he exclaimed, "Dual martial souls. You actually have another martial soul. The quality of that ice sword has already reached the divine level. This second martial soul must be extremely close, if not at that level. Could this child be the so-called chosen one?" Chapter 88. Why not? Well, to be precise, this is my first martial soul, the 9 Heart Blood Peony, Su Sheng said, raising her palm slightly as the blood-red glow from the 9 Heart Blood Peony began to slowly bloom from its bud. On the opposite side, Tang Shan released his mental power and began to sense it quietly. When he felt the evil presence emanating from the 9 Heart Blood Peony, the bloodiness and killing intent were all too familiar to him. Tang Shan's previously despondent state of mind began to change slightly. This 9 Heart Blood Peony was actually an evil martial soul and could not be judged by common sense. However, it might actually have a remarkable effect on the toxins in his body. With a blank expression, he asked, "So you plan to use this martial soul to treat my toxins?" Su Sheng nodded, his expression serious as he said, "Well, no matter what, let's give it a try. During the process, you must not drink Bloody Mary. If Tang Shan drinks Bloody Mary while using 9 Heart Blood Lotus for treatment, it could very likely stimulate the toxins within him." After careful consideration, Tang Shan looked deeply at Su Sheng with his murky eyes and said, "All right, I'll trust you this once." With that, he decisively removed the black robe that covered his body. As the black robe fell away, it It revealed a body marred by countless scars and wounds, a sight that could be described as broken. Especially the various round, hole-like wounds made Su Shang's skin crawl. He thought to himself that if Tang Chun had not reached the 99th level of limit Douluo and possessed such a strong life force, these wounds would be enough to be fatal. Tang Chun silently closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground, saying calmly, "If you have any method, feel free to try. Even if it fails, I won't blame you. After all, I've lived a long time." If possible, he silently added, he would like to see her again. Tang Chun had completely entrusted his life to Su Shang. If Su Shang intended to act at this moment, he would have no time to react at all. When Su Shang saw that Tang Chun was already prepared, he had nothing more to say. He secretly thought of the first soul skill, Blood Begonia Bloom. The crimson 9 Heart Blood Begonias surrounding Tang Chun began to drop their vividly green petals, one by one, piercing into Tang Chun's entire body. Within just a few seconds of entering his body, those blood-colored petals turned pitch black, indicating the terrifying and troublesome nature of the poison Tang Chun was afflicted with. At this moment, seeing that there was no movement around, Tang Chun spoke up. "How is it? You must be able to feel the severity of the poison I've been afflicted with, right?" He had indeed sensed a slight change in the poison within his body just now, but it was at a level that was barely worth noting. Su Sheng did not respond immediately, choosing to remain silent. Seeing that no one replied, Tang Chun, with his eyes closed, probably already knew the outcome. He sighed and bitterly smiled. "Is that so? It seems to be within my expectations." Before Tang Chun could finish speaking, Su Sheng coldly interjected, "Indeed, it's more troublesome than I imagined, but it's not impossible to treat. It just requires a long time." This poison had already infiltrated his internal organs, and to completely cure, it was basically impossible. However, it could be slowly regulated to minimize the accumulation of toxins in his body. As for the remaining traces, with Tang Chun's physical constitution, he could completely suppress them. "Oh, kid, do you really have a way to treat it?" After receiving the response, Tang Chun's body, sitting on the ground, trembled a few times, and his words were filled with excitement, sounding very urgent. As long as this toxin could be cured, he could also refuse the Shura God trial that had led to the loss of his mind. Su Shang's lips curled up, and a glimmer of brilliance appeared in his eyes. Then he gave an affirmative reply. "Yes. However, the required conditioning time is extremely long. It will take at least 1.5 years to extract the toxins from my 9 Heart Blood Peach. The human body is filled with blood, and if the toxins are not completely eliminated, then no matter how much blood the bone marrow produces, there's a high chance of infection. This is also the reason why it takes such a long time." Excited, Tang Chun couldn't help but think of a very practical question. How could Su Sheng possibly agree to treat him here for no reason? After calming this feeling inside, he looked at Su Sheng with confusion and asked, "But kid, even if you can treat it, are you really willing to spend most of your time here with me?" Su Sheng wore a harmless smile and asked back, "Why not? Of course I have conditions. For these years, you need to continuously use your pressure to help me cultivate. And when necessary, spar with me." Tang Chun's mouth dropped open in surprise, and he laughed heartily. "So that is your focus? No problem. I can agree to assist you in your cultivation and sparring with pressure. Moreover, once the treatment is successful, I will fulfill my promise and give you something you absolutely won't refuse." This kid had apparently been waiting for him all along. In reality, he was the one pleading with Su Sheng for treatment, yet he felt a vague sense of being manipulated. Gripping the ice rose sword tightly, he charged at Tang Chun, coldly shouting, "First soul skill, Ice Rose's Rage." The first scarlet soul ring beneath his feet lit up. Around Su Sheng, a field with an extreme chill emerged, seemingly capable of freezing everything around it. Seeing Su Sheng charging at him, Tang Chun, who was holding the blood-colored Haotian Hammer, wanted to dodge, but found ice crystals spreading up his legs. Tang Chun's eyes narrowed. "Oh, a field-type soul skill?" The next moment, an overwhelming aura of a level 99 ultimate Douluo erupted from him, instantly shattering the ice crystals spreading at his feet. He then swung the Haotian Hammer to meet Su Sheng's attack, and the ice rose sword collided with the blood-colored Haotian Hammer, producing intense sparks, even causing ripples in the surrounding space. With a loud bang, the collision sent Su Sheng stumbling back several steps, while Tang Chun remained standing firm, unmoving. Tang Chun secretly nodded. "Not bad. This kid's pure physical attack has already reached the level of a level 96 assault-type title Douluo, and this is just relying on his body. If he uses soul skills to enhance his attack, who knows what level his attack power could reach." Stabilizing his posture after being knocked back, Su Sheng looked at Tang Chun. Then the second 100,000-year soul ring beneath his feet lit up. He silently declared, second soul skill. Gathering Rose Strike. The sharp tip of his ice rose sword began to emanate a light blue rose vortex that extended 3 meters long, spinning rapidly. Tang Chun squinted slightly, murmuring, "Oh, this attack is quite interesting." 9 soul rings appear beneath his feet, and the first soul ring lit up violently. However, strangely, his Haotian Hammer showed no visible changes. If there was any, it was just a vague mark added to the hammer. Su Sheng touched the hilt of the ice rose sword with both hands, and a terrifying power erupted suddenly. The next second, the tip of the sword, accompanied by the 3-meter-long terrifying vortex, stabbed towards Tang Chun. Chapter 89. The promise of what I will give you, seeing Su Sheng charging towards him. Tang Chun felt that there were no extra techniques involved. As someone seasoned in battle, he couldn't help but frown. Was he really planning to go for a direct clash? Although it was a spar, it shouldn't be so rigid. In higher-level battles, details become extremely important. Su Sheng's reckless attack was indeed quite unrefined. However, when Su Sheng was only a few meters away from Tang Chun realized something was off. The third soul ring under Su Sheng's feet unexpectedly lit up, and his pupils shrank sharply. Wait, when did this kid use the third soul skill? He clearly just saw Su Sheng use the second soul skill. Before he could think further, Su Sheng, who was only a few meters away from him, had the corners of his mouth upturned. His third soul skill was a teleportation type, allowing him to quietly appear behind his opponent within a 5-meter range, and it could be combined with other soul skills for release. Moreover, the third soul ring would light up 3 seconds later. This meant that as long as the distance was close enough and there were no signs of deception, the opponent might not even have time to react before Su Sheng could instantly kill them. Tang Chun instantly understood the meaning behind Su Sheng's gaze and thought to himself, "This is bad. This kid is up to something." Sensing the impending danger, his 6th soul ring quickly lit up. Too late. As Su Sheng uttered these 2 words, he tightened his grip on the swirling ice rose sword, and his figure suddenly vanished from Tang Chun's sight. Tang Chun squinted his eyes. A teleportation-type soul skill. In the next second, holding the ice rose sword, the tip swirling with icy energy, he launched a direct attack that hit Tang Chun completely. The violent vortex surged from the ice rose sword, forcefully lifting Tang Chun's body into the air, and the vortex immediately expanded dozens of times, creating a powerful tearing effect as it sucked in Tang Chun and began to shred him apart, dyeing the entire sky a frosty hue. Watching the vortex still raging in the sky, Su Sheng bit his thin lips, surprised that the sky had changed. Could it be that he accidentally killed Tang Chun? That blow, even if he was a limit Douluo, Su Sheng couldn't be sure if Tang Chun could withstand it with his physical body. The vortex in the sky gradually dissipated, and Tang Chun's body suddenly fell from the sky, lifelessly lying there. This chilling scene made Su Sheng squint his eyes, confirming his earlier speculation. Tang Chun might really have been caught off guard and killed by him. With a sense of desolation in his heart, Su Sheng walked towards that figure. Just as he approached the body, a hand suddenly gripped his shoulder tightly. Su Sheng did not look back, because he knew it was definitely Tang Chun. However, if the one behind him was Tang Chun, then who had just fallen from the sky? Su Sheng looked again at the figure lying on the ground, only to see it becoming increasingly blurry, and then, surprisingly, it transformed into the blood-red Haotian Hammer wrapped in a black robe. The corners of his mouth began to twitch. Is this soul skill really from Tang Chun, who possesses the Haotian Hammer martial soul? Behind him, Tang Chun said coldly, "Kid, playing tricks with me. Do you know why I succeeded in surviving countless assassination attempts and battles to reach the 99th level ultimate Douluo?" Su Sheng remained silent with a blank expression, waiting for him to continue. Tang Chun smiled and continued, "It is precisely because everyone knows that my Haotian Hammer is the strongest weapon martial soul in the continent that they will overlook these small details. Why must we Haotian Hammer choose powerful offensive soul skills? Using this can catch the opponent off guard even more." Su Sheng didn't know what to say in response to this explanation. They forcefully turned the fear of death into a grand ambition. Su Sheng retracted the sword in his hand and said, "Let's end today's sparring here. It's about time. I should treat you now." After that, Su Sheng stayed in the city of slaughter for nearly 3 years. Every day, apart from treating Tang Chun's poison, he was training and sparring under the immense pressure of a limit Douluo. His soul power saw a significant increase, rising from level 94 to level 96. His height also grew from 1.70 meters to 1.80 meters, and the cold aura that surrounded him had completely dissipated, replaced by a refreshing elegance. His extraordinary facial features had also become more pronounced, exuding a charm that stirred the hearts of women. At this moment, at the very top of the hell slaughter field, Su Sheng slowly retracted the vines of the Nine Heart Blood Vine that had penetrated into Tang Chen's body, and the latter's body gradually began to awaken from paralysis. Su Sheng explained that most of the toxins in Tang Chen's body had been drawn out, and the remaining toxins would have to be suppressed by himself. At this moment, sitting on the ground, Tang Chan was no longer disturbed by toxins, and his body had gained a bit more vitality compared to before. Moreover, even the scars on his body had been erased by Su Sheng. Tang Chen's eyes gradually opened, and he turned his head to look at Su Sheng, whose expression was extremely kind and grateful. Tang Chun sighed, thanking Su Sheng for his treatment over the past 3 years, saying, "I feel like living at least another 10 years is not a problem. The lifespan of a limit Douluo is already stronger than that of ordinary people. And now that Su Sheng had cleared the toxins from his body, living for another 10 years was just the minimum estimate. However, the only downside was that Tang Chen's cultivation level had dropped from level 99 to level 97. Su Sheng smiled and said, "So are you planning to return to the outside world? Or are you going to find that little lover on Sea God Island?" Their relationship was both teacher and friend, so it was not uncommon for them to tease each other. Tang Chen's expression immediately changed, and he glared fiercely at Su Sheng, saying, "You brat. What do you mean by my little lover?" If it weren't for the vow he made back then to not return until he became a god, he feared that now. As he spoke, a hint of sadness gradually spread in Tang Chen's eyes. Back then, in his youthful arrogance, he thought that becoming the Shura god would be easy, which ultimately led to him losing his mind and coming here to establish the city of slaughter. Su Sheng shrugged his shoulders and said casually, "It's up to you. But how old are you now? That little lover of Poseidon is probably old by now, right?" To his surprise, Tang Chun shook his head seriously, denying Su Sheng's words. "No, her martial soul is the sea god, which has granted her the gift of eternal youth. I'm just an old man now, with only a few years left to live. What does it matter if I go? Poseidon's beauty remains unchanged, while I'm already half a foot in the grave. It's truly an enviable love story. But why should I care?" Su Sheng pressed her thin lips together and turned her back, casually suggesting, "Then you can continue to be the king of slaughter in the city of slaughter. I'll leave first. After all, it's been 3 years. He was also ready to leave this place. After seeing the bloody scenes of the hellish slaughterhouse in the city of slaughter every day for 3 years, he was already tired of it. Tang Chun slowly got up, his expression suddenly becoming serious, and said solemnly, "Wait a minute, Su Sheng. The thing I promised to give you hasn't been given yet." That thing had no use for him now. Giving it to Su Sheng would be equivalent to fulfilling his own wish. Su Sheng turned back to look at him. Surprised, oh? Something that can make Tang Chun show such a serious expression must have an extraordinary origin. Chapter 90. You're from the Spear Hall, right? Tang Chen's gaze was fixed intently on Su Sheng's cheek. "Su Sheng, before I give you this, I want to know, you should be from the Spear Hall, right?" Faced with Tang Chen's inquiry, Su Sheng chose not to hide it, as it was completely meaningless. When he asked this question, he had already confirmed his identity in his heart. "Yes, I am indeed from the Spirit Hall, and I'm also a direct disciple of Pope Bibi Dong." Upon hearing Su Sheng's admission, Tang Chen couldn't help but show his anger towards the Spirit Hall. However, this anger gradually faded away, and he murmured, as expected, "You are from the Spear Hall." Su Sheng saw his serious expression and said in silence, "What's wrong? Are you disgusted by me just because I'm from the Spirit Hall?" If Tang Chun cared about these things, he would have attacked as soon as he realized he was from the Spear Hall. There wouldn't have been nearly 3 years of a mentor-student friendship between them. Tang Chun, exposed, shot Su Sheng a glare and said, "If I disliked you, I would have knocked you out a long time ago." Su Sheng pressed her thin lips together and urged, all right, if you want to get something, hurry up. The elite competition for high-level soul masters on the mainland is probably starting." He had promised Bibi Dong that he would return to the Wuhun Hall immediately before it began. If he broke his promise, he feared that his beautiful teacher, the Pope, would be very angry. Tang Chen's hard-earned feelings crumbled in an instant as he coldly took out a token from his storage soul guide, which was engraved with a very vivid hammer, the Haotian Hammer. Su Yuntang's pupils contracted sharply. "Is this the Haotian order of the Haotian sect?" Tang Chen nodded seriously. "That's right, this is the Haotian order of our Haotian sect. Holding this token within the Haotian sect means you are like seeing me. This token has the power to revoke the current sect master and can manage all affairs of the Haotian sect. It is even a level higher than the Haotian order held by Tang Hao's brother, Tang Shao." Su Sheng squinted at the token. Is this intending to give me the Haotian order? Are you really that trusting? If I were to obtain the Haotian order and then take control of the Haotian sect to join the Spirit Hall, the entire continent's landscape would surely change. It's said that the top 3 sects are closely connected, and if the Haotian sect joins the Spirit Hall, the other 2 sects and even the lower 3 sects will be affected. At that time, it might not even wait for the conclusion of the Continental Advanced Elite Soul Master Competition before all the sects are swept away by the Spirit Hall. Tang Chun non-committally replied, I do intend to give it to you, but that is precisely because I believe you are not that kind of person. Su Sheng smiled, feeling comforted by Tang Chen's trust in him. However, he cast a faint glance at Tang Chun and said, then you should also know that even if I don't give the Haotian order to the Wuhun temple, I will never help the Haotian sect. In fact, I won't hold back if I have to take action. This was his most basic bottom line. For Tang Chen's sake, he could choose not to give the Haotian order to the Wuhun temple. But if the Wuhun temple issued a command to annihilate the Haotian sect, he would show no mercy whatsoever. Seeing Su Shang's demeanor, Tang Chun sighed silently. In the end, he still did not hand over the Haotian order. Handing it over would be equivalent to personally destroying the Haotian sect. Tang Chun shook his head with a bitter smile, his expression darkening as if he had aged several years. In that case, I'm afraid my promise to you will have to be broken. Su Sheng slowly turned his back, his tone devoid of any emotion. There's no need for this. I'm here and have already obtained what I wanted. Leaving aside the issue of soul power, Su Sheng had greatly improved his combat skills, especially in the skills of the shadow people. He was even confident that he could sweep through any sect of the upper 3 sects all by himself. This was not arrogance, but a clear understanding of his own strength. At this moment, in the Pope's palace, sitting on the Pope's throne, Bibi Dong's elegant demeanor often surfaced, but her expression was now extremely cold. Gripping her purple crystal staff tightly, she stood up slowly, a sudden wave of murderous intent enveloping the entire Pope's palace. This terrifying, tangible killing intent made both Zhu and bow their heads, not daring to meet the gaze of those beautiful yet sharp eyes. Bibi Dong coldly said, it's been 3 years, and he still hasn't returned. Has he forgotten his promise to me? In a few days, the Continental Senior Elite Soul Master Competition would be held, and at this moment, Su Sheng still had not sent any news. In 3 years, he had never communicated with Hu Liena or anyone from the Spirit Hall. This made Bibi Dong, who had always trusted Su Sheng, somewhat angry. Although she regarded Su Sheng as her most trusted person, once he betrayed her, there would be no mercy. Guo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly comforted, Your Holiness, please calm down. Perhaps Su Sheng has been delayed by something. Zhu cautiously echoed, Your Majesty, what the old ghost said makes sense. Although Su Sheng, as a title de law, is quite powerful, he is, after all, just a support-type soul master. They were merely saying this on the surface. The truth was that, after that battle, it was clear that Su Sheng's strength was not inferior to either of them. Deep down, they mostly believed that Su Sheng had already betrayed the Spirit Hall. However, seeing Bibi Dong's current mood, neither of them dared to provoke her. Just as the atmosphere reached a freezing point, a voice filled with charm came from outside the Pope's palace. Teacher, we are here. Standing outside were Hu Liena and her companions. 3 years later, Hu Liena's figure had become more voluptuous, and she could now release strong allure with just a snap of her fingers. After Bibi Dong's gaze fell on Hu Liena and her companions, the coldness in her eyes melted significantly. Forcing herself to suppress her anger, she said in a flat tone, Come over. Hearing this, Hu Liena slowly walked closer to the Pope's palace and slightly bowed. After standing up, Hu Liena was the first to speak. Teacher, my brother and I have already mastered our martial soul fusion skill to the level of a soul emperor. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, echoing Hu Liena's words. The most awkward was Yan. Every time he came to the Pope's palace, he would doubt whether he should speak. In the end, he simply imitated Su Sheng, keeping a cold face and expressionlessly nodding or shaking his head, answering truthfully when asked. Bibi Dong's eyes showed some satisfaction. Good. You should have a solid chance at winning the Continental Senior Elite Soul Master Competition. Moreover, since they were the seed team of the Spirit Hall, they could skip unnecessary battles and go directly to the semifinals. All of their soul skills and trump cards would not be exposed. It would be hard to lose. Xiaoyu confidently said, Your Majesty, we will definitely win the championship for the Spirit Hall. He and his sister, Hu Liena, once they unleashed their martial soul fusion skill, would make the other elite soul masters look like mere chickens. Winning the championship would be just a matter of course. Bibi Dong pursed her crimson lips and said lightly, "You are the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Winning the championship is inevitable, but do not be careless in battle." After discussing for a while, Hu Liena then looked worriedly at Bibi Dong and asked, "Teacher, has there still been no news from Su Sheng? Since he left the Spirit Hall, he had not sent them any information, and Hu Liena was very afraid that he would remain out of contact indefinitely." Hearing Hu Liena's words, Xiaoyu and Yin lowered their heads slightly. Bibi Dong blinked her beautiful eyes, making it hard to read her emotions. "You don't need to worry about Su Sheng's matters. Just focus on winning the championship in this competition." Hu Liena silently replied, "Yes." At this moment, Su Sheng, who had already left the city of slaughter, had arrived outside the royal family of the Tiandou Empire. Inside the room, Qian Rinxue, who was resting with her eyes closed on the bed, naturally smiled at the corner of her mouth. The next moment, as if sensing a disturbance, she gradually awakened from her slumber. Qian Rinxue couldn't help but touch her racing heart. Her face slightly flushed as she thought, "Damn it, why am I dreaming about that guy again?" Clearly, it was that guy who kissed her forcefully, yet every time she fell asleep, he was the first person she thought of. However, 3 years had passed since she last met him, and despite sending people to the Spirit Hall multiple times to inquire about Su Sheng, they all returned empty-handed. Outside, there was a calm knocking sound. "Top, top, top." Qian Rinxue's expression immediately turned cold, and she said indifferently, "Who is it?" The man outside replied cautiously, "Your Highness. The Emperor has summoned you." Qian Rinxue frowned, slowly getting up from the bed, and replied, "I understand." Then, she slowly took out a bag of glowing white powder from her storage bag and tightly clenched it in her hand. She opened the door and walked towards the royal palace. In the palace, sitting in the main seat, was Shui Yi. When he saw his son, Shui Qinghe, arrive, his expression softened a bit. He pointed to the seat beside him. "Qinghe, come and sit down." Shui Qinghe nodded and sat down beside Shui Yi, looking calm. He asked, "Father, did you call me for something?" Shui Yi nodded, smiling lightly. "Qinghe, you should know that my health has never been good. The only reason I can still sit in this position is thanks to your teacher Ning Fengji." Just as Shui Qinghe was about to speak, he was interrupted by Shui Yi. "So, I think you already possess stronger leadership skills than I do, and you're more than capable of taking my position." Shui Qinghe smiled slightly. "Father, what are you saying? The Tiandou Empire naturally needs your guidance. If Shui Yi were to pass his position to him early, it might even allow him to avoid death." However, the next moment, Shui Yi continued, "Of course, my health should hold out for a few more months. During this time, think about how to make the Tiandou Empire even stronger after you inherit my position." "Yes." Then, under the comforting gaze of Shui Yi on a snowy night, Shui Qinghe rolled up his sleeves and brewed 2 cups of tea for Shui Yi and himself. Among his tea-making techniques, there was one blind spot that Shui Yi could not see. Shui Qinghe placed the 2 cups of tea on the table and respectfully said, "Father, please." Shui Yi's gaze swept over the 2 steaming cups of hot tea in front of him, and he slowly reached out to pick up 1 cup. However, he only placed the teacup in front of himself without tasting it immediately. This action made Shui Qinghe's eyes narrow slightly. Both cups of tea had been poisoned by her with a strong but slow-acting toxin. Drinking it would lead to heart failure and death within 3 days. Of course, she had taken the antidote beforehand to ensure that Shui Yi would drink without hesitation. Shui Qinghe took a sip of his tea and smiled, asking, "Father, is my tea not to your taste?" Shui Yi's gaze turned to the door outside, not because of that, but because their eyes had turned toward the sound coming from outside. "Your Majesty Shui Yi, Prince Sheng requests an audience." Then the door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man with a face full of white whiskers walked in, followed closely by a man in deep green clothing. It seemed as if the very air had been polluted by his presence. The newcomer was Prince Sheng, accompanied by the poisoned Douluo, Dugubo. The latter's combat ability was considered one of the weakest among titled Douluo, but no one would easily provoke this terrifying poison master, especially when his 9th spirit skill could casually take the lives of hundreds of thousands. That was his terrifying aspect. Upon seeing Dugubo, Shui Qinghe's gaze suddenly tightened. Dugubo was a titled Douluo who specialized in poison. If he noticed something amiss, not only would her identity be exposed, but she might also be in danger. Upon seeing Shui Sheng, a hint of displeasure appeared in Shui Yi's eyes. "Oh, why does Prince Shui Sheng have the leisure to visit me today?" Prince Shui Sheng's face broke into a forced smile. "Your Majesty Shui Yi, what are you saying? Can't I come and take a look?" Shui Yi let out a barely detectable cold snort and pointed to the seat beside him. "Please sit." Even he had no good impression of Prince Shui Sheng. But the latter was surprisingly indulgent toward his fourth prince, Shuebong. And since he happened to be the most favored among the princes, followed closely by Shuebong, he naturally could not express his dissatisfaction openly. Shueshing sat down without any modesty, while Dugubo stood behind him. Given the situation, Shueshing was unsure whether to brew tea for them. As soon as he sat down, Shueshing smiled at Shueshing first. "Your Highness, I've heard you have a keen insight into tea. May I have the honor of tasting it today?" Shueshing pursed his lips and, smiling gracefully, replied, "With Prince Shueshing's status, of course." He then slowly brewed a cup of tea and gently handed it to Shueshing. Shue's expression remained impassive as he watched this scene, which likely explained why he had no good impression of Shueshing. The latter seemed oblivious, quietly picking up the teacup, sniffing it first, and a fragrant aroma made his fingers twitch with desire. Just as he was about to drink, Dugubo behind him suddenly glinted with green light and swiftly grabbed the cup. "This tea is poisoned." Chapter 92. Crisis. Hearing the words of the poisoned Douluo, both Shui Yi and Shueshing showed shocked expressions, with the latter tremblingly putting down the teacup. Anger filled Shueshing's face. "What? Someone dares to poison in the royal palace? This is simply not putting our Tiandou royal family in their eyes." Shui's expression also darkened significantly. He sensed that this so-called poison was likely aimed at him. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Shueshing in disbelief, his tone urgent. "Wait, Qinghe, you just drank this poison." Shueshing was the prince he deemed most suitable to succeed the Tiandou Empire. If something happened to him here, after his death, the entire Tiandou Empire would fall into the hands of others. That could potentially be a disaster for the people of the Tiandou Empire. Dugubo, upon hearing this, fixed his green-lit eyes firmly on Shueshing. "Your Majesty Shui Yi, are you implying that the crown prince drank this poison tea?" He had already determined that the poison was a chronic one, very common, colorless, and tasteless. If he hadn't previously used it, he might not have recognized it immediately. Based on Shui Yi's words, it was clear that Shueshing had just drunk this tea. As long as he checked if Shueshing was poisoned, it meant the poisoner might be someone else. But if he was not poisoned, then this matter was far from simple. Shueshing felt anxious inside. This was bad. She had just taken the antidote, which meant her body currently had no toxicity, yet she had indeed drunk the poison. There was simply no way to explain it. This poisoned Douluo, Dugubo, was truly a troublesome character. Despite appearing calm on the surface, she was ready to unleash her martial soul at any moment. If Dugubo noticed anything, she would swiftly kill Shui Yi beside her, and it had to be a fatal strike. Otherwise, by the time Dugubo reacted, a single pressure could render her immobile. Meanwhile, Shui Yi urgently turned to Dugubo. "Dugu, sir, please help Qinghe with the antidote." Dugubo nodded. "All right." He then suddenly flashed forward, appearing right in front of Shueshing, directly placing his hand on her shoulder. "Crown Princess Shueshing, please do not resist. I will check the spread of the toxin." Dugubo was also not entirely sure, so he did not immediately conclude that Shueshing was the poisoner. Seeing that Dugubo had begun to investigate, Shueshing looked at Shui Yi's worried expression beside her, steeling her heart and preparing to unleash her martial soul when Dugubo suddenly released his hand and stopped his examination. He then turned to a hidden direction and shouted angrily, "Oh, don't even think about escaping." The next second, his figure vanished, clearly chasing after the sensed presence. Shui Yi hurriedly stopped him. "Dugu, sir, please treat Qinghe first." Before he could finish his sentence, Dugubo had already disappeared from the palace. Shueshing, noticing Shui Yi's unusual expression, quickly explained to Dugubo, "Your Majesty Shui Yi, there's no need to panic. Dugu, sir, has already determined that this poison is chronic, so he will handle it accordingly. Let us hope so. If Dugubo is wrong, then my relationship with Shui Yi will surely come to an end." However, he did not believe that Dugubo was unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Witnessing this scene, Shueshing, who was in crisis, secretly let out a sigh of relief. That earlier feeling of martial soul resonance was from Su Sheng, right? Was he helping her? She could not think too much. She had to ensure she appeared to be in a poisoned state as much as possible, or it would be troublesome when Dugubo returned. Arriving at the far side of the Soul Beast Forest, Dugubo suddenly stopped, vigilantly looking around. He could sense that the person he had just encountered was definitely nearby. Coldly, he said, "Who is it? Don't hide and sneak around. How dare you poison a member of the Tiandou royal family?" From behind a sturdy tree, Su Sheng, cloaked to conceal his extraordinary appearance, said, "Dugu Sr., you truly deserve the title of Poison Douluo, being so sensitive to poison." Douluo's gaze swept over the cloaked Su Sheng, secretly thinking that he had not guessed wrong. The one who poisoned was indeed this guy. Moreover, judging by the voice, this person should be quite young, and his soul power level certainly could not match his own, so he could capture this kid alive. Su Sheng's mood was also quite strange. He was just about to enter the palace to look for Qian Renshua when he detected a soul power fluctuation at the title Douluo level, and that he'd been hiding in the shadows, observing. If it weren't for seeing that Qian Renshua was in a critical situation, Douluo's strength would not have allowed him to notice him at all. Douluo scoffed coldly and stepped forward, causing 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 to suddenly appear. A terrifying pressure at the title Douluo level continuously surged from his body. Su Sheng raised an eyebrow, surprised. Oh, are you planning to fight me, Douluo? But with your strength, you're still a little lacking. The poison Douluo's combat power is the weakest among the title Douluo, even worse than Gurong, this defensive soul master. However, its greatest characteristic is poison. But coincidentally, I am completely unafraid of poison. Kid, wait until I catch you. Then you can explain slowly. The third soul skill, phosphorescent soul confusing array. After speaking, the third soul ring under Douluo suddenly lit up. A massive pale green mist with a strong corrosive quality spread outwards, causing all the plants that came into contact with it to wither and die. Then it began to drift towards Su Sheng's position. Seeing the approaching mist, Su Sheng released the 9 Heart Blood Lotus. And 9 pitch-black 10,000-year soul rings appear beneath his feet. Douluo stared at the 9 black soul rings under Su Sheng's feet, his heart filled with shock. What? This guy is also a title Douluo. And what is the soul ring configuration all about? Su Sheng's mind stirred, and the third soul ring beneath his feet lit up. withTang's protection. The 9 Hearts withTang released a faint shield that enveloped his entire being, and the mist dissipated instantly upon contact with the shield. At that moment, the observing Douluo saw his poison mist being so easily neutralized, and his expression became incredibly grave. This guy seems to be more troublesome than he initially thought. Su Sheng glanced at Douluo and still said unhurriedly, Douluo, is this your strongest power? No matter how calm he was, Douluo's expression instantly turned extremely dark after being insulted by Su Sheng. He said grimly, Kid, don't be so arrogant. When I was fighting in battles, you didn't even know where you were. The 7th soul skill, Phosphor Snake Emperor's true form. Then, the 7th soul ring beneath his feet suddenly lit up. Su Sheng's lips curled slightly, and he thought to himself that Douluo really was this kind of person. Once he realized he couldn't win, he immediately unleashed his martial soul's true form without a second thought. But did he really think that transforming into his martial soul's true form would be effective? Chapter 93. Falling into a trap in an instant, a massive azure phosphor snake king, measuring several dozen meters in size, suddenly appeared before Douluo. Its enormous body was covered in countless phosphorescent scales, constantly exuding a deep green, chilling poison. Its pair of dark brown vertical pupils looked down at Su Sheng with a cunning and ruthless gaze, and as it flicked its tongue, it had already regarded Su Sheng as food. Douluo shouted coldly, Azure Phosphor Snake King, Medusa's Eye. The pupils of the Azure Phosphor Snake King gradually turned a shade of white, and then a powerful beam of light erupted from between its eyes, shooting towards the tiny Su Sheng. As the massive beam struck the protective shield, it began to crack gradually. Su Sheng looked at the shield that was about to shatter and raised an eyebrow. He was now a level 96 Super Douluo, and the soul skills he could unleash were far beyond what he could do a few years ago. Yet, Douluo was able to break through his defenses with his level 93 martial soul true body, which didn't seem so weak after all. Little did he know that Douluo was able to break through the defenses thanks to that soul bone skill, the Eye of Medusa. At that moment, the surrounding green mist had almost completely dissipated, and Su Sheng jumped back several meters to avoid being caught in the attack. The shield, unable to withstand the assault, suddenly shattered, and the attack from the Eye of Medusa struck the ground, creating a massive crater several tens of meters wide with an astonishing force. Douluo once again pushed off with his legs and jumped onto the crown of the biphosphorus snake, squinting his eyes as he looked down at Su Sheng, and coldly shouted, Kid, you still haven't decided to use your martial soul true body? Are you looking down on me? Su Sheng smiled playfully at this. If he were to use his martial soul true form, he would genuinely be afraid of accidentally killing Douluo. Looking at the massive emerald phosphor snake king, Su Sheng's right hand extended directly towards it. Indifferently, he said, "There's no need to use my martial soul true form to deal with you. But it is indeed time to end this." The 8th soul ring beneath his feet lit up. 8th soul skill, blood devouring of the cracking Tang. It can directly drain the blood of soul masters and soul beasts whose soul power differs greatly within a certain range. If the latter is drained, they will be unable to use their martial soul for a week. If both parties have similar soul power, a blood Tang flower will form around the opponent, continuously absorbing their life force. Douluo, atop the Emerald Phosphor Snake King, immediately became alert when he saw the 8th profound soul ring light up beneath Su Shang's feet. The 8th soul ring? This kid is even using his 8th soul ring without resorting to his martial soul true form. His combat power will be greatly reduced. This is common knowledge that all soul masters should know. Then Douluo coldly said, "Forget it, since this kid is so arrogant. Let his arrogance be his downfall." In the next moment, he controlled the Emerald Phosphor Snake King to charge directly at Su Sheng, who was as small as an ant. The rapidly crawling Emerald Phosphor Snake King was like a winding dragon, rampaging through the dust as it charged towards Su Sheng. Seeing this massive creature approaching him, Su Sheng coldly said, "It's over." He clenched his palm towards the Emerald Phosphor Snake King. Suddenly, a sound of flesh exploding erupted from within the Emerald Phosphor Snake King. With a painful roar, its green blood was forcibly extracted from its body. Douluo, standing on the snake's head, clearly felt the mournful cry from his martial soul and angrily exclaimed, "What? How is this possible? You can actually extract the blood of a martial soul? Are you kidding me? No one on the continent has ever had a soul skill that attacks another's martial soul. This has completely shattered my understanding." At the same time, the Emerald Phosphor Snake King, having lost all its blood during the collision, quickly slowed down and stopped 1 meter in front of Su Sheng. Following that, its massive body fell hopelessly to the ground, its vertical pupils dimming and refusing to close, and it no longer moved. Douluo was thrown off the Emerald Phosphor Snake King and fell heavily to the ground. Holding his painful chest, Douluo looked at Su Sheng with unwillingness in his eyes. After a few weak coughs, he said, "Cough, cough. Kid, what exactly is this soul skill of yours? Why is it so bizarre?" Su Sheng's my. And 4 sturdy vines of a 9-hearted begonia suddenly appeared, wrapping around Douluo's limbs. Douluo, bound by the vines, shook continuously in an attempt to break free, while in his heart, he tried to use his martial soul. However, he was disappointed. Not only did his martial soul not respond, but none of the 9 soul rings beneath his feet appeared either. Su Sheng slowly walked over, patted his shoulder, and, "Senior Douluo, you might as well not waste your effort. Your martial soul will take at least a week to use, which means that right now, you are just an ordinary person. Without the ability to use your martial soul, the attributes enhanced by your soul rings have also disappeared, making it impossible for you to break free from a 9 Heart Blood Begonia." Douluo looked at Su Sheng with a flicker of ruthlessness in his eyes and coldly said, "Kid, what do you plan to do now? Kill me?" Douluo had always acted according to his character throughout his life and had long been accustomed to death. Even now that he had fallen into this kid's hands, even if he were killed, he wouldn't beg for mercy. Su Sheng couldn't help but laugh and said, "Poison Douluo, you must be joking. Fighting and killing is not good at all. I'm just forced into this situation. After all, your existence will affect many things." He felt that his current arrogant demeanor resembled that of a villain. However, after Su Sheng's slight prompting, Poison Douluo pondered and lowered his head. When he raised it again, it seemed he had thought of something terrifying. His dark green pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, "Forced into this? Could it be that the one poisoning is not you, but the crown prince, Sheng? He had fallen into a trap. That Sheng must be someone disguised by others, and these two." Su Sheng showed a hint of surprise on her face, not expecting that Senior Douluo had guessed it. "There's no helping it. I will have to erase your memory a bit." Since Douluo had guessed a general idea, he naturally couldn't let him take this memory back. After saying that, the 9th soul skill beneath his feet suddenly lit up. In the palace, Shui was anxious as Douluo still hadn't arrived. He wondered why Douluo hadn't returned yet at this moment. Could it be that he was evenly matched with the poisoner? Sheng was currently poisoned. If this dragged on, who knows what might happen? Sheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In this atmosphere, every second felt like torture. It had been so long without Douluo's return. He couldn't help but worry that Douluo had indeed encountered a difficult opponent. Chapter 94. What more sincerity do you want? Not long after, with a crack, the door was slowly pushed open. Douluo stood outside, looking somewhat dazed. At this moment, his memory had already been erased by Su Sheng and was incomplete. Therefore, he had not yet fully awakened from his confusion. Upon seeing Douluo Bo return, the gazes of Shui Yi and the others focused on him. Sheng asked eagerly if he had caught that poisoner. This person dared to poison even the Emperor Shui Yi. Who knows if one day it would be his turn. After Douluo Bo entered, his dazed dark green eyes brightened slightly, seeming to regain some clarity, but then he shook his head, saying that person had indeed escaped. But that person was definitely the poisoner. Compared to Sheng, Shui was more concerned about Sheng's safety and urgently said to Douluo Bo, Mian, regardless of that poisoner, please first detoxify Qinghe. It had been several hours since Qinghe was poisoned, and every second made him anxious. Meanwhile, the poisoned Qinghe observed Douluo Bo's expression, quietly pondering that Douluo Bo seemed to be different somehow, looking like he was quite dazed. Could it be that Su Sheng acted on him? Otherwise, Douluo Bo would have hurried back to check whether he was poisoned. Hearing Shui Ye's request, Douluo Bo slowly nodded and walked over to Qinghe, placing his hand once again on his shoulder. The signs of poisoning in Qinghe's body were indeed present. Douluo Bo withdrew his hand and then took out a dark green round pill from his bag of treasures. He handed it to Qinghe, saying, Your Highness is indeed poisoned. Just take this pill, and you will be detoxified. After receiving the green pill, Qinghe slowly placed it in his mouth. His eyes showed gratitude as he said, Thank you, Douluo Mian. Qinghe is immensely grateful. Douluo Bo glanced at him and casually waved his hand, saying it was nothing. Seeing that Qinghe had taken the green pill without issue, Shui finally relaxed his tense heart. He then took a deep breath and looked at Douluo Bo with a serious expression. Douluo Mian, I wonder if you have seen the appearance of the poisoner? Douluo Bo shook his head in denial, saying, That person was wearing a cloak, completely concealing their appearance, but from the voice, they should be a young person. He only remembered this much. The subsequent memories seemed completely lost, and he had no clue what had happened between himself and that poisoner. Qinghe silently affirmed that it was a young person. It seems that Su Sheng was indeed the one who helped him, and Douluo Bo's current state should also be the result of Su Sheng's work, possibly using some special method to erase part of his memory. A hint of disappointment flashed in Shui Ye's eyes. It seemed that the poisoner had managed to escape from Douluo Mian's hands, which must involve the participation of others. To escape from a title duel-level powerhouse's pursuit, it was likely that there was a huge conspiracy hidden behind this matter. Sheng bit his lip and reminded, Shui, you should better prepare early. Since this poisoner did not succeed, they probably won't give up easily. Shui nodded, saying, After this matter, I will strengthen the palace's defenses. Once I discover any suspicious individuals, I will not hold back. After saying this, a sharp aura emanated from Shui Ye's whole body. As long as Shui Yi is aware, we will take our leave, Sheng said slowly, standing up from his seat. He had come here to build a rapport with Shui Yi. But who knew such things would happen? Not to mention building relationships. He didn't even want to stay here for another second. Seeing his actions, Shui Yi coldly snorted, realizing that he was indeed eager to decline and leave, clearly afraid of being implicated. Despite being a prince, his courage was so small. If it were not for Sheng being closely related to his beloved fourth prince, Bing, he would have definitely arranged for someone to replace him in his position long ago. Sheng slowly turned around and left directly, while Douluo Bo slightly nodded to Shui Yi before following him. After finishing his conversation with Shui Yi, Qinghe quickly walked to the door of his room. Slowly pushing it open, he saw a figure lazily lying on his bed. It was Su Sheng, who had been waiting here. Upon seeing Su Sheng's appearance, Qinghe's eyes lit up with surprise. Now, his facial features had fully matured, and the chilling aura was gone, replaced by an endless warmth that made him seem like an easy person to get along with. Su Sheng, lying on the bed, heard the sound and slowly opened her eyes, looking at Qinghe by the door with a gentle smile. You're here? Faced with Su Sheng's tenderness, he suppressed his curiosity and pretended to be indifferent, saying, Yes, I'm here, but shouldn't you get off my bed? However, inside, he felt nervously anxious, especially his heart, which was already racing. Okay. After softly replying, Su Sheng stood up from Qinghe's bed. The latter glanced at her and casually sat down on one of the chairs. Seeing this, Su Sheng sat down in a position closer to her. Qinghe swallowed hard, then looked at Su Sheng and awkwardly thanked him, saying, Thank you this time. Otherwise my situation would have been dangerous. The latter just smiled gently and said, Qianren Shue, there is no one else here now. You don't have to speak with that mask on, do you? Talking to Qinghe in this form always felt awkward. it was still Qian Rinchue's feminine demeanor that made him feel more favorable. Shuqinghe glared at him resentfully and snapped. Who are you to control how I want to speak? This guy had forcefully kissed her last time and still dared to bring up such matters. Thinking this in her heart, she honestly released her soul-bone skill and transformed from Shuqinghe into her true form that made women envious. The proud Qian Rinchue pouted, her face flushed with a hint of red, and said, "How about now, are you satisfied?" Su Sheng nodded and smiled contentedly. "But did you forget to thank me?" Upon hearing this, Qian Rinchue felt a mix of embarrassment and anger and replied, "Su Sheng, I already thanked you just now. Don't push your luck." Su Sheng leaned closer to Qian Rinchue, slowly reaching out to lift her chin, aligning her soft lips with his. He then said, "You should at least express some sincerity in your gratitude, right? After all, I just helped you deal with the tidal Douluo threat." He realized that teasing Qian Rinchue like this was quite interesting. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinchue immediately pushed away Su Sheng's hand that was lifting her chin, then lowered her head, her delicate palms clenching tightly. With a flushed face, she said in a soft voice, "What more sincerity do you want?" Chapter 95. Whoever touches you, I will kill. Su Sheng pointed at her thin lips and smiled lightly, saying, "What do you think? I remember the last time you forcefully kissed me, right? Do you really think I can't see that vengeful look in your eyes?" Clearly, Qian Rinchue also felt quite pleased about what happened last time, didn't she? And wasn't this a desperate measure she took to successfully use the martial soul fusion technique? Originally a bit shy about it, Qian Rinchue suddenly felt a bit defiant at the bottom of her heart, raised her head abruptly, and childishly retorted, "Who forcefully kissed you?" It was clearly you who took the initiative first. It feels like the current Su Sheng is not as good as the previous one. Su Sheng pretended to think seriously as he propped up his chin and asked, "Is that the case? How about you take the initiative this time?" Qian Rinchue stepped aside with a look of disdain and denied, "Who wants to take the initiative with you?" "Rejected," Su Sheng sighed and countered. "Then should I take the initiative?" Qian Rinchue gradually narrowed her eyes, tightly wrapping her arms around herself, and coldly said, "Su Sheng, you weren't pretending before, were you? And during the last spirit fusion technique, were you deliberately holding back?" She seriously suspected that the last spirit fusion technique didn't actually require a kiss, but rather Su Sheng's lack of cooperation led to its failure. All he wanted was to take advantage of her. Although she hadn't seen anyone else in years as a woman, she wasn't that easy to deal with. Su Sheng noticed something was off and quickly retracted the smile in his eyes. He glanced at Qian Rinchue, who was on high alert, and said, "All right, I was just teasing you. Don't be so agitated. I was just thinking about how long it's been since we last met." How could he, Su Sheng, be the kind of person who would deliberately kiss a woman using a martial soul fusion technique? Qian Rinchue's thoughts were getting more and more extreme. If this continued, she might really get angry, and it would be the kind that couldn't be easily soothed. Seeing Su Sheng back to normal, Qian Rinchue finally relaxed her guard. She tucked her hair behind her ear and asked seriously, "So why did you come here this time?" "That woman has been waiting for your news at the Spear Hall." The woman she referred to was her mother, Bibi Dong. In the Pope's palace, she seemed calm and composed about everything, but only Qian Rinchue knew that it was not the case. Su Sheng's importance in her eyes even surpassed that of her own biological daughter. Although she didn't care about it, Su Sheng pressed her thin lips together and said, "After coming out from that place, if you want to leave, you have to go through the Heavendou Empire, so I just came to take a look along the way." Qian Rinchue frowned slightly and asked curiously, "That place? What do you mean?" Su Sheng glanced at her and thought it didn't matter to tell her. After all, the granddaughter of Lu must know these things. "City of Slaughter." The 4 words came out of his mouth. Qian Rinchue's pupils constricted, and she exclaimed, "So you lived in the City of Slaughter for 3 years?" Qian Rinchue knew that the City of Slaughter did not allow the use of soul skills, and even titled Dou-level powerhouses could not break this restriction upon arriving there. Being suddenly ambushed, heavily injured, or assassinated would all lead to death. Yet Su Sheng had somehow managed to live there for 3 years, making it hard to imagine how he had endured it. Su Sheng nodded and released the 9 Heart Blood Lotus from her palm, which appeared even more bloodthirsty than before. But it was precisely because of this that my soul power level rose from level 93 to level 96. Qian Rinchue pondered and said, "So, since you've come out, it means you've become a god of slaughter and passed through the Hell Road, obtaining the god of slaughter domain. That woman also passed through there and acquired the god of slaughter domain." Of course, Qian Rinchue had also wanted to go to the City of Slaughter to obtain the god of slaughter domain, but she was stopped by Tiandou because after her martial soul, the 6-winged angel, evolved, she would gain a unique domain, The angel domain. Su Sheng smiled and said kindly yes. Is there anything else you want to ask? Clearly pretending to dislike him, yet listening so attentively. Women are indeed difficult to decipher. Qian Ruxue didn't choose to maintain her pride and not ask. Instead, she continued to inquire about what just happened with Douluo. Su Sheng patiently replied that he used the 9 Heart Blood Lotus to make him lose part of his memory, which was almost exactly what I guessed. However, wouldn't it be better to kill Douluo? After all, he could potentially influence the plans of the Spirit Hall in the future, Qian Ruxue murmured. Douluo's proficiency in poison poses a great threat to anyone below the Soul Douluo level. If that woman achieves her goals and establishes the Spirit Empire, Douluo would become a troublesome character. Su Sheng was somewhat dumbfounded and found it quite amusing to say, Douluo? It's not too late to kill him when I want to. To Su Sheng, Douluo posed no danger at all. Su Sheng changed the subject and asked, how long until the Continental Advanced Elite Soul Master competition starts? Regarding Su Sheng's friendly address, Qian Ruxue immediately chose to ignore it in her heart. After thinking for a moment, she gave Su Sheng a clear answer. It should be in about 2 days. Su Sheng's eyes became a bit more serious. 2 days? If they rushed to Soul Master City now, it would probably take about a day and a half, and they would still make it in time. Just as Su Sheng stood up from his seat, Qian Ruxue spoke up. Are you leaving now? It seemed that Su Sheng heard the panic in Qian Ruxue's words. Well, if you could just hold me back a little, perhaps I would stay here for half a day. Qian Ruxue shot him a glare and urged, I want to hold you back. If you want to leave, just hurry up and go. After saying that, her entire forehead emitted a faint purple glow, and her appearance transformed once again into that of Shui Qinghe. When Su Sheng saw her so realistic action, his heart suddenly felt a bit chilly. He had thought that Qian Ruxue would at least try to keep him a little longer, but he didn't expect her to be so heartless. He started to doubt whether he had really made a mistake. Did Qian Ruxue really have no feelings for him at all? He glanced at Qian Ruxue, who was turning her head away from him, and said softly, in that case, I'll take my leave. Liena is probably still waiting for me at the Spirit Hall. Hearing this name, Qian Ruxue's beautiful eyes quietly turned towards Su Sheng, and she thought to herself, Liena? It should be Hu Liena, right? This woman seems to be the saintess of the Spirit Hall, and also the first disciple of that woman. Why does Su Sheng call her name so intimately? In an instant, a strong sense of crisis surged in Qian Ruxue's heart, as if something of hers was about to be taken away by someone else. Qian Ruxue bit her thin lips, constantly struggling within herself. Su Sheng took a deep glance at Qian Ruxue, then slowly turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, a pair of smooth arms reached around Su Sheng's waist and held him tightly. Qian Ruxue pressed her body against Su Sheng's back, her warm breath brushing against him as her soft lips gently bit his earlobe. A cold and fierce voice gradually emerged. Su Sheng, you are mine. Whoever dares to touch you, I will kill them. Chapter 96. The Emperor of Snowy Night falls. Seeking collections. Seeking recommendation votes. An ambiguous atmosphere spread from the bottom of Su Sheng's heart, and his face turned red. Su Sheng's gaze was mixed with a hint of distraction. This aloof Qian Ruxue was surprisingly assertive. In an instant, Su Sheng felt that perhaps the situation between him and Qian Ruxue had reversed. Su Sheng took a deep breath and secretly thought, am I being hardcore flirted with by Qian Ruxue? What a miscalculation. Before Su Sheng could carefully feel it, Qian Ruxue let go of her as if she had been electrocuted. Realizing what had happened, her face turned red, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Therefore, Qian Ruxue chose to steel herself and turned her head again, mumbling softly, if you're going to leave, just hurry up and go. Su Sheng's gaze fell on the murmuring Qian Ruxue, easily seeing that she was putting on a brave face, at least. It was completely inconceivable that the words that had just made him feel utterly ashamed came from her mouth. Su Sheng smiled and said, I understand. Take care of yourself, and don't let them catch you off guard again. Next time, I want to be by your side. By the way, I'll take care of Shui Yi for you. If time wasn't too urgent, he really wanted to have an intimate conversation with Qian Ruxue. Although they hadn't spent much time together, from her appearance, there was a chance. Qian Ruxue felt that Su Sheng was questioning her, and with a hint of anger. She said to Su Sheng, I can do it myself without you. Before she finished speaking, the entire room had already become empty. Qian Ruxue bit her lip, feeling a bit angry as she sat down. How infuriating. It was always like this, leaving without a word. However, it seemed that as long as she was with this man, she felt a sense of fulfillment she had never experienced before. It was something she couldn't feel when she was with Tiandou and Bibi Dong. Suddenly, a rapid knocking sound came from the room where Shui Yi was staying. Shui Yi, who was resting in bed, immediately woke up and cautiously asked, "Who is it?" Outside the door, Su Sheng showed a harmless smile and said lightly, "Your Majesty, Shui Yi, it's me."